Bose and his original amateur hour. This is certainly a big night for all of us. Our four great cars are about to announce their new 1940 models. The first of these is the great 1940 Plymouth. Tonight, Major Bose is going to tell you about this wonderful new car. And it's a real event because, as you will soon see, never before has such an extraordinary value been offered at low price. Meanwhile, our gifted amateurs are ready to entertain you and to entrust their success to you and to your votes. In tonight's Honor City, Mansfield, telephone Maine 9900. In New York, call Murray Hill 89933. Or if you prefer, vote by mail from your home or in your dealer's showroom, addressing Chrysler Corporation in care of your own station. And now, here is Major Bose.
Good evening, friends. On this opening day of autumn, we spin our weekly Wheel of Fortune for the 236th consecutive time. Around she goes, and where she stops, nobody knows. First tonight are the Harlem Roustabouts, an instrumental quintet. My goodness, look at that big boy walking up there. A big boy with a bass fiddle. Give him his fiddle. He won't be happy till he gets his fiddle. What do you boys do for a living?
Well, I'm a butcher.
No, into the microphone, that's it.
I'm a butcher and Sam's a chef.
I see. How big are you, big fella?
I'm 6 feet 3 inches tall and weigh 298 pounds.
Well, I declare. I figured an even 300. You see how wrong a man can be. In your hands, that bass fiddle will look like the viola. Are you married?
I almost got married once, but the lady said she couldn't feed me the way I was accustomed to eating.
Well, what's your song?
I found a new baby.
Perhaps she won't object to your big appetite, huh? All right, I found a new baby. Let her go. In the north-central section of Ohio, on the last of the hills of the Appalachian Highlands, our Chrysler motorcade pauses to salute the city of Mansfield, capital of Richland County. 50 years after the first westward wave of migration from New England and Pennsylvania, Mansfield was laid out and surveyed by James Hedges and John Lowell. They named it in honor of their instructor, Jared Mansfield, Surveyor General of the United States. While Mansfield's growth has been steady and sure, it was the coming of the Mansfield and Sandusky Railroad in 1846 that began her real march to progress. Strategically located at the southern edge of Ohio's great industrial belt, she lies in the center of the nation's iron and steel production. Close by are vast stores of raw materials and easy accessibility to markets and the center of population. Mansfield is frankly industrial, from her busy factories for automobile tires and tubes, sheet steel, stoves, brass products, farm equipment, textile products, motors, pumps, plumbing fixtures, and refrigerators and electrical household appliances. Mansfield is a city of great natural beauty, a notably healthful city. The imposing homes rest in her fine residential districts. Her parks are beautiful, her boulevards wide, and she's known as a city of churches. Johnny Appleseed, an eccentric exponent of orchard development, is closely linked with the early history of Mansfield. A monument to his memory stands in Middle Park. And so to Mansfield, one of Ohio's leading industrial cities, we send our admiring greetings. In Marana City, in Mansfield, Helen Dixon, a coloratura soprano, A Heart That's Free. I mean, that's the name of the song. Your home is in Mansfield, Helen.
I was born there, Major Bowles. I'm a stenographer for the Sheet and Tin Plate Company.
Mm-hmm. Are you enjoying New York?
I haven't seen much yet, but it looks very exciting, and oh, such handsome men.
Uh-huh. Would you please look into the microphone if you please. All right, A Heart That's Free. Let it go.
With a heart that like the love, oh, it's dawn, it's the dawn, let's be gone, do I see, sail the lead, with the laugh and the dance, mind the light, you and John, or I know, don't go dream, and the words that I bring, and the themes that I sing, the souls of a heart that's free. Oh, then, let music ring, loud, while sweet voices sing. Oh, pleasure divine, echoes the faces, pleasure the greeting, song of a heart, my heart is free. Laughing all the day, shouting cares away, hear my rounder name, the laugh and the dance, my delight, and all my what dreams, and the words that I bring, and the things that I sing, is the soul of a
All right. Helen Dixon from Mansfield, and the telephone in New York is Murray Hill 89933, and in Mansfield, in case anybody there desires to vote for Helen Dixon, the telephone is Maine 9900. First caller from Mansfield, Carl Johnson, 485 Spring Mill Street, and from this area, Mr. and Mrs. Julia, 2219 East 12th Street in Brooklyn. Red Bill Lane, Red Lane Imitator. Red, your hair is not red, it's blonde.
When I wash it, it turns red.
Well, Red, when do you figure it might be red again?
Well, my face always turns red easy, but I bet it's red now because you think I haven't washed my hair in a long time.
No, Red, you're meticulously immaculate. I will say that. What do you do for a living, Red?
I mix colors for a plastic and chemical corporation.
Plastics are modern and beautiful and largely used in industry today.
Yes, Chrysler Corporation uses a lot of our items. Boy, are they particular. If everything isn't just 100%, well, it's just too bad for us. They buy the highest price stuff, too.
Red, you couldn't have said anything nicer to me at this moment. Very pleasing indeed. Now, Red, you've got a lot of invitations listed here. I'll call them off as far as time we can spare. You've got here The Life of a Rooster in 4 parts. 1 day, 4 months, a year, and 4 or 5 years old. Now, the eating would vary, of course, in those periods, but how's the sound? 1 day. All right, now 4 months. Now a year-old rooster. Now at the end of 4 or 5 years of amateur hours on run. You don't like to come out and say it, but that's an impersonation of me. Now, now, ring-necked pheasant. How does a ring-necked pheasant sound? Red-winged blackbird. Like little Sir Echo. A robin. Robin? Now a monkey. And a lion? Of course, that lion doesn't mean a word of it. But still, I'll let you go in the cage. Give us an ape now. Now, you've got how traffic cops are in different cities. Let's take 3 of them. First is Los Angeles traffic cop. Now in Paris, Agent Pivot. Now give us one of Commissioner Valentine's pets in New York City, a traffic cop.
Come on, girls. Come on, get across.
Now, what about the taxi drivers? You can't say, come on, girls, for them.
Well, then he says, come on, you mugs. What are you waiting for?
Now, for the benefit of the household pets of our listeners, let's have a cat fight. Now for the finish, let's all sing like the birdies sing. That's Red Bill Lane. Last week's voting, Evelyn Shea, she sang Wishing, the Four Romeos, instrumental quartet, Sven Tollefson, Norwegian accordionist, Jacob Hohenemse, baritone, Bill Woods, one-man hillbilly band, Jack Raymond, violinist, Bill Evers, acrobatic chair tap dancer, Jack and Jill, but Jill was ill, so Jack yodelled alone, Henry Matisiak, basso, Swanee River Boys, Negro Trap Band. The next Thursday night, we salute Muskegon, Michigan. The Thursday following, October 5th, our honor city will be Elgin, Illinois. Have your talent? Would you like to be on this program? Try it. We'll make things pleasant for you. Just write a letter giving full particulars from New York or its vicinity. Robert Shohan, tenor, Le Rave. Where are you from, Robert?
I'm from Boise, Idaho, but I've been working in a bank in Wall Street for the last 3 years.
Mm-hmm. You married?
Yes, and my wife is my severest critic.
Mm-hmm.
That is music critic.
Hmm?
That is music critic.
I see. Otherwise, she's indulgent. Is that it?
That's right. And,
Well, all right. What about it?
well, I don't think I ought to tell it.
All right. What is La Rave in English? La Rave.
The Dream.
That's your wife. All right. From Men On by Master Maid. Let's have it. And he sang Le Rave from Massenet's Men On. Hoffman Sisters, yodeling trio, guitar. Where are you from, girls?
Patterson, New Jersey, Major Bowles. We're all 2 years apart, beginning with 15.
Mm-hmm. And what are you going to play?
I want to be a cowboy sweetheart.
I hope to get your wish. All right, let's have it.
wanna hear a coyote cry. I wanna have my saddle horse by my side, riding him round on the range. Just be kicking in the side of the shore, stepping fine out on my Palmolive. I wanna be a cowboy sweetheart. I wanna learn to rope and to ride. I wanna ride on sands and deserts. I wanna be crazy fine. I wanna hear the coyotes whooping. I wanna get out the moon up above. I wanna sing my song with honey lazy. Oh, that's the life I love.
The telephone in New York is Mary Hill 89933, and in Mansfield the telephone is Maine 9900. That's the Hoffman sisters from Paterson, New Jersey. I have a telegram here stating that 500 members of Mansfield's Chamber of Commerce are gathered in the Westinghouse Auditorium listening to the program. I wish I might be there. And the 200th caller from Mansfield, Miss Bella Young, 122 Glenwood Boulevard. And from New York, Mrs. Evelyn Greer's, 46 West 53rd. First telephone bull, the Harlem Roustabouts, got 1,102 calls. Helen Dixon from Mansfield, 3696, Red Bill Lane, 964, and Robert Shaw, 118. Marion Caruso, illustrious name, 12 years of age. She's a dancer from Wilkes-Barre, and she dances to the music of Melancholy Baby. Pretty much all the facts there. How long have you been dancing, Marion?
I've been dancing 5 years from 5 years from Tony Grant and singing lessons too.
Good. You practice much?
My daddy makes me practice 3 hours a day, but I love him anyway.
What's your daddy's business?
My daddy's a salesman, and he has a Plymouth car.
You have a very nice daddy, and I love him too.
My daddy says he's going to buy a 1940 Plymouth.
Oh, I love him like a brother. All right, Melancholy Baby, let's go. Marion Caruso, a pupil of the gifted Tony Grant of Wilkes-Barre. This is the time of year when Mrs. America dons her new postilion chapeau, arranges its snoot back over her lovely curls, and looks forward to a happy autumn. Mr. America acquires the annual snap brim felt and an extra spring in his step, and this particularly is the time our 1940 models make their debut. The low-priced automobile is one of the greatest contributions ever made to American civilization. The entire continent is your playground with health, education, and relaxation for all the family. 7 out of every 10 cars sold are in the no-priced class. The Plymouth advance in popularity by leaps and bounds is one of the miracles of American industry. And that rise of Plymouth to the peak of popularity can only mean one thing, that it is the utmost in automobile value for your dollar. And so tonight I shall turn the spotlight on our new 1940 Plymouth. In Detroit 2 weeks ago, I saw it for the first time. I was enthralled. Our president, K.T. Keller, with a proverbial cat that swallowed the canary smile, said, "Well, Major, there's our new baby. What do you think of it?" One word stood out in my mind, and I answered, "Superb." When you see that car, I know you too will say, "Superb." And now for some details. The 1940 Plymouth is much bigger. Actually, the wheelbase has been increased from 114 to 117 inches. The body is completely new. Its interior is 10 cubic feet bigger than last year. You may choose your car with or without running board. And the Road King, as well as the Deluxe Plymouth, has our marvelous steering wheel gear shift. Headlamps are the new sealed beam type, giving brighter illumination for a further distance along the road at night, with lens, reflector, and filament fully protected from dust and moisture. The 1940 Plymouth is lower without cutting down the headroom. The windshield is wider for better vision. The rear window is curved and all in one piece for better visibility. The spare tire is mounted vertically in the trunk compartment. Your luggage or the tire may be moved without disturbing the other. As for the new luxury ride, that is, as the Debs say, something out of this world. And I say that after a stiff test ride in New York yesterday. The rear door is full width, and rear windows may be rolled all the way down. You get full front seat comfort on the rear seat. The extreme of riding comfort is a combination of new roominess, new greater vision, wonderful upholstery, and the combined results of chassis engineering, which give you floating power, new weight distribution, rubber body mountings, and a molar steel coil springs. Our 1940 Plymouth has a new transmission. Gear shifting is now a pleasure, crashing practically impossible. Its horsepower rating has been increased. Oil filters are now standard equipment. Pistons have a new type of surface coating for reducing friction, and vital engine parts are super finished with our new process, giving finer performance and longer life. If I have been able to convey to you even a part of my prideful enthusiasm, you will wish to go to your Plymouth dealer and see this superb example. Why not be the first in town to take a welcome ride in our 1940 Plymouth, the new low-priced beauty with a luxury ride? I thank you.
In a moment, we will continue with Major Bow's Original Amateur Hour. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WJSB, Washington.
We now continue with Major Bow's Original Amateur Hour, presented by Plymouth, Dodge Cars and Trucks, DeSoto and Chrysler. All appointments and innumerable messages of goodwill have come from Mansfield, Major, from the Honorable John W. Bricker, Governor of Ohio, Mayor Claude M. Hunter, Police Chief Bates, Sheriff Long, Fire Chief Seeberger, Councilman George Berg, President Vanderoe and Secretary Rootson of the Chamber of Commerce, and President Eric of the Junior Chamber, Manager Graham of the Mansfield News Journal, Chairman Mitchell of the Richland County Commissioners, Earl Nist, and from Louis Bromfield, world-renowned novelist, resident of Mansfield, and from many other citizens, clubs, and civic bodies. Major?
Thank you, Ralph, and our thanks for the many fine souvenirs also for exhibition at the Chrysler Building and the World's Fair, and to the Mansfield, Florida. Dorothy Moore, popular singer. Are you employed, Dorothy?
Only at home helping Mother.
I see. Well, that's employment. Have you had voice training?
No, sir, but I've been singing ever since I was 7 years old. I'm 19 now.
And what do you propose to sing for us?
Over the Rainbow.
That's nice. From the motion picture Wizard of Oz. All right?
Wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me, somewhere over the rainbow. Bluebirds fly. Birds fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh, why
Dorothy Moore, 19. I'd like to see anybody stop that girl from having a career. We're going to see that she gets a chance. John Tucker. John Tucker, the Whistling Wizard. And where are you from, John?
Oh, I'm a Londoner, Major Bowes. I came over here about 2 weeks ago. I was going to one of your universities here, but the pound sterling has dropped so low that I very much doubt whether I can do it.
Well, now, what's your particular study?
Oh, I do legal research. I did 4 years at London University in economics, and I'm a graduate in law at Cambridge. I believe, though, that I'm the only person who can do whistling in counterpoint.
You mean whistle two different melodies at the same time? Can you manage a Bach fugue?
Yes, Major Bowes, strangely enough, I can. And I also do some impersonations of well-known people in London. They told me in England that you'd like what I did over here.
Well, I'm sure of it. I'm glad for that recommendation, too. Tell me, is this your first trip to America?
Yes, and I find it absolutely stupendous and very rushed. Very rushed indeed.
That's a very good description. Stupendous.
But the American people are most kind and thoughtful, and I do love your subways. Of course, the fans are a great help.
I'll say that. Would you be willing to give your considered opinion of our American girls?
On the whole, I find they're much quicker and smarter and quicker at everything than the English girls. And from the very little I've seen of American girls, I should think they're more hard-boiled than the English girls.
Well, now, hard-boiled, that's enigmatic. It's a slam, isn't it? Just what do you mean by hard-boiled?
Major Bowes, getting back to whistling, do you think I could make some money by my double whistling? Because I very much want to, and I'll be able to go to the university if I do.
Well, having made that other matter perfectly clear, is whistling your ambition?
Oh, not really. I'm very fond of music, but I expect to be a barrister, and if I'm very lucky, later on, perhaps a professorship at Cambridge. It's just lovely out there. Cambridge, England.
Let's have your imitation. First here is duck going into the water.
Duck going into the water.
I think you're a little close there, aren't you? Yeah.
Oh, Major Bowes, before I do my double whistle, I wonder if I could tell you a little incident that happened in an omnibus in London, where a man was accused of, or convicted of homicide. He got into court, and the judge asked him, he said...
you were going to ask me if you might tell that.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, no.
Would you mind if I do tell it?
I'd be delighted to have you. Go
Thank you very much. I think it will interest people.
Judge Myrt, I want to keep the record clear. All right, let's have it.
Thank you, Major Bowes. Well, the man got into court, and the judge said to him, "Tell me, my man, why did you do this? Have you anything to say?" "Well, my lord, it was like this. I got into a bus, and a lady got into the bus after me and sat down beside me. And she wanted to get out her fare. So she opened her bag and took out a purse and closed the bag and opened the purse and took out a penny and closed the purse and opened the bag and put in the purse and closed the bag. Well, then the conductor went past her, so she put her penny away again. She opened her bag and took out the purse and closed the bag and opened the purse and put back the penny and closed the purse and opened the bag and put in the purse and closed the bag. Well, then the conductor came round and said, 'Fares, please.' So she opened her bag and took out the purse and closed the bag and opened the purse and took out a penny and closed the purse and opened the bag and put in the purse and closed the bag. Well, then the conductor clipped her a ticket. So she had to put her ticket away again. So she opened the bag and took out the purse and closed the bag and opened the purse and put in the ticket and closed the purse and opened the bag and put in the purse and closed the bag. Well, then the inspector came along and said, 'Madam, I want to see your ticket.' So she opened the bag and took out the purse and closed the bag and opened the purse and took out a ticket and closed the purse and opened the bag and put in the purse and closed the bag. Then the inspector said, 'Thank you, madam, that ticket's in order.' So she had to put it away again. So she opened the bag, took out the purse and closed the bag and opened the purse and put in the ticket and closed the purse and opened the bag and put in the purse and closed the bag. Then the conductor came along and said, 'Madam, your fare ends here. You must pay another penny.' So she opened the bag and took out the purse and closed the bag and opened the purse and took out a penny and closed the purse and opened the bag and put in the purse and closed the bag. Then the conductor clipped her another ticket. So she had to put it away. So she opened the bag and took out the purse and closed the bag and opened the purse and put in the ticket and closed the purse and opened the bag and put in the purse and closed the bag. Then another inspector came along and said, 'Madam, I want to see your ticket, please.' So she had to get it out. So she opened the bag and took out the purse and closed the bag and opened the purse and took out the ticket and closed the purse and opened the bag and put in the purse and closed the bag. Then the inspector said, 'Thank you, madam, your ticket's in order.' So she opened the bag and took out the purse and closed the bag and opened the purse and put in the ticket and closed the purse and opened the bag and put in the purse and closed the bag. Then the conductor came along and said, 'Madam, you must pay another penny.' So she opened the bag and the judge said to him, 'My God, if you go on like that, I'll strangle you.' 'My lord,' said the man, 'that is exactly what I did to the woman.'"
Well, I think we'll have to jump down to an example of your whistling, double melody and counterpoint whistling. Double-tone whistlers we've had, that is, whistling in thirds isn't uncommon. But counterpoint whistling requires two completely independent whistles in second, third, fourth, in fact, all of the intervals. Now, let's first have just the double melody. That particular thing is a fragment of the second movement of Beethoven's Seventh Symphony. Now give us the same thing in counterpoint. All right. I don't know if anybody else can do it. I never heard of it. Now we'll finish up with the Indian love call in double tone. All right. The telephone in New York is Murray Hill 89933, and in Mansfield, the telephone is Maine 9900. And that's John Tucker of London. This is William Hetherington from McKeesport, Pennsylvania. Very handsome boy in the uniform of the United States Navy. What's your rating, William?
Electrician's mate, third class, Major.
Now say that again.
Electrician's mate, third class.
What ship?
USS Tuscaloosa.
Oh, my. That's the Tuscaloosa the president went fishing.
Yes, sir, Major. That's the ship. And he's quite a fisherman, too. He caught more fish than the rest of the men on the ship put together.
Good for him. Do you recommend the Navy as a career for boys?
Well, yes, but it's not so easy to get into. You sort of have to be physically perfect and be of good character.
Mm-hmm. What did you say is the percentage of rejections?
Oh, but most of the fellows are well-behaved and I like nice girls who can dance.
I see. What's your favorite ballad?
White Sails is what I like to sing.
All right, let's have it. Nick Henry.
White sails beneath a yellow moon sail on across the sea. White sails will reach a harbor soon where my heart longs to be. Someone is watching and waiting so patiently, watching for you, waiting for me. White sails will find our blue lagoon for you, my love and me.
Someone is watching and waiting so patiently, watching for you, waiting for me. White sails will find our blue lagoon for you, my love, and me.
William Hetherington, USS Tuscaloosa. And here's where you'll find our wanderers. The swing school unit until Sunday at the Palomar Theater, Seattle, Washington. Monday, Centralia. Wednesday and Thursday, Victoria, British Columbia. Beginning next Friday at the Beacon Theater in Vancouver. 5th anniversary unit opens tomorrow week at the Rivoli Theater, Toledo, Ohio. World's Fair unit starts tomorrow week at the Palace Theater, Stamford, Connecticut. And so the Wheel of Fortune spins thanks to you and the Chrysler Corporation. This is a reminder to all vacations who expect to visit New York and who think they've talent for this program to send us a letter letting us know when you'll be here or communicate with us upon your arrival, and you'll be giving a prompt appointment. Martha Booker, blues singer. Martha, will you tell us a little bit of yourself?
I'll tell you everything about myself, Major Bowles, because I am not looking for a husband.
All right, a true confession, huh?
I'm 5'1", and I weigh 235 pounds.
That's very complete information, I think.
Oh, I ain't told you nothing yet. I have 8 children, and I'm a grandmother, too. I've been singing all my life. So I thought I'd come over and let you hear me.
It just is about time.
Next to singing, I'm a good cook.
What's your specialty?
What's my special? Short meat and a long gravy. I like to cook best.
My salivary glands just woke up and said, "White cat?" All right, now what's your song?
After You Gone.
All right, let's have it.
After you gone, and left me crying. After you gone, there's no denying. You feel blue, you feel sad. You miss the best time you ever had. There'll come a time, now don't forget it. There'll come a time when you'll regret it. Oh, babe, look what you're doing. You know you're going to drive my heart to ruin. After you're gone away. I say, Lord, after you're gone, and left me crying. After you're gone, and left me crying. You feel blue, you feel sad. You miss the best baby you ever had. There'll come a time, I don't forget it. There'll come a time when you regret it. Oh, baby, look what you're doing. You know you're going to drive my heart into ruin. After you're gone away.
All right, Bob, if you will now. Gina Valenti, a little 7-year older, and she walks up with an accordion. Gina, what is it you do to entertain?
I play the piano and accordion and I dance.
Is that all? What's your daddy do?
He gives lessons
On what?
on piano.
I see. And what is it daddy? I'm talking that way, too. Thinking about that long gravy, I think, and short meat. What did your daddy suggest that you play for us?
I'm going to play Dark Eyes on the accordion.
And on the piano?
Soffergetto by Bach and Gina Swing by Lauren Cook.
All right, a popular classic. Let's have it now on your accordion. All right, dear. Now at the piano. All right. Little 7-year-older with many accomplishments. Now, Alexander Pirov. Alexander Pirov, he's 30 and he's a baritone. Where's your home, Alexander?
In Bulgaria. But at present moment, I'm for 2 months already in America.
All right. You speak English pretty well.
I went to American college in Turkey. That's Romberg College. And I speak some other languages, I think, better than American.
Are you employed?
No, I'm visitor. And my father owns large wine business in Bulgaria.
I see. How do you like America?
Oh, it's a wonderful country, wonderful tempo, very, very nice woman. And I never saw so many nice women at the same place, like in America. And they're very well built and very sporty.
We're getting a variety of opinions tonight. You're married, I take it.
No, I don't need to be married.
I see.
And could I sing to you a Russian gypsy song?
Yes, all right, let's have it. You're a little nervous. All right, come on. Brush and tip yourself.
Что так грустно, эх, дай гитару, запеть песню про любовь. И поехать лучше к яру, разогреть шампанским кровь. Разогреть шампанским кровь. Эх, ямшки гони, как яро, лошадей, брат, не жалей. Аль, пошел ты к яру, ах, погоняй, брат, поскорей. Ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла, ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла, а погоняй, брат, поскорей. Иль поехать лучше к яру, разогнать шампанским кровь. Эх, ямшки гони, как яру, лошадей, брат, не жалей. Поедем к яру, ах, погоняй, брат, поскорей. Ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла. Ай, поедем к яру, ах, погоняй, брат,
Our telephone lines will be open for another half hour to receive your votes. In New York, telephone Murray Hill 89933. In Mansfield, call Maine 9900. On subsequent broadcast nights, Major Bose will bring you the official news about the 1940 models of the other three of our great cars. Next Thursday will be devoted to the beautiful Chrysler for 1940. I doubt if I've ever seen Major Bose as excited as he is tonight about this great new 1940 Plymouth. And it's no wonder. The 1940 Plymouth has new style, new bigness, and a new ride that will astonish you. Major Bose has been all over this great car many times in the last few weeks, but his most thrilling experience was his demonstration ride. Now, the important thing is to have you get this same thrill. Your Plymouth is waiting for you. This low-priced beauty with the luxury ride. Go round to your Plymouth dealer this very weekend. Get this new, big, roomy, powerful car out on the road. See how sweetly it handles. Enjoy a riding comfort beyond anything you ever believed possible. When you come back, you'll say, well, that's certainly the biggest thrill I ever got out of a motor car. Major?
Thank you, Ralph. I just have a message from Howard Pagley of the Rivoli Theater in Toledo. Telephone for Red Bill Lane to join our 5th anniversary unit opening there a week from tomorrow. What shall I do with the days and the hours that must be counted ere I resume this place? How shall I charm the interval that lowers between this time and that sweet time of grace? Until Thursday next, then, I thank you for Chrysler Corporation, its dealers, the amateurs, and myself. Good evening, friends.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Information, please. Wake up, America. Time to stump the experts. This is the program in which the worm turns and the public gets its revenge. Send us questions with the right answers. 4 wise men guarantee to answer them correctly or pay you $5 for every question that finds them not wise enough. Each question accepted wins you $2. You can win, therefore, as much as $7 per question if you're lucky and Information Please is not. Our master of ceremonies is Clifton Fadiman, literary critic of the New Yorker magazine. Mr. Fadiman.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Good evening, everybody. We have with us tonight 4 good men and true. Franklin P. Adams, columnist to the New York Post. John Kieran, sports expert extraordinary and amateur astronomer. Mark Duffield, day news editor of the New York Herald Tribune. And as our distinguished guest of honor, a gentleman who rivals Mr. Adams in his knowledge of Shakespeare and Mr. Kieran in his knowledge of sports, Mr. Gene Tunney. Mr. Tunney has done a great many things in his life, but I doubt whether he has ever been in the position in which he finds himself tonight. Good luck to you, Mr. Tunney. There's just a chance you'll need it. And now, gentlemen, the rules. I'll put the questions to the entire board. If you know the answer, raise your hand. A question composed of no more than 2 parts must be answered by 1 man. But if it has more parts than that, and many of them do, the board may cooperate. If any part is answered wrong, we lose $5. When you hear that cash register ring, that means the questioner is getting his $5. Ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, we'd like you to remember that Information Please is a spontaneous and completely unrehearsed program. Anything may happen, and probably will. Here we go. The first question comes from Dr. Henry Sloan of Newcastle, Pennsylvania. He wants you to give 5 common expressions which use the names of nations or peoples. For example, we say to take French leave, don't we? The French, by the way, say to take English leave. Another example of the perennial friendship existing among the 2 people. Now, I'll ask you to name, give us 5 more like that. Mr. Duffield.
If we can't answer a question, we're in Dutch, huh?
Yes, that's very true. Oh, that was an answer. Yes, I get it. Very clever. Pretty good. That's 1. You don't have to stick to the Dutch if you don't wish. Let's have another. Mr. Kieran?
An Irish bull.
An Irish bull, perfectly all right. You want to explain that?
Why, yes, where you're asking for information and the man tells you that the first cow you meet on the hill is the bull. That would be an Irish bull.
Yes, very. That's 2. Mr. Adams.
Welsh rabbit.
Welsh rabbit, very good. Perfectly all right. Why do they call it Welsh rabbit? Do you know, Mr. Adams?
No, I don't. I don't have to know.
Oh, no, you don't have to know. That's 3. Mr. Duffield.
Swedish rub. Or massage.
Well, I wouldn't call that exactly a metaphorical expression. That is an actual kind of massage invented in Sweden, I suppose.
Probably because it warms you up in a cold country.
Well, that's very probably true. Very probably true. You're thinking fast tonight, Mr. Duffield. Mr. Kieran.
A Chinaman's chance.
A Chinaman's chance is very good. That's 4. Let's have another one. How about when Greek meets Greek? They start a restaurant, for example. There's 1. Let's have another.
Scotch marriage.
What is a Scotch marriage?
I don't know. A Scotch woodcock.
Scotch woodcock. Welsh rabbit and Scotch woodcock. Yes. Well, that gives us 5. I can think of many others, such as It's the Gypsy in Me. There's 1.
Pixie.
Gypsy, Mr. Kieran. Or probably the most popular phrase of all involving the name of a nation, which is simply make mine Scotch. All right, that's 1. 2. This one from Mr. Leonard Halsey of Boston, Massachusetts. What recent news event is suggested by the following figures? 1, 30 every Thursday. You have to get 4 out of 5 on this. 30 every Thursday, Mr. Tunney.
The man in California who won over Senator McAdoo.
Yes. How does the phrase 30 every Thursday come into the picture?
He promises them $30 every Thursday if he's elected. That is, all people over 55.
Yes, that's the Maid's Day Out, isn't it, Thursday?
I think Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday is the Maid's Day Out.
Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah. Well, someone come along and offer them something Wednesday and Thursday.
Well, if he does, he's got to pay 60.
Got to pay $60. Well, you got to be elected mayor of 2 states on that basis. That's correct. Now let's have the second one, which is £10 million. £10 million. Mr. Duffield.
That's the amount that England is thinking of lending to Czechoslovakia.
To do what?
Oh, to sort of soothe their feelings for having given away the Sudetenland.
Yes, just a little tip. That's 10 million pounds. That's correct. 32 hours. 32 hours. Mr. Tunney,
That's the new demand of the auto workers in the strike in Detroit. They want a 32-hour week.
yes, so with Homer Martin made that offer to Henry Ford. That's quite correct. 4-0. 4-0. 4-0. Mr. Kieran.
Score of the last World Series.
Thought you weren't going to get that, Mr. Kieran. And 366 to 144. 366 to 144. I think we may get them on that. They're all right, though. They've got 4 out of 5. Anybody want to take a chance on that? I won't lower the figures either. Don't bargain with me. 366 to 144, Mr. Duffys.
Well, now suppose I make a guess that
No doubt you will.
hoping I guessed right, that it was the British parliamentary vote in favor of Chamberlain's Munich peace.
Absolutely correct. The next question from Elaine Harris of Chicago, Illinois, has to do with Shakespeare, Mr. Adams' favorite author. Answer the following questions with appropriate quotations from Shakespeare. 1. What would you say about a doctor who jokes about removing your appendix? Mr. Kieran.
The most unkindest cut of all.
Very good. Think of another? That'd be perfectly good. Mr. Adams?
Out, damned spot.
Yes, if you call an appendix a spot, I'd let it go. He jests at scars who never felt a wound would be, of course, the absolutely proper response, but not as funny as the others. 2, what would a young lady say who mistakenly pets a skunk? I mean a real skunk, an animal. What would a young lady say who mistakenly pets a skunk, Mr. Duffield?
A rose by any other name would smell as sweet.
Well, I don't think so. No. Don't think I'll let that one go. Mr. Kieran?
There's something rotten in the state of Denmark.
Yes, if that were a Danish skunk. Think of another one. Using the word Arabia. Lady Macbeth. Remember that? Anything that Lady Macbeth says? Or is it Lady Macbeth? All the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand. All right. I got that myself. Well, I think the contributions we've got will be satisfactory for that. Try the third one. What would a confirmed bachelor say to a friend about to wed? This isn't so easy. What would a confirmed bachelor say to a friend about to wed? That's not so easy. In fact, I don't think it's fair. Awful hard. The answer is, a young man married is a man that's marred. Famous line from All's Well That Ends Well. Any of you recollect that line? Mr. Duffy looks very intelligent about that.
I've heard
Do you remember it, Mr. Tunney?
No.
Well, I may be wrong then. Maybe Shakespeare didn't write it. Think he did. That's one wrong. Here's one really up your alley, Mr. Tunney. What would you say when a prize fighter socks his opponent on the button? Give a line from Shakespeare which would be appropriate under those circumstances. Mr. Kieran.
Oh, what a fall was there, my countryman.
Hey, very good. Very good. Think of any others. Think of any others.
'Tis bitter cold, and I am sick at heart.
Oh, go on. Mr. Adams, you're just trying to put something over on me. Well, we got 3 out of 4, which is all we were asked for on that. The next. From John Cecil Holmes of the Players Club, New York. Mr. Holmes is the co-author of 3 Men on a Horse. And his question has nothing whatsoever to do with horses, I don't think. If you are listening to your radio and you heard the announcer say the following things, not all on the same day, of course, to what different sporting events would he be referring? Now, we have to get all of these. Suppose he said the time for that event was 10 2/5 seconds. What sporting event? Mr. Tunney.
He could
Now, remember, 10 2/5.
10 2. He could talk about a 100-yard dash.
That's correct.
It'd be pretty slow 100-yard dash.
Oh, fast for you and me.
100-meter be better.
100-meter would be better?
Yes.
We'll correct it now. Next edition. 2, he made a stab at it. Suppose he said he made a stab at it. I think that might go for a number of games, but one in particular. Mr. Kieran, what would you say?
Well, I'd say baseball.
I'd say baseball, too. Let's both say baseball.
Right.
Baseball. Right. 3, they are running shoulder to shoulder. They are running shoulder to shoulder. Mr. Tunney?
A horse race.
There is where you're wrong. I don't think they say of horses that they're running shoulder to shoulder. Or do they? Mr. Kieran, what would you say?
Well, I would say they would say that. They wouldn't say withers to withers, would they?
No, wouldn't they say neck and neck, though?
Yes.
Yeah, shoulder.
Don't think you ordinarily are forced to say shoulder to shoulder. I may be mistaken.
Running shoulder to
It's a
shoulder.
long time
Well,
since I've
relay
been born.
racing or any sort of track.
Could be
Yes.
dog.
Any
Could be
foot
dog
race.
racing.
Any foot race between two and dog racing might be, yes. 4, the ball is being brought into play there. The ball is being, Mr. Tunney?
Football.
Quite correct. 5, I take it easy on this. Both men are slugging away at each other. Their teammates are hurrying over. They are sliding. Got to get this one, or Mr. Holmes gets $5. I'll count up to 5. 1, 2, 5. The answer is ice hockey. Ice hockey, and that's going to cost us $5.
How come?
Don't like that, Mr. Kieran?
No.
Both men are slugging away at each other. Their teammates are hurrying
I
over.
mean,
They are
slugging
sliding.
away at each other. What do you mean by that? Fighting?
Don't they slug in ice hockey?
Not under the rules.
Who said they were playing according to the rules? In this question.
If they're sliding, it'll be very hard to slug because you're probably trying to stay off the ground.
Well,
Ice.
very hard to
First they
slide
slug,
on
and then they
skates,
slide.
too.
Ice hockey is the answer, unless we get calls from the outside saying
I don't
no.
like it. I resent that.
Well, if you want to resign, this is your chance. The next question from Miss Isabel F. Meyer of Saugerties, New York. If you met the following characters in a literary work, where would each be going? If you met the following characters in a literary work, where would each be going? 1, Sheridan. 4 out of 5 on this. Mr. Adams.
Winchester.
Winchester is correct. What poem?
Sheridan's Ride.
Sheridan's Ride. Do you remember the author of the poem? This isn't obligatory.
T. Buchanan Reed.
That's correct. 2, Rosalind. If you met Rosalind, where would she be going? Rosalind? Mr. Kieran?
The Forest of Arden.
To the Forest of Arden. From what play?
As You Like It.
Thank you. 3, The White Rabbit. The White Rabbit. Don't forget to raise hands, gentlemen. The White Rabbit. Mr. Kieran?
The White Rabbit was going somewhere in a hurry. He kept pulling his watch out of his pocket. I see he was going to a tea party, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Whose?
The Red Queens?
Yeah, to the Queen's Garden Party in what?
Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland. Very good. That's 3 out of 3 so far. 4, if you met the Highwaymen, where would the Highwaymen be going? Mr. Kieran again.
He was going to see the landlord's black-haired daughter.
Yes, but where would he be going? Not for what purpose?
The highwayman was riding.
That's enough. Riding.
Right.
Yeah, but where was he going? Where did the black-haired daughter hang out, so to speak?
In her father's inn.
In her father's inn. Well, that's all I was trying to get from you. It's simple as can be. All right, suppose you met the man with 7 wives. Mr. Adams.
St. Ives.
Wait a minute. Where would each be going? He would be going, the man with 7 wives would be going where? To St. Ives?
No, as I was going to St. Ives.
Yes, that's right. Where would the man with 7 wives be going then? Well, he'd be going away from St. Ives. That's perfectly clear. Away from St. Ives. We got 4 out of 5 on that. All right. The next question from Mr. James Howell of Butte, Montana. Oh, this is a dandy. I have to listen to this again. All right. I'm asking you gentlemen to sing a line. Oh, Mr. Kieran loves this. Sing a line from a song mentioning the following people. Johnny, Noah, Lena, Augustine, and McDonald. Not the same song, of course. 5 different songs. You have to get every one of these. First one, Johnny. Mr. Kieran.
Johnny, get your gun, get your gun, get your gun.
That's enough. Very good.
That's too much.
2, Noah. Noah, N-O-A-H, Noah. Mr. Adams, sing
Old
it.
man, I don't know the tune of it. Old man Noah, he knew a thing or two.
That's right. Old man Noah knew a thing or two. We made him all play ball. Old man Noah knew a thing or two.
That'll do.
All right. That's right. 3, Lena. Lena, L-E-N-A. Lena, a line from a song involving Lena. Think back on this one. Goes back several years, I think. How about it, Mr. Kieran? Duffield? Sonny, Mr. Adams.
I don't know the tune to that, but it's, Lena, play once again on your concertina.
Yes, that's right. Is that the one about Lena from Palestina?
I don't know.
I don't know either, but I think that is a line from a poem, from a song that'll do. Where's your sense of melody this evening? Now, usually you sing better than that, Mr. Adams.
I know when I've met my master.
Thanks so much. All right, try Augustine. Augustine, Mr. Tunney.
Oh, believe it, Augustine. It's a baby song.
Oh, I know it's fairly grown up. You've got the line all right. Well, when you were doing what you did, were you singing?
Yes, the kind of singing I do.
Well, that's not so bad. Now, you have one note there that's very well done. Now, 5, McDonald, Mr. Kieran.
Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O.
Really good. All right, 5 out of 5. Can't seem to get them down tonight. The next one from Mr. T. Duane of Brooklyn, New York. Name 4 female characters in Shakespeare's plays who disguise themselves as men. You have to name 4. Mr. Tunney?
Oh, goodness.
All right, take it easy.
Portia.
Yes, Portia. In the play?
The Merchant of Venice.
Quite correct. That's 1. Do you have another one, Mr. Tunney, or do you want to cede your place to Mr.?
Yes.
All right, Mr.
Rosamond in As You Like It.
Quite correct. Rosalind, As You Like It. Very good. You're going fine, Mr. Tunney. Want to let us have 2 more women disguised as men? Volunteers from the rest of the experts. Mr. Kieran, do you have another one?
He took Rosalind right out of my arms.
Mr. Tunney, you give Rosalind back to Mr. Kieran. Mr. Kieran.
Viola in Twelfth Night.
Viola in Twelfth Night. I'm glad you've got someone in your arms. Now, Mr. Adams, you have one. Viola's a cutie, too. I remember her. Mr. Adams, do you have one? That's
No.
3. Mr. Tunney, you can save us all by remembering Portia's sidekick. Do you remember? In the play?
Oh, yes. The
Attaboy.
wife of...
No,
she was the wife of...
No, it was all about a
No, she wasn't.
situation.
Portia was the wife of...
Narissa, that's right, Mr. Adams. Portia and Narissa. That gives us 4. Then there was Julia in Two Gentlemen of Verona and Imogen in Cymbeline. But we've got 4 female characters who disguise themselves as men. The next question, from Buffalo, New York, from Mr. Henry H. Hutchinson. You're asked to identify the following persons from their nicknames. Have to get all on these, 5 out of 5. 1, Old Gimlet Eye. Old Gimlet Eye, Mr. Tunney.
Yes, that's Old Gimlet Eye. They call General Butler of the Marine Corps Old
That's
Gimlet
quite
Eye.
correct. Smedley Butler, the ex-general of the Marines. Very good. 2, the Cincinnatus of the West. The Cincinnatus of the West. This goes rather far back in our American history. Mr. Adams?
Joaquin Miller.
No. I know whom you mean, but I don't think they call him the Cincinnatus of the West. Subject to correction. You may be right. The answer is awfully simple.
Ought to be General Grant.
No, maybe it ought to be, but it isn't. Don't impose your ideas on us, Mr. Duffield. No, the answer is, Mr. Tunney, do you have it? No, the answer is George Washington. That gives us 1 wrong. 3, George Washington, the Cincinnatus of the West. 3, Public Clothes Horse number 1. Public Clothes Horse number 1.
Some general on horseback.
You're pretty warm, Mr. Tunney. You're pretty warm. You've got to name the general, though. You've got to be very specific in naming the general. That's a dandy. Mr. Duffield.
Colonel General Wilhelm Goring.
Yes, General Goring. Public Clothes Horse number 1, a free ad for General Goring. 4, the Widow at Windsor. The Widow at Windsor, Mr. Kieran.
The late Queen Victoria.
Yes, who named her that?
Kipling.
And what happened to him as a result?
He never got knighted.
He lost the laureateship. And the morgue. The morgue. The morgue. M-O-R-G-U-E. The morgue. Mr. Adams?
As a nickname of a
yes.
person?
Oh, no, a place.
No, I know it's a place.
Yes, he says it's a person. Place where they keep newspaper clippings in an office.
Yeah, I don't mean, I mean a person.
Oh.
I mean a person. See if we can get this and save our reputation, as it were.
I don't know. The Secretary of the Treasury.
Yes, Henry Morgenthau, Jr. Call them all. That's correct. Well, that's going to cost us $5. And so far, we have lost $10. Yes, $10 is correct. Now, the next question. Oh, this is a dandy. We've made this question up out of two questions submitted by Mrs. G.H. Wintermute of Washington, D.C., and G. Kennison of Newtonville, Massachusetts. Mr. Milton Cross, the invaluable Mr. Cross, is going to sing, as he says, bits from songs of Gilbert and Sullivan operettas. And we want you to tell what operetta each was taken from. Now, Mr. Cross, are you ready for the first bit of singing?
When the enterprising burglar's not a burgling, not a burgling. When the cutthroat isn't occupied in crime, pied in crime. He loves to hear the little brook a-gurgling, and listen to the merry village chime.
Mr. Adams, I guess you know that one. What's it from?
Pirates of Penzance.
That's right. Who sings the song?
The Sergeant of Police.
That's right, the Sergeant of Police. Very good. Mr. Cross, do you think your voice will hold out for a couple more?
If it doesn't, I'll call on you after.
No, sir. I'd rather go on to the next question in that case. All right, let's have the second.
Fading is the taper waist, shapeless grows the shapely limb, and although severely laced, spreading is the figure trim.
Very good. Mr. Adams, you had your hand up on that one, too.
Patience.
Patience. Who sings that?
Lady with a bass fiddle.
Lady Jane. Lady Jane, Lady Jane. That's what I have down here. All right, let's have the third one, Mr. Cross. Gee, Mr. Adams knows this stuff.
I often think in comical, fa-la-la-la, fa-la-la-la, how nature always does contrive, fa-la-la-la-la, that every boy and every girl that's born into the world alive is either a little liberal or else a little conservative.
Thank you. Mr. Adams, you knew the answer on that one?
Sergeant Willis in Iolanthe.
Yes, he was a private, though. Don't promote him. Iolanthe is correct. 3 out of 4 for Mr. Adams. Must have spent his entire youth listening to Gilbert and Sullivan. Did you, Mr. Adams?
Last night.
Let's have the fourth and last.
In enterprise of martial kind, when there was any fighting, he led his regiment from behind. He found it less exciting. But when away his regiment ran, his place was at the 4-0. That celebrated, cultivated, underrated nobleman, the Duke of Plaza Toro.
Very good. Mr. Adams?
The Gondoliers.
Oh, I guess we can't catch you. 4 out of 4. And Mr. Adams establishes himself as Gilbert and Sullivan expert number 1. The next question from Miss Lenore K. Snodgrass. Thank you very much, Mr. Cross. From Duluth, Minnesota. Give 5 books whose titles include the name of a piece of furniture or house furnishings. For example, Wife versus Secretary. Get the idea? I'll repeat it in Latin for you, Mr. Kieran, if you wish. 5 books whose titles include the name of a piece of furniture or house furnishing. You know, think of tables, chairs, andirons, curtains. Mr. Adams.
The Great Gatsby.
The Great Gatsby. Oh, great. I get it. Great. Yep. You ought to be fired for that one, Mr. Adams. All right, that'll do. We have to accept those things from Mr. Adams. Let's have another. I'll give you one to start you off. The Autocrat of the Breakfast Table by Oliver Wendell Holmes would be one. But I said that. You didn't say that, gentlemen. Mr. Adams.
The Professor at the Breakfast Table.
Oh, my. I think that's unfair. Have to accept it. No sense of ethics, Mr. Adams. No sense of ethics. 2. We have to get 3 more. Think about your houses. Think about your furniture. Mr. Adams.
The House of Seven Gables.
The House of Seven Gables will not do. It's not a piece of furniture. And an indoor gable I have never seen. No, I don't. Make it House of Seven Tables, and I'll let it go. 3 more. Gee, we're going to stump them on this one. Pictures, beds, curtains, screens.
The Portrait of Dorian Gray.
Very good. Yes, that'll do. Portrait of Dorian Gray. Very good, by Oscar Wilde. It's excellent, Mr. Tunney. Score for Mr. Tunney on that. That's 3. Can't give you very much more time. Gentlemen, want to get on to the next question? Miss Snodgrass is waiting for her $5. Mr. Adams.
Fun in Bed.
Fun in Bed? Yeah. That's the name of a book of entertainment. Quite right. Fun in Bed, that's 4. I'll now count up to my usual 5. 1, 2, Mr. Duffield.
Parlor, bedroom, and bath.
All right, I'll let that go. Just saved by the skin of your teeth. Parlor, bedroom, and bath. No, I won't let that go. Because bath there is a room. It's not a piece of furniture. No?
Twin beds.
Twin beds is all right, Mr. Tunney. Thank you very much. That's 5 out of 5. The next question from Ruth Hayes of Cincinnati. You're asked to explain the following terms which are current in international news. 4 of them. Enclave or enclave. I don't know quite how that's pronounced. E-N-C-L-A-V-E.
Would you please repeat the question?
Yes. Explain the following terms which are current in international news. Enclave. Have to ask for a pretty precise definition on that. All right, it's a group of one nationality living within another nation and surrounded by that other nationality. Well, that, I'm afraid, is going to cost us $5. We're going to have to get 4 out of 4 on this one. Let's have Realpolitik now. R-E-A-L-P-O-L-I-T-I-K, Mr. Duffield.
That is a German expression meaning that they are practical politicians rather than idealists.
Yes. Do you know where the phrase, it's a group of one nationality living within another nation and surrounded by that other nationality? Well, that, I'm afraid, is going to cost us $5. We're going to have to get 4 out of 4 on this one. Let's have Realpolitik now. R-E-A-L-P-O-L-I-T-I-K, Mr. Duffield.
That is a German expression meaning that they are practical politicians rather than idealists.
Yes. Do you know where the phrase, it's a group of one nationality living within another nation.
Dives. Saint.
And surrounded by that other nationality. Well, that, I'm afraid, is going to have Realpolitik now. R-E-A-L-P-O-L-I-T-I-K, Mr. Duffield.
That is a German expression meaning that they are practical politicians.
Where would each be going?
Rather than idealists.
Yes. Do you know where the phrase, it's a group of one nationality living within another nation.
Dives. Saint.
And surrounded
Dives.
by that other nationality. Well, that, I'm afraid, is going to have Realpolitik now. R-E-A-L-P-O-L-I-T-I-K, Mr. Duffield.
That is a German expression meaning that they are practical politicians.
Where would each be going?
Rather than idealists.
Wait a minute. Yes. And surrounded. Do you know where the phrase, it's a group of one nationality living within another nation.
Dives. Dives.
By that other nationality. Well, that, I'm afraid, is going to have Realpolitik now. R-E-A-L. Honestly, cannot tell you, ladies and gentlemen, but if anybody can make Harpo Marx open up and tell all, it's information, please, next week. Now, Mr. Cross, will you take the mic and remind our audience of the rules once more? Information, please, thanks you and asks you to come again.
Thank you, Mr. Fadiman. We meet again next week at 8:30 for another battle of the public versus the experts. Please send us questions, any number of them, with the correct answers. And don't get worried if our editorial staff changes or edits your question slightly. Remember, $2 per question if we use it, and an additional 5 spot if the board flops on it. All questions become the property of Information Please. Send them to Information Please, National Broadcasting Company, Radio City, New York. Until next Tuesday evening at 8:30, good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Big Sister, the story of Ruth Wayne and her problems as a woman, as well as a nurse, a wife, and a mother. Today's episode in just a moment after this message from our sponsor. It's about 10:30 in the morning on Founders Day in Glen Falls. And the town is quiet with a holiday quiet that is different from a Sunday quiet. For under the silence, there's a stir of excitement as people begin preparing in different ways to celebrate. Reed Bannister dropped by at Ruth Wayne's about an hour ago, picked up her young son Richard, and took him with him while he made a call. He told himself he was doing it so that Ruth could sleep just a little later. But perhaps he was doing it for other reasons, too. They're on their way home now, driving through the shaded streets. And Reed is saying,
Awful lot of flags out today, Richard. Have you noticed? Practically every house we've passed.
Oh, yeah. Looks awfully pretty. I put ours up first thing this morning.
I know, I saw it.
Someday I'd like to have a real big flagpole, like the one on the square, right out on the lawn. Dr. Bannister?
Yes, Richard?
Do you remember things about when you were a boy, my age?
Well, of course. Why?
I don't know. Because I keep trying to remember things now. Special things I pick out. So that I'll be able to tell my kid about when I grow up. But sometimes it gets a little mixed up. I actually saw, remember myself, and what I just heard about.
I know. It does get a little mixed up sometimes.
For instance, like today, the Founders' Day. It wasn't always the way it is now. The way we celebrate now. Was it?
No, Richard, it was very different when I was your age.
Different? How? Do you remember, Dr. Bannister?
Yes, indeed, I remember. Saving money for weeks before, buying firecrackers, salutes, rockets, sparklers, just like for the 4th of July. Getting up early in the morning to shoot them off, but saving some for the evening when you could see the flashes. Then the parades and the speeches, the big fireworks show.
We still have them, the parades and speeches, but not the fireworks. But even they're different, I think. The things that are the same. Why, Dr. Bannister? Do you know?
Well, I think so, Richard. I'm not sure, but everything's different now, the whole world, from what it was when I was a boy. We were just one country then, America, in a very big world. That's what all the speeches were about, America. How we became free and how we were always going to stay free. But now it's not such a big world anymore. It's a very small one, just a few hours by plane from anywhere to anywhere else. And we've also discovered that we can't think in terms of just one country any longer, our own.
Yeah. You going to the parade, Dr. Bannister?
Well, yes, Richard, I think so. Whoa! Almost went past your house.
There's Mother. Hello, Ma.
Hello, Richard. Hello, Reed. How about coming in and having brunch with us?
Well, I don't know, Ruth.
Ah, come on, Dr. Bannister. Please. It'll be fun.
All right, Richard. Then maybe I will.
Another cup of coffee, Reed?
Thanks, no, Ruth. I couldn't manage another thing.
Me either. Gee, it was swell, though. Wonderful pancake.
Thank you, Richard.
Can I be excused now and go outside?
Oh, I think so.
Is that all right?
Well, yes, Richard. We'll see you in a little while.
Swell. So long.
Oh, my, I wish I could move as fast as that on a full stomach. You mind if I smoke, Ruth?
Oh, no, of course not. I still haven't thanked you for taking him with you this morning.
Nothing to thank me for. I enjoyed it. Did you get a chance to rest?
For a while. And to do a lot of things around the house I hadn't been able to do since I got back from New York.
Good.
Reed, how did he seem when he was with you?
Richard? Well, fine, Ruth. Why?
Well, I don't know. I've been a little worried about him. How he's taking all this. John's being away. I've spent all the time with him I possibly could, but I wonder if that's enough.
But why, Ruth? Has he said anything?
No. That's just it. He hasn't. He hasn't even mentioned John's name since the night I got back from New York.
Oh, I see.
Did he say anything about him to you while he was out with you this morning?
No, not directly, but there was something.
What, Reed?
Well, he asked me if I could remember things that had happened when I was a boy his age. He said that he was trying to remember things that were happening now so that he could tell his sons about them when he grew up. And it seems to me, it was probably an attempt to establish some sort of continuity in his life, make himself feel that he was part of something that existed before he was born and that would continue to exist afterwards.
Because he felt that the continuity had been broken. That something was missing.
Possibly.
I'm sure of it. The lack of security, fear, shows itself in different ways. In Richard's case, he's trying to compensate for it himself. Promise himself that what happened between his father and him won't happen as far as he and his children are concerned. It's incredible. And it's frightening.
The things that go on in their heads?
The things that they just seem to know, to sense, when no one's ever put them into words. Not just Richard, all children. A feeling of hostility between parents, even though they try and cover it up when the child is around. Somehow the child always knows it and reacts to it. It can show itself in any number of strange ways, and it may not show itself for years. But it's always there.
I don't think you have to worry too much about Richard. He seems to be making the adjustment himself, if it's going to be a permanent one.
How can anyone ever make the adjustment by himself, Reed? Especially a child. I'm going to have to be very careful from now on. Continue to spend all the time I possibly can with him. And try and give him everything that he would normally get from both a mother and a father.
Do you have to do it all by yourself? Isn't there anyone who can help you?
What do you mean, Reed? Who?
I don't know, Ruth. I just... Never mind.
The story of Big Sister will continue after this message from our sponsor. Let's go to New York now, to the one-room apartment on Washington Square where John Wayne is just opening the door.
Good morning, John. May I come in?
Why, Diane?
Because I'd like to. Because I haven't really seen anyone, talked to anyone in days.
Well, I don't suppose I... All right, Diane, come in.
Thanks. Had breakfast yet?
No?
Neither have I. Couldn't we have it together? There are a couple of outdoor cafes just up from the square.
Oh, I don't think so, Diane. I don't feel very much like it. I'm not hungry.
Oh. Well, all right. Maybe you will be later.
I doubt it. Diane, you been in touch with anyone in Glen Falls since you came here?
No. Why should I? Who, for instance?
Dr. Carroll. After all, you are fairly close to him. He called here yesterday.
Dad? What did he want?
He wanted to know if I'd seen you, how you were, where you were staying.
What did you say?
Well, I told him I'd seen you once, but that if I saw you again, I'd tell you to call him.
Oh. I suppose I should call him one of these days.
Where are you staying, by the way?
At Riverside Hospital.
Riverside Hospital?
Yes. I couldn't seem to find a room, and I needed a job anyway, so I went there.
Huh.
They were short of trained personnel, and well, now I'm working there, living there.
Well, that's fine, Diane. That's swell.
Helps fill up the time, working. Are you sure you won't change your mind and come out and have breakfast with me?
No, I don't think so, Diane. I just don't feel like it.
I'm sorry, John. I know I shouldn't keep after you, but, well, somehow I feel more restless and jittery than usual today.
Why?
I don't know. Yes, I do. It's the city. Being here now. It seems filled with people who have no place to go. You can see it in their faces. They know that they're the ones who are unloved, unwanted, and they resent it.
Unloved and unwanted. Rather fitting that the two of us should be here, then.
But does it have to be, John?
What do you mean?
Do we always have to be shoved around, put into pigeonholes, filed in the dead letter office? After all, there are two of us, both in the same boat. Can't we fight against it? Make our own kind of life, in spite of the rest of the world?
Fighting? I'm tired of fighting, Diane. For what?
Oh, I'm not asking for your love, John, not now. And I'm not asking for anything for myself. It's for both of us. Just to show them that they can't go on doing this to us. That we don't need them, need anyone. Because we've got ourselves and each other.
Show them. That we, the dispossessed, the pariah, show them that we're still people. Oh, I don't know, Diane. I don't... All right. We will show them. Come on.
Where are we going?
I don't know. Out somewhere, anywhere. We'll show them.
And so, out of loneliness, John Wayne makes his first gesture towards Diane. A gesture that will be only the first of many, and that will lead to a disastrous climax. Now a message from our sponsor. Join us tomorrow on Big Sister. Lee Stevens speaking. Big Sister is a production of Nana Radio.
Alka-Seltzer, first aid for the relief of headaches, acid indigestion, and muscular aches and pains. Alka-Seltzer brings you Hilltop House. This is Sandy Becker. Here's something many folks could probably say about their experiences with Alka-Seltzer.
Well, actually, there isn't too much to say. It's just that I had a headache last night.
And I had him take a glass of Alka-Seltzer.
In almost no time, my headache was gone.
Well, I think that's wonderful.
It is wonderful, friends, the way Alka-Seltzer relieves a headache so fast. But that's not surprising because tests prove the system absorbs more pain reliever faster from Alka-Seltzer. And here's something you might not have known. Alka-Seltzer is so gentle-acting, it actually soothes and settles your stomach while it speeds away your headache. No wonder so many people say there's nothing quite like Alka-Seltzer.
Like I said before, you should try Alka-Seltzer.
It relieves a headache fast.
And now, Hilltop House.
Is that you, Eleanor? Come on in, dear. Well, hi. You want something special?
No. Can I just sit here and watch you get dressed? I'd love to.
And I'd love to have you sit here. I knew my Hilltop girls and boys were finding every possible excuse to be with me. They were looking forward to my wedding day with great excitement, but it would be a day of sadness, too. I'd no longer be at the orphanage to share their fun and talk over their problems. They were getting accustomed to the new head matron, niece of our orphanage board chairman, Mr. Frank Clabber. It was a time of change for these children to whom life had already brought cruel changes. So I gave many hours to them, trying to help them through the fear that was only natural in a time of changes. 10-year-old Eleanor was the shyest of all the little girls, and she was the third one to come in and watch me dress for the dinner party.
I won't be in your way if I sit over here?
Well, that's too far away, honey. Come on. Over here on the bed, dear. Now, what's your opinion on these earrings? You think they're too large for me?
Oh, no. I think they're just super.
Well, which would be better with the dress, these or these?
Well, try both of them on, and then I'll be able to tell you better. Oh, you're putting one kind on this ear and the other on that one.
Who knows? Maybe I'll go to the party wearing one of each. They would set a new style.
Oh, Miss Julie, you're always such a lot of fun. And Miss Gladys is... Oh, well, nothing. Hannah says she's sweet.
She is.
Well, she keeps thinking my name is Ellen. Every time I have to tell her it's Eleanor, and she says, "Of course, dear, of course." And it's 2 minutes after that she's calling me Ellen again.
Well, honey, this is sort of a difficult time for her, getting adjusted to a new job and all of you children, and she's probably too nervous to concentrate on everything. She'll learn your names before long, honey.
I suppose so. But she isn't pretty like you.
Well, I just hope all of you grow to love her, and then you'll think she's pretty, too. Now, which earring is better, dear? The rhinestone or the pearl?
They're both so pretty. I guess I like the rhinestone better because it's sparkly.
You sure you don't want me to wear one of each?
Oh, you wouldn't.
Oh, you want to dare me? It'd be different. My ears would start plenty of table talk.
You better not do it, because it would be too different.
Guess so.
Who's coming to the party?
Well, this is the family dinner. Nina and Jeff and Reed and me. Next week's the big buffet supper for all of our close friends and some of the doctors at Jeff's hospital.
Are you just having dinner? Is that all?
Well, after dinner, we'll drive over to the country club for dancing. And what are your plans for the evening, Miss Eleanor?
Ooh, I don't have any plans.
You're staying at home?
Oh, no. I'm going to stay with Cindy and Mary Ann, because Mr. and Mrs. Abbott are going to the early movie. I like to go there. They always get ice cream when they come home. My favorite this week is pistachio.
Oh, it's delish.
It's going to be lonesome when you're not here anymore.
Oh, I don't think it will be, dear, just different. And remember, I'm going to invite you to come to visit me after I get back from the honeymoon. And don't worry, honey. Well, I'll get together with all of you real often.
Will you invite the whole gang?
Well, maybe 2 or 3 at a time. Once in a while, the whole gang.
Well, that's something to look forward to. Hannah says we should be thankful you aren't getting married to a husband who lives in some other town.
That's right.
It is going to be different.
Yes, Eleanor. Things keep changing, and that's part of life, honey. We have to get used to the changes and try to make ourselves as happy as we can.
I wish nothing had to change.
Sometimes I feel that way, dear, too, but we do learn how to accept the changes, and it doesn't mean things are going to be worse. Sometimes changes are for the better.
Oh, yes. Hannah says it'll be better for you to be married, so all of us want you to be. We don't mind that. We're just sorry you can't get married and stay here, too.
I know it's hard for you to imagine Hilltop without me, dear, and it's making you a little afraid, but Mrs. Clabber is very kind. And once you get used to her, you'll find Hilltop hasn't changed so much. It would be a mistake to be unhappy because you're getting a new head matron. That isn't giving her a fair chance. Now is it?
Well, I'll try to like her, honestly. But it won't be the same, because we liked you first.
Dr. Browning. Oh, yes. Yes? Well, no. I'd say about every 2 hours. That's fine. And let me know how you feel in the morning. All right, goodbye.
Jeff?
Yes, Nina?
Are you in your office?
Yes, I am. I'm all dressed, and I want to look up a letter.
Will you zip me off? It's in the back.
What would you do if I weren't around?
Struggle?
And hope you wouldn't dislocate your shoulder. Yeah. What kind of style is this with a long run of zipper?
Don't criticize before you see. It's a sheath dress. And it's stunning if you've got the figure for it.
Which you have.
Thank you.
All right, hold your breath. Here we go. It's too small.
How can it be? I haven't had dinner yet.
You should have bought a bigger size. This won't go any further.
Oh, you just locked the zipper. Of course it will. Well, raise up the catch and pull.
Well, this time I'm holding my breath. Yeah, we made it.
How do you like the dress?
Nice shape.
You'll whistle some more when you get the bill.
Yeah, hardly wait.
Oh, it'll surprise you, because it doesn't cost as much as you think.
Well, that's a novelty.
Jeff? Aren't you going to tell me what was in the letter from Dr. Bernays?
Nothing that requires discussion with you, my wifey, dear.
But it is about Reed.
So?
Well, I'm going to be his cousin-in-law, and I'm an interested party, not just the doctor's wife.
I'm not in the habit of discussing medical cases, and I see no reason to make an exception here.
You wouldn't make it so hush-hush if the letter had good news.
Yes, I would, Nina. There's nothing to discuss.
But if it's good news, why can't I read the letter?
Because I delight in frustrating snoops.
Oh, all right.
Nina, you've got to learn that a doctor's business is very private. Your company's here.
Oh, Julie's coming alone. Reed had something to take care of before he could get over.
I wish there were good news in this letter. Dear Dr. Browning, it'll be another week before certain tests are completed, and I can send you a conclusive report on your patient, Reed Nixon. But the indications are...
Just a minute, honey. Well, I hope you're more successful in getting something out of them than I am.
Hello there, Julie.
Hi. Oh, when you're through gabbing, come out and taste my new sauce for the shrimp.
Be delighted to.
Not you. You can starve till dinner.
She's mad at me because she's not a doctor, and therefore I refuse to consult her professionally.
Oh, consult her about what?
Everything. Nina likes to feel she's right in the middle of life. Oh, Julie, I've got a letter here that'll interest you.
Oh, have you heard from Dr. Bernays?
Do you remember when Mary Ann had that rash which looked like measles but didn't behave like measles?
Oh, have you got a report on that from the laboratory?
Yes. Here's the letter. You read it while I get this telephone call. Dr. Browning? Yes? Yes.
But this is from Why, it's about Reed.
No, don't read that, Julie. I handed you the wrong letter. Give it back, please. Here's the letter about Mary Ann. In just a moment, we'll return to our story of Hilltop House. In the good old summertime, the man of the house often spends his Saturday mornings out on the golf course, and as he comes home in the afternoon, we hear his first words.
Oh, my aching back.
I thought you'd be aching all over when you came back. The Alka-Seltzer is on the kitchen table, waiting for you.
Now, there's a smart wife, because she knows that Alka-Seltzer relieves muscular aches and pains in a hurry. You see, Alka-Seltzer contains sodium acetyl salicylate, one of the most helpful pain relievers known. And equally important, tests prove the system absorbs more of this pain reliever faster from Alka-Seltzer. It's pleasant to take, too. A tangy, sparkling solution that's really refreshing.
Thanks for the Alka-Seltzer, honey. That should do the trick.
It really will, friends. Gentle, speedy Alka-Seltzer is first aid for muscular aches and pains. And now we'll return to our story for a moment. Julie was worried. Jeff seemed to be alarmed when he accidentally handed her the letter from Dr. Bernays. And it was about Reed.
Jeff didn't want me to see the letter from Dr. Bernays. But why? Unless there's something he doesn't want me to know. But why should he keep it from me? If it concerns Reed, it concerns me, too.
Be sure to tune in on Monday to another exciting episode of Hilltop House. Hilltop House is written by Addie Richton and Lynn Stone and is directed by Jack Rubin. Julie is played by Jan Miner. Robert Haig is Dr. Jeff, and Nina is played by Janice Gilbert. Remember this name, friends, Miles Nervine. Yes, Miles Nervine, to save you from those annoying nights when you feel too much on edge to get to sleep. Now, the beautiful thing about Miles Nervine is that it relaxes you and lets you sleep. It doesn't put you to sleep. That's why you don't feel so let down the next day. Miles Nervine is easy to buy and pleasant to take. So ask for it at any drugstore, effervescent tablets, or liquid. Follow the label, avoid excessive use. Yes, remember this name, Miles Nervine, to let you relax and get the restful sleep you need. Get Miles Nervine today.
Listen to Hilltop House on Monday and every day, Monday through Friday. Sandy Becker speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Thursday, September 19th. The news of Europe. At this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Time, Columbia calls in its correspondents abroad for the latest reports on the economic, diplomatic, and battle fronts. Today we are to hear from Eric Severide in London, Edwin Hautrich in Berlin, and Cecil Brown in Rome. But while we're waiting to hear from Mr. Severide by transatlantic shortwave radio, here's the situation at home. The government has mailed registration forms to the adjutant generals of 48 states. In turn, the states will print the blanks, which 16.5 million men will fill out on October 16th, the day men register for military training. And speaking of conscription, the president is expected to appoint a director of selective service today or tomorrow. After that happens, draft organization is expected to move at a rapid pace. Elsewhere in the nation's capital, the Senate continues debate on the excess profits tax plant amortization bill today, and leaders hope for passage of the measure tonight. The House convenes after a 2-day recess, but there's not much on the calendar. The representatives will get around to picking up a majority leader to Sam Rabin of Texas, who has become Speaker, succeeding the late William B. Bankhead. On the political side of the news, Wendell Willkie is in California today. He'll make a major speech in Los Angeles tonight concerning domestic issues. And now, for the report of Eric Severide, we take you to the British capital. Go ahead, London.
Good morning, this is London. We've had one short alarm so far this morning after the usual night-long plastering over most of London last night. One bomber today dropped a few near the city, and another was shot down in the sea. The Air Ministry says the enemy last night scattered high-explosive bombs blindly on the capital from aircraft which approached singly or in small formations. They say that all the fires caused last night by incendiary bombs are under control this morning. Casualties were heavy last night. The total figure is not yet in, but we're informed that at least 90 people have been killed and around 350 seriously injured. Among the places hit were a big hotel, a public hall, and a big popular department store. The sidewalks along Oxford Street, the principal shopping avenue, were littered all yesterday with broken glass. Just a stickful of bombs have knocked out 4 big stores there now, and that means that virtually overnight thousands of people have lost their jobs. As usual, the RAF bombers worked all night long in the so-called invasion ports of Boulogne, Calais, Dunkirk, and Ostend. And reporters down at Dover said they could see a big fire at Boulogne and a constant series of bomb flashes from heavy explosives all through the night. I saw some freakish results of bombing around my place this morning. Down the street, there was a clean hole in the pavement, about 2 feet wide. A small bomb had gone in and exploded well underground, and the pavement had just swelled upward in a big hump without breaking. It's astonishing how hard it is to tell where a bomb has landed or how big it is when you hear it or feel it. No 2 persons in the same room ever agree. One night there was a crash of glass. I thought it was a small bomb just outside. Another man thought it was an unexploded bomb which had hit the building. A third, who has made a point of watching the bombing each night, swore it was a big one 3 blocks away. Actually, it was a bomb which had hit the building and exploded. Last night, my building shook violently. I was sure an unexploded bomb had landed just outside in the street. Well, this morning after breakfast, I walked around the neighborhood. A half block away, I came across the first smashed storefronts. They got worse as I followed the street. I went 4 full blocks before I found the craters. 2 of them caused by bombs of terrific force. They had landed near an intersection. Some unused trolley tracks were twisted around like wire. Nearby, a furniture factory was still smoldering from last night's fire. It would take me about 10 minutes to list the damage to stores and flats just around those 2 craters, although no building had collapsed. But let me tell you what I saw on that 4-block stroll. Glass had been smashed in an institute for the blind, a tea shop, a tobacco shop, a medical supply store, 3 pubs, a Lions restaurant, a subway station, 2 vacant houses, 3 automobile markets, a fruit shop, a hotel, a chemist's shop, 2 barber shops, a dress shop, a funeral parlor, a garage, a hardware store, and several apartment houses. And that was just along one street. Neither of the 2 bombs had actually hit that street. So the damage to the streets parallel, I assume, must have been comparable. I couldn't find any other craters around, so I'm sure it all resulted from those 2 explosions. Traffic is temporarily snarled, of course, and one subway station had to close down. And that seemed to be about the extent of the vital damage and the only gain to the Germans in that area. In the opposite direction from my place, a big bomb hit a steel and concrete building. It went right through it and killed a number of people in the basement shelter. We're informed that at least 2 of the raiders last night were brought down by anti-aircraft fire. That would make the official total for the week about 252 German planes for 38 British. The directors of the Bank of England were obliged to hold their general meeting down in the vaults of the bank, but they felt better when they left because they had just declared a 6% dividend, minus the income tax. I return you now to CBS New York.
Here in New York, a bulletin from Mexico City. The newspaper El Universal said today that all outlying garrison commanders had been ordered to report to the state of Chihuahua, where a rumor circulated that one Villalba had led a revolt. This could not be confirmed. We take you now to Berlin for the report of Edwin Hartridge. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. This morning there seems to be no concrete news regarding military operations. So far we learned that new flights from German armed reconnaissance planes are now over England. But we have little news of bombing so far today. According to reports here, for 2 days now there have been armed reconnaissance flights over England. And whether this presages a lull or a let-up, we can't say for sure. And here's the official news of British operations over Germany last night. According to the DNB, the enemy planes were forced to turn back and so dropped their bombs on non-military objectives. 9 British planes were shot down by anti-aircraft batteries and 2 more by fighter planes. The official news agency states that the British dropped their bombs on the Bodelschwing Asylum at Bethel, where 3 hospital buildings were hit. 9 children were killed and 12 injured, the report adds. Then we have some additional information from the DNB about raids on London yesterday. According to this report, several raids were made on the British capital, which during the day experienced its 100th air raid alarm. According to this report, unfavorable weather did not hinder attacks on the Tilbury docks and on a fuel depot and tanker at the Port Victoria docks. 15 British planes were shot down, says this report, while the home team lost only 3 planes. Then while the storm raged over the Channel, a British convoy consisting of 10 ships was attacked by the German long-range coastal artillery. This presumably took place off Dover, though the newspapers do not give further details. However, they say that the guns succeeded in hitting several of the ships during the storm, forcing them to return to port. The storms along the Channel have ripped 172 barrage balloons from their moorings, we are told here this morning. These balloons drifted over the continent where they were destroyed by the Germans. There is an amusing and true story that has drifted into town regarding the troubles that Americans had when they were forced to evacuate from Lithuania after the Soviet troops annexed that Baltic country. One day, the American legation in Kaunas received a telephone call that the Russians were taking over the Library of Films and the office of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. A consul was sent to the office to investigate. There he found a small man in charge of the premises. "Who are you?" asked the consul officer. "I am a commissar," the latter replied. Then the American consul asked the Russian, "By what right are you taking over this office? It is American property." Then the little commissar answered, "I don't care. I'm taking over this office and property by virtue of a law, a Russian law." "What law?" asked the American. Then the commissar drew himself up stiffly and replied, "By virtue of a law to be passed next Monday." Then as a parting shot to the American consul, the Russian added, "You Americans enforce your own laws in your own country, and we Russians will enforce our own laws here." They're still waiting for some concrete news about the results of a visit to Berlin of Serrano Suñé, the Spanish Minister of the Interior, and also about the visit of Herr von Ribbentrop to Rome. German Foreign Affairs Minister is to have a conference with Signor Mussolini this afternoon in Rome. These events have aroused much speculation as to whether a winter campaign against the British in the Mediterranean is now being planned. The 2 major objectives would be Gibraltar in the west and Suez Canal in the east. There was one significant sentence in an interview that Signor Suñé gave to the Volkswagen Beobachter before he arrived in Berlin. The Spaniard said, quote, "Spain must also have an empire in Europe." And then in this interview he added that when a new order emerges in Europe, Spain must regain Gibraltar. And along this line, there are unconfirmed reports that the Pétain government may return to Paris from Vichy by agreement with the German military authorities. And according to these same reports, as yet unconfirmed, the line of demarcation between the occupied and unoccupied France would disappear, and the German military authorities could thus move their troops all over France. Well, the emphasis on the speculation here in the past few days has all been to suggest Mediterranean developments on a grand scale. Speaking of bombings in Germany, Dr. Todt, the builder of the Westfall, has ordered that all damage caused by bombs shall be repaired immediately. This is the wish of Herr Hitler, he explained, and for this purpose, building materials may be requisitioned if unobtainable from ordinary sources. This is Edwin Hartridge, our returning now to Columbia in New York.
Back in New York, a dispatch from Cairo. The Italian advance into Egypt has reached a standstill at Sidi Barrani, and advanced forces were consolidating their positions in and around the town, the British Middle Eastern Command said today. Now we take you to the Italian capital for the report of Cecil Brown. Go ahead, Rome.
This is Rome. British naval units in the Mediterranean shelled the Italians advancing by the coast road into Egypt. The Italian High Command announced an hour ago that the fascist troops stretched out along the coast between Bardi and Sidi Barrani came under fire from the ships. The communique says fascist planes intervened and bombed the British naval units. It adds that the ships were forced to cease firing and retreat. A 10,000-ton British cruiser, said the bulletin, was hit by a torpedo dropped by one of the Italian planes. We're told the cruiser was severely damaged. The communique says fascist planes have been steadily bombing British columns and mechanized units, which are retreating. Fascist planes also were reported to have bombed the defenses of Marsamatru, the next British stronghold facing the Italians. British planes struck at Italian positions in Libya. Bombs were dropped on Tobruk, Bomba, and Benghazi, causing minor damage. 2 British planes were reported brought down by Italian fighter machines. The communique says 3 more probably were hit. Another was shot down by naval anti-aircraft fire. The British raided Italian positions in the Dodecanese Islands in the eastern Mediterranean. The communique says the islands of Rhodes and Meros were attacked, but the bulletin adds the bombing was indiscriminate and most of the bombs fell in the sea. Small fires were started, but no casualties were reported. 1 British plane was reported shot down by anti-aircraft batteries. In East Africa, the British bombed various objectives in Italian Somaliland, Eritrea, and Ethiopia. Small damage was reported. We are told there were 20 casualties among the civilians, 7 of which were fatal. And fascist planes bombed ships at anchor in Aden. I've just come from the Central Railroad Station where I watched German Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop step off his armored train. It came into the station with its 2 anti-aircraft guns jutting up in the air. Von Ribbentrop stepped off the train and stretched out his hand to Foreign Minister Chano. They smiled broadly. Ribbentrop moved slowly down the platform, shook hands, and saluted with each member of the Nazi embassy staff in Rome. That took nearly 10 minutes. Then the 2 Axis ministers went outside the station, posed for the usual pictures, and drove off in the same car. I've watched von Ribbentrop step down from a train in Rome a number of times. For the first time, however, among those greeting him was the Spanish ambassador to Rome. Von Ribbentrop is expected to sit down and talk things over later this afternoon with both Count Chano and Mussolini. The Popolo di Roma says the discussions will concern the new Europe. There's no doubt they will also concern the present Europe. As we see it here, at this stage in the war, extending from the Thames to the Nile, some of the problems facing the Axis are the progress of the Nazi attack on Britain and Italy's war in Egypt. The visit of Serrano Jr. to Germany has brought up a discussion here about the plans of Spain and the future of Gibraltar. Then there are the frequent press attacks against the Vichy government. These attacks show the Axis powers are dissatisfied with the operations of the French government. This is Cecil Brown in Rome. I return you now to CBS in New York.
Once again, Columbia has brought you first-hand reports from its correspondents in the European capitals. This morning, we heard from Eric Seberide in London, Edwin Hartridge in Berlin, and Cecil Brown in Rome. George Bryan speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
here's an important time change announcement. If you live in a community which has not been observing daylight saving time, beginning next Monday, September 25th, the Goldbergs will come to you 1 hour later than it now comes to you. If your community has been observing daylight saving time, there will be no change of course. This program will come to you at the same time as always.
It's important to have a radiantly fresh, attractive-looking complexion, and it's wise to use Camay, the gentle, thorough cleansing soap that helps bring out the natural beauty of your complexion. Try Camay, the safe, effective aid to complexion loveliness.
If you wonder what to do about a certain problem that's troubling you today, why not sit down and ask yourself, when tomorrow comes, what will I wish I had done today? That will help you believe that life can be beautiful. Life can be beautiful. An inspiring message of faith drawn from life, written for you each weekday by Carl Bixby and Don Becker. Brought to you by Ivory Flake. I want to tell you about a pair of stockings that belonged to Miss Helen Lupton. Now, these stockings were treated very hard by day. Miss Lupton's a nurse, you see, so her stockings had to walk an awful lot, climb stairs, and stretch and bend. But to make up for the way her stockings were treated in the daytime, Miss Lupton took good care of her stockings every night. Yep, every single night she washed these stockings out in gentle suds of pure ivory flakes. You see, Miss Lupton wanted her stockings to wear a long time. After she'd worn them for 143 miles, they were still in good condition. That was their way of saying thank you for the wonderful care they got every night. See, Miss Lupton heard about ivory flakes when she took part in a stocking endurance test, the Berkshire Knitting Mill stage. Berkshire Knitting Mills, you know, make those beautiful Berkshire silk stockings. Well, they made this important rule during the stocking test. They made each girl promise to wash their stockings every night in ivory flakes. Berkshire, you see, believes that nightly washing with this pure flake soap helps keep the silk thread strong, helps you get long wear. Well, Miss Lupton followed that rule, and looky, what happened? She got 143 miles of wear from one pair of stockings. To say, Miss Lupton says she's delighted because she proved to herself that you can really get a lot of wear even from sheer stockings with the proper care. She says, quote, "You can take my word for it. Washing stockings every night with ivory flakes is going to be a regular part of my life from now on. It only takes a minute or two, and it's a real saving," unquote. So, look, why not do as Miss Helen Lupton did? Use ivory flakes for your stockings every night, too. Get the thrifty large-size box and begin tonight. We can promise you this. With good hose to start with, and, of course, barring accidents, this nightly care with pure ivory flakes will help you get extra miles of wear from every pair. Now again, life can be beautiful. Chi-Chi and Stephen Hamilton are low in spirits today. They tried to get work. It was a pathetic effort because Stephen is still in his wheelchair and Chi-Chi isn't well equipped for a job. Until his accident, Stephen had a splendid chance to resume his law career in the office of Myron Henderson. After that, he wasn't wanted. Oddly enough, Stephen's accident brought him an offer from lawyer George Moore. But Stephen refused it because he believes the man is a shyster who wants to gain sympathy from juries with a crippled assistant. Seems as though Stephen was right, because Moore also tried to persuade Chi-Chi to cash in on her recent publicity by accepting a theatrical engagement. Well, it's hard to have to refuse work for the sake of principle, especially when any other job is so hard to get. Now, the next day, morning in the slightly red bookshop. Crisp, cool morning, warmed by bright sunlight. No kind of a day for sadness and disillusionment. But Chi-Chi doesn't appear to be very happy as she sits curled up in Papa David's big leather chair. Old David Solomon walks back toward her slowly, sadly, wagging his head.
Well, lady, so you ain't finding it easy to be happy even on a nice morning like this? Crying with such big wet tears ain't the best way for starting out a new day, darling. Now, look, are you wanting Papa David's extra big handkerchief for wiping away the ice?
No.
Really, it ain't having any fancy lace edges, body's big, and its absolutely okay for crying. And on account, you couldn't roll it up in a little ball like that one.
Papa David, where's Stephen?
Oh, he's in the back, Chichi, in his room, reading something or writing something, I don't know.
Jack, it was awful the way Stephen and me tried to find somebody that wanted us, and nobody did. I don't care so much for myself. I mean, I'm okay, but Stephen's still in a wheelchair. It must be awful to be like that and get the idea that nobody wants him. No worse place to do.
There's nothing worse, lady.
You keep on calling up lawyers and asking them.
Yeah, like a bulldog he was with the telephone in his seat and he wouldn't let it go. Even with his heart breaking up after every time he called the lawyer's office. And there was the same answer. No. He still kept on.
He just quit after a while when he saw there wasn't any use.
Quit, Chichi? Once when we were alone in the bookshop before you came to live with us, I maybe had a little sneaking notion that Stephen was like you said, a quitter on account he wouldn't brace up. But then you came, and now it's different. You see, Leighton, you said call up the lawyer's offices, because Stephen gave out with the promise that he would. So he did?
Yeah, and nothing happened. Gosh, I bet it would have been better if I kept my mouth shut. But right if I got to go around buttoning other people's lies, telling them what to do, and making them feel worse than they did before.
Teacher Leighton, the future is like a thick veil between us and the tomorrows that are yet to come. What's coming, we don't know. Only what we can see and touch and put our hands on. Mm-hmm. And one of the things is what you give out with saying to Stephen. Don't sit down and hold the hands and wait for life to get beautiful. You got to do something. Maybe that's right, maybe it's wrong. Maybe it bounces back with good results, sometimes bad. But anyhow, you're doing something. That's okay.
That's what I thought, but now I ain't so sure.
Well, fish ain't biting on the hook if the line ain't in the water. Maybe that was a question.
Oh, you go, Papa David. I still got tears all over my face.
Okay, Leighton, I'll go. Hey. Oh, good morning, please.
Good morning. You're Mr. Solomon, aren't you?
You're positively.
I've heard you talk so much about you, and I met you once in the hospital right after Stephen came down. I'm awfully glad to see you again.
Chichi was talking about me.
Oh, you don't know who I am, do you?
Well, maybe I should know if I had my far-away-looking glasses.
I'm Kate Henderson.
Oh, yeah. Miss Henderson.
I just dropped in to see Stephen Hamilton. He's here, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen him since he went back to the wheelchair. I'm awfully sorry about that.
I know.
Don't be afraid, Mr. Solomon. I'm not going to say anything to hurt Stephen. Honestly, I'm not. I have an idea the Henderson family has hurt him enough. My father's a little rigid in some of his ideas.
Wait, please excuse the surprise, Miss Henderson. With a feather, you could knock me over. Wait, Chichi, Leighton.
Oh, is Chichi here, too?
Oh, sorry.
Papa David.
Hey, come on, Chichi, come here.
Okay, Papa David. Hey, Henderson. Oh, gosh, Papa David, it's Kate Henderson.
Yeah.
How are you, Chichi? I'm fine, I'm just well. Gosh, am I glad to see you. Say, I haven't got any manners at all, have I? Come on back and sit down.
Yeah, sit down, Miss Henderson. You sit and talk with Chichi, and I'm going back and tell Stephen what kind of company he's got calling on him. Maybe he ain't even got his hair combed yet.
Thank you, Chichi. So, this is the slightly red bookstore. Yeah, and that was Papa David. Hey, is that right, what Papa David said about you coming here to see Stephen? Well, yes, you don't mind, do you? I wanted to see you, too, but I've got some business with Stephen. Gosh, no, I don't mind. You say some business with Stephen? What kind of business? What's it about? I mean, gosh, I haven't got any right to ask you that, have I? I'm afraid I'm too excited to remember about my manners. Oh, you don't have to worry about manners with me. Well, thanks. Yeah, sure. Just sit down here. If you get down in Papa David's old chair, it's kind of hard to get out of it. Thanks.
Well, Gigi, my honorable parent is fit to be tied.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean?
Mad. Mad as a wet hen.
Oh, yes, huh?
Mm-hmm. I don't know whether you know it or not, but it seems that Stephen has been calling around to other law offices in the city, trying to get a job.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Why, Dad thought Stephen was still on his payroll.
Oh. Oh, you mean the text he said he'd send to Stephen for a while just in case he got well?
Yes. Several of his friends have told him Stephen's been calling around and asking for a job, and, well, you can imagine how Dad would feel.
Yeah. I guess so. I mean, what do you mean? Is he really sore? Say, that's awful, having your father mad at Stephen. It's awful.
Well, maybe it isn't. You know, Dad's funny. He's such a sweet as he can be, but he's a lawyer. And sometimes he even seems to think like one of these musty old law books.
I guess all lawyers are like that. Stephen, too.
By the way, didn't Stephen get the check Dad sent him in the letter?
Yes. Yes, he did, but he said he wasn't going to take charity. If he couldn't work, he wouldn't take Mr. Henderson's money, so that was out. Oh. Maybe you don't understand how it is with a man like Stephen, Katie. Well, Papa David called him principles, and Steve called him ethics. They make people do funny things. What Stephen wanted and what he still wants is a chance to do something, not to get paid for something he isn't doing. You see what I mean?
Yes, I understand.
You do? Then you know all about ethics and things.
Like Chicky, I was raised on them. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Ethics.
Oh, then you know what I'm up against trying to do anything with Stephen.
Perfectly. I've had it all my life with Dad.
Say, I like you.
Well, it took you long enough to get around to it.
Well, I didn't get to know you very well out on the boat, but... Gosh, if Mr. Henderson is sore, that's bad.
Chicky, what do you suppose I've got in this package?
I don't know. I give up. What is it?
Some papers. Packets and letters and things.
Yeah?
It's all about a case that's in Dad's office. It seems that a man named Witherspoon claims he was defrauded and...
You mean it's something for Steve to work on? A law case?
That's right. It's a complete file on the whole business. It's all mixed up, so I don't know what it's all about, but it might be a big case. And the law firm of Henderson & Henderson wants Mr. Stephen Henderson to study and work on it. And see if Mr. Witherspoon has any, what do they call it, cause of action.
You mean it's a case and your father wants Stephen to work on it and make up a thing about it?
Will he do it? I mean, will he accept the text Dad wants to send him if he has some work to do?
Really? Oh, gosh, I'll say he will. That's what he wants, work, not just money. He wants to be a lawyer, not a sponge. Well, I just thought of something. Calling up all those other lawyers is all right, because if he hadn't done that, your Dad wouldn't have got mad, and if he hadn't have got mad, he wouldn't have sent you down here with a case for Stephen to work on. Well, you never know, do you? I mean, you never know whether something you do is going to turn out bad or good, but you just got to keep on doing something just the same. Stephen was trying to get any kind of a job, and now look, he's got one, his own job back again, because he tried to get one somewhere else. You wait right here, kid. Now, don't you go anywhere. Don't you move. I'll be right back. Steve! Stephen! Hey, Steve, come out of here quick! Stephen!
Well, Papa David certainly called that one. What difference does it make if you plant a seed and the plant grows somewhere else? Or, if you want to look at it this way, an arrow shot into the air comes home to roost. You know, when you listen to Life Can Be Beautiful, you get the feeling that Chi-Chi and Papa David and all the others are sort of like old friends, don't you? Isn't that the way it is? Friends that you look forward to visiting with every day. Now, I never heard of anybody looking forward to dishwashing, but just the same, I know a lot of you feel friendly to the soap that helps your hands look nice and gives you speedy suds at the same time. Yes, ma'am, I mean good old Ivory Flakes. Of course, you know that Ivory Flakes are just thin flakes of pure ivory soap. The soap that's safe even for a baby's skin. So that means Ivory Flakes is the only flake soap that gives your hands the protection of that famous ivory purity. The purity that helps your hands stay soft and smooth in spite of dishwashing. And what's more, you get Ivory's purity in this speedy, quick-dissolving flake form for so little cost. Why, one generous, large-sized box of Ivory Flakes will do all your dishes for about 3 weeks. Tomorrow, the scene will continue. And Stephen will come out into the store and learn the good news. At least we think it's good news. Surely there isn't anything wrong with it. But what will Stephen think? And more important, what will Stephen do? Is he still worrying about ethics? Be sure and listen tomorrow and learn with Stephen whether or not life can be beautiful. This is Ralph Edwards wishing you a pleasant day for the makers of Ivory Flakes, 99 and 44, 100% pure. Now, if your community has not been observing daylight saving time, Life Can Be Beautiful will come to you 1 hour later than usual, beginning Monday, September 25th. Of course, if your community has been observing daylight saving time, this program will continue to come to you at the same time as always. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Special announcement. After next Friday, Life Can Be Beautiful will not be heard on this station until Monday, October 2nd. Beginning October 2nd, the new time will be 6:30 p.m. every Monday through Friday.
Concentrated Super Suds in the Blue Box presents Myrt and Marge. The world of the theater and the world of life, and the story of two women who seek fame in the one and contentment in the other. Brought to you by the makers of Concentrated Super Suds in the Blue Box. But first, let's listen in on the conversation.
Say, Margie, when I passed Nell's house this morning, there were several women on her back porch.
Myrtle. Then today's the day Nell is proving it.
Proving what, Margie?
Proving that her old washing machine can wash clothes just as white and bright as the newer machines her neighbors own. You see, Myrtle, I introduced Nell to Concentrated Super Suds in the Blue Box because she blamed her dull, dingy washes on her old washing machine. But now she knows that the lazy soap she used caused all the trouble. My, but she's proud of the washes Concentrated Super Suds gives her. She says they're the whitest and brightest in the whole neighborhood.
Oh, I'm sure they are, because Concentrated Super Suds is guaranteed best. Guaranteed to give better results than any make of washing machine. And for tub washing, too.
Yes, and remember, Myrt, Concentrated Super Suds in the Blue Box is made with pyrene, a new wonder-working soap ingredient that gives Concentrated Super Suds far greater washing power and enables it to give you 5 great wash day advantages. More suds, whiter, quicker, safer washes with far less work.
And friends, surely you want whiter, brighter clothes. The kind Concentrated Super Suds turns out every wash day, whether you use tub or washing machine. So make your next wash day the easiest and most successful ever. Use Concentrated Super Suds in the Blue Box, the soap guaranteed best in tub or machine. Listen for Concentrated Super Suds guarantee, which Dell will explain following today's program.
And now, Myrt and Marge. Myrt and Marge have returned to New York and have started work on the Miramar Theater Group project with Bellerton White. Myrt, anxious to see their new work absorbing Marge's interest so that she may forget Lee Kirby, is delighted with the speed with which White has worked. But yesterday, Clarence told Marge about White's strange carelessness in paying a personal tailor's bill from the theater bank account. A bit of information which made Marge thoughtful. Today, we must go to the 49th Street Theater to find the girls. As we enter the stage door alley, we find Clarence alone and, believing himself unobserved, pacing up and down in a curious frenzy.
Perfectly ridiculous for me to feel so timid about it. There's no reason why I shouldn't ask them to give me a chance at it. That'd certainly be better than some of those hams they've been hearing. I could do it beautifully. I know I could. Bella. Bella. No matter what happens, I shall always adore you.
Well, Clarence, having a good time?
Oh, hello, Bella. I mean, Jimmy.
How are you?
Not practicing up for another lecture, are you?
Oh, no, nothing like that. Just talking to myself about something.
Oh, that's a bad habit, Clarence. It indicates insanity.
Huh? Oh, no, it doesn't, Jimmy.
Especially when you make strange gestures.
No, that's an exploded theory.
Oh, I hope you're right for your sake.
So do I.
Myrtle and Margie still inside?
Yes, indeed.
What's going on?
Oh, tryouts. They're picking the rest of the cast.
Well, do you think it's okay for me to go on in?
Oh, sure. We're taking a short breathing spell at the moment, giving the next fellow a little extra time to study the scene he's to read. Go right on in.
Okay, thanks.
All right,
Myrtle,
Jimmy Kent, when did you get here?
just this minute. Not interrupting anything, am I?
Oh, not a bit. We're almost through. Just one more actor to audition. Stick around.
I intend to. Where's Margie?
Sitting out front. Going to stay in town for dinner, Jimmy?
Oh, longer than that.
Yeah?
I told you I wasn't going to stay out in Old Port this winter, so here I am.
You didn't let any grass grow under your feet, did you? But, Jimmy, what did you do about that...
Oh, good afternoon, Kent. Glad to see you. Put it right here.
Hello, Mr. White. How are you?
Oh, here now. None of that mister stuff. Brilly to you, my boy. Just plain brilly. Well, thought you'd drop in and see if your 5,000 is producing any action, did you?
Hey, Brelerton.
What's the matter?
Don't say anything about Jimmy's money. I told you that.
Oh, yes, I know. But Margie can't possibly hear us.
Somebody else might. The rest of the cast knows he's one of our backers. Margie will hear about it. Actors don't keep secrets.
Oh, well, nobody heard me. But we're getting things in fine shape, Jimmy. Yes, sir. Thanks to that check of yours, we're off to a quick start. Listen, you're not going to regret this little investment, not for a single minute.
I'm sure I won't. But I think Myrtle's right. As long as there are any others around, let's pretend I have no connection with you or the company.
Sure. But you rest assured, as a friend of Myrtle's, you're always welcome around the theater, or should I say, as a friend of Marge.
Okay, Brelly, let's dip it.
Oh, anytime you want to drop up to my place, just come along and see how things are going. Come right ahead. Always glad to answer any questions.
Right.
Say, wait a minute. What's Ross holding this up for, anyhow? Why doesn't he tell this next guy to go ahead? I want to get out of here before 5.
You can't expect a man to read a part until he knows what the character's about, Brad.
I know, but I've got other things to do, Myrtle. I can't waste all day just hearing actors.
Now, B, there's nothing more important than casting. Better let Ken run it his own way.
Oh, I'll be tactful, Myrt, but I crave action.
And he's going to get action regardless, eh, Myrtle?
Greatest little fellow on earth for getting things done I've ever seen. Oh, wish I had more experience in lying, Jimmy. I feel like a guilty school kid every time Margie asks about the financial setup.
Oh, no. How is she, Myrtle? Pepped up about this now that it's actually started?
Yes, Jimmy, not quite the way she used to be about a new show, but she will be before long, I'm sure.
Beginning to forget about Lee a little?
Well, coming back to the St. Lawrence Hotel didn't help any.
Yeah, I thought of that after you left the other day.
But she's found a new apartment for us, and we'll be moving about the 1st. That'll help a lot.
Sure. And a few more days around the theater like this.
Dr. O'Mara was right, Jimmy. This is exactly what she needed.
Oh, Myrtle, we're ready for you.
Okay, Brelerton. Here I go, Jimmy. I've got to run through the scene again with this new fellow. Go on up with Margie, why don't you?
Okay, where is she?
She's sitting out front in the back row. Go right through that door behind the switchboard.
Right.
On the preceding page. It'll bring him in better.
Mind if I join you, Margie?
Why, Jimmy. Where did you come from?
Oh, I just wandered in. Thought I'd like to see how the Myrt Theater group's progressing.
Oh, it's progressing all right. Or was until just a few minutes ago. We've got all the cast except this one part.
Is it all right to talk here?
Oh, Jimmy, perhaps you better go out in the lobby.
Oh, sure.
Why are you standing there like a stick?
Well, now, we can talk all we want to out here.
Yes. Now, what are you in town for?
Oh, I'm an old New Yorker now. This is my home.
Are you serious?
It's a fact. The great metropolis just couldn't get along without me any longer.
What are you talking about?
Remember that meeting at the factory I had to go to the day you folks left Oldport?
Yes, of course.
Oh, that was an extremely important meeting for me. changed my life completely, uprooted me and cast me forth upon the broader seas of business.
Well, come on, tell me, won't you?
Well, the management board of J.W. Kent and Company has, in its infinite wisdom, seen fit to appoint Mr. J.W. Kent II as a special sales representative for the metropolitan area. So, effective today, I'm attached to the New York sales office.
But, Jimmy, I didn't know you had a New York office.
Oh, absolutely. Corner of Madison Avenue and 44th Street. It hasn't had a very spectacular record of success. That's why they sent me here to sort of stir things up a bit.
Oh, putting it right up to you, are they?
Yeah, local bear must make good if he wants to stay here. And he does.
Did you know they were thinking of sending you here?
Well, it's been in the wind for some time. It's an old Kent maxim, never count your chickens before they've hatched. Very original. Been in the family for years.
Oh, you crazy. When are you moving in?
I have already. I'm now installed in a very comfortable room at the Yale Club, a permanent part of the local scenery. Oh, which brings up a point.
Yes?
Well, you may not realize it, but I'm practically a stranger here in town. So I shall need help, solace, guidance, and companionship until I know my way around.
Having come into New York only about twice every week since your earliest childhood, you don't know your way around at all.
Exactly. Hey, look. They're all through.
Oh, well, we better go back inside.
Let me get the door for you.
Thanks. Oh, as though they're going to give him the part, Jimmy. Ken Ross is going over to talk to him. I guess he's in.
Okay, everybody, that's all today. Be sure to see Mr. Ross before you leave, though. Okay.
Come on, Jimmy.
All right.
Say, Margie.
Yes?
Margie, I almost forgot. I want you and Myrtle to save tonight for me. You haven't made any plans, have you?
Oh, no.
Well, she was just about to, though. She didn't know it, but she was.
Huh? Oh, that's all right, my boy. We can let you in on this, too. You see, I've got a new penthouse apartment that needs a bit of housewarming, and I'm asking all the cast up tonight.
A penthouse?
Yeah. Is it okay, Margie? Can you come up?
Well, yes, of course. Where is it?
I gave Myrtle the address a few minutes ago. Can't get a cast completed in a penthouse all in one day without doing something to celebrate, can we? Wait till you see the night view you get from my terrace. 38th floor, and the city spread out like a map.
What a man. Bing, bing, bing.
So he's moved into a penthouse apartment already.
Why do you say it that way?
Jimmy, I'm probably being very silly, but I don't like that man.
Why not?
I don't know exactly, but I don't trust him.
Well, why, Margie?
I don't know, but I'm very glad I didn't let you give him any of your money, Jimmy. He works too fast to suit me.
Are Myrt and Jimmy wrong about Bellerton White? And is Margie right? Or is her feeling simply the result of the disillusionment Lee Kirby caused? Will she have reason to change her mind about him at the penthouse party tonight? And can White keep Myrt's and Jimmy's secret from her? Don't miss tomorrow's episode. And now, Margie?
You know, friends, it's only natural for us women to envy others who have more modern conveniences than we have. The very latest washing machine, for example. But there's one consolation. Thanks to concentrated super suds, the wash that we hang on the line will be just as white and bright as anybody's. Because, you see, concentrated super suds in the blue box washes clothes a gleaming, brilliant white in any type of washing machine. And in tubs, too. Yes, this amazing new soap, concentrated super suds, gives layer upon layer of rich, energetic suds. Suds that soak dirt-free in as little as 10 minutes. That's why you get cleaner, whiter clothes in less time with less work.
We are so sure concentrated super suds in the blue box is the finest soap you have ever used that we make this guarantee. Get a package and test it against any other soap. If you don't agree, concentrated super suds gives better results. Just mail the empty carton to Concentrated Super Suds, Jersey City, New Jersey. Colgate Palmolive Peat Company will send you double your money back. Won't you join Myrt and Marge at the same time tomorrow? Hilltop House is on the air in 30 seconds. The story of one woman's devotion to the children in her care and her fight for their happiness. Keep tuned in to Hilltop House.
Crisco's radio newspaper with Bernardine Flynn. Brought to you by Crisco, the pure all-vegetable shortening. It's digestible. And now, Bernardine Flynn.
Thank you, Durward, and hello, friends. In just a moment, Durward Kirby will bring us the latest world news. But first, let me tell you about a traffic accident that happened in Los Angeles. It wasn't a collision of two automobiles. No, there was only one car involved. But it had the complete misfortune of colliding with, of all things, an Army tank, and a huge 16-ton tank at that. Offhand, it would seem like a rather uneven match, and it was. Here's the way the police tell the story in very short form. Estimated damage to automobile, $800. Estimated damage to tank, $2. And now, Durward, what's the latest world news?
Well, Bern, the air war is leading the list again today. Huge formations of American bombers blasted southern Germany this morning. Few details are available yet, but our Air Force headquarters describes the attack as very strong, and that usually means just what it says, a near-record attack. Last night, the British set a new bombing record, sending more than 1,000 four-engine bombers to dump well over 3,000 tons of explosives on German targets. It was the biggest raid of the war. The industrial city of Stuttgart received the heaviest end of the attack, 2,800 tons of bombs shattering its war plants and transportation facilities. 40 British bombers were lost, less than 4% of the total force participating. British planes based in Italy flew out over the Balkans during the night to attack the Bulgarian capital of Sofia. And on the ground in Italy, a savage battle is raging in the blackened ruins of Cassino. Allied forces are progressing slowly both in the town and in the hills outside. But fanatical bands of German gunners who crept back into the bomb-devastated town during the night are fighting back with everything available. There is also heavy fighting on the Anzio beachhead, with our troops on the attack. In Russia, the Red Army is sweeping across the Buk River on a 60-mile front and has driven to within 28 miles of the Nestor River and the old Romanian border. To the south, other Russian forces have split the pocket where several German divisions are trapped and are mopping them up. Still other Soviet columns are closing in on the port of Nikolaev from three sides. In the diplomatic field, the latest development concerning Finland's precarious situation is a report that the Finns have not yet definitely rejected the newest Russian armistice offer. In Washington this morning, President Roosevelt put new pressure on the Finns to withdraw from their partnership with Germany. Mr. Roosevelt said, "I think I can speak for all Americans when I say that we sincerely hope Finland will now take the opportunity to disassociate herself from Germany." On the Pacific fighting fronts, American troops on Bougainville have smashed a heavy Japanese counterattack in 6 days of fierce close-quarters fighting in which at least 1,200 Japs were killed. And the Pacific Air War roars on relentlessly. New attacks are reported on Wewak, Rabaul, Kavieng, and other points in the southwest, as well as 6 different enemy bases in the central Pacific. In England, by the way, there's a certain American regiment described as the scrappiest of all. It's commanded by a colonel from Texas. This officer devised a new insignia for his helmet, and it was quickly copied by everyone else in the outfit. The insignia is formed with 3 A's and an O with a line drawn through the middle. The colonel says, "That's my brand. Anything, anytime, anywhere, bar nothing." And that's the top of today's World News. Say, didn't I see you out on South Shore Drive yesterday afternoon, Bern?
Yes, Durward. I was on my way to a tea party.
Oh, well, did you collect any new recipes?
Well, as a matter of fact, I didn't. We got to talking about Crisco's pastry method and never did seem to get off the subject. Honestly, friends, you would have laughed. Everybody was telling about all the bad luck they'd ever had making pie crust. For instance, when special guests were coming for dinner.
And the embarrassment of it when the pie for dessert had a tough and soggy crust.
That's it, exactly. We could laugh yesterday because with Crisco and the pastry method, you don't have to worry about things like that anymore. But it wasn't funny when it used to happen. Have you tried this pastry method of Crisco's yet, friends? It's right on the Crisco label. And it's really wonderful. Every single time you make a pie, you can count on perfect results. A crust that's so tender and flaky that it's the best part of the pie. Success like that sounds almost too good to be true, doesn't it? But that's what's so amazing about this Crisco pastry method. Why, even if you're a beginner, you can turn out pie crusts that do you proud every time. Golden brown, tender, flaky as can be.
And digestible, too. Now, that's something else you can count on when pie crust is made with pure, all-vegetable Crisco.
Oh, my, yes. Why, Crisco pastry sets right with the whole family, the youngsters included.
Say, how about seeing what a really swell pie maker you can be?
Just try Crisco and the Crisco pastry method. Every one of your pies will be a hit. Every crust, tender and flaky.
Well, Vern, what's next?
Well, first, Durward, I'd like to tell a little story that proves again that every cloud has a silver lining. Gertrude Lawrence, the noted British actress, tells a story in the April issue of The Woman magazine. One day last summer, while Miss Lawrence was touring American Army camps on Cape Cod with her bookmobile, she met a corporal who seemed very sad indeed. In fact, he said he wanted a book to take his mind off his troubles. Well, he looked so downcast that Miss Lawrence started questioning him. And she soon found out that the young soldier was about to get a medical discharge from the Army. But, and this is what seemed to be troubling him most, his job at home had been filled by a young woman. He didn't want to see her lose her position, and at the same time, he really needed his job back. Don't worry, soldier, Miss Lawrence assured him. Remember, every cloud has a silver lining. A few months passed, and one afternoon in New York, a young man and a young woman saw Miss Lawrence and stopped her. The actress had to look carefully before she recognized him as the unhappy soldier she'd seen on Cape Cod. His face was just covered with smiles now, and he looked proudly at the young woman who held his arm. Miss Lawrence, he said, I'd like you to meet my wife. She's the girl who had my job, and now I've got 'em both.
Well, his cloud certainly did have a silver lining. Say, Bern, you know, every year along about March 15th, any number of income tax stories start popping up. And, of course, this year is no exception. I think one of the best comes from Milwaukee. Young man went to the tax collector's office yesterday, and he asked for an extension of time in which to pay his tax. Well, naturally, the collector wanted to know why. Well, it's this way, the fellow said. I sent my wife up here with $150 to pay our taxes, and, well, I haven't seen her since.
Oh, Durward. Well, you know, aside from being income tax time, this is also springtime, and it's leap year. And all in all, it's having an effect on our War Department. Until last July, the girls serving in the WAC were allowed to marry, but they couldn't wear wedding gowns and veils unless the commanding officer gave permission. Well, that wasn't so bad, though, for not many of the officers refused permission. Then, in the middle of last summer, the War Department issued a strict order that from then on, WACs, Army nurses, and other uniformed women in the Army would wear only uniforms. So that meant getting married in uniform, too. Well, naturally, those Army girls who were planning to be married in the fall were disappointed when the new order was issued. But being good sports, they just sort of gritted their teeth and said, well, an order is an order. And if we get married, we'll be married in uniform. They didn't think much of the idea, though, because at the same time, Spars, Marines, and Waves were permitted to pick out pretty clothes for their marriage ceremonies, and never a commanding officer said no. Then suddenly the Army relented. Maybe it's spring, maybe it's the fact that this is leap year. Anyway, a new order has come from the War Department, and today the WACs are free to choose a trousseau as traditionally satin and lacy as they want. In fact, even a WAC who's to be a bridesmaid can come out of uniform into a marriage mode of the moment if she wants to, all of which makes everybody concerned very happy. And now let me tell you the happy outcome of an adventure two young boys had in California not long ago. The boys lived in Bell Gardens, California. One was named Lawrence Sliger, and the other Lawrence Giovanoni, and both were nicknamed Larry. Well, the boys were strolling through the countryside near the town one day, just meandering about as young boys do. After a while, they reached the Rio Hondo River, which had recently overflowed its banks. And it was nice and cool and inviting, so the two Larrys took off their shoes and socks and went wading along the river's edge through the shallow pools left by the ebbing floodwaters. Oh, it was a wonderful feeling walking along, splashing through the water and feeling the wet sand ooze through their toes. Suddenly one of the boys grabbed the other and exclaimed, Look at that fish. And sure enough, there was a fish in one of the isolated pools of water. And what a fish it was. A nice, shiny trout over 2 feet long. Well, in a split second, both boys had lunged at the fish and caught him with their bare hands. Boy, what a fine dinner he'll make, one of them said with enthusiasm. But no sooner had he said it when he remembered something about a fishing law which stated that trout were not to be caught out of season. Say, what do you think we ought to do? He asked his friend. I don't know, replied the second Larry, and then he added, Maybe we'd better ask Mr. Mahaffey. That was Joe Mahaffey he was thinking about, the local game warden. Well, that's what they did. When Mr. Mahaffey saw the fish and heard the boy's story of how they caught it, he became very official. He reared back a little bit, cleared his throat a couple of times, and then said in a dignified tone, Boys, I can see no violation of the law here. It is pretty clear that you fellows were just rescuing this trout from a river which no longer had enough water for his navigation purposes. You may keep the fish. And they did. And broiled trout never tasted more delicious. And now, Durward, what's the latest on the home front?
Selective Service Director Hershey has sent a letter to all local draft boards asking them to increase the induction of fathers and to draft all men who are needlessly deferred in industry. General Hershey says those 2 steps must be taken in order to meet draft quotas on schedule.
Well, solving the manpower problem is one of the hardest jobs our leaders have, all right.
That's right, Byrne. And another tough job is to wipe out the black market. And today the United States Secret Service has announced that it is going to get into the fight. Secret Service agents have teamed up with the OPA and are going to track down the gangsters who are counterfeiting gasoline ration stamps.
That's certainly good news.
Byrne, what would you think if you saw an auto racing down a dirt road in a rainstorm, splashing through puddles, and raising clouds of dust?
What? I'd think I was dreaming.
Well, such a feat apparently is within the realm of possibility. A new chemical compound has been discovered, and it actually waterproofs dirt. It's called Stabinol, and reports say that airfields and dirt roads treated with it will not turn into mud after heavy rains.
Well, that sounds remarkable, Durward. That new chemical certainly ought to help win the war.
Yes, and here's a way that women can help. A Chicago salvage official suggests that those old love letters stored up in the attic should be unwrapped from their lavender and lace and turned into the wastepaper drive. It's estimated that on an average, each woman has 5 such love letters, and 1,000 of them would weigh on the average 20 pounds. Now, Bernadine?
You know, these days everybody is so busy that sometimes you hardly have time to shop for a meal, let alone prepare one.
Well, Crisco's a blessing when you're caught in a tight spot like that.
That's just what I was going to say.
Good.
In about 2 shakes, Crisco turns icebox dibs and dabs into a meal that tempts even the most finicky appetite. When you have a little leftover meat, does anything taste better than one of Crisco's meat hashes? It's so crusty and brown when it comes on the table. And tastes good? Oh, just watch the family clean up their plates. And do you know you can count on everything you fry in Crisco being digestible? That's such a reassuring feeling when you have a family to cook for.
Oh, golly, Crisco fried foods set so light even the youngsters can enjoy them. You see, Crisco is digestible itself. Yes, it's pure and all vegetable, and just the finest quality shortening you can use, no matter what you cook. Remember that, won't you? With Crisco, everything you cook tastes better, and it's digestible.
And now, Durward, what's our last story?
It comes from CBS correspondent Charles Shaw. He reported from London today that the new German raids on England are giving the British another chance to show their sense of humor. He says one club displays this sign, and it says, in case of an alert, business will continue as usual. In case of a direct hit, no drinks will be served. Well, friends, that's all for now. Join us again tomorrow for another edition of Crisco's Radio Newspaper.
Durward Kirby will bring you the latest world news.
Bernardine Flynn will give you the colorful human interest side of the news.
And we're both saying goodbye for Crisco. It's digestible.
Once again, we present Our Gal Sunday, the story of an orphan girl named Sunday who was left on the steps of the cabin of two old miners who raised her from childhood in the little mining town of Silver Creek, Colorado, who, in young womanhood, married England's richest, most handsome lord, Lord Henry Winthrop. The story that asks the question, can this girl from a little mining town in the West find happiness as the wife of a wealthy and titled Englishman? Let me tell you about a remedy that thousands of people now use to get quick relief from the pains caused by headache, neuralgia, and rheumatism. People use it because the results are truly astonishing. This remedy is called Anacin, and the reason so many people rely upon it is that it was first suggested to them by their physician or dentist. Perhaps you, too, at some time, have been handed an envelope containing Anacin tablets. If you haven't discovered Anacin through this channel, then, by all means, discover it for yourself. For your own sake, to get quick relief, Anacin is certainly worth a trial. Of course, there's a reason why Anacin is so amazingly effective. It is made up of a combination of different medically proved and tested ingredients, not just one. It is like a doctor's prescription that way. For a prescription nearly always calls for a combination of different ingredients. Try Anacin on this basis. If the first few tablets fail to give the quick relief you want, you may return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. So, be prepared next time you suffer from a headache or neuralgic and rheumatic pains. Get a supply of Anacin at any drugstore today and have it on hand. Spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. It comes in tins of 12 and 30 or bottles of 50 and 100 tablets. And now, Our Gal Sunday. Much has happened in the last few days at Balmacrucci Hospital to prophesy difficult days ahead for Sunday with two members of the staff. First, there is Nurse Rhoda Gray, who because of her jealousy and love of Dr. Alan Brooke has proved particularly objectionable to Sunday. And then there's Alan Brooke himself, whose personal interest in Sunday is becoming a major problem to her. However, these problems have been in some part counteracted. Although Sunday is facing her first long separation from Lord Henry, who is now a captain in the English army, she's been comforted, not only by his letters, but by a feeling and knowledge that there are times when their love brings them together in an unusual and beautiful manner, keeping both of them from feeling that distance can separate them. Sunday is now in the living room of the lodge, sitting with Lord Percy before a crackling fire. Listen.
Fire feels good these misty Scotch days, doesn't it, Uncle Percy?
Yes, it does, Sunday.
If you've been down to the village this morning, you must be tired.
Tired? Of course I'm not tired. Don't pamper me, Sunday.
I'm not pampering you, Uncle Percy. I was going to suggest that you stay here with me for a while. I don't have to go to the hospital until later on.
Do I look as if I'm leaving?
No, you don't. You look comfortable.
Comfortable? Indeed. I'm too comfortable. Details of turning Balmacrucci Castle into a hospital. Is that a man's work? No.
Well, Uncle Percy, what are you talking about?
Morning, noon, and night I fuss about with lists, with orders. Try to give the hospital staff advice. They don't want it. They know better than I do how to equip a hospital. What do they think I am, a useless old man, eh?
Well, of course not, Uncle Percy. You aren't old, and you're certainly not useless.
No, if I'm not useless, why am I not in the army? Answer me that.
Why, because, well, there's no need for you to be, Uncle Percy.
And you served in the last war.
Nonsense. There's no reason for me to be out here in Scotland, sitting before a fire, warming my toes, or to be in London. Anywhere but here.
But, Uncle Percy, you offered Balmacrutchy Castle to the government to be used as a hospital. That was a wonderful thing.
But why did they tell me to stay here and look after it? It's a conspiracy, that's what it is.
Uncle Percy. You're needed at Balmacrutchy, that's why you were asked to stay here. Uncle Percy, you know, I've been thinking of something the last few days.
What?
The attitude of the people everywhere, all over England. No matter how they're feeling inside, they're taking all their troubles, all their problems cheerfully.
Strange is that too, Sunday.
It's inspiring. That's the way life should be. Full of courage and hope and doing the job at hand.
Now, look here, my dear. Are you trying to tell me in a roundabout, feminine sort of fashion that I shouldn't be complaining about doing work that a fair to middling bookkeeper could do?
Uncle Percy, of course I'm not.
I hope not.
After all, your work is more exacting than that. There's no sense in pretending that it isn't important because you know it is. But didn't you check the plans of all the rebuilding necessary in the castle? Didn't you get a letter from Sir Robert Winslow, chairman of the hospital board, congratulating you on suggestions you made?
Yes, I did. Yes, thank you, I did.
And this morning when you went to the village, wasn't it to personally supervise orders for food supplies for the hospital?
Yes.
And you say you aren't doing enough. Uncle Percy, I'm ashamed of you.
Oh, Sandy, you're a nuisance. You won't even let a man complain in peace. Oh, bless my stupid brain. I forgot. Got a letter for you. Brought it from the village to save the boy a bicycle ride out.
A letter for me?
Yes. Where did I put it? Must be in my inside coat pocket.
Uncle Percy, is it from Henry?
No, it isn't, Sandy. Oh, here it is. You see for yourself.
Oh, thank you. No, it isn't Henry's writing. Uncle Percy, it's from Arthur. From Henry's brother, Arthur.
Oh, it is it? What's he doing, writing to you?
Well, I wanted him to write, Uncle Percy. He came to see us before Henry left England. He was in his uniform, waiting for orders. He promised Henry to turn over a new leaf.
Well, read it, my dear, read it. What does he have to say?
Well, let's see. Dear Sunday, don't be surprised at my writing you. You said I might, you know. You're the only one of the family at home I can write to. Uncle Percy would...
What's that?
Uncle Percy would probably growl himself into a minor fit if he even saw my handwriting.
Blasted impertinence. Me growl myself into a fit? What does he mean?
Though he might be secretly pleased, because I know jolly well he cares for every one of us very deeply. Even me, the black sheep of the Brintook family.
I'll have to write to Arthur myself and ask him what he means. Discussing me in a letter to you.
It's a long letter. Some things to tell you.
What is it?
To. Wait, what's this? Something about Thomas McTaggart.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Uncle Percy, Kathy's husband. But that means he may have seen Henry because Thomas is Henry's orderly. Let me see. Uncle Percy, yes, there is something about
Well,
him.
read it, my dear, read it.
Where does it begin? Oh, here. And so then I went to the company canteen. I was outside the door.
Yes?
I heard voices inside. A voice I vaguely recognized was saying...
The captain says to me, he says, Thomas McTaggart, I'm glad to see you, man, and how would you like to be an orderly? And so I looked the captain in the eye, and I says to him, attention, second lieutenant.
Carry on, men. The captain's orderly here?
That would be me, sir. Private McTaggart speaking.
Private McTaggart? Thomas?
Well, sir, I don't know how you... What? Lieutenant Arthur Brinthrope. Well, I can't believe my eyes, sir.
Thomas, it's good to see you again.
Aye, well, it's the first time in over 3 years.
Yes, it's all of that, Thomas. Is your captain about?
Oh, aye, sir, that he is. In his office at this very minute, working on his reports. If you'll come with me...
Oh, wait a second, Thomas. There's something I want to ask you about. Let's stand on this hole, shall we?
Aye, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. What did you want to say to me, sir?
See here, Thomas. I heard in a roundabout way that your second lieutenant is being transferred. Know anything about it?
Aye, that's the truth, sir. And I'm wishing this very instant that you were taking his place. Ah, 'tis a great company, sir, and it's a great captain we've got. Are you thinking of joining us?
Well, yes, I am.
Oh, that's good. And when captain...
Not so fast. I'm my own way of doing this, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I was only thinking that when Captain...
Yes, I know. Your captain will have to approve of me first.
Oh, but he will, sir. He will. How can he help it?
Where's the captain's room, Thomas?
Oh, well, I'll take you there.
No, thanks. I'll find it. Down the hall on the left, isn't it?
No, it's the third room on the right, Lieutenant.
I'll find it. Cheerio, Thomas.
Cheerio, sir.
No name on the door. Well, here goes.
Come in.
Captain, I'm a lieutenant from the...
Arthur.
Henry. Why, Henry.
By Jove, Arthur, this is a surprise.
Yes, it is. But I talked with Thomas, and I told him I wanted to see the captain. I had no idea you were captain. Oh, I say, Henry...
Well, sit down, Arthur. Well, I didn't know you'd come from home.
Henry, is it true your second lieutenant is being transferred?
Oh, yes. Is that why you're here, Arthur?
Yes. I'd like to take his place. There are some friends of mine in this company, and now that I know that you're...
But, Arthur, what does your commanding officer say?
If you approve, he'll recommend me for a transfer.
Arthur, I don't know.
You see... Oh, please, Henry. Please, do this for me.
Arthur, I'll have to think over it.
Oh, come now, Henry. You can do it. It all depends on you.
Yes, I realize that.
I worked like the Dickens to get my commission. Now I want a chance to prove myself worthy of it.
To prove yourself worthy of the course, yes.
Now, see here, Henry. I made you a promise before we left England. I promised never to cause you any trouble again. And you said we could be friends.
Yes, and I know, Arthur, I know. I am your friend. And I'm your brother, Arthur. You see, that's the point. I want to do what's best for you. It isn't that I don't trust you, but I can show no favors, not a hair's breadth. Without meaning to, there might come a time when you'd expect that hair's breadth of favor.
Oh, I swear to you,
Arthur, let's not risk that. What do you say? You stick by your own company and you'll get your promotions. You know, human nature is a strange thing. We're brothers. A great deal of the misunderstanding between us has been because I'm the older. But we have that same situation here. The time may come when you would resent taking orders from me, orders that, well, you'd accept willingly from someone else.
I would have told him you offered me another chance. It would mean a lot to me, Henry.
Arthur, Very well, Arthur.
Oh, Jove, Henry, I'm awfully
glad. I'll be glad to have you in my company, Arthur. But I want you to know that once you're part of it, officially, I can consider you no longer my brother. If there's a job to be done, regardless of what it is, and I have to choose a man from my men, and you're the one chosen, I expect courage from you, the best you have to give. I expect from you as much as I do from myself. So with this understood, I'll recommend your transfer to this company.
What will happen to these two brothers fighting side by side? One, a captain, the other, a subordinate. Will Henry be placed in a difficult position? Will Arthur's past misdeeds play any part? And what of somebody's own situation at Dalmacucci Hospital and Nurse Rhoda Gray's jealousy because of Dr. Ellen Brooks' infatuation for Sunday? What dramatic twist will the personal problem surrounding Sunday take next? Be sure to listen tomorrow to the next episode of Our Gal Sunday. Our Gal Sunday is brought to you by the makers of Anacin, that remarkable way to get quick relief from the pains of headache, neuralgia, or neuritis. The reason Anacin acts so fast is because it is like a doctor's prescription, a combination of medically tested active ingredients. Next time you have a headache or neuralgic pain, try Anacin. You'll be amazed at what it does for you. All drugstores have Anacin in tins of 12 and 30 or bottles of 50 and 100 tablets. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Our Gal Sunday will be on the air at the same time tomorrow, 12:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Your announcer, James Fleming. Why cook two sets of meals, one for baby, one for the family? Get Claps strained baby foods. Claps foods are already prepared, pressure cooked to safeguard vitamins and minerals, smoothly strained but never too liquid. Many doctors approve Claps strained baby foods.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The National Hour. This is a mirror of public opinion, reflecting what America and the world are thinking, planning, doing. This is today's interpretation of the problems and the newsworthy milestones that we must reach and pass on the road to peace and reconstruction. Today, January 27th, 1946, we present the 11th in the distinguished new NBC series, The National Hour. Our subject for today,
a campaign against the racketeer and swindler.
The fight to protect the money we've saved.
Hey, Bud, you want to make yourself some easy money? Let's go somewhere where we can talk in private.
You'll have money, Mrs. Roberts. Position, servants, everything you've ever wanted. And you don't risk one penny. Now, if you'll just sign right here.
A man of your intelligence shouldn't have to work for a living, Mr. Cooper. Now, a few dollars invested in my organization will pay you the biggest dividends you ever saw.
Easy money. No risk. Big dividend.
This is Robert St. John in New York. Today we're going to bring you some rather startling facts about the present state of America's pocketbook and about a new army that has sprung into being in this great country of ours, an army made up of smooth, shrewd, ruthless, completely despicable characters known as confidence men, or as the police call them, con men. You will hear some of the rackets and swindles these con men are using at this very moment. You'll hear some suggestions, too, on how not to be swindled. Suggestions coming from authorities at NBC microphones in several sections of the country, ready to tell you what to do if a con man tries to get your money, and how to recognize a con man when one comes your way. It will pay you to listen closely because the con man will get you if you don't watch out. This is Robert McCormick reporting from Washington. That's a timely and proper warning, St. John. Now listen to the fact, you Americans. At our National Hour microphone is Edward L. Green, General Manager of the National Better Business Bureau. As head of one of the organizations interested in protecting America's savings, Mr. Green is ready to give you a picture of what the con man has accomplished in the past and the target he's shooting at right now.
In the years immediately following the First World War, the con man took the American people for the sum of $176 million in Liberty bonds alone. In addition, untold other millions in cold, hard cash fell into the hands of swindlers and racketeers. It is never possible to say how much the confidence man takes in any given period for the simple reason that most of his victims fail to report their losses. They suffer in silence for the very human reason that they don't want their friends to classify them as suckers. Some estimates, however, place the annual take year after year as high as $1.5 billion. In 1946, that figure can skyrocket to unheard of heights because never in this nation's history have so many people been in possession of so much money.
Well, how much money did America save during the war just ended, Mr. Green?
The figure will stagger you, Mr. McCormick. According to the latest Treasury Department estimate, the people of the United States on January 1st, 1946, this year, had on hand in government bonds and cash $181 billion. Not millions, Mr. McCormick, but billions.
181 billion.
Now, Mr. McCormick, much of this money is in safe hands. These swindlers will not get it all, but there are billions of dollars in the hands of uninformed or gullible people. That, Mr. McCormick, is the con man's target. Any part of this huge sum Americans have saved out of wartime earnings. Yes, that's the target, the savings of Americans. That's what the con man is after, and he's getting big chunks of it right now. Listen to this recent statement by the Security Exchange Commission.
Fake gold mine promoters in Canada alone have taken an average of $1 million a week from gullible American investors.
$1 million a week. That's a tidy sum. We can hope that the take will soon be less than that, because in recent weeks a new Canadian securities law has become effective. The Dominion's action already has halted some of these operators. The risk for others has become more dangerous. But just in case, here is how these bucket shop operators work.
Hello?
Hello. That you, Smith?
Yes?
Well, this is Rowe in Toronto. You've read the literature I've been sending you, haven't you?
Why, oh yeah, that gold mine stuff.
Stuff. Listen, Smith, they put down 26 holes on our property, and confidentially, we've struck a major lode. The samples are terrific. Very high gold content.
Yeah?
Very high. Now, Smith, I can practically guarantee that stock will triple itself in value within the next few days, possibly triple itself 2 or 3 times over. I can get you 1,000 shares today for just $220, Smith. 22 cents a share.
Well, gosh, Mr. Rowe.
Think of it. In a few days, your profit might jump to $1,200 or $1,500. Now, I ask you, where else in the world would you find an investment as solid as that?
Yes, Smith bought the stock. He couldn't say no. Fast-talking Mr. Rowe wouldn't let him say no. Besides, the bait was enticing.
Just a minute there, St. John. What did happen to that stock?
Oh, nothing. It isn't even listed on the exchanges. But Smith didn't bother to find that out.
Yeah, but where did this fellow Rowe get Smith's name and address so he could send him that literature?
Did you ever hear of a sucker list, or as the con men say, a tap list?
Why, no.
Are you in business, sir?
Yeah, I'm a druggist.
Then you are probably on a tap list.
Who, me?
I said probably. Tap lists are as essential to the con man as medicines are to your business, Mr. Druggist. They're bought and sold, swapped and bartered from one end of this broad land to the other. They list not only businessmen, but housewives, factory workers, discharged servicemen, janitors, bus drivers, everybody and anybody. And at our National Hour microphone here in Washington is a man who's had a lot of experience with tap lists. He's William C. O'Brien, the attorney in charge of frauds in the United States Post Office Department.
Yes, we have had a good bit of experience. During the past 10 years, I personally have handled and supervised some 5,000 fraud cases. And today our workload is 6 to 10 times what it used to be during the war. In fact, it's the heaviest in 10 years. And I'm quite sure that the number will continue to increase. And, of course, this tap list or sucker list racket will increase proportionately. Right now, a good many swindles are aimed at veterans and their relatives. If you run into some mail-order enterprise that looks crooked, and remember there are a great many which are quite honest, but if you strike a suspicious one, or if you actually get a raw deal, send a letter to the Post Office Department as soon as possible. Don't sit back and take it. Help the Post Office break it. For the department tries to protect the public from all kinds of gyps and swindles by enforcing the postal fraud laws. The Postmaster General has the authority to stop the mail addressed to any mail-order swindle and send the letters back to the victims and also refund their money orders. And getting back to tap lists, or if you like sucker lists, they succeed because the experience shows a person who falls for a certain type of advertising once is always a good prospect for another jip of the same kind. And that's why some so-called sucker lists have sold for as high as $5 per name in oil and gold stock rackets. And there used to be advertising writers who are now in jail who would guarantee to write a sucker letter for $100,000 it takes. The Post Office Department stopped that one years ago, but there's always a next time. So buy cautiously, spend carefully, and don't take a crooked deal from anybody.
That's good advice, and thank you, Mr. O'Brien. This is McCormick again. Now let's go back now to the very beginning of this program. Do you remember?
Easy money.
No risk.
Big dividend.
Yes, these are the 3 main promises voiced by every swindler. Their ingredients the con man mixes together as expertly as a chef mixes his sauce. To them he adds a more than ordinary understanding of human nature, a dash of legal knowledge, a brimming cupful of smooth talk, and a copious measure of quick wit. He flavors the concoction with a generous portion of getaway money, and then he's ready to come after you. He's extremely careful about the preparation of his getaway. He studies it so skillfully that he's rarely caught. In all sections of the country, a swindle is being worked every day. Ex-servicemen fall for it in droves.
I'm just out of the Army. I saw an ad in the paper, a blind ad, that promised ex-servicemen a well-paid job and a secure future. I answered the ad and was called to downtown office for an interview.
There you are, Thorpe. That's the story in a nutshell. Now, I have connections in Washington to get all the materials we need. I've been building houses all my life. The demand for housing was never as great as it is now.
Well, gosh, Mr. Harris, well, it sure sounds good, but
Well, what I actually want here, Thorpe, is a partner. Someone to help me bear the load. And I'm offering you a full partnership in this business for only $900. Now, what do you say?
Well, gee, I don't know. $900.
Thorpe, I took you to be a man of decision, but I'm afraid I was wrong.
Well,
Well, if you don't want to grab this opportunity, if you can't see how it'll make you wealthy in a few years, then forget it. Forget the whole thing. I'm sure there are plenty of other young men who...
You say I get a salary, too, along with a half interest in the business?
Of course. $75 a week starting today, Wednesday.
All right, but by gosh, I'll do
it. Good boy, Thorpe. That's the way I like to hear a man talk. Shake on it. Partner? Now, about the $900...
Why, I can give you a check right now, or we can go down to my bank
No, I can't spare the time for that. Just make out the check. I'll put you on the payroll as of today, and you'll be here on hand, say, Monday morning at 10. We'll get right down to work on these orders, getting things organized.
Well, you know what happened, or do you? Let's skip over to Monday morning.
Pardon me, excuse me, please. I'd like to get into this office.
Who wouldn't? You too, Bud. Hey, fellas, here's another one.
What do you mean? Hey, what are all you guys doing here? Hey, why isn't this office open? Where's Mr. Harris?
That's what we'd all like to know, Bud. The elevator man says Harris hasn't been here since Thursday afternoon.
In that particular case, Thorpe and 6 other veterans were taken by this fast-talking swindler for a total of $4,800. They fell for it.
Easy money.
No risk.
Big dividend.
Well, just a minute, Mr. McCormick. What should I have done?
Well, for one thing, Thorpe, you could have consulted your local veterans organization or the Veterans Administration Office. And here at our NBC Washington microphone, to tell you what the organization has to offer the veteran, is Mr. N.D. Hathaway, the Director of Contact Services of the Veterans Administration. Mr. Hathaway.
The Veterans Administration does not maintain an investment counseling service. There are too many variable factors. The most variable may be the veteran himself. However, the Veterans Administration, through its contact representatives at the many offices throughout the nation, want to help veterans. We'll suggest caution. Refer him to a bank in his city or town where he plans to invest his money, or recommend a Better Business Bureau. We'll tell him where the Legal Aid Bureau is located in his hometown, where free legal assistance is available if he can't afford to hire a lawyer. We'll suggest he talk to local businessmen. Many towns have veterans information centers where businessmen's committees are available to advise and counsel veterans. One of the ways a veteran may intelligently invest his money is in connection with the conversion of his National Service life insurance. We can explain how the veteran's own money, together with a loan, might make it possible for him to buy a home, farm, or business. We can explain how his money, together with the allowance he gets from the government, would make it easier for him to complete his education, particularly if he is a family man. We won't tell him what to do, but we will advise to the best of our ability. In the final analysis, I think the best advice we can give is this. Use your head. Don't rush into an investment. Seek good advice. Investigate until you're satisfied yourself. It is better to be sure than sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Hathaway. This is Robert St. John in New York again. I suppose it's hard to believe that a fellow like Thorpe would haul out his checkbook and dash off a check for $900 just like that. But remember, the con man is a super salesman. And don't forget that the con man is after small money, too. Out in California, one day last month.
Sensational new business offer. 10,000% profit. Holy smoke, 10,000% profit.
$25 capital needed. Absolutely legal business. Right today. Hey, not bad. I guess I better drop that outfit a line.
He did drop that outfit a line, and he got a reply by return mail.
If you will send $2, no stamps, please, we will send you promptly our complete plan for setting yourself up in a business that will net you 10,000% profit. What's $2 for a proposition like that, huh?
So our friend sent the $2, and by return mail he received another letter.
This is an excellent business to enter. You yourself invested $2. Now start up for yourself using the same method. Keep each $2 you receive and urge the senders to get into the same business, the same as we urged you. Hey, what is this? I've been gypped. I've been gypped.
Only $2 on that one, but multiply it by hundreds and hundreds, and you have quite a racket. Did I say racket? Pardon me. It wasn't. As the ad said, the business was absolutely legal. You paid for advice, you got it. Small time? Sure, it was a small-time operation. And there are others. Here's a nurse on the staff of a Chicago hospital.
One man I'd like to get my hands on. You know what he does? He comes around to hospitals and he takes orders for nurses' uniforms. With a small deposit, of course. And that's the last you see of him. If I could just meet up with him again just once...
Madam, if you please.
Well, I don't care. Can I name names on this program?
Well, in this case, yes, because this man is wanted by the police in quite a few of these 48 states.
All right. He calls himself Lehman Garth Ola, when he isn't using an alias, and he's about 31 years old. 6 feet tall, weighs around 200 pounds, has black hair, brown eyes, and scars on his right wrist.
And he took you for how much?
$15. And he got from $5 to $20 from almost every nurse in the hospital where I work. Like, if I ever lay my eyes on him again, I'll...
Nurses, watch out. This man may call on you. Or when spring rolls around, maybe this is the one who will knock at your door.
Oh, good morning, lady. Would you like some nice, rich topsoil sprinkled on your garden? I got a truckload of it out here in front. 2 cents a pound.
No, thanks. Only 2 cents a pound?
That's right. Double the production of your garden, lady.
Well, all right. Give it a thin coat, then. A very thin coat.
Okay. Here, would you sign this, please?
What's that?
Oh, just an order. To show my boss I ain't loafing. 1 coat of topsoil on garden, it says here. See?
Oh, very well. There you are. Now spread it nice and even, and don't run your truck over my tulip bed. So, are you all through? How much is it?
$40 even.
$40? What? For just that little bit of dirt? Why?
Hey, what's the matter, lady? You ordered it, didn't you?
But $40? I won't pay it, that's all. I won't pay it. But that's ridiculous for just a little dirt.
Now, look, lady.
I tell you, I won't pay it.
Lady, I got you a signed order here.
No, get out. I'll call the police.
All right, go ahead and call the police, lady. Look, you ordered soil and signed the order. I spread the soil on your garden. And now I want my money, see? I want my money.
And he got it. He got it because he was right. The victim signed a paper. He put a ton of soil on that garden, and at 2 cents a pound, that comes to $40. When springtime comes, that might happen to you. Watch out. The woman who fell for that topsoil racket did go to the police, and it was possible for police officials to expose the racket to the community, to put people on their guard. The authorities of every American community are on the alert for these petty racketeers, for such sharp practices are not confined to any one section of the country. Let's switch now to the Rocky Mountain region to hear the report of S.T. Anderson, Assistant District Attorney of Denver, Colorado. Come in, station KOA in Denver, and Mr. Anderson.
Let this serve as another reminder to civilians as well as returned servicemen and women that if you are approached by anyone with any proposition that in your mind is questionable, do not hesitate to notify the authorities. Here in Denver, as in any other city or hamlet across the country, the police and the offices of the district attorney are at your call night and day for your protection from violence, a glib tongue, or a smooth line. As an example, criminal charges have been recently brought against a promoter of a so-called plastic paint company, in which 3 Army officers from a nearby Army post had invested $3,500. In Denver, as in other areas of our country since VJ Day, the con man, the swindler, the dishonest stock promoter has been doing double duty. Crime generally has risen approximately 30%. The prolific mind of the confidence man is busy in creating new and ingenious methods of extracting the savings and mustering out pay of servicemen and women and the competence of the aged. To curb this increase in crime, we must have the cooperation of all of our citizens. The law enforcement officers of your community are your friends, and it is their job to help you and protect you. But do not forget the key word, cooperation. It is the prime factor in curbing crime, be it petty larceny or murder in the first degree.
The National Hour returns now from Denver to New York and Washington.
Moving in on our pageant of racketeers, I have a nomination for the meanest person of the year. Now, who's that, McCormick?
A con woman. Here in Washington one afternoon, she collared several school children on their way home.
You'd like to have a nice new fountain pen, wouldn't you, little boy? One like this?
Sure. Gee, that's a swell one, too. I'd like one, too. Mine leaks.
Oh, one like this will never leak. This pen's worth $15.
Golly. How can I get one? Oh, me, too. I want one, too.
Oh, all right. Now, you see these little boxes?
Yeah.
Well, every one of them contains a lovely box of powder and a compact. Now, if each of you will sell 12 of these boxes for me, to your mother and your big sister and to your friends, I'll see that you get one of these lovely pens as a reward.
Oh, boy.
You'd like to do that?
Sure thing. Oh, I sure would.
All right. Now, you give me your names and addresses, and I'll give you the boxes, and when you've sold them all...
And what happened, McCormick? Didn't she give them the pens?
Oh, she gave them pens all right, St. John, but not the $15 kind she showed them. The pens she gave them sold for 39 cents at the corner drugstore.
Well, see, America, to the con man or the con woman, all the world is a sucker. Now let's look briefly at a few more petty rackets.
The furnace racketeers took me. They came to clean my furnace, tore it all down, and then told me they could put it back together again, but that they couldn't guarantee my family wouldn't be asphyxiated. We had to buy a new furnace. Naturally, after they scared us into it that way.
Well, a fellow came into my filling station and asked me to put 3 gallons of water in his gas tank. Water, mind you. Well, I did. And he took out a little white pill out of his pocket and dropped it into the tank. Then he got in, touched the starter, and that motor ran as sweet as you please. I paid him $10 a dozen for 6 dozen of them pills. And I didn't find out till I'd ruined my own car that the fellow had a false tank inside of his regular gas tank. I'm stuck with all them white pills.
My daddy came back from the war, and he found an apartment. But we had no furniture. We saw an ad that said a widow lady wanted to sell her furniture, and Daddy looked at it. Mommy liked it, so Daddy paid for it. But when they bought it, it wasn't the same furniture at all. Daddy said it wasn't worth 1/4 of what he paid for it. But we couldn't prove anything.
Well, there are a few of the tricks the con man is using right now, some of them as old as the hills. The con man merely adapts them to the season of the year, the part of the country he's working in, or the state of the community's finances. But remember, there's one thing every con man avoids as he would a quarantine sign. Earlier in the program, we heard one war veteran say,
I can give you a check right now, Mr. Harris, or we can go down to my bank
No, I can't spare the time for that. Just make out a check for it.
Well, that's typical. Con men don't like bankers. That's other people's bankers. Your banker is one man the con man carefully avoids, and there are reasons, of course. We've brought to our National Hour microphone a man who has taken a leading role in the current drive to inform the country of the depredations of swindlers. Here is W. Randolph Burgess, Vice Chairman of the National City Bank of New York. Mr. Burgess.
Our experience, Mr. St. John, is that many veterans are eager to start enterprises for which they have great enthusiasm but little experience. They are willing to gamble their savings and the money they may get through a veteran's loan in an attempt to make a peacetime reality of a foxhole dream. Unfortunately, there will be people ready to take the veteran and his money for a ride, which has for its destination heartache, disillusionment, bitterness, and debt. There will be others with good intentions, ready to sell him service stations, lunch counters, grocery stores, and taverns, radio shops and tourist cabins and run-down farms which never did and never could make a living for anyone. Here's some friendly counsel for the veteran or for others with savings. Ask the man who knows. Ask an experienced businessman. Ask your local veteran center or your Better Business Bureau. Ask your banker. He knows these ventures. You have many good neighbors ready to help you. Make a careful reconnaissance before you enter a new area.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess.
On this subject, then, our documentary is closed.
Except for this final word.
Easy money. No risk. Big dividend.
The con man will get you if you don't watch out. And now this is Robert St. John inviting you to listen next Sunday at this same time when our subject will be the plastics industry.
This has been the National Hour. From our studios in New York, Washington, and Denver, the National Broadcasting Company has presented the 11th of the new series on current problems and national affairs. Speakers were Edward L. Green, S.T. Anderson, N.D. Hathaway, William E. O'Brien, and W. Randolph Burgess. Robert St. John was your narrator, with Robert McCormick reporting from Washington. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
At this time, WGN joins the Mutual Network for the presentation of the All-Star Game, which is in progress at the present time.
Theo DeRocher, who will guide the destinies of the National League All-Star team this year, has for outfielders such game-breaker-uppers as Mel Ott, Joe Medwick, and Pete Reeser. Pete Reeser leading the National League in hitting with an average of .361. These men are fortified by such stalwarts as Enos Slaughter of the St. Louis Cardinals, young Willard Marshall, freshman sensation of the New York Giants, making the All-Star team even before he's completed his first year as a major leaguer. Then there's Terry Moore, pretty good with that willow, and considered as one of the finest defensive center fielders in the history of the game. And then there's Danny Litweiler of the Philadelphia Phils. In the infield for the National League, there's Archie Vaughan, who hit 2 home runs in last year's All-Star game, you remember, hit them in succession. And when he had hit his second one, with the National League ahead, it looked as if Archie Vaughan would be the hero of the 1941 All-Star game. It took Ted Williams' 9th-inning home run, which won the game for the American League, to rob Archie Vaughan of being the hero of the 1941 Midsummer Classic. Then there's Jimmy Brown of the St. Louis Cardinals, a switch hitter. That's right or left, depending on whether a right-hander or left-hander is pitching. Always a dangerous little man up to that plate. Eddie Miller at shortstop, who hits a long ball. Frank McCormick of the Cincinnati Reds, another long ball hitter and a good hitter. And, of course, last but certainly not least, one of the biggest power men in the major leagues, Johnny Mize, who's become very fond, incidentally, of those short right field stands here at the Polo Grounds since he's become a member of the New York Giants. The distance from home plate to the right field stands, 294 feet. Not a very long distance, and John has learned how to pull that ball closely, which you have to do to get them into that right field stands, and is very fond of them. There's a 100-foot drop away from that 294-foot sign as the wall out there fades away toward deep right field to the bullpen. It's a 100-foot drop, so that in order to get that ball into the right field stands, you do have to learn how to pull them closely. The men back of that plate for the National Leaguers tonight can hold their own with a bat, too. Walker Cooper, Ernie Lombardi, and Mickey Owen. And as for pitchers, looking at it from a defensive standpoint, what more could you want than such men as Morton Cooper, Whitlow Wyatt, Claude Passo, Johnny Vandermeer, Bucky Walters. Ray Starr and Carl Hubble have been added to that list since Cliff Melton, who was originally scheduled to perform for the National Leaguers tonight, came up with a sore arm. Morton Cooper's won 11 games. Whitlow Wyatt has won 8. Claude Passo has won 12 games. Johnny Vandermeer has won 8. Bucky Walters has won 9 games. And Ray Starr, a veteran sensation of the Cincinnati Reds, a veteran from a standpoint of age rather than service, has won 12 games. That group of pitchers, all in all, have won 52 games, while losing only 26 among them, for an average of some 667, and that's pretty good pitching. Morton Cooper, who's scheduled to start for the National Leaguers tonight, has appeared in 16 games for the Cardinals this year, has won 11 of them. He pitched 134 and two-thirds innings, allowed 88 hits, walked 37 men, and struck out 71, and in his string of 11 wins, there have been 6 shutouts. So if he performs up to par this evening, it's going to be perhaps a little bit too bad for those sluggers in the American League lineup. Of course, that is strictly conjecture. It remains to be seen. Looking at the starting lineup for the National League, Jimmy Brown, who leads off and will play second base, is a switch hitter. And, of course, with a right-hander ready to go against them, Spud Chandler of the Yankees, Jimmy Brown will bat left-handed. Leo DeRocher, as a matter of fact, has, for his first 6 men in the lineup, all left-handed hitters, playing that percentage angle of a left-handed hitter against a right-handed pitcher. Brown, Vaughn, Reeser, Mize, Ott, all bat left-handed. The first 5 hitters, I should have said. Jimmy Brown has a batting average of 267 to bring into the ball game with him. Archie Vaughn hitting at 262. Pete Reeser will bring into the ball game an average of 361 on the season. And Johnny Mize has come up over the 300 mark, hitting at 301. Mel Ott hitting at 261. Joe Medwick, who follows, hitting at 344. Walker Cooper, who will catch, hitting at 286. Eddie Miller batting at 270. And these boys are pretty good in the matter of home run production, too, to give you an idea on their slugging propensities. Jimmy Brown has had only 1 homer. Pete Reeser has 6. Johnny Mize, the National League leader in that department, has 14. He'll be followed by Mel Ott, who has 12 home runs. And, of course, Mize and Ott are very, very accustomed to these stands here at the Polo Grounds, this being their home lot. Between them, they've hit 26 home runs this year. Joe Medwick has 3 home runs to his credit. Walker Cooper 4. Eddie Miller 4. So that the first 8 men in the lineup for the National League have accounted for 44 home runs between them this year. And the matter of runs batted in, to give you an idea of the hitting strength of this National League team, which in the past has been noted especially for the defensive propensities. Jimmy Brown has batted in 43 runs, Archie Vaughn 23, Pete Reeser 38, Johnny Mize has driven in 63 runs this year, leading the National League in that respect. Mel Ott has driven in 44, Joe Medwick has driven 55 runs across the plate, Walker Cooper 26, Eddie Miller 25. And so with the first 8 men in the lineup, they have accounted in runs batted in this year a total of 317. So all in all, you can see from what Jim Britt has told you and from my brief analysis of the National League lineup, the 2 teams tonight are pretty evenly matched. And one team cannot be said especially to have any advantage over the other one way or another insofar as pitching, defensive strength, or offensive strength is concerned. So what we shall see will be a game in which the cream of the crop of the major leagues, pretty evenly matched, will go to it in this 10th meeting of the National and American League All-Stars. All right, here's Bob Elson.
Thank you very much, Mel. Well, friends, from what my 2 colleagues have told you, Jim Britt and Mel Allen, you can gather that this is going to be quite a ball game. We have 2 evenly matched squads here tonight, and it should really be a swell game. We're going to pause now for station identification. We're happy to say that our mutual stations from coast to coast have set aside their time, canceled programs with the cooperation of sponsors, so that the Mutual Broadcasting System could bring you an exclusive presentation of one of America's greatest classics, the All-Star Game. You're listening to the broadcast from the Polo Grounds in New York City. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Well, friends, here we are back at the Polo Grounds in New York City. One thing we wanted to tell you about was that the ball game tonight cannot run past 9:10 New York time. There's going to be a test blackout in New York tonight at 9:30, so the ball game will not run past 9:10. If because of any circumstances beyond the control of everyone there should be no ball game tonight, this ball game would be played here in New York tomorrow afternoon at 1:30, and the Cleveland game would be played in Cleveland on Wednesday night. In the event that something should prevent this broadcast tonight or this ball game tonight, it would be played here in New York tomorrow afternoon at 1:30, and then the Cleveland game would be set back just one day. In other words, we're anticipating a game in Cleveland tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, and don't forget that your mutual station will bring you that great game, and boy, that should be a classic. From that huge bowl at big Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, your mutual station will bring you the story of that game, tomorrow night at 8:45. Now, I know that someplace across the country there might be some of you fans who are tuning into our mutual broadcast late. The game has not started as yet. There's been a delay of a bit here, and I'm going to run down the batting order and line up again slowly for you. Some of you are perhaps keeping a scorecard on this ball game, and so we'll give it to you slowly in their teams. So those of you who want to keep an actual card, an actual rundown of the ball game, will have plenty of time to get it in. Let's take the home team first, the National League team. Jimmy Brown of St. Louis, second base. Archie Vaughan of Brooklyn, third. Petey Reeser of the Dodgers in center field. Johnny Mize of the Giants at first base. Mel Ott, the manager of the Giants, will start in right field. Medwick of Brooklyn, and by the way, Medwick has really been playing marvelous ball for the Dodgers this year. I think that Joe's comeback, although it wasn't exactly a comeback because he played good ball last year, but the baseball he's played this year has really been something. As you know, he's right up there hitting around 345, has driven in a flock of runs. He hit safely in a long stretch of ball games, and Joe's having another great year. Medwick will start in left field. Walker Cooper of the St. Louis Cardinals will catch. Eddie Miller of the Boston Braves is going to start at short. And Morton Cooper, the ace of the St. Louis Cardinals staff, who's won 11 ball games and lost 3, is going to start for the National League. By the way, looking over Cooper's record, we see that he won 11 games and lost 3. He pitched 12 complete games. And one thing you notice about Cooper's record is that he pitched 6 shutouts. Morton Cooper has 6 shutouts out of the 11 games he's won. Now turn around on your scorecard, and here is the American League starting lineup. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland, the manager of the Indians, will start at shortstop. Boudreau at short. Tommy Henrich of the Yankees will start in right field. Henrich, 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 right field. Williams of Boston, left field. Joe DiMaggio of the Yankees in center field. As I told you before, little Dominic of the Boston Red Sox is laid up with a bum back, and he's in uniform, but will not play in the ball game. So Joe DiMaggio will bat fourth and play center field. Then Rudy York of Detroit will bat fifth and play first base. Gordon of the Yankees, second base. Kenny Keltner of Cleveland, third base. Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit, that's Tebbets, Tebbetts, will catch. And Spurgeon Chandler of the New York Yankees, a right-hander who's won 9 ball games and lost 2, is going to pitch for New York. There were 3 late switches in the rosters today. As you know, Paul Derringer was laid up and could not take part in the ball game. And we also had another late withdrawal from the ball game, and that was Melton of the Giants, their outstanding left-hander who had a sore arm and couldn't come into the ball game. And so there were 2 other pitchers nominated, and they are Carl Hubbell of the Giants, who's down here in uniform for the National League, and also Starr, the great right-hander of the Cincinnati Reds. He was also nominated in place of Paul Derringer. The other nomination concerned the American League squad, and that was that Bill Dickey dropped out of the lineup, and Wagner of the Phillies stepped into his spot. Wagner, as you know, is a catcher, a left-handed batter, and a very good hitter, and he stepped into Bill Dickey's spot. Bill has been ailing for a couple of weeks, hasn't been in the Yankee lineup, I don't think at all, until the Boston series, and he's not well enough to get into the ball game, and Wagner has taken his spot. The umpires, when the ball game gets underway, will be Ballanfant, Ballanfant of the National League, back at the plate. This is the National League game. The National League is the home team. At second base will be Barlick, Barlick of the National League. At first base will be Stewart of the American League. And at third base will be McGowan of the American League. Now, there you have the pitchers. There you have the umpires. There you have the starting lineups and the squads. Al Shack, by the way, is just walking back from center field. He's coming out here toward the infield, and the crowd's giving him a hand. While we have time, let me tell you something about this Polo Grounds layout. It's a complete double-decked affair. Our mutual broadcasting booth is in a swell spot here, right back at the home plate, where we can see those balls break in over the plate. It's in a great spot to see the ball game. And there's a complete double deck all the way around the park. This has often been referred to as a left-hand hitter's paradise, because it's just a short poke down that right field line. As I look down that line right now, I can see the markers around 290 feet, which isn't very far for a good left-handed pull hitter. It's a little bit farther, however, down the left field line. It's a poke of something like 330 feet, and from there on out into left center field, to deep center field, to right center field, it is a real wallop. In fact, it's one of the longest drives to the center field fence of any ballpark in the majors. It's something from here to the center field wall is something like 483 feet, and that is really a wallop. 483 feet to the center field wall, so you can tell what a poke that is. The only spot where the hitters get a break in this park at all, I really think, are down this right field line. Of course, that is the left-hand hitters, those pull hitters, who can pull that ball into those stands, which are only 290 feet distant here from the home plate in the ground. There's been an unavoidable delay here in the start of the ball game. It hasn't gotten underway as yet. Right below me here is the American League squad. I might tell you, too, that all the American League players are wearing their home team uniform. The American League teams are the visiting teams, so the American League players are wearing their road uniforms. And right below us here, below our mutual booth, a little bit to our left, is the Yankee team, or is the American League team. Joe McCarthy, who just recovered from an unfortunate illness, is back. I talked to him today. He looks in good shape. He said, Bob, we have a great squad this year, and I think we're going to beat the National League again. Joe is all set, right in the pink for this ball game. I also had a chat around noon with the fine manager of the National League squad, Leo DeRocher, who's done such a splendid job with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And he said to me, Bob, we've got the best National League team that we've had in years. This year we not only have National League pitching, but we're going to show those guys some hitting, too. And as you can see from the figures that Mel Allen has given you on the National League, the National League team this year does carry a lot of power, and anything is apt to happen in this ball game when it finally gets underway. Friends, there is going to be a delay. Circumstances beyond our control are going to delay the start of this ball game. And so we're going to leave you here, take leave of you now for just a little while. Stand by, however. We'll be standing by in our mutual broadcasting booth here in New York, ready to bring you this ball game, the All-Star game, play-by-play, just as soon as the ball game starts. So just stay right with your mutual station, and just as soon as the All-Star game gets underway, we'll bring it to you. And so for just a while at least, this is Bob Elson saying goodbye to you from the Polo Grounds in New York City and returning you to our New York studios.
Our program service will continue in just a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago. Stay tuned to WGN for the broadcast of the All-Star game between the American and National Leagues, which will begin shortly from New York City. We rejoin the Mutual Network.
How do you do, baseball fans across the country? This is Bob Elson talking to you again from the Polo Grounds in New York City, and we're all set now for Mutual's exclusive coverage of the 10th Annual All-Star Game. You hear that announcement through your radio? That's the public address announcer here in the Polo Grounds in New York City, calling the official batting order and lineups around here to the people in the stands. He just completed it, and now I'll give you the rundown again for those of you who might be tuning in late. Here's the starting lineup for the National League, and the National League team will very shortly take the field. And then Jim Britt will describe the first three innings for you. Mel Allen of New York will describe the middle three, and I'll describe the last three. The announcer has just called the official batting order and lineup. I repeated it to you before. There's been an unavoidable delay, and the ball game is going to start now any minute. And here is the lineup. For the National League, Brown of St. Louis at second base. Archie Vaughan of Brooklyn at third base. Petey Reeser of Brooklyn in center field. Johnny Mize of New York at first base. Mel Ott of New York in right field. Joe Medwick of Brooklyn in left field. Walker Cooper of St. Louis is the catcher. Eddie Miller of Boston is the shortstop. And Morton Cooper of St. Louis is the pitcher. His record, as we told you before, he's won 11 ball games and lost 3. 11 of his wins have been shutouts, and he's been one of the outstanding pitchers of the year. You stop and figure 11 wins and 6 shutouts, you've got something. Here's the lineup for the American League. Cooper has just come out of the National League dugout, which is down here to the right of our mutual broadcasting booth, and he is going to warm up now with Ernie Lombardi. Ernie Lombardi of the Boston team. He's going to take a few throws, and the rest of the National League team is out on the field just tossing the ball around. Not on the diamond, they're on the field. They haven't got out onto the diamond as yet. And Cooper is going to try a few practice throws from the mound. He's walked out to the center of the diamond now, and here is Big Ernie Lombardi of Boston, who is one of the reserve catchers for the National League, standing just back of the plate taking Cooper's practice throws. Here's Spud Chandler of New York, who's going to start for the American League. He's come out, and he's going to get a few practice throws. Well, let's get on anyway with the American League lineup. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland, shortstop. Here's another announcement. Officials contacted Mayor LaGuardia, who gave permission to carry this ball game until 9:30. As you know, if you were listening to the broadcast earlier, there is a practice blackout here in New York tonight at 9:30. They had established a time as a deadline time on the game at 9:10. In the event of a tie at that time, the ball game was to have been played tomorrow, but because of an unavoidable delay, the baseball time has been allowed to run until 9:30. So the ball game will run until 9:30. Now, let's get on, shall we, with that American League team. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland is going to play shortstop, and Lou's really been having a grand year. Spud Chandler is also out there getting in his practice throws. He's standing in one side of the pitcher's mound, and Walker Cooper of St. Louis, or Morton Cooper's on the other side, and both pitchers are warming up from the center of the diamond. The teams are not on the field. The players of both teams are along the playing field on the side of the foul line side, here to our left and to our right. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland, I think, is having one of the greatest years of his career. Not only has he done a splendid job with that Cleveland ball club, he's really revitalized that club. He's had them playing great ball. He has the respect of his players, and he has been playing the best ball of his career. I talked to him in Chicago when the Indians played a series there with the Sox last week, and Lou played wonderful ball. And talking to some of the players on the Cleveland Ball Club, I know that his year so far at Cleveland has been a howling success, even though Cleveland's not in first place. So Boudreau will start at short. Tommy Henrich, the dependable right fielder of the New York Yankees, is going to be in right field tonight. The alternate was Dominic DiMaggio, who they had intended starting. But in yesterday's doubleheader, the Boston doubleheader, Dominic hurt his back. And although he's in uniform here tonight, he is not going to start in the ball game. In left field will be Teddy Williams. Yesterday in Chicago, I talked to Eldon Auker, who's won 10 ball games this year for St. Louis, about great hitters. Auker told me that in his judgment, and he's pitched in baseball many a year, Williams will go down in history as one of the 5 greatest hitters that ever lived. I asked him what was it that made Williams such a great hitter. And he said, Bob, the thing that makes Williams the great hitter that he is the fact that he can hit these kind of specialty pitches like knuckleballs, sliders, and sinkers and all that sort of thing, right when they're in their motion. In other words, when a knuckleball comes in and starts its particular motion, Williams can hit that ball right when it's in that particular motion that makes the knuckler famous, and he can drive that kind of a ball out of the ballpark. So those specialty pitches not only don't fool him, but he can time them, and he can hit those specialty pitches, and not only hit them, but he can drive them out of the park. And Auker told me, and he's a pretty good pitcher and a pretty good judge of hitters, that he thought that Williams would go down in history as one of the greatest hitters that ever lived. Now, in center field is Dominic DiMaggio. The great DiMaggio, the famous Yankee Clipper, has gotten off to a rather slow start this year. But he's been coming along. His throwing hasn't been, for one thing, as good this year as it has been in previous years, nor has his hitting been as good. Seeing Joe DiMaggio batting around 270 doesn't look like Joe, because you'd expect to see him up around 350. But Joe just hasn't been able to get going at his regular clip. Of course, Yankee fans and the Yankee bosses figure that Joe will get going. He's been in a slump before. But anyway, he's one of the greatest ball players in the game, and he'll be in center field. At first base will be the big powerhouse of the Detroit Tigers, Rudy York. No, he's not exactly the outstanding fielding first baseman in the American League, but he can knock him down, he can get in front of him, and what is more, he can really powder that baseball. Yes, sir, that big boy can really sock that ball, and his big bat will come in handy in that American League lineup tonight. Now at second base is one of the greatest ball players in the game, Joe Gordon. If there's anything that a great second baseman should do that this fella cannot do, I don't know what it is. I was talking to one of the greatest men in baseball, Connie Mack, last year. Mr. Mack told me that he thought that Gordon was one of the greatest second basemen he'd ever seen, and that was enough for me. At third base will be Kenny Keltner, the outstanding third baseman of the Cleveland Indians. The catcher is going to be Bertie Tebbetts. Here's an announcement. It's about the test blackout. If you couldn't hear the announcement, the public address announcer was telling the fans that the blackout, the test blackout here in New York tonight is going to start at 9:30, and the ball game had previously planned to end at 9:10, regardless of what stage the game was in. But now, because it's been late getting started, they're going to run it down to the actual blackout time, and the customers and fans here in the stands have been asked to remain in their seats. Gotten as far as the catcher, Bertie Tebbetts, who's going to be back at the plate in place of Bill Dickey, the old workhorse of the Yankees and one of the greatest catchers in the game. Tebbetts is a fine catcher, and he's a good hitter. And the pitcher tonight is going to be Spurgeon Chandler, a very fine right-hander of the New York Yankees, who has had a fine record this year. The pitchers in the American League are Chandler, Bonham, Ruffing, Benton, Newhouser, Hewson, Bagby, Hudson, and Eddie Smith. The pitchers for the National League are Morton Cooper, Whitlow Wyatt, Carl Hubble, Passaw, Vandermeer, Walters, and Ray Starr of Cincinnati. There's been two changes. Melton was dropped off the squad today because of a sore arm, and Carl Hubble was substituted. Derringer was also out because of an injury, and Starr of Cincinnati was substituted. There was one substitution on the American League squad today, and that was Bill Dickey dropped off, and Wagner was substituted. And now, fans, we're all set for the All-Star game. The teams are going onto the field. The umpires are coming out. The 10th annual All-Star Ball Game is going to be brought to you exclusively by the Mutual Broadcasting System. The umpires have just walked up to the plate. The National League team has gone out onto the field. And I'm going to turn our microphone over now to my good friend Jim Britt of the Yankee Network, who will talk to you just as soon as you hear our national anthem. Good evening again, everyone. This is Jim Britt about to bring you the first three innings, play-by-play, of the 10th All-Star Game. As you know, the previous record is 6 victories for the American League, 3 for the National Leaguers. And at the moment, there goes the official starting ball being given to Morton Cooper. The rosin bag has already been handed him by the Brooklyn Bat Boy, who is the home bat boy for the National Leaguers, just as the Yankee Bat Boy is the host of the evening as far as the visiting American Leaguers are concerned. Walker Cooper is the catcher, and his brother Morton Cooper is on the mound. Recently, on the occasion of an Army-Navy relief game at Braves Field in Boston, attended by more than 25,000 fans, Morton Cooper came within 2 bloopers, 2 accidental base hits, you might say, of pitching a near-perfect ball game. In addition to that, he gave 1 walk. That was his 3rd consecutive shutout. Later, that streak was broken. Here is the starting plate umpire, Lee Ballanfant, coming over to talk with manager Joe McCarthy of the New York Yankees about some matter pertaining to the game itself. At first base will be Ernie Stewart of the American League. At second base, the colorful Al Barlick of the National League. And at third base, Bill McGowan of the American League. The first man up will be manager Lou Boudreau of the Cleveland Indians. He bats right-handed, has a season's batting average of 302. This is his first year as a skipper, the youngest skipper the American League has seen. He has 7 doubles, 7 triples, and a single home run since the start of the season. He is one of the most famous athletes in the history of the University of Illinois. He was a great basketball player. His opponents in the Middle West, especially in the Western Conference, insist to this day that great as he is in the diamond world, he was an even greater All-American cage star. There's the roar as Boudreau, who has quite an unorthodox batting stance, starts his position. Artie Fletcher is coaching at third base, and at first base is Bucky Harris, the manager of the Washington Senators. Boudreau crouches. The outfield is just about straight away. Here's the first pitch, and it is ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes the count. The infield is back on the left side. Archie Vaughan is playing just about 5 feet away from third base. The outfield is fairly deep on the left side, with Joe Medwick playing deep in the corner. 1 ball, Morton Cooper winds up, delivers. There goes a long drive towards left field. That ball is given a real ride, and it is up in the stands for a home run, and the American Leaguers lead 1-0. That was the first home run ever hit by Lou Boudreau in an All-Star game. It was a long drive that went to left center field at around the 400-foot mark. It was a tremendous wallop off right-hander Morton Cooper, and the American Leaguers lead by a score of 1-0. Port-sider Tommy Henrik is up now. Here comes the pitch, and he looks at the ball low and outside. That is the second time Lou Boudreau has driven in a run in All-Star game competition. The score is 1-0 in favor of the American League as a result of his walloping a tremendous homer to left field on the very second pitch thrown to him. The score 1-0 in favor of the American Leaguers. 1 ball the count on Henrik. Here it is. Too low. 2 balls and no strikes. A tremendous roar came from the throats of the assembled fans here at the Polo Grounds. That would have been a home run in virtually any baseball park in the league, in either league, including Washington's Griffith Stadium. The outfield is just about straight away for Tommy Henrik. Right fielder Mel Ott is fairly deep. Here's the pitch. Called strike. A nice pitch, just buckle high through the heart of the plate. Incidentally, Morton Cooper, like Higbee of the Brooklyn Dodgers and Passeau of the Cubs, is a jinx-defying hurler who wears the numerals 13 on his back. Paced by Boudreau's home run, the American Leaguers have nobody on in the top of the first. Nobody out, and the count is 1-2. Outside. Ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike the count. Cooper is a tall, swarthy, extremely handsome right-hander whom many of the Cardinal rooters believe is another Jerome Dizzy Dean. His record so far this season is 11-3, and his streak of 9 consecutive victories was just broken. He winds up, pitches. There's a foul ball down the third base line, fielded very easily by third base coach Artie Fletcher, who flips it to Archie Vaughan. Vaughan is rubbing up the ball. He takes a few steps over toward the infield grass, and Morton Cooper is standing out on the edge of the mound waiting for it. There's one of the American Leaguers making a slow trek from the giant dressing room here at the Polo Grounds over towards the left field bullpen. The count is 3-2. The big one just about ready to sail up with Tommy Henrik, the New York Yankee right fielder, up. Here it is. There goes a drive that goes solidly into right center field for a hit. Henrik pulls up at first base, rounds the bag, decides to go to second. There's the throw, and he has a double. Center fielder Pete Reeser came in to slow the ball up. It didn't quite have the power to reach him. It was right over the head of second baseman Jimmy Brown of the Cardinals. Henrik rounded first base and very smartly decided that he could take 2. He went all the way to second base, hit the dirt, and the play was not close. That is Henrik's 18th double of the year, by the way, but it doesn't count as far as his .287 batting mark is concerned. Thumping Theodore Williams of the Red Sox is up. That was Henrik's second RBI. Strike 1 called. Williams looked at the first one, which Morton Cooper threw just about chest high, right over the heart of the plate. Williams has a batting average of .348, 18 home runs so far this year, 80 runs driven in. He spread eagles both the major leagues in the power department. The American Leaguers lead 1-0. Henrik on second. Here's the pitch. High and outside, 1-1. Bucky Walters is warming up for the National Leaguers out in the right field bullpen. Morton Cooper has already faced 2 men. Boudreau hit a tremendous home run drive into the left field stands at the 400-foot mark, and Henrik doubled to right center. He hit the dirt with a nice slide going in. 1-1 the count on Williams. Henrik leads off. Here it is. There goes a long drive to left center field. Medwick is going deep for it, waiting, and he takes it. There goes Henrik tagging up. He draws a throw to third base, which is good, and he goes back to second. Williams hit a long fly ball to left center. It was taken by Medwick. And here is Joe DiMaggio. Joe DiMaggio, the Yankee Clipper, whose all-star record is not star-studded. He has a batting average of .268. Many observers believe that this is the night he is destined to break out into full all-stardom. Low and inside, ball 1.
Tommy Henrik is on second base with his illustrious Yankee teammate, Jolting Joe DiMaggio, standing in that famous wide base of his at home plate. He's waving his bat in the direction of Cooper. The outfield is deep to the left. Medwick has backed up. He is just about as deep as Ott was in right field for Williams. 1 ball the count. Here it is. Strike call. A good strike. Through the heart of the plate, buckle high, and the count is 1-1. 1 man out. The American Leaguers 1 run. The National Leaguers nothing. Lou Boudreau hit a home run on the second pitch. Then Tommy Henrik doubled to right center. Henrik is still anchored at second. He takes a lead. Cooper pitches. Inside. Ball 2, strike 1. Joe was all set to tee off on that. Had it appealed to him, he doubtless would have swung from the heels. But he choked his bat and got out of the way. He and his brother Dominic and his other brother Vince stand with their feet probably wider apart than any other trio of batters, certainly any brother combination in the majors. 2-1 the count. There goes a high bouncing ground ball to Archie Vaughan. He holds the runner to second, throws to first. There's the throw to first base for the out. And Henrik, after the throw was made from Vaughan to Mize to retire DiMaggio, took third. Archie Vaughan did his job. He tried to bluff Tommy back to second base. Tommy did not go all the way back, realizing that Vaughan would have to commit himself. And just as soon as the long throw was made from Vaughan to Mize to retire Joe DiMaggio, Henrik took third on the out. 2 men out. Bucky Walters is still warming up, by the way. And big Rudy York, Chief Rudy York of the Detroit Tigers, is up. He is the first baseman. He bats 1 below the cleanup slot, has an average of .278, including 14 home runs. Henrik on third, 2 men out. Ball inside. That one very nearly shaved the letters. Detroit, right off the front of Rudy's chest. He wears the number 4. All these players, you know, are wearing their own uniforms. The National Leaguers, their home uniforms. The American Leaguers, their traveling suits. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 men out. Henrik stands in foul territory, just a little off third. Here's the pitch. A swing and a miss. 1-1. Rudy swung from the heels on a handle curveball that came through fast. The infield is back on the left side. Eddie Miller, who has played in 39 errorless games going into this one tonight, which will not count against his National League fielding record, is a deep shortstop. The outfield to the left. There's a drive that goes towards right field. A long drive, and that ball is going in for another home run to make it 3-0. Rudy York is coming home, back of Tommy Henrik. He's being congratulated by Joe Gordon. The American League leads 3-0. And Rudy York, who is a notorious center field and left field hitter, hit a home run straight away into right field for his first All-Star run batted in, his 15th home run of the year. He has 14 through the regular season, and the score is 3-0 as Henrik scored ahead of him from third. Flash Gordon is up. He has an average of .347. A swing and a miss. Flash went up there ready to swing on the first one. The American Leaguers are threatening to turn this into a first-inning rout. 2 mighty home runs, 1 to left by Boudreau, 1 to right with 1 on by Rudy York, each hitting his first round-trip wallop in an All-Star game. 2 men out, none on, Gordon up. The count is 1 strike. Cooper pitches. There's a swing and a miss, and a chest-high curveball outside, and the count is 2 strikes. Morton Cooper so far has been no puzzle for the American Leaguers, but the game is young. With 8 2/3 innings still to be played, it is anyone's ball game. 2 men out in the top of the first, nobody on. Gordon has a mark of .347, bats right, waits, swings and misses for strike 3. That's the first strikeout of the 10th All-Star game. But the American Leaguers pounded Morton Cooper savagely in the first half of the first inning. They collected 3 runs on 3 very solid hits for a total of 10 bases. There were no errors, and of course, there were no runners left on base. Now, in the event you tuned in late on Mutual's exclusive play-by-play report of the 10th All-Star game from the Polo Grounds in New York, the proceeds of which are to go into the Baseball Equipment Fund and to the Army and Navy Service Relief Societies, here are the lineups again. For the American League, manager Lou Boudreau of the Cleveland Indians, shortstop. Tommy Henrik of the Yankees, right field. Ted Williams of Boston, left field. Joe DiMaggio of the Yankees, center field. Rudy York of Detroit, first base. Flash Gordon of New York, second base. Ken Keltner of Cleveland, third base. Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit, catcher. And Spurgeon Spud Chandler, whose record is 9-2, a right-hander, on the mound. For the National League, Jimmy Brown of the Cardinals, second base. Archie Vaughan of Brooklyn, third base. Pete Reeser of Brooklyn, center field. John Mize of the Giants, first base. Manager Mel Ott of the Giants in right field. Ducky Medwick of Brooklyn in left, Walker Cooper of the Cardinals back of the plate, Eddie Miller of the Boston Braves at shortstop, and Morton Cooper of the St. Louis Cardinals on the mound. He already has been shelled savagely to the tune of 3 runs. The score is 3-0 in favor of the American Leaguers. Here comes Jimmy Brown, who is a switch batter. He will bat left-handed. With Spud Chandler on the mound, he has a batting average of .263, including 1 home run and 14 doubles. Here's the pitch. That ball hit him right in the small of the back, and he takes first. Jimmy Brown had no opportunity even to get out of the way of an inside curveball that broke very sharply, hit him in the small of the back, and he becomes the first National League base runner in the All-Star game of 1942. Archie Vaughan is up. Archie has a batting average of .270. He bats left-handed. 1 on, nobody out. Chandler pitches. Inside, ball 1. Bill McKechnie is coaching at third base for the National Leaguers. Frankie Frisch of the Pittsburgh Pirates is coaching at first. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball that is hit to second baseman Gordon. Gordon to Boudreau. 1 out. Boudreau to York. Double play. With a count 1 ball, Archie Vaughan lashed a savage grounder that went straight as an arrow from a bow to Flash Gordon. Gordon wheeled through to Boudreau, who made a magnificent pivot to throw to Rudy York, who made a good stretch to get Vaughan ahead of the relay. 2 men out, nobody on. Pete Reeser, the Major League batting champion of the moment at least, with a batting average of .361. A left-hand batter, 2 men out and none on. It knocked him down. Ball 1, close to the head. Pete went down, now he gets up, brushes the dirt off his trousers. Spud Chandler is scraping the dirt together on the mound to make more comfortable that pace of his that he takes towards the plate. He has gotten rid of 2 men. His teammate, Joe Gordon, started a twin kill. Here's the pitch. Low and inside for a second ball. The American Leaguers have a lead of 3-0 on the strength of a home run by Lou Boudreau and a home run by Rudy York after Tommy Henrik had doubled. 2 balls, no strikes. There's a slowly topped ground ball that goes to Gordon. Gordon flips to York, and the side is retired. Chandler did not retire the side in 1-2-3 order, however. He hit Brown with a pitch. Vaughan smashed into a Gordon to Boudreau to York double play, and then Reeser hit an easy roller to Joe Gordon. Gordon came in fast and smothered it on a slow hop and threw to York for the out. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left in the last half of the first inning, and there is a little band music to celebrate the fact that the American Leaguers have been the first to score. They'll show no partiality through the course of the evening, however, because there'll be just as much in the way of celebration on the part of the National League fans here tonight. The National League, by the way, is the host of the evening. Artie Fletcher is coaching at third base. He's the celebrated Yankee coach, signal stealer, and third base coach par excellence, who has aided Joe McCarthy and his Yankees to so many World Championships. Coaching at first base is Bucky Harris, the manager of the Washington Senators, the former boy wonder. The coaches for the National Leaguers are Bill McKechnie and Frankie Frisch. The respective managers, of course, are the 2 men who matched strategies and tactics in the World Series last year at Yankee Stadium and Ebbets Field, Leo Durocher and Joe McCarthy. Defensively, the National Leaguers have Medwick in left, Reeser in center, Ott in right, an infield of Mize, Brown, Miller, and Vaughan, and the Cooper brothers of the battery. Ken Keltner of Cleveland is up. He has an average of .285, and he bats right. He opens the second inning for the American Leaguers. Cooper pitches. Ball 1. The first pitch was just about hip high, and it missed the outside corner. The score, American Leaguers 3, National Leaguers nothing. The outfield is a shade to the left. Third baseman Archie Vaughan is playing close to the bag. Miller is deep at short. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball, slowly topped towards Miller, who charges it. Makes a quick throw to first baseman John Mize for the out. That was an easy chance. And the Boston Braves shortstop, who has gone through 39 errorless games and has come within 25 or 30 chances of Leo Durocher's all-time National League defensive record, made an easy play. 1 man out, and here is Bertie Tebbetts, the catcher of the Detroit Tigers. He has a batting average of .244. He has 9 doubles so far this year. He is a straightaway hitter. They play him slightly to the left. A crossfire pitch is wide. Ball 1. 1 man out in the first half of the second inning. The outfield slightly to the left. Miller playing back on the grass. Jimmy Brown, too, on the right side of second base is deep. And the third baseman and first baseman are playing fairly close. Right fielder Myrt is not deep. Cooper winds up. Delivers. Strike called. A sidearm fastball. The crowd likes the colorful way that Valentin has been calling them, because his voice has penetrated to every nook and cranny of the historic Polo Grounds. 1-1 the count, one man out, nobody on. The American League at bat in the first of the second with a 3-0 lead over their National League brethren. Here it is. A swing and a miss. And Tebbets very nearly lost his balance and sat right down into the dirt. 1-2. If there is any one mark of distinction that Bertie wears more than any other, it is his aggressiveness. He is reminiscent of the great Mickey Cochran. He is a fire eater, and he fights for what he believes to be the right. 1-2. One man out. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That is Cooper's second strikeout. He got Gordon to end the first half of the first inning. And here's Spud Chandler, the Yankee pitcher, coming up. He worked as recently as last Friday night when he defeated the Boston Red Sox in the opening tilt of that crucial 3-game series at Fenway Park. The first 5 hits were doubles, 2 of them by Williams and 2 by Dorr, but thereafter he settled down to coast in with a 5-3 lead. The fact that the Yankees took 2 out of 3 from Boston in that series enabled them to stretch their American League lead to 4 games. Spud has a batting average of 147. 2 men out and none on. A half swing. Called a ball when the pitch is wide. 1 ball, no strikes. Spud has a season's pitching record of 9-2. He and his teammate Hank Baroe of the Yankees are tops in the American League, just as Larry French is in the National League. Cooper pitches. Ball 2. That pitch was low and outside. Spud steps out of the batter's box. As pitchers hit, he's capable of pulling it a long way. The infield is back slightly on the left, and Mize is playing in just a few feet back of first base. Cooper gets his sign from his brother Walker. He delivers. Ball 3, low. Chandler was well up front that time. He had his bat in bunt position, never used it, and the count is 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes. The American Leaguers are trying to make it 7 out of 10 in this All-Star Classic tonight. Cooper gets set, and it's a perfect strike. Chandler was set to take it, and he did. Not even an effort to swing. 3-1 the count. The National Leaguers are in the home team's dugout to the right, and just below us, in the dugout occupied by the New York Yankees, when they play in the Polo Grounds in World Series, are the American Leaguers. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2, and then Chandler did go down on one knee and was quick to get back up again. Cooper had himself in a 3-0 hole. Then he pitched a good called strike and got Chandler on a clean swing and a miss. 3-2. 2 men out and no one on. The windup. The pitch. There goes a long drive to right center field. Center fielder Reeser is over, waiting. And he takes it going away for the third and final out in the first half of the second inning. That is Pete's first chance. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. At the end of an inning and a half, going into the last half of the second inning with the National Leaguers slated to come to the plate, the totals are American Leaguers, 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors. The National Leaguers, no runs, no hits, and no errors. We pause now for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
The last half of the second inning coming up with Big Johnny Mize, the New York Giant first baseman, his manager and right fielder Myrt, and left fielder Ducky Medwick of the Brooklyn Dodgers slated to bat in that order. If you're one of our most recent listeners and tuned in late, in the very first inning, Boudreau led off with a home run on the second pitch to put the American League ahead 1-0. Henrik doubled to right center, moved up on DiMaggio's infield out after Williams had flied out, and York hit a home run into the right field stands just inside the pole to make it 3-0. Chandler faces Mize. It's a strike. A fast one right down the middle to Big John. He represents most of the Giant power, the power the Cardinals lost in their trade. He has an average of .292 and 14 home runs. There's a foul ball way over to the right, up against one of the box seats, and there goes Frankie Frisch of Pittsburgh to recover it. Strike 2. Spud Chandler of the Yankees and Bertie Tebbets of Detroit. That's the American League battery. In left field, Williams of Boston, DiMaggio and Henrik of the Yanks in center and right. The infield, York of Detroit, Gordon of New York, Boudreau and Keltner of Cleveland at first, second, short, and third. The count is 2 strikes on Johnny Mize. Here's the pitch. Too close. John simply stepped back almost imperceptibly to get out of the way of it. The outfield is just a shade to the right, and center fielder DiMaggio is playing deep. Chandler winds up, delivers. A curveball missed the outside corner. John followed it with his eye until the last possible break. The count is 2-2. The National Leaguers are trailing, no runs to 3 in the last half of the second inning. Spud Chandler of the Yankees and his American League teammates are off to a flying start as a result of that power that they have been talking so much about. The windup, the pitch, there goes a ground ball, hit towards Rudy York. York spears it, Chandler covers, takes it in time for a beautiful piece of teamwork. That was a fine play, both by York and Chandler, who was able to go all the way from the mound to first to cover in time for the out. Mellott is up, and this, of course, is the Polo Grounds in the shadow of Coogan's Bluff, and Little Mel is one of the most beloved baseball players John McGraw ever had. He succeeded to the mantle of the famous Little Napoleon. He bats left-handed, has a batting average of .269, which is well below par for him. He has 12 home runs, however, and 10 doubles this year. 1 out, none on. Strike called. Chandler threw a fairly slow curveball over the outside. It had a nice break, just about waist high. 1 strike, 1 man out, nobody on. The American League ahead, 3-0. There goes a high foul ball, and it's going out of the field of play, up on top of the press coop, and then it rolled down over the top. The count is strike 2. That play made by Rudy York on Mize was great, but it would not have been possible had it not been for the quick reflex action of Spud Chandler, who went very quickly from the mound to first base to cover, a distance of about 65 feet. 2 strikes, 1 man out, nobody on. The National Leaguers are striving desperately to get those 3 runs back. Chandler so far has been effective, and he has had fine support. The outfield is straight away. Here's the pitch. Outside and high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. When Little Mel first reported to John McGraw down in the Louisiana training camp of the New York Giants, you may recall he was a catcher. But after 1 or 2 days back of the mound, back of the plate, McGraw decided to make him a fielder. Here's the pitch. Outside. Ball 2, 2-2. Mel still has that characteristic of his batting stance. He cocks that right foot well up into the air and lets go with it just as he swings with that lethal left-handed power of his. 2-2, 1 man out. Nobody on for the National Leaguers in the last half of the second. Spud Chandler gets his sign from Bertie Tebbetts. He takes a deep windup. Pitches inside. That one very nearly hit Mel. 3-2. He had to spin back out of the way of it. Plate umpire Lee Ballanfant goes through his whisk room act. Now he puts the brush back into his pocket. He is trying to tell somebody in the dugout that last was a foul ball and the count should be 2-2. That's right. I assumed that the ball nearly hit Mel, but it ticked his bat on the way by. Here's the pitch. Strike 3, and he is called out. He stands there as if he does not believe it. It's a called 3rd strike. A curveball that broke just about chest high. Apparently it caught the inside corner, and Mel stood there incredulously, finally went back to the dugout and made way for Ducky Medwick of Brooklyn. That is the first strikeout for Spud Chandler, and he crossed up Mellott with a superb curveball. 2 men out, Medwick up with a batting average of .344. He's runner-up to Reeser in the National League batting department. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball hit to Rudy York. York takes it. There goes Chandler to cover quickly. He steps on the bag. Medwick is out. And that is a 1-2-3 inning. In 2 frames, Spud Chandler of the New York Yankees has faced only 6 of his National League brethren. Oddly enough, out of the 3 plays that have not involved a double play on the part of the American League defense, it has been York to Chandler twice, with Mize and Medwick being the victims. In 2 innings, the National Leaguers have no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. They have had only 1 base runner, and he was short-lived. Jimmy Brown was hit by a pitch in the first inning, but Vaughn whacked into a Gordon to Boudreau to York double play. Morton Cooper is going to pitch in the first half of the 3rd inning as well. And again, he will face Lou Boudreau. That home run of Lou's must have climaxed a boyhood dream, because what red-blooded American youngster doesn't have some childlike vision that one day he will step up to the plate in an All-Star game or a World Series Classic and boom one of the enemy pitches far away into the bleachers for 4 bases. It was the first run Lou had driven in an All-Star game. It was also his first home run. Rudy York's first home run was a freak as far as Rudy is concerned, because he hit it as a left-hander might. Just down the right field line, a well-timed blow that went into the stands. Boudreau has one hit for a total of 4 bases. Morton Cooper pitches. There goes a high fly ball to straight center field. Reeser is coming in fast. Second baseman Brown going out. Reeser takes it for the out. 1 man out, nobody on. Tommy Henrik comes up. Henrik got 2 bases on a ball that stopped rolling when it got out into short right center field. Both Reeser and Ott had to converge on it. Tommy collected his 18th double of the year, but 17 of them count in regulation American League games. 1 out and none on. He bats left. There goes a high pop-up. Jimmy Brown is running in to the right side of second base. He follows it, and he takes it for the second out. Morton Cooper has really buckled down. He has now retired 6 consecutive American League batters after that savage 3-run explosion in the top of the first. 2 men out and Ted Williams up. Ted lifted a high fly ball to left fielder Joe Medwick about 360 feet out, his first time up, with Henrik on second base. Henrik was stranded, moved to third, and then scored on York's homer. Ted gets set. Here it is. Strike called. That pitch was right through the heart of the plate. It split that 17-inch platter just below the buckle, and the count is strike 1. 2 men out. Ted has 18 home runs, 13 doubles, 4 triples this year, and has driven in 80 runs. 2 men out and none on. Here's the pitch. There goes a drive safely into right field for a solid base hit, and the kid pulls up at first with a single. Hit number 4 for the American League. Joe DiMaggio comes up. Joe grounded out in the first inning to third baseman Archie Vaughn of the National Leaguers. The fact that a few boos greet him as he goes to the plate is really a tribute to his popularity, because no player has ever really achieved greatness until some of the boys sit back and give him the old Bronx cheer. It's music to the ears of most of them. 2 men out, Williams on first. DiMaggio, a right-hand batter, the outfield deep to the left. There's a high pop-up to the right. Back of the plate comes Walker Cooper waiting for it, and he takes it for the third out in the top of the third inning. A high foul fly on the first pitch with Williams breaking for second. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left. In the event you tuned in late, the American League's 3 runs came right off the reel. They exploded like gunpowder. Lou Boudreau took a ball. Then the next pitch was in there, and he promptly lost it in the left field stands at around the 400 mark. It was a tremendous wallop, and he put every ounce of his right-handed power behind it to drive in his first all-star game run and send the American Leaguers away to a flying 1-0 start. Then Tommy Henrik doubled to right center. He held second as Medwick took Ted Williams' long fly ball in left center field. Henrik moved to third as Archie Vaughn threw out Joe DiMaggio, and Rudy York pulled a long right-handed home run just inside the right field stands, the spot into which Mel Ott normally deposits those long round-trippers of his. Willard Marshall is going to bat for Cooper, Mort Cooper. The first man up in the last half of the third inning will be Walker Cooper. His brother will not come to the plate. It will be Walker Cooper, Eddie Miller, and Will Marshall of the New York Giants. He is the sensational rookie outfielder of this year, whom the Giants purchased from one of the Southern clubs on a look basis. There's the long throw from catcher Bertie Tebbetts down to second baseman Flash Gordon of the Yankees. Third baseman Ken Keltner is waiting for Spud Chandler to look up before he returns the pitch to him. In 2 innings, Spud has faced 6 men. He hit Brown in the back in the first inning to give the National Leaguers their only base runner. Now, with a more or less decisive 3-0 lead, he faces Walker Cooper, whose season's average is .284. Walker bats right. Foul tip into the dirt, out of the reach of Bertie Tebbetts. Walker has 4 home runs so far this year, 8 doubles and 2 triples. Oddly enough, he was the pitcher and Morton was the catcher when the Cooper brothers broke in. Mort decided he would infinitely prefer to throw at his brother. So today he is the outstanding pitcher of the National League, with 11 victories and 3 defeats. 1 strike, no balls, none out and none on in the last of the third. Chandler delivers. There's a drive that goes savagely to Gordon's right into center field for a hit. The first National League hit of the night. It came on the second pitch. After a foul strike, Walker Cooper smashed a savage grounder about 15 feet to the right of Joe Gordon. And there is no longer a no-hitter in prospect for the American League twirler. Eddie Miller is up. Eddie has a batting average of .268. He's the shortstop of the Boston Braves, is having his greatest year. He has a record of 39 errorless games. His batting record includes 4 home runs, 19 doubles, and he's well up among the major league leaders in stolen bases. Walker Cooper on first, none out. Here's the pitch. There's a foul ball drifting back into the stands for a strike. 1 strike, no balls. Nobody out in the last half of the 3rd inning. How long Spud Chandler is going to pitch remains to be seen. There has been no warm-up activity in the American League bullpen, but Johnny Vandermeer and Bucky Walters have been warming up alternately. It now is Vandermeer in the National League bullpen out in right field. 1 strike. Chandler stretches, pitches. There's a ground foul to the left, and the count is strike 2. That hit the box in which the venerable Connie Mack of the Philadelphia A's is seated, one of the greatest figures in baseball. 2 strikes the count. Back of home plate crouches Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit. The infield is slightly to the left. It's set up in a possible double play formation. And Spud Chandler is undoubtedly trying to keep the ball low on Eddie Miller to make him hit it into the dirt. Here's the pitch. Strike 3. Miller went after a chest-high curveball, missed it cleanly, and then he asked the plate umpire, Lee Ballanfant, to check it and look it over. And Ballanfant is going to throw it out. That is Chandler's 2nd strikeout. And here is Willard Marshall of the New York Giants. He is one of the New York Giant outfielders. He has a batting average so far this season of 251. Miller was the first out in the last half of the 3rd inning. He went down swinging. Walker Cooper is on first, and left-handed Will Marshall is batting for Morton Cooper, the St. Louis Cardinal pitcher who started for the National Leaguers. The American Leaguers lead 3-0. Here's the pitch by Chandler, low and outside for a ball. Here is another first, by the way. Walker Cooper got the first National League hit. Willard Marshall is the first pinch hitter of the evening. Chandler stretches, pitches. A slow ball is topped to the right of the mound. Chandler picks it up, throws to Boudreau for a force out at second. The relay to first is not in time. It's a fielder's choice. Marshall grounded one right back to Chandler, who quickly went to his left to break it down. He wheeled and threw to shortstop Lou Boudreau to force Walker Cooper, but Marshall reached first base on the fielder's choice. Boudreau was unable to get out of the way of Walker Cooper, who came in spikes flying in an effort to make his relay in time for the twin kill. 2 men out. Will Marshall of the Giants is on first base, and Jimmy Brown, the St. Louis Cardinal 3rd baseman, and the 2nd baseman in the All-Star Classic tonight, is up. He was hit by a pitch in the 1st inning. He bats left-handed. In the dirt, ball 1. Jimmy bats both left and right. But the fact that Spud Chandler throws from the right side makes Jimmy turn around on the left side. He is a switch hitter. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 men out. Marshall on first. Chandler delivers. There's a ground ball hit right to Joe Gordon. Gordon bobbles it, recovers it, and throws to first for the out, and the first 3 innings are over. Gordon bobbled the ball, but recovered in plenty of time. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left. So here are the 3-inning totals. For the American Leaguers, 3 runs, 4 hits, and no errors. For the National Leaguers, no runs, 1 hit, and no errors. And now for the play-by-play report of the next 3 innings, here is Nell Allen of WOR, New York.
Hello, everybody. We're going to have a new pitcher for the National Leaguers as we get ready to go into the 4th inning of this 10th annual All-Star game, and it's going to be Johnny Vandermeer. Morton Cooper, who started for the National Leaguers, worked the first 3 innings, allowed 4 hits, issued no passes, struck out 1 man, and allowed 3 runs, all of which came in the 1st inning when manager Lou Boudreau of the Cleveland Indians led off with a home run. Tommy Henrik followed with a double, and then after Cooper had retired Williams and DiMaggio, Rudy York hit a home run into the right field stand, scoring Henrik ahead of him to give the American Leaguers their 3 runs and their current 3-0 lead as we prepare to go into the first half of the 4th inning. And Johnny Vandermeer has appeared in 15 games so far this season for the Cincinnati Reds. He's won 8 and lost 6. He has pitched 121 and 1/3 innings, during which time he has allowed 90 hits, walked 46 men, and struck out 75. This is not Vandermeer's first appearance in an All-Star game. Here's the announcement. Back in 1938, Johnny Vandermeer appeared in an All-Star game and got credit for 1 of the 3 games which the National Leaguers have won from the American League teams. He pitched 3 innings in 1938 in the All-Star game, allowed 1 hit, walked 1, struck out 1 to get credit for the win. Incidentally, Dizzy Dean and Paul Derringer are the other two pitchers who boast wins over the American Leaguers. Dean's came in 1936 in the fourth game of the All-Star Classic. Final score was 4-3. Paul Derringer got credit for the win for the National League in 1940. That was the year the National Leaguers shut out the American Leaguers 4-0, the only shutout game in the history of the All-Star Classic. Along with Derringer, Walters, White, French, and Hubble combined to hurl that shutout. Rudy York leads off for the American League as we go into the first half of the fourth inning, with the American Leaguers leading 3-0. York hit a home run in the first inning with Tommy Henrik aboard. Bats right-handed. Vandermeer into the windup. In comes the pitch. York takes a very high one way over the head of Morton Cooper. Had there been anyone on, it would have been a wild pitch. Ball one. A very high pitch way over the head of both York and Morton Cooper. Vandermeer goes to the Rosenbag, get a better grip on that ball. Outfield plays York. Just a bit toward left and center and left, straightaway and right. Vandermeer ready. Into his windup. In comes the pitch to York. He takes a high one for ball two. 2-0 to count on York. On deck is Joe Gordon. Then will come Kenny Keltner. Vandermeer looks in and gets the sign from Morton Cooper. Art Fletcher is coaching at third base. Bucky Harris, manager of the Washington Senators, coaching at first. Vandermeer ready with a 2-0 pitch to York. York swings and misses. Strike one. 2-1 to count on Rudy. The National League infield, Vaughn at third, Miller at short, Brown at second, Mize on first. In the outfield, Medwick in left, Reeser in center, Ott in right. 2 balls, 1 strike on Rudy York, leading off for the American League, first half of the fourth inning. Vandermeer throws. York takes another one high, very high for ball 3. We have a 3-1 count on the Detroit Tigers first baseman. He turns around and looks at Walker Cooper, and umpire Lee Ballantyne working back to the plate and sort of smiles at them. Vandermeer adjusts his cap, stands up on the hill, looks in now to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Taking his time. Eyes all set for the 3-1 pitch. York digs in. Cocks that bat up over his right shoulder. Here it is. He takes it, and it's in there for called strike 2. So we have a full count on Rudy York. 3-2. 3-0 the score, favor of the American League. First half of the fourth inning. Outfield back very deep for York. Archie Vaughn playing a deep third, close to the third base line. Mize a deep first, guarding the first base line. Here's the payoff pitch to York. Rudy swings, he misses. Strike 3. Strikeout number 1 for Johnny Vandermeer. And the second American leaguer to have struck out this evening. The first one being Joe Gordon in the first inning, whom Morton Cooper struck out. And here's Joe Gordon stepping in. Has a batting average on the season of .347. That's right-handed. Gordon's all-star batting average is .125 up until tonight's game. Vandermeer throws. Gordon takes a slow pitch high for ball 1. Outfield pulled over toward left and deep and center and left, almost straightaway and right. Playing for a pull hitter primarily. Vandermeer taking his time. 1 out, nobody on base. Johnny ready to work. Throws. Gordon takes it high for ball 2. 2-0 to count on the Yankees' second baseman, Joe Gordon. Joe steps out of the batter's box for a moment to get himself a little dirt in his hands. Now he moves back in hitting position, has a look at Bucky Harris coaching at first for the hitter take sign of the 2-0 pitch. Vandermeer ready to throw it. Goes into his windup. Gordon set at the plate. Here it comes. Joe swings, he misses. Strike 1. 2-1 the count. Gordon steps out of the batter's box now. Vandermeer goes back to the Rosenbag. Crowd got a whale of a kick out of Joe Gordon's terrific cut at that pitch. 3-0 is the score, favor of the American League. First half of the fourth inning. Vandermeer rocks in the box as he goes into his windup. Here's his delivery. Gordon takes it. Strike 2, it's called. Sharp curve over the outside corner. Letter high. So it's 2-2 on Joe Gordon. Once again, Vandermeer to the Rosenbag. The umpires back to the plate. Lee Ballantyne at first base. Ernie Stewart. Al Barlick on second. Bill McGowan at third. 1 away, nobody on. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Joe Gordon. Vandermeer looking in to get the sign from Morton Cooper. Now he's ready to work. Gordon digs in, awaiting the pitch. In it comes. It's high. Ball 3, and we have a full count on Gordon. 3-2. Joe reaches down, get a little dirt. Wipes it on his hands, looks over at the National League bench. Some of the boys gave him a bit of a ride. He gets in, stands deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate, feet pretty close together, holds that bat down to the end of the handle. Vandermeer all set for the payoff pitch to Joe Gordon. Here it comes. Gordon takes it, and it's in there for called strike 3. And so Johnny Vandermeer strikes out the first two men he faces, Rudy York and Joe Gordon. And already buzzing in the minds of the fans here at the Polo Grounds tonight is that historic performance in an all-star game of Carl Hubbell. Remember that. He struck out those 5 men in a row. Here is Kenny Keltner stepping up, grounded out to short in the second inning. That's right-handed. First pitch is high outside for ball one. Keltner hitting at .299 on the season. He was hitting at an even .500 up until tonight's game in all-star competition. Knee slightly bent, holds that bat down at the end of the handle, extended in front of his body. Outfield pulled a little over toward the left. Vandermeer all set. Keltner digs in. In comes the pitch. Keltner swings and lifts a pop-up. Out toward short. Eddie Miller under it, waiting for it to come down. Still waiting, and he makes the catch for the out. Went way up there. Took a long time to come down. And so Johnny Vandermeer gets a nice hand as he moves off the mound to the National League bench. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on for the American Leaguers. In the fourth inning, and the score at the end of 3.5 innings, 3-0 in favor of the American League. Now we're going to pause for station identification.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Hello there once again, baseball fans. Mel Allen speaking to you from the Polo Grounds. This evening, the Mutual Broadcasting System is bringing you exclusively the play-by-play description of the 10th Annual All-Star Game. Bob Elson of Chicago and Jimmy Britt of Boston alongside bring you this play-by-play description. The game tonight is being played for the benefit of Uncle Sam's Armed Forces, for the benefit of their Bat and Ball Fund, for the Army Emergency Relief Fund, and for the Navy Relief Society. The score is 3-0 in favor of the American League as we come into the last half of the fourth inning. The American Leaguers striking swiftly, a home run by Lou Budrow and one by Rudy York with Tommy Henrik on, who had doubled in the first inning, giving the American Leaguers their 3 runs. Here's Archie Vaughn leading off for the National League in the last half of the fourth. He hit into a double play in the first inning. He hit 2 home runs last year in the All-Star game in Detroit. Spud Chandler into the windup. In comes the pitch. Swung on. It's a ground ball hit out to first. York grabs it. Chandler running over to first to throw. He steps on first just in time for the out ahead of Archie Vaughn. A very close play. Chandler's had quite a workout tonight in taking throws over to first from New York. That's the 3rd time tonight that he has made the put out at first base. Johnny Mize and Joe Medwick in the second inning each grounded to York, and Chandler covered on each play. 1 out. Here is Pete Reiser, the Brooklyn Dodgers, stepping in, grounded out to Joe Gordon in the first inning. Bats left-handed, has an average on the season of .361. 3-0 favor the American League, last half of the fourth. This year it's possible for the starting pitcher to go 5 innings, and it may be that Chandler will go that distance. We'll wait and see. First pitch into Reiser. Outside, ball 1. On deck is Johnny Mize. 3-0 favor the American League, last half of the fourth. Chandler turns his back to the plate, looks out in the outfield, playing Reiser almost straight away. Little activity in the American League bullpen right now. Left-hander and a right-hander warming up. Chandler into the windup. In comes the pitch to Reiser. It's inside for ball 2. Al Benton of the Detroit Tigers is throwing, along with Cotton Ed Smith of the Chicago White Sox. Chandler throws. Reiser swings to lines, 1 out. Gordon makes a great stop, picks it up, throws to first, and in time for the out, but then York drops the ball, and the decision is changed on the play, and safe at first is Pete Reiser. Joe Gordon went far to his right and back of second base, made a one-handed, glove-handed stop of Reiser's drive, picked the ball up after he had momentarily booted it, threw over to first, in time for the out, but York couldn't hold on to the ball, and the decision first was changed, and the official scorer has decided to give Pete Reiser credit for a base hit. A beautiful stop by Joe Gordon. And here is Johnny Mize stepping in. Mize grounded out York to Chandler, who covered in the second inning, his first time up. Mize bats left-handed. 1 out. Reiser on first. Chandler looks in to get the sign from Tebbets, takes a stretch. Looks over at first. Here's the pitch. Mize takes it over the inside corner for called strike 1. Bill McKechnie, manager of the Cincinnati Reds, coaching at third base. Frankie Frisch at first base. Outfield playing Mize deep. Slightly toward right and center right, almost straight away and left. Chandler ready. Reiser moves off first. The pitch to Mize. Mize swings and he misses. Strike 2. Kenny Keltner at third base. Lou Budrow at shortstop. Joe Gordon at second. Rudy York on first. The American League infield. Bertie Tebbets is catching. In the outfield, it's Williams in left. DiMaggio in center. Joe DiMaggio. And Tommy Henrik in right field. Spud Chandler stands ahead of Mize. Frankie Frisch hollers down to the plate. to John. Be ready. Chandler ready to work. Looks over, throws. Mize swings and drives one going into deep right field. There goes Tommy Henrik racing way back, going back to the bullpen and makes the catch for the out. And Pete Reiser, who was all the way down to second, has to hustle to get back to first. Johnny Mize drove one into deep right field. A drive good for more than 400 feet. But Tommy Henrik raced way back to the National League bullpen, which is in deep right field, to make the catch for the out. It was so far out that Pete Reiser was on first, had time to go all the way down to second base and come back to first after the catch. 2 outs now. Had Mize been able to pull that one a little bit more, it would have been in the stands. 2 outs, and here's Malott stepping in. Took a third call strike in the second inning. Left-handed hitter. First pitch to him. Outside and low for ball 1. 3-0 to score in favor of the American League. Last half of the fourth inning. 2 men away. Pete Reiser on first base. Defensive setup for Ott. Almost the same as it was for Johnny Mize. Chandler blows on his pitching hand. Bobs the ball around his glove. Bertie Tebbets in the couch to give him the sign. Chandler takes a stretch. Reiser leads off first. In comes the pitch to Ott. It's in the dirt and gets away from Bertie Tebbets. There goes Pete Reiser down to second. Tebbets chasing the ball. Reiser takes a wide turn, but ducks back into second. And lining up in back of Kenny Keltner, who's there to cover third, is Chandler, Budrow, and Ted Williams. He had plenty of protection. Back of him on that play had Tebbets elected to throw the ball down to third. The official scorer has called that a pass ball. Charged to Bertie Tebbets, enabling Pete Reiser to go down to second base, and that puts him in scoring position. 2 balls, no strikes on Malott. Oddie has a look at Bill McKechnie coaching at third for the hitter-take sign of this 2-0 pitch. 3-0 to score, favor the American League, last half of the fourth. And that's the first National Leaguer to have reached second base so far in the ball game. Chandler taking his time. Malott stepping in there to hit. Chandler ready, takes a stretch, looks back at second, throws over the inside corner for call, strike 1 on Oddie. 2-1. 3-0 to score, favor the American League. It's the last half of the fourth inning, 2 men out. Pete Reiser on second base. Out the batter with Joe Medrick on deck. Chandler takes a long, slow stretch, throws, out swings, and drives it foul right at the plate. Strike 2. 2-2 the count. Bertie Tebbets picks the ball up, hands it to Lee Ballanfant. Lee rubs the cover up a little bit and hands it back to Tebbets, who in turn tosses it out to Spud Chandler. Little activity still going on in the American League bullpen. Al Benton, a right-hander, and Ed Smith, a left-hander. Warming up. Benton of the Tigers, Smith of the White Sox. 2-2 the count on Malott. Chandler taking his time. Now he's ready. Into his stretch. Reiser leads off second. Here's the pitch to Ott. Mel swings and drives one, but curving foul. It's going foul up into the upper deck in right field. He pulled that one a little bit too much. Pulled it foul up over the scoreboard in right field and into the upper deck. So the count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mel's been playing these polo grounds for many a year. Knows all of its little tricks. And many a ball he's pulled into those right field stands. He's hit 12 home runs on the season. Chandler ready. Here it is. Ott moves away from an inside pitch for ball 3. So we have a full count on the Giant skipper. Mel Ott steps out of the batter's box, gets a little dirt on his hands. Chandler turns his back to the plate, looks around the outfield once again. Pete Reiser standing just a few feet off second. Lou Budrow deep short. Budrow starts moving in back of Reiser, trying to make Reiser duck back into second. Reiser doesn't pay him any attention. Chandler ready for the payoff pitch to Mel Ott. Here it is. Ott swings, sends a bounder out to second. Joe Gordon takes it on 2 hops, throws over to Rudy York in time for the out. And that's all for the National League in the last half of the fourth inning. No runs, 1 hit, no American League errors, 1 man left on base. And the score at the end of 4 innings, 3-0 in favor of the American League. As we go into the 5th inning, it'll be Bertie Tebbets, Spud Chandler, and Lou Budrow scheduled to hit in that order unless we have a pinch hitter possibly for Chandler. Activity still taking place in the American League bullpen. And that's all for Chandler. He just took his jacket, threw it over his arm, and is trotting out to the clubhouse. Listen to the applause. Spud Chandler, who started the game for the American League, thus worked 4 innings, allowed only 2 hits, issued no passes, and struck out 2 men. And should the American Leaguers maintain their current advantage, the victory will be credited to Spud Chandler in all probability. Bertie Tebbetts will lead off for the American League as we go into the first half of the 5th inning. Tebbetts struck out in the 2nd inning in his only appearance at the plate thus far. This is Bertie's first appearance in an all-star game. Bill Dickey, who was scheduled to catch for the American Leaguers, came up with a lame shoulder and was unable to participate. Tebbetts digs in, right-handed batter. Outfield pulled over toward left. Johnny Vandermeer, left-hander, doing the pitching now for the National League. Morton Cooper worked the first 3 innings. Vandermeer into the windup, first pitch to Tebbetts. Over the inside corner for call, strike 1. Art Fletcher coaching at third. New York Yankee coach. Bucky Harris, manager of the Washington Senators, coaching at first base. Bob Johnson of the Philadelphia Athletics is going to bat for Spud Chandler. He's on deck. Vandermeer pitches. Tebbetts takes it. Inside. Ball 1. Almost had the inside corner, but not quite. Walker Cooper still doing the catching for the National League. National League wearing home uniforms. They're the home team today. 1-1 the count now on Bertie Tebbetts. 3-0 the score. Favor the American League. It's the first half of the 5th inning. Johnny Vandermeer, the left-hander, ready, throws. Tebbetts swings and fouls it off. Over the National League dugout, up into the upper deck. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Walker Cooper rubbing up to cover the new ball he just got from umpire Lee Ballantyne. Tosses it out to Johnny Vandermeer. If custom is followed, as in past all-star games, we will have a shift in the umpires at the end of this half inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Bertie Tebbetts. Johnny Vandermeer doing the pitching. All set to work on Tebbetts. Into his windup. In comes the pitch. Tebbetts takes a high one for ball 2. 2-2 the count on Bertie. Al Benton is throwing in the bullpen for the American Leaguers and very likely will take to the mound as we come into the last half of the 5th inning. Time call for a moment. Tebbetts stepped out of the batter's box. Now he moves back in hitting position. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. In comes the pitch. Tebbetts takes it. It's high for ball 3. 3-2 the count. Bucky Harris coaching at first points to first base as Tebbetts looks down to him. In other words, meaning watch this one carefully. Get on base. Make it be in there, in other words. Vandermeer standing on the hill looking in to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Swoops down low into his windup. In comes the pitch. Tebbetts lifts a high pop-up curving foul back at first. Johnny Mize going over, and Walker Cooper Mize under it and makes the catch for the out. Tebbetts fouls out to Johnny Mize. And here's Bob Johnson of the Philadelphia Athletics coming up to bat for Spud Chandler. Johnson has an average on the season of .278. Here's the announcement. Johnson was on the All-Star squad for the American League in 1935 and 1938. Has been at bat 5 times and has failed to hit. Vandermeer into the windup and the first pitch to Johnson's. He starts to swing, checks it, but it's in there anyway for called strike 1. Outfield plays him toward left and center and left, almost right away and right. Johnson holds that bat down at the end of the handle, cocks it high up over his right shoulder. Stands in fairly close to the plate, feet slightly spread. Vandermeer set to throw, does. Johnson swings and lines one out in the left field for a base hit. Joe Medrick goes over to field it. There's Johnson taking his turn. Medrick throws in to Jimmy Brown at second. The ball cut off by Eddie Miller. It's short. And on at first is Bob Johnson with a single to left. And that's his first hit in an all-star game. His 6th time at bat. And that for the American Leaguers is their 5th hit of the evening. 4 of them off Morton Cooper, the first one off Johnny Vandermeer. Claude Passot is throwing in the bullpen for the National Leaguers. Passot, right-hander. Manager Lou Budrow of the Cleveland Indians steps in, a right-handed batter, hit a home run in the first inning, fly to Reeser and center in the 3rd. He's had 1 hit and 2 times at bat so far tonight, stretched by Vandermeer. I look over at first, in comes the pitch. Budrow takes it, a little low, ball 1. 3-0 the score, favor the American League. It's the first half of the 5th inning. Outfield shaded toward left for Budrow, in center and left, straightaway and right. Eddie Miller in about 3 or 4 paces at short. Same for Jimmy Brown at second in double play position. Vandermeer takes the stretch. In it comes. Pitch is swung on and fouled off by Lou Budrow, who took a couple of steps forward in the batter's box, trying to drive the ball behind the runner into right field. 1-1 the count on Lou. Tommy Henrik is on deck. 1 out. Bob Johnson on first base. Vandermeer just gone to the Rosenbag. Now steps back onto the hill, looks in to get the sign from Morton Cooper. Takes his stretch. Johnson leads off first. Mize on the bag with him. Here it is. Pitch is swung on, fouled off high to the right of the plate, up over the roof and out of the ballpark. 1 ball, 2 strikes still to count on Lou Budrow. A youthful skipper of the Cleveland Indians, doing a grand job for his American League entry. 1-2 on Lou. Johnny Vandermeer's taking his time. Guys all set to go. Johnny Mize on the bag at first with Bob Johnson, who takes a short lead. Vandermeer ready, takes a stretch. Looks over at first and throws. Budrow swings, sends one right back to the mound. Vandermeer takes it, throws to Eddie Miller, who falls down to the ground but holds onto the ball, keeps his foot on the bag in time for the out. Jimmy Brown was over too, and Bob Johnson sliding in upset Jimmy Brown, but Eddie Miller had his foot on the bag as he fell, taking the throw from Vandermeer for the forced play on Bob Johnson at second. No chance for a throw to first, attempting to double up Lou Budrow. So there are 2 outs. Budrow on first base, and the batter Tommy Henrik, who doubled in the first inning, scored a moment later ahead of Rudy York's home run to the right field stands. Henrik popped out to Jimmy Brown at second base in the 3rd inning. Hits left-handed, stretched by Vandermeer. Budrow has the lead off first. In comes the pitch to Henrik. He swings, and he misses. Strike 1. He tried to check his swing, but couldn't. Went around. Ted Williams is on deck. He'll hit next if Tommy Henrik gets on. This is Henrik's first appearance in an all-star game. Budrow moving off first. Vandermeer takes a stretch, looks at the runner, throws to Henrik, and it's in there for call strike 2. The nice curve over the inside corner, belt high. And so Vandermeer stands ahead of the hitter. 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. 3-0 the score, favor the American League. It's the first half of the 5th inning of this 10th annual All-Star Classic. Vandermeer okays the sign. Budrow moves way off first. Johnny throws in to Henrik, who swings and lifts a foul up over our mutual booth, up into the upper deck, to the left of home plate. Count remains, no balls, 2 strikes. Henrik chokes the bat just about an inch. Stands deep in the batter's box, fairly close to the plate. Drives a long ball. Good full hitter. Here it is. Henrik takes it. It's high for ball 1. Tommy can also punch him to left field pretty well, since the outfield plays him straight away. Johnny Mize on it first with Budrow. 2 men out. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Tommy Henrik, the batter. Vandermeer ready to work now. Takes his stretch. Budrow moving off first. Here it is. Henrik swings and he misses. The ball is dropped by Cooper, but he picks it up, tags out Tommy Henrik. Strikeout number 3 for Johnny Vandermeer. And that's all for the American League in the first half of the 5th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for the National Leaguers, 1 man left on. And the score at the end of 4 1/2 innings, 3-0 in favor of the American League. And sudden onslaught by the American Leaguers in the first inning, which saw Lou Budrow lead off with a home run, Tommy Henrik double, and Rudy York to follow with a home run, has given the American Leaguers their 3-0 lead. And so as we come into the last half of the 5th inning, we're going to have a new pitcher for the American Leaguers. Bud Chandler worked the first 4 innings, allowed only 2 hits in blanking the National League. And it's going to be Big Al Benton of the Detroit Tigers. Benton has been in 17 games so far this season for Del Baker. He's won 6 and lost 5. Has pitched 129 2/3 innings. Has allowed 111 hits, walked 40, struck out 58. And we're going to have a change in umpires, as we indicated to you a moment ago. That seems to be the tradition in all-star games. We'll watch and see just what the lineup is going to be in the way of umpires as we get ready for more action here in the last half of the 5th. The announcement over the public address system was concerning the coming into the game of Al Benton. Bill McGowan is going to work back to the plate now, and Lee Ballanfant's going to move down to third base. Al Barlick has moved over to first base, and Ernie Stewart of the American League will umpire at second base. So there's the new alignment of umpires. Lee Ballantyne of the National League, who started back at the plate and worked the first 4.5 innings, has gone down to third. Bill McGowan of the American League, who was at third, has come in back at the plate. Al Barlick, who started umpiring at second base of the National League, has moved over to first, and Ernie Stewart of the American League, who is umpiring at first, has moved over to second. Joe Medwick leads off for the National League as we come into the last half of the fifth inning. He'll be followed by Walker Cooper and then Eddie Miller. Medwick bats right-handed. Grounded out York. Chandler recovered in the second inning. Benton into the windup, throws. First pitch is high for ball one. 3-0 favor the American League. It's the last half of the fifth inning. Bill McKechnie of Cincinnati still coaching at third. Frankie Frisch of Pittsburgh at first. Benton throws. Medwick takes it. Strike one call. A fastball. Let her high. 1-1 the count on Joe. Playing great ball for the Brooklyn Dodgers this year. Benton looks in to get the sign from Bertie Tebbetts. Detroit battery right now. Benton ready, throws. Medwick swings and fouls it off. Back to the plate, high, up over the roof, and out of the ballpark. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Joe Medwick. Al Benton has a new ball. Ready to work with it. Tebbetts into the crouch to give Al the sign. Great big fellow. Enters windup, throws. Medwick ducks under a high pitch for ball 2. Ducky ducked under that one. 2-2 the count on Medwick. Joe stands in close to the plate. Benton ready. Throws overhand. There's a pitch swung on, and Keltner comes up with a great one-handed stop with throw to York in time for the out. Medwick drove one which appeared headed between Keltner and Budrow, but Keltner went to his left, came up with a one-handed, glove-handed pickup of his vicious bounder, and then threw over to York in time to retire Medwick and rob him of a base hit. Here's Walker Cooper stepping in. Cardinal catcher single to right in the third inning for the first National League hit of the night. They've only had 2. Bats right-handed. Al Benton ready for the first pitch. Here it is. High inside. Ball 1. 3-0 the score. Favor the American League. It's the last half of the fifth inning. Eddie Miller is on deck. Walker Cooper ready. Here it is. He doesn't mean to swing on that one, but does. The ball rolls down the third baseline. Tebbetts picks it up, throws over to first. In time for the out on a very nice play. Walker Cooper meant to check his swing. Couldn't. The ball hit the bat and rolled down the third baseline. Tebbetts raced out, grabbed it, wheeled around, threw over to York in time to retire Cooper for the second out. So there have been 2 swell defensive plays on the part of the American League here in the last half of the fifth inning to retire the first 2 men. Up now is Eddie Miller of the Boston Braves, who struck out in the third inning, up for his second time, bats right-handed. Al Benton rocks in the box, throws. Miller swings, hits this one, past the mound out to short. Budrow up with it. There's a throw to York in time for the out. And so that's all for the National League in the last half of the fifth inning, out in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. And at the end of 5 innings of play, the score remains 3-0 in favor of the American League. Going into the first half of the sixth inning, we'll have Ted Williams, Joe DiMaggio, and Rudy York coming up in that order for the American League. Bill McKechnie, manager of the Cincinnati Reds, stops at the plate to talk to Bill McGowan for a moment. Ted Williams, who has a couple of bats, swinging them from shoulder to shoulder, kids around with Bill McKechnie as he moves over now to the National League bench. Art Fletcher, who's coaching at third for the American League, goes down to talk to Lee Ballantyne back at third base, while Johnny Vandermeer tosses a few in from the mound. For those of you who might have tuned in late and are wondering how the American League achieved their 3-0 advantage, we'll repeat that Lou Budrow, in the first inning, leadoff man for the American League, drove one up into the left field stands for a home run. Morton Cooper was pitching at the time. Tommy Henrik followed with a double to right, and then after Cooper had retired, Ted Williams and Joe DiMaggio, Rudy York drove one into the right field stands for a home run, scoring Henrik ahead of him. That's been all of the offensive fireworks so far in this game. Since that time, it's been quite a pitching duel. Morton Cooper worked the first 3 innings, allowed 4 hits, issued no passes, struck out 1, gave up 3 runs. Johnny Vandermeer came into the 4th inning and has been pitching ever since. Struck out 3 men and has allowed only 1 hit. Ted Williams steps in. He flied to Medwick in left field in the first inning. Single to right in the third. He's had one hit and 2 times at bat tonight. Vandermeer goes into the windup. Here's the first pitch to Williams. Ted takes it. It's in there for a called strike. Started to swing, checked his toe, and fell away from the plate. 1-1 the count on Ted. Outfield pulled a little bit toward right for him. Vandermeer looks in to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Swoops down low as he starts into his windup. Whips the left arm around. Williams takes a change of pace pitch high for ball 1. 1-1 the count. Joe DiMaggio on deck, down on one knee, to the left of the plate, watching the action. Vandermeer's working very slowly. No hurry. Now he's set for the 1-1 pitch into Williams. Williams ready. Here it is. Williams swings and misses. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Ted. Fans get a big kick out of seeing fellows like Williams, DiMaggio, and other sluggers swing and miss. Vandermeer stands a bit ahead of Williams. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He's ready to work. Here it comes. Low outside for ball 2. 2-2 the count on Williams. Don't forget the second All-Star game to be played at Cleveland tomorrow night. Broadcast of which will come to you exclusively over the Mutual Network. 2-2 the count now on Ted Williams. Vandermeer taking his time, mops his brow. Looks in to get the sign from Cooper. Williams stands in that plate, swinging the bat around. Vandermeer ready to work. Here it is. Williams moves away from a high inside pitch for ball 3. So we have a full count on Ted, 3-2. And Vandermeer has gotten into this situation a number of hitters since he's been in the ball game. 3-2 situations. He hasn't suffered too much from it as yet, though. All set for the payoff pitch to Williams. Ted digs in. Vandermeer throws. Williams swings and drives a fly ball out into center field. Pete Reeser going back deep over toward right center. Under it waiting, and he makes the catch for the out. 1 away for the American League. First half of the 6th inning, 3-0 the score in favor of the American League. And here is Joe DiMaggio, the Yankee Clipper, who grounded out to Archie Vaughan at third in the first inning and fouled out to Walker Cooper back to the plate in the third. Joe has had 4 hits and 27 times at bat in all-star competition, including 1 double and 1 home run. Vandermeer's first pitch to Joe. He swings and he misses. Strike 1. He swung hard. This is the 7th all-star game for DiMaggio. 1 out, nobody on. DiMaggio the hitter, Rudy York on deck. Vandermeer ready. Here's the pitch. DiMaggio takes it inside, ball 1, fast pitch. Almost got the inside corner, but not quite. One and one the count on Joe. Stands that plate with the bat cocked up over his right shoulder, wide open stance, feet spread very wide. Outfield pulled way over toward left and deep. Vandermeer throws. DiMaggio swings and drives this one on the ground, off the glove of Johnny Mize, out into right field. The ball deflects. Now out comes in to field it. DiMaggio holds on to first and is credited with a base hit. His 5th in all-star competition. It was a vicious bounder to the right of Johnny Mize. He got his glove on it, but couldn't hold on to it. Bounced off his glove into short right for a single. That's the 6th hit for the American Leaguers. 4 of them off Morton Cooper, who worked the first 3 innings. 2nd off Johnny Vandermeer, who came in the 4th and is now working his 3rd inning. Up at the plate steps Rudy York, who hit a home run in the first inning with Tommy Henrik aboard, and then struck out in the 4th inning, first time Vandermeer pitched against him. York struck his home run off Morton Cooper. Vandermeer's taking his time, out back of the hill, looking around at the outfield, hitching up his trousers. York digs in, stands deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate, outfield shaded toward left. Joe DiMaggio takes the lead off first, Johnny Mize on the bag, Vandermeer into the stretch, 1 out. Look at the runner. Here's the pitch to York. He takes it and it's in there for a called strike. Went into a bunting motion that brought Archie Vaughan racing in from 3rd. Eddie Miller at short walks over near 2nd, hollers something over to Jimmy Brown to get the signal straight. Double play combination. DiMaggio moves off first again. Vandermeer into the stretch. York digs into the plate. Vandermeer throws. York swings and sends a ground ball down to Vaughan. Vaughan over to Jimmy Brown, who drops the ball. And all hands are safe. Rudy York grounded to Archie Vaughan, who threw over to Jimmy Brown. And Jimmy Brown dropped the ball. And it's an error charge to the Cardinal second baseman. enabling Joe DiMaggio to go safe at second, and York is safe at first, of course, on the fielder's choice, which resulted in an error. So the American Leaguers are threatening once again. Runners on first and second, one out, 3-0 the score. It's the first half of the sixth inning, and the batter is Joe Gordon, who struck out in the first inning, took a third call strike in the fourth. In other words, he struck out twice in 2 appearances. DiMaggio leads off second. Rudy York moves off first. Vandermeer takes the stretch, looks back at second, then throws. Gordon swings and he misses. Strike one. He swung hard. Outfield over toward left for Gordon and deep. It's Medwick in left, Reeser in center, Ott in right. The only changes we've had in the starting lineups have been in the department of pitching. In the infield, it's Vaughn at third, Miller at short, Brown on second, Mize on first. Vandermeer throws high. Ball 1 to Gordon. 1-1 the count. Kenny Keltner's on deck, 1 out. 3-0 favor the American League. It's the first half of the sixth inning. Joe DiMaggio on second base. Rudy York on first base. Johnny Mize playing at deep first. Not on the bag at all with York, who has a big lead off first. Slipping into second base was Eddie Miller trying to draw a throw from Vandermeer. But Vandermeer did not throw down. Joe DiMaggio ducked back into the bag. Miller goes back to a normal short position. Vandermeer takes a stretch, look back at second. Here's the pitch to Gordon. Joe takes it. It's high for ball 2. 2-1 the count on Gordon. Flash steps out of the batter's box, gets a handful of dirt. Looks around at Art Fletcher coaching at third. Then moves back in hitting position. Bucky Harris coaching at first. Is watching first base for Rudy York, who moves way off the bag. Johnny Mize playing at deep first. Vandermeer ready. Here's the pitch to Gordon. Joe swings and misses. Strike 2. 2-2 the count on Gordon. Struck out twice already in his 2 previous appearances. There's no activity in either bullpen right now. Since the first inning, this game has settled down into a real pitching duel. This has been the first real offensive threat since the first inning, in which the American Leaguers got all 3 runs. Vandermeer ready. 2-2 pitch to Gordon. Joe swings and misses. The ball is knocked by Cooper, but of course Gordon doesn't run at all, and that's the 3rd time in a row that Gordon has struck out. That's the 4th strikeout for Johnny Vandermeer. 2 outs, and here is Kenny Keltner stepping in. He grounded out to Eddie Miller in the second inning and popped out to Miller at short in the 4th inning. And Joe Gordon, who's been burning up the American League all season, strikes out all 3 times he's been at the plate so far tonight. Vandermeer bearing down, trying to get out of the situation. DiMaggio on second, York on first. Runners lead off, 2 down, first half of the 6th inning. Keltner the batter, right-handed hitter. First pitch to him. He swings and misses. Strike 1. On deck is Bertie Tibbetts. He'll hit next if Keltner gets on. Cleveland third baseman stands up at that plate, deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate. Knee slightly bent, holds that bat down on the end of the handle and straight up and down in front of his body. Vandermeer throws. Keltner takes it high for ball 1. 1-1 the count. 3-0 the score. Favor the American League. First half, the 6th inning. DiMaggio goes back to second. York to first. Now runners lead off their respective bases. DiMaggio comes way off second. York way off first. Vandermeer into the stretch. Keltner set at the plate. Here it is. Keltner swings and lets a high pop-up out toward the mound. Running in is Archie Vaughn near the mound, waving everybody away, and he makes the catch for the out. And Johnny Vandermeer pitched himself out of that one. And so for the American League in the first half of the 6th inning. No runs. 1 hit. Listen to the hand for Vandermeer. For the American League in the first half of the 6th inning, no runs, 1 hit, 1 error for the National League. 2 men left on base. And that error, charged to Jimmy Brown, is the first error of the game. And now while we're waiting for the National League to come to bat in the last half of the 6th inning, let's pause for station identification. This
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
This is Mel Allen speaking to you once again from the Polo Grounds as we come into the last half of the 6th inning. Danny Litweiler is going to come in to pinch hit. He bats right-handed. Al Benton doing the pitching for the Detroit Tigers. Working for the American League right now. Throws. Litweiler swings and lines one out into right field. Gordon goes over. Can't get it. Makes a valiant try, but the ball drops into right field safely for a base hit. Danny Litweiler, batting for Vandermeer, lines a single to right field. In his first appearance at the plate and his first appearance as a member of the National League All-Star team. That's only the third hit of the evening for the National League. First 2 hits having come off Spud Chandler, who worked the first 4 innings. Up now is Jimmy Brown, switch hitter, batting left-handed against the right-handed pitching of Al Benton. He was hit by a pitched ball in the first inning, grounded out to Gordon in the third. Benton takes the stretch, throws. Brown swings and lines this one foul. Back up third for strike 1. Joe Gordon came very close to coming up with one of those typical Gordon plays. Raced far to his left and leaped up in the air trying to get Litweiler's line drive, but couldn't do it. Dropped safely into right field for a hit. It's 3-0 favor the American League. Last half of the 6th. The National League fans are starting that rhythmic chant calling for a rally. Benton takes the stretch. Here's the pitch to Jimmy Brown. He swings and lines another one foul. Back of third base for strike 2. Bill McKechnie stepping things up, coaching at third base, manager of the Cincinnati Reds, and Frankie Frisch, manager of the Pittsburgh Pirates, is coaching at first. Both boys aiding and abetting Leo DeRocher, skipper of the Brooklyn Dodgers, who this year is piloting the National League entry into this 10th All-Star game. Benton ready, throws, Brown swings and sends one over the mound, out over second, picked up by Budrow, steps on second, throws to York for a double play. Beautiful twin killing. Jimmy Brown hit this one over Benton's head, out over second base. Lou Budrow scampered over at the bag, picked the ball up, same time stepping on second, flipped over to Rudy York at first to complete the double play. That's the second double play the American Leaguers have come up with. Here is Archie Vaughn stepping in. 2 outs now, nobody on base. It's the last half of the 6th inning. American League leading 3-0. Archie Vaughn hit into the first double play in the first inning after Jimmy Brown was hit by a pitched ball. Vaughn hit to Gordon, who threw to Budrow, who delivered over to York for the double play. Vaughn digs in. Bats left-handed. Benton into the windup. Here's the pitch. Vaughn takes it outside for ball 1. Benton looks in to get the sign from Tebbets. Working rapidly. Pitches. Vaughn takes a fast one low for ball 2. Outfield pulled over toward right. Slightly toward right and center right, almost straight away and left. Claude Passo throwing in the bullpen for the National Leaguers. Benton ready, pitches. Vaughn looks at one over the outside corner for a called strike. Plenty of activity in the American League bullpen. 2 pitchers warming up, one of whom is a left-hander, Cotton Ed Smith of the Chicago White Sox. 2 balls, 1 strike on Archie Vaughn, 2 men out. Here it is. Vaughn takes it low inside for ball 3. It's the last half of the 6th inning. The American League out in front by a score of 3-0. All the damage having come in the first inning. Benton ready for the 3-1 pitch to Vaughn. Vaughn takes it, and it's in there for called strike 2. Vaughn started down toward first base, turns around to argue with umpire Bill McGowan. Bill McKechnie raises a howl at third, but there's no argument. Frankie Frisch stands at first with his hands on his hips, looking in with a bit of a scowl at the plate. 3-2 the count now on Vaughn. Benton ready. Here's the payoff pitch. Vaughn takes it, and it's inside for ball 4. And Vaughn walks. And here's Pete Reiser stepping up. That's the first pass issued by Benton and the first National Leaguer to have received the base on balls tonight. And as a matter of fact, that's the first walk in the ball game. Pete Reiser steps in. He grounded out to Gordon in the first inning. Had himself an infield hit in the 4th. Bats left-handed. Hitting on the season at .361. Benton takes the stretch. Here it is. Reiser moves away from a low inside pitch. Ball 1 is into the dirt. Got away from Tebbets a couple of feet, but not far enough to permit Archie Vaughn risking the chance of going down to second base. 2 men out now. Reiser the batter. Johnny Mize on deck. Archie Vaughn on at first base. Benton takes his stretch. Here it is. Reiser swings and foul tips it for strike 1. He really took a terrific cut at that pitch. 1-1 the count on Petey. Keltner at third is playing way over toward short. Gordon the deep second on the edge of the outfield grass. Stretched by Benton. Here it is. Reiser swings and drives one out into center field. There goes Joe DiMaggio way back, getting under it and making the catch for the out. A drive good for some 400 feet. And so that's all for the National League in the last half of the sixth inning. No runs, one hit, no American League errors, one man left on base. And so that brings us to the end of the sixth inning mark, where the American League leading 3-0, getting their 3 runs in the first inning on a home run by Lou Budrow, a double by Henrik, and a home run by Rudy York. Totals at the end of 6 innings for the American League: 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors, 4 men left on. For the National League, no runs, 3 hits, 1 error, and 3 men left on base. Morton Cooper was the starting pitcher for the National League, worked the first 3 innings, allowed 4 hits, issued no passes, struck out 1, allowed 3 runs. Johnny Vandermeer relieved him, worked the next 3 innings, during which time he allowed 2 hits, issued no passes, struck out 4, and did not allow any runs. Spud Chandler was the starting pitcher for the American League, worked the first 4 innings, allowed 2 hits, issued no passes, struck out 2, and allowed no runs. Al Benton has been in there since he relieved Chandler in the 5th inning, and he's still in the ball game as yet, so we won't give you his record until he will depart from the ball game. So at the end of 6 innings, it's 3-0 favor the American League, and now taking over as we go into the 7th inning, and to describe the remainder of the ball game for you is Bob Elson, who covers the games of the Chicago Cubs and the Chicago White Sox for the Mutual Station in Chicago. Here he is, Bob Elson.
Thank you very much, Mel Allen. Good evening, friends. We have quite a ball game on our hands here in this number 10 game in the All-Star Series, which this year, as you know, is being played here in the Polo Grounds in New York. And as we go into the first half of the 7th inning, the National League is sending in a brand new team. At third base, Elliott of Pittsburgh. At short, Reese of Brooklyn. At second, Herman of Brooklyn. At first, McCormick of the Reds. The catcher, Lombardi. The pitcher, Passaw. The outfield. Here come the announcements now on the changes. Fans, we're going to interrupt the public address system. I know it's kind of hard to listen to 2 people at once, but they're going to start this 7th inning, so I want to give it to you. Eno Slaughter is in the ball game of St. Louis in left field. Terry Moore in center field. Ott is staying in right field. The entire National League ball club has changed, and the first man to bat for the American League, there's a hand for Reese as he's announced, is going to be Bertie Tebbetts. He's been up twice. He struck out and he popped up. And here's Claude Passaw of the Cubs getting ready with the first pitch. And it's an attempted bunt, and he misses the ball for a strike. Passaw has had a very fine record this year. He's taken part in 16 ball games. He's won 12. He's lost 5. He's pitched 154 innings. And he's taken part in 14 complete games out of 16 efforts. He's had 45 strikeouts, by the way. Here's the next pitch to Bertie Tebbetts. There's a swing and a miss, a curveball in around his knees, and it's 2 strikes. There's nobody on and nobody out here in the 7th. The American League leads 3-0, but the National League is still within striking distance, and the National League partisans here in the Polo Grounds in New York are still hoping that the National League will unload some of that power and really get back in this ball game. The American League is not out of reach. It's just 3-0. 2 strikes on Tebbetts. Here comes the next pitch. It's a strike, and he tried to back away from a pitch that was inside. It's a called strike. It looked at first as though it might have hit his bat, but the umpire says no, and Tebbetts is out on strikes. So it is a strikeout for Passaw, and that is 7 strikeouts in all tonight. There were 2 strikeouts for Cooper, 4 for Vandermeer, and 1 for Passaw. Vandermeer was really hot out there tonight. Now the next man to come up is Big Al Benton of Detroit. Big right-hander, a massive fellow with the number 19 on the back of his gray uniform. Claude Passaw of the Cubs out there in the center of the diamond. Here's the first pitch. He swings and hits a hopper down the third baseline. Elliott coming fast. There goes the peg. He's out. Elliott to McCormick, and there's 2 gone. Elliott, a reformed outfielder, by the way, has played great ball for Frankie Frisch's Pittsburgh Pirates. As Frankie said, well, the kid looks like he's been in there for years. Elliott's played bang-up ball at third base for Pittsburgh. Now that's 2 gone. We're back to the top of the batting order for the American League, and here's Lou Budrow. He's been up 3 times. He hit a home run. He flied out. and he forced a runner the third time. So he's up for his fourth time, and there's a high fly ball to left field. Country Slaughter getting under this ball, going to his right. He should get it. It's very high, and he caught it to retire the side. And so, before the right-hand shoots of Claude Passaw, the American League goes down 1-2-3 in the first half of the seventh inning. Now there's a big roar from the crowd. The National League partisans are standing in the last half of the seventh. The National League, as you know, is the home team here tonight. The American League has the lead in this series of 6-3, and it's been a wonderful ball game tonight. And now we're going to see if there are any changes for the American League. Yes, there are going to be some changes. Let's see. No, the American League is going to stay pat. The American League is standing pat with Williams in left field, DiMaggio in center field, Henrik in right field, Keltner at third, Lou Boudreau at short, at second base Joe Gordon, and at first base Rudy York. The catcher is Bertie Tebbetts, and the pitcher is Al Benton. Going into the last half of the seventh, fans, the score here in New York in the 10th annual All-Star Game, the American League 3 and the National League nothing. 2 home runs in the first inning by the American League did the trick. Now here's Frank McCormick coming up for the first time. Johnny Mize, who he succeeded at first base, batted twice tonight. The first time he bounced out to the first baseman, and the second time he flied out to right field. And here is Frank McCormick coming up to the plate. He is a right-handed hitter. Frank McCormick batting .249 for the season. He's hit 10 home runs, and he's batted in 50 runs. Al Benton gets all set. Here it is. It's a strike. It's right across his knees. A very sharp curve. And this Benton has really got a curve, too. He's got one he can throw around the corner of a building. Gets all set again. Watch it now. Nobody on and nobody out. Here it is. It's a ball. It's too low that time. McCormick stepped up on the ball and let it go by, and it's low for a ball. National League trying to get a rally underway. They're still trailing by 3 runs here in New York. But as you know, a ball game is never over until the last man is out. There's a bouncing ball to short. Boudreau coming into the ball. There goes the peg. He's out. Boudreau to York, and there's one gone. Boudreau moved in about 5 steps to come up with McCormick's hopper and to throw him out. Now the American Leaguers pepper that ball around the infield. There's one gone. Here's Little Mel out. The grand little manager of the New York Giants, and perhaps one of the best-liked ball players of all time. Not only by the fans, those of you listening in who make up the baseball audience, but by the players, too. Mel is liked by everybody. Here he is up in there, a left-handed hitter. One gone and nobody out. There is a strike, a slow curve over the inside corner at the waist. The first time up, Ott struck out, and the second time he bounced out to Gordon. National League batting in the last half of the seventh. They're trailing by 3 runs. Here it comes, a slow ball. It's just a bit outside, a ball. That pitch was around his waist, and it just missed the corner by an inch. Bill McKechnie coaching down here at third for the National League. Frankie Frisch, the old Fordham Flash, over there at first. Nobody on and one gone in the last half of the seventh. Here it is. There's a swing and a miss, and that was a typical Ott swing. Right foot up in the air. You wonder where he gets that power. That time he swung around hard and missed it. And so it is 2 strikes. Ball 1 and strike 2 on Little Mel. Benton has this sign from Bertie Tebbetts. He's winding up. Here it comes. It's a ball. He just missed the corner that time with a pretty pitch, and the kind of a pitch that a batter with 2 strikes on him might want to go after. But Mel, who's got a keen eye up there, didn't go for it. It's ball 2 and strike 2 for Ott. Here comes the pitch. It's a swing and a foul on the ground. Down here to our left. The American Leaguers talk it up out there in the infield, and the American League outfield is playing straight away. This fellow Ott is a kind of a batter. You have to play every place for him. You can't swing your outfield or swing your infield or swing anything. And they're playing him absolutely on the diamond straight away. The outfield and infield. Pitcher getting set again. Here comes the next one to Ott. He struck him out. He went for a fastball right across his knees, and he struck him out. Boy, that was a beauty that time. Very fast and right in around his knees, and he went down swinging. Well, that's 3 times that the National Leaguers have gone down via the strikeout route tonight. Here's the left-hand hitter up. It's Slaughter. Country Slaughter, the left fielder, playing in left field, the regular right fielder for the St. Louis Cardinals. Slaughter's average is .284. He's hit 4 home runs, and he's had 22 runs batted in. The first pitch was a ball, knee-high. Here comes the next pitch to Slaughter. He swings, hits a high hopper. It's going to drop behind the pitcher. Gordon making the play. He's safe. He beat it out for a hit. Fans, that was that kind of a high-hopping ball. It hit in front of the pitcher's box, went high into the air, bounced behind him. The pitcher couldn't make the play. Gordon came in, grabbed that ball, and fired it with the same motion, but Slaughter had it beaten out for a hit. So the National League has another hit, and that is a total of 4 hits for the night. And it brings up Big Ernie Lombardi, one of the grandest characters in baseball. Ernie Lombardi. Here's Big Ernie, did some great work for Cincinnati for years. He's a hard worker. He's done some fine work this year for the Boston Braves. Great big lumbering sort of a fellow. He led the National League a few years ago. And you know the amazing thing about Lombardi is that a fellow with his weight, and he's so slow a foot, that he could lead the league. It's all the more credit to his batting eye because Lombardi doesn't get any of those rollers or any of those kind of balls that the infielders knock down and he beats them out for hits. He can't do it. He's too slow. Every time he hits that ball for a hit, he's got to hit it on the beam. First pitch was wide. The outfield is playing him just a little bit over to the left. Here's the next pitch. Lom swings and misses. A sharp curve in across his knees, and it's 1-1. Ernie Lombardi batting for the National League. There's a man on first, and there's 2 gone. The ball game is in the last half of the 7th. National League trailing by 3 runs. Benton getting set. Here's the next pitch. There's a wallop, but it's foul. Ernie Lombardi hit one up against the top of the roof down the left field line, but to the left side of the foul line, and it was a foul ball. Ernie gave it a ride, but foul, and now the catcher, Bertie Tebbetts, is going out to talk to Benton, and they're standing halfway between the plate and the pitcher's box, just having a chat while Lombardi in his white uniform stands up there at the plate. National League trails by 3. It's the American League 3 and the National nothing in the last half of the 7th at New York. Big Al Benton, second pitcher for the American League tonight, is on the mound. Gets all ready again. Here's the next one, and it's a ball. It broke outside knee-high, and it's 2-2. Ernie started to go for that pitch. It looked like it was going to be pretty good at first, but he let it go by. 2 pitchers are in the bullpen, Houston and Smith for the American League. Ball 2, strike 2 for Lombardi. Here it comes. It's a ball very far outside. There is no doubt about it. And it's ball 3 and strike 2. So Ernie is on the verge of a walk. Next man to come up will be the Dodgers shortstop, Pee Wee Reese. Lam is going to get a 3-2 pitch to swing at. Here it comes. There's ball 4. It's low, and it puts 2 men on. Here's Reese coming up for the National League. Fans, that's the second walk of the night. That's the second walk. It puts a man on first and a man on second and brings up Reese with 2 gone. Reese of Brooklyn, who has just gone in at shortstop, is batting, and his average for the year is 230. He's hit 1 homer, and he has 20 runs batted in. Reese up with 2 men on and 2 out in the last half of the 7th, and the National League partisans are making some noise here in the Polo Grounds. Here's the pitch, and Reese takes, and it's a strike. It's right across his knee. By the way, Mel was just telling me that Reese hits well here in the Polo Grounds. Mel, of course, sees all these games in New York. Well, the National League could really use a hit in this spot. They have 2 men on and 2 out. Here comes the next pitch, and it's very wide. They wasted a pitch that time, and Bertie Tebbetts cocked his arm as though he was going to throw that ball to first, but he held it. And so it's 1-1 on Reese. 2 men on and 2 out in the last half of the 7th as the National League fights hard here in New York to come from behind. Al Benton getting his sign out there again. Here's the next one. There is a ball. It missed the corner knee high, and it's ball 2 and strike 1 for Reese. Remember that tomorrow night Mutual will bring you the big game from Cleveland, from the big municipal stadium at 8:45. Here comes the next pitch. Reese swings, and there's a line drive, and Bedreau caught that ball going to his left. Bedreau caught that ball going to his left to retire the side. A very hard hit ball, fans. Bedreau, the shortstop, went to his left, and just near second base, he reached out and caught that ball above his knees. It was a well-hit ball, and Bedreau made a nice play on it to retire the side. And so that National League threat is over, and it is no runs and 1 hit, and the ball game is going into the first half of the 8th. By the way, the attendance tonight is in the neighborhood of 35,000. Secretary Brannick of the Giants sent up the figures, which are in the neighborhood of $100,000. The Treasury Department will announce the exact figures in a day or so. All the money from this ball game and all the money from the game tomorrow night, the first $100,000 will be used for the Ball and Bat Fund, which is to provide baseballs and bats and gloves for all the camps in the United States. After that, all the rest of the money will go to the Navy and the Army relief funds. Fans, we're at the end of 7 innings here in New York City in the All-Star game. The American League 3, the National League nothing. And now we're going to pause briefly for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Now, this is Bob Elson talking to you again from the Polo Grounds in New York. We're all set to go into the 8th inning of this ball game. Mutual Broadcasting System brings you exclusive coverage of one of America's outstanding sports classics, the All-Star Game. The first man to bat for the American League is Tommy Henrich, a left-handed hitter. He's stepping up in there now. He's been up 3 times. He's had 1 hit, and he's facing Passau as we start the 8th, with the American League still out in front by a 3-0 score. The outfield is playing Henrich just about normal, maybe around just a step or 2 to the right. There is a smash to right field. The right fielder coming fast. He dove for the ball, and he got it. A beautiful catch. The right fielder, Myrt, just made a diving catch of Henrich's smash to right field. Listen to that hand. Baby, was that a honey. That was the fielding gem of the night as Myrt raced in and made a diving catch of Tommy Henrich's smash into right field, and that really brought the crowd to its feet. That was a beautiful play to watch. He certainly robbed Tommy of a hit that time. Now here's the great Teddy Williams up. He's been up 3 times, and he's had 1 hit, a single to right field in the 3rd inning. He's a left-handed batter. And you remember the setup last year in Detroit when he hit a home run off a Passau to win the All-Star game. Ball, it's low. Claude Passau, and I've talked to him many times since about what type of pitch he threw to Williams that broke up that ball game. He said, Bob, all I know is I threw him a baseball, and it broke up the game. Getting all set out there again. Here's the next one to Williams. Williams takes one, a change of pace pitch that's high and a little bit outside, and it's ball 2. There's 1 out here in the first half of the 8th inning. Myrt just made a great diving catch of Henrich's drive to right field, and there's 1 gone. Nobody on for the American League. They lead 3-0. Here comes the next pitch, and it's a ball. It missed the outside corner, knee high, and it's 3-0 now for Williams. Artie Fletcher is coaching here at 3rd to our left. Down to our right is Stanley Harris, who won 2 pennants for Washington some years ago. Gets set again. Here's the next pitch, and Williams hits on the 3-0 count and hits a foul up on top of the stand. With the count 3-0, Williams swung and hit a foul up on top of the stand. New ball is tossed down to 3rd base to Bob Elliott, the Pittsburgh 3rd baseman, who roughs it up and then tosses it back to the mound. The National League has made no runs and 4 hits. The American League has made 3 runs and 6 hits. 2 of them home runs. Passau set. Here's the next pitch, and it's a strike right down the middle. A beauty that time, right across his knees. Ball 3 and strike 2 for Teddy Williams, one of the greatest hitters in the game. Big fellow, big, tall, skinny boy, a free swinger, and boy, he can really slam that baseball. Here comes the next pitch, and there is a high fly ball to center field. Terry Moore is getting under the ball, moving in just a few feet. He's out, and there's 2 gone. Williams flied to Terry Moore. Now here's the great Joe DiMaggio. Every time Joe comes up, he gets a chorus of boos and applause. But just as Jimmy Britt said before, a ball player is never a great ball player until he hears both boos and applause. And no one can deny Joe DiMaggio's place in baseball as one of the greatest players in the game. Here's the first pitch to him, and there is a strike. He caught the outside corner, waist high. Teddy Williams smiled out at Passau as he came back down the first baseline toward the American League dugout. DiMaggio has been up 3 times. He's had 1 hit. The last time up, he drove a hit off of York's glove, and it rolled into right field. Pitcher's getting all set again. Here's the next pitch, and there's a swing, and there's a bouncing ball. It's a hit into left center field. The shortstop, Reese, went to his left to try to cut off that smash on the ground by DiMaggio, but he couldn't get it. It whizzed by him like a bullet, and the Yankee Clipper has 2 hits tonight. That makes a total of 7 hits for the American League, and it brings up the first baseman, Rudy York. DiMaggio, by the way, is the only player in the game with 2 hits. Here's Rudy York, the big first baseman of the Tigers. Jumping into the batter's box, he's been up 3 times. He hit a home run into the right field stands the first time. The second time, he was a strikeout victim. And the second time, he was safe on an error by the second baseman, Brown. He hit a ball down the third baseman that should have been a double play ball, but Brownie, taking the throw from third, dropped it, and York was safe at first. Now he's up with a man on first base and 2 gone in the first half of the 8th. American League 3, the National League nothing. Passall getting set. Here it is. Hits the ball. It's high. Ball 1. The outfield is playing York deep. He can really give that baseball a ride. Harry Moore in center field. Country Slaughter in left field. And in right field, it's Mellott of the Giants. Slaughter is a regular right fielder, but he's playing left field here in the game tonight, and he's one of the best outfielders in the game. Passall getting his sign again. Here comes the next pitch to York. York swings. There's a high foul. It's off here to the right. The catcher flips off his mask. Lombardi coming back, but there's no play. It drops into the stands right beneath our Mutual Broadcasting booth, and it is a harmless foul. Well, remember, the winner tonight plays the service team, and a great attraction tomorrow night in the big municipal stadium at Cleveland. Tomorrow night, Wade Hoyt, Jack Rainey, and I will bring you the ball game from Cleveland as another exclusive Mutual presentation. York swings that big bat around. He has a big black 4 on the back of his gray uniform. For a big fellow, he kind of crowds that plate. There's a man on first. It's DiMaggio. There's a ball. It backs him right out of the box, and it's ball 2 and strike 1. Passall, the Cubs, is the third pitcher for the National League tonight. Morton Cooper started, then Vandermeer, and then Passall. All the American League runs were scored on Cooper. 2 home runs and a double in the first inning. Here's the next pitch. York swings. There's a hopper down the third base line. It may be fair. It may be foul. It's fair. There's the throw, and he's out in a very close play. Boy, was that a close play. He picked that ball up just in front of the bag and about a half an inch fair, fired that ball to first base, and the runner was out by just a fraction of a step to retire the side. And so, fans, it is no runs and 1 hit in the first half of the 8th inning. The American League is going out onto the field, and the National League is coming up to try again to get back into this 10th annual All-Star game. They're trailing by 3 runs. There's Al Benton going out to the center of the diamond. Let's take a look around that American League team. Williams in left field, DiMaggio in center field, Henrik in right field, Keltner at third, Bedreau at short, Gordon at second, York at first, Tebbets is catching, and Benton is pitching, and it looks like McCarthy is going all the way with this American League team. Mickey Owen, who's done some great work for Brooklyn this year, is going to bat for Passall as we start the last half of the 8th. Well, it's been quite a ball game, and believe me, these fans have seen a ball game here tonight. Mutual hopes that wherever you're listening to this game across the country, that it's giving you a lot of enjoyment. It's one of the outstanding sports attractions of the year, the annual Baseball All-Star Game. And this year it's for a great cause. All this money goes to Army-Navy relief after $100,000 is taken out for the Ball and Bat Fund to provide baseballs and bats and gloves for all the camps. Now here's Mickey Owen up. He's a right-handed batter. He's making his appearance in the lineup as a pinch hitter for Passall. Benton gets set. There's a bunt down the third base line. It's foul outside the line. Kenny Keltner runs in for the ball, picks it up, and the boys whip it around. Mickey Owen is a right-handed batter. His present average is 291 for Brooklyn. He's had no home runs, and he has batted in 22 runs. He's had this year one of his greatest years. Here's a fellow who was the unfortunate victim of a play in the World Series last year, which Mutual brought to you exclusively. And that play of the missed third strike will probably go down as history. But did it affect this fellow's career? It did not. It made him a better ball player. Ball, it's inside. All the more tribute to Mickey Owen. There's nobody on and nobody out as the National League tries to get a rally going here in the last half of the 8th, and their chances are slipping away. Here comes the next pitch, and there's a ball. It's high outside, and it's ball 2 and strike 1. National League has changed their entire team tonight. Manager Joe McCarthy of the American League with a 3-0 league has just stood pat. Al Benton is all set again. Here's the next one to Owen. Owen swings. There's a high fly ball going toward right field. It may be a home run. It is a home run for Mickey Owen. Well, there you are, fans. There's a home run for Mickey Owen into the right field stands. Yes, sir, this National League team is still battling here in New York in this All-Star game. It's 3-1 now in favor of the American League. Mickey Owen just batted for Passaw, and as a good pinch hitter should, he not only came through with a hit, he hit one for the circuit. Now here's the leadoff man, Billy Herman, a right-handed hitter. There's a ball, it's wide. Billy Herman's average for the year is 248. He's hit one homer, and he's driven in 29 runs. The American League is warming up two pitchers, and there's the first squawk tonight. The pitcher, Al Benton, didn't like that call, and he's very red-faced out there as he hollers at the umpire, Bill McGowan. Billy Herman waits for the next pitch. Watch it, here it is. There's a swing and a foul. It's out of play. It's up into the stands, off there to the right, and it's a foul strike. So we have a count of 1-1 on Billy Herman, with one run in, nobody on, nobody out. Last half of the eighth inning at New York, the American League 3 and the National League 1. And this is some ball game. Now he rocks his arms back and forth. He's getting set again. Here it is. There's a ball. It missed the corner by an inch. And not anymore either. They're really waiting Benton out now. It's ball 2 and strike 1 for Billy Herman. He went in at second base in place of Jimmy Brown. Here comes the next pitch, and Herman hits a little hopper to the pitcher's right. He's up with the ball. There goes the peg. He's out. Pitcher to first, and there's one gone. So that brings up the third baseman, Bob Elliott of Pittsburgh. Here's Bob Elliott coming up for his first time in the ball game tonight. His average for the year is 286. He slammed out 8 home runs, and he's driven in 53 runs. The last half of the eighth at New York. This ball game will end at 9:30, even if it isn't over, because of a practice blackout here in New York tonight. In other words, at 9:30, regardless of what the score is or what the conditions are, the game ends. Ball 1 to Elliott. Here's the next pitch. There's a strike. It's right across his knees. It's called. Very sharp curveball. 1 out, a run in for the National League. It's 3-1 in favor of the American. Bob Elliott of Pittsburgh, a right-handed hitter, is up in there. Benton gets his sign. Here's the next pitch, and there's a line drive. It's a hit to right field. The first baseman, York, leaped up but couldn't get it, and it puts Elliott on first base. A sharp hit to right field for Elliott. That's 6 hits for the National League. And it brings up the center fielder, Terry Moore, one of the greatest outfielders in baseball, Terry Moore, the St. Louis Cardinals. Batting .271, he's hit 2 home runs, and he has 17 runs batted in. But when it comes to ball hawks, and when it comes to fielding his position, this fellow doesn't have to take a back seat for anybody. And on first, Terry Moore batting. Here's the pitch. There's a strike. It's called. It's right across his waist. 1 out, a man on for the National League. They're trailing 3-1 here in the last half of the eighth, and they're running up against the time deadline. Gets all ready again. Here's the next pitch. There's a swing and a miss as Terry Moore took a vicious cut at a knee-high curveball, and it's 2 strikes on Moore. Moore steps out of the batter's box, knocks the dirt off his cleats with his bat. He's up in there again, a red 8 in the back of his white uniform. Here he is right below our mutual booth. We could almost drop our pencil on him. We're so close to the field of play. Al Benton, a big towering right-hander out there on the mound, is getting set again. Here it is. And there is a ball. It's over his head and just a fraction behind him. And it's ball 1 and strike 2 for Terry Moore. Next man to come up will be the first baseman, Frank McCormick. The American Leaguers talk it up out there in the infield. The outfield is playing straight away. Here's a foul. He didn't mean to hit it. He was backing away from an inside curveball. The ball hit his bat, and as he backed away, the ball went off to the right. He went out to the left, and it's a foul. It's ball 1 and strike 2 on Terry Moore. With a man on first base for the National League and 1 gone, they've scored a run this inning on Owens' homer. Big Al Benton is the second pitcher for the American League. Chandler started. Here's the next pitch, and there is a ball. It's just a little bit too close, and it's 2-2. Ball 2, strike 2 for Terry Moore. Crowds that plate, waves that light-colored bat around. Man on first base, Elliott, has a short leadoff. Here comes the pitch, and there's a swing and a foul. It's out of play. It's up into the stands off there to the right, and it's 2-2. Bertie Tebbett gets a new baseball from umpire Bill McGowan. Steps out and fires it out to the pitcher. The exclusive mutual broadcast of the All-Star Game from Cleveland will start at 8:45 Eastern War Time. Remember that, fans. Tune in to your Mutual station at 8:45 Eastern Wartime. Here comes the next pitch, and Moore hits a high infield fly. It's between the plate and first base, and the first baseman York is under it and has it for the second out. So there's 2 gone. Well, here's Frank McCormick coming up. He's no newcomer to All-Star play or World Series play either. Frank McCormick, a Cincinnati right-handed hitter. He's batting .249. He's hit 10 home runs, and he has 50 runs batted in. Up there now with 2 out and a man on first in the last half of the 8th. The score is 3-1 in favor of the American League. They scored all their runs in the first inning. Here's the first pitch, and there's a swing and a foul. It's a slow curveball just above his waist. He's just got a piece of that ball and rolled it foul to the left of the plate. That, by the way, is the first pinch home run in 10 All-Star games. Mickey Owens' pinch homer, first pinch home run in 10 All-Star games. There's a ground ball to short. Boudreau gets it. The play at second. Force out, and it retires the side. The play went from Lou Boudreau, the shortstop, to the second baseman, Joe Gordon. It was an easy force play, and it retires the side. And so the totals, fans, in the last half of the 8th, for the National League, 1 run and 2 hits. And now the game is going into the first half of the 9th inning with the score of the American League 3 and the National League 1. Now let's recount those totals, shall we, for 8 innings of play. The American League has 3 runs, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hits. The National League 1 run, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hits. The National League had a hit in the 3rd inning. They had a hit in the 4th. They had 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th, and 2 in the 8th. The American League had 3 in the 1st, 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th. Ball game is now going into the first half of the 9th. The complete totals, the American League 3 runs, 7 hits, National League 1 run, 6 hits. Now here's the new pitcher, Bucky Walters is in. Bucky Walters has come in for the National League. He's taken part in 18 games. He's won 9 and lost 6 for the Reds this year. He's pitched 127 innings. He's allowed 114 hits. He's walked 39, and he struck out 57. Well, fans, we're going into the 9th inning of this great ball game at New York. Mutual Broadcasting System has brought you an exclusive presentation of one of America's greatest classics. Here's Walters. There's a ball that's high. The first man to bat for the American League is Gordon, who has a record tonight. He struck out 3 straight times. There's a bouncing ball to short. Shortstop coming in fast. There's the peg. Heaves out in a close play. Reese to McCormick. Reese, the Dodger shortstop, came in fast for Gordon's smash and threw him out. 1 gone. They're running up against a time limit. Remember, the game will end at 9:30, regardless of whether the National League has their last bats or not. Now here's the third baseman, Kenny Keltner. Bucky Walters is getting all set. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a long fly ball down the left field line. It's foul. It's way over the stands. Boy, that was really a poke. Kenny Keltner's been up 3 times. He bounced out. He popped out twice. Bounced out the first time, and he popped out the second time and the third time. Walters is all set again. Here's the next pitch to Keltner. There's a strike. It's right down the middle. A fastball right through there, and it's called. It's 2 strikes now on Kenny Keltner. The American League leads 3-1. We're in the 9th inning at New York. Here comes the next pitch, and there is a swing, and there's a fly ball down the left field line, and it's foul. Off to the left, and it's still 2 strikes on Kenny Keltner. Kenny Keltner batting with 1 out. Pitcher gets all set out there again. Here's the next one. There's a swing and a miss. He struck him out. He went for a wide curveball that time and struck out, and there's 2 gone. And that is 8 strikeouts. 8 strikeouts for the American League. 8 of the American Leaguers have gone down on strikes. Now here's Bertie Tebbetts. Tebbetts, a right-hand hitter up. Here's the pitch. There's a strike. It's called right down the middle. Don't miss the big All-Star game from Cleveland tomorrow night at 8:45 Eastern Wartime. Here's the pitch. It's a ball low. Mutual will again bring you the All-Star game tomorrow night. Mutual Broadcasting System leads the way in the presentation of America's leading sports events. There's a half swing. The ump says he went a little bit more than half, and it's a strike. Makes it ball 1 and strike 2 for Tebbets. Birdie's been up 3 times. He's caught a fine game tonight. He struck out the first time. He popped out the second time, and he struck out the third time. The game must end at 9:30 because of a blackout here in New York tonight. Here comes the pitch. There's an infield fly. The third baseman, Elliott, is coming over near the mound. He's right under the ball. He's out, and it retires the side. And so the National League will get their time at bat. No runs and no hits. And this can be said for the American League. And let me say it right now. The boys are not stalling at all. Everybody's hurrying right out there. And I really think that the American League wants to see the National League get their last time at bat, which they're entitled to. They're all hustling, getting out there on the field, so that the National League, running up against a time deadline, will get their bats in the last half of the night. Pitcher Al Benton is out there. Let's see, the hitters we have coming up are going to be Millot, Country Slaughter, and Ernie Lombardi, and those fellas can really slap that apple. Benton is getting in his practice throws. The winner tonight will play Uncle Sam's team at Cleveland tomorrow night. The team led by my old friend Mickey Cochran, the former manager of the Detroit Tigers, will play the winner tonight in the big stadium at Cleveland. I broadcast the All-Star game there a number of years ago, and it's a beautiful layout. That was the year that Fox hit a long home run over the left fielder's head. I'll never forget it, and it was a great ball game. So fans, you fans in Cleveland, of course, will be out there for a great cause tomorrow night. All that money goes to Army-Navy relief. So we want to remind you fans in Cleveland that there's still good seats available. Get out and see that ball game tomorrow night between the winner here in New York tonight and the service team. And you fans across the country, wherever you happen to be listening, whatever state you're listening in, Mutual will bring you the colorful story of that great game. The time will be 8:45 Eastern Wartime tomorrow night. Now here's Mellot up. Benton gets all set. There's a swing and there's a foul. It's off to the right. Tebbett's chasing the ball. Maybe out of play. It's in the stands, and it is out of play. It's a harmless foul. 1 strike. Left-hand hitter Mellot up. It's the last half of the 9th inning with the American League ahead 3-1. The American League official totals are 3 runs and 7 hits. If the American League wins, of course, Chandler will be the winning pitcher, and Cooper will be the loser. Gets all set out there now, taking his time. There's nobody on, there's nobody out. Benton is ready. Here's the next pitch to Ott. Ott takes a ball that missed the corner, and it's 1-1. Boy, what a moment this is, fans. I know that you can feel the tenseness that we feel here in New York. As the National League up for the last time with 7 minutes left to play, the deadline before the blackout in New York, Mayor LaGuardia was very kind to set aside the time, to give baseball more time tonight. You know, this game was supposed to end at 9:10, but there was an unavoidable delay in starting, and so Mayor LaGuardia very graciously gave baseball a little longer time, right up until the actual deadline of the blackout, which is 9:30. He's getting all set again. Here's the pitch. There's a swing, and there's a foul that the first baseman may have a chance on. He's going back, and it's going into the stands. A foul ball, and it's 2-2 on Little Mel. Now Bertie Tebbets gets a new baseball from Bill McGowan. Tosses that ball out there. Well, the American League, as you know, scored their 3 runs in the first inning on a home run, a double, and another home run. And the National League scored their run in the 8th inning on a pinch home run by Mickey Owen. Now he's getting all set again. It's 2-2 on Ott. Here it comes. It's a swing and a foul tip, and it got away from Tebbets, and he's going to get another swing. Looks like Bertie was hurt with that foul. Tebbets went down on one knee, but he's getting up now and seems to be okay. Well, it's been a wonderful sight here in New York tonight. These fans that have jammed into these stands have really enjoyed it. And Jim and Mel and I have really seen a grand ball game. We hope that you've enjoyed it on the radio. Here comes the next pitch, and Ott hits a pop-up right in front of the plate. The catcher, Tebbets, is down the line just a few feet and takes that ball 20 feet down the line toward third, and 1 foot inside the line, a fair ball, and Ott is out. So, fans, 2 more now, and the ball game will be over. Now the next man to come up, a left-handed hitter, is Eno Slaughter of the St. Louis Cardinals. A great ball player. This fella can run, he can field, he can hit, and he loves to play ball. There's 5 minutes left here in New York. Getting all set now. There's the wind-up, and here comes the next pitch, and there's a swing and a foul. 1 strike. American League 3 and the National League 1. That's the setup. Nobody on and one gone in the last half of the ninth. Here comes the pitch, and there is a foul. It's right up here to the right, just to the right of our booth. Catcher Tebbets gets another new ball and fires it right out there to Benton. Country Slaughter batting for the National League with nobody on and one gone. Benton is all set. Here comes the next pitch, and Slaughter takes one in the dirt, a ball. Ball 1 and strike 2 for Reno. Up in there batting left-handed, a red 9 in the back of his white uniform. American League infielders keep up a constant stream of chatter. Here comes the pitch, and there is another ball. He almost hit him in the leg. He was going to go for that one. It was a sinker, and he started to go for it, but he pulled his bat in time, and the umpire calls it a ball. The outfield of Williams, DiMaggio, and Henrik that's gone all the way is playing Slaughter straight away. About 4 minutes left. They'll get their bats all right. He's getting all set again. Here comes the next pitch, and there's a swing and a hopper foul to the right of the plate. Slaughter starts down the first base line, but the umpire, Bill McGowan, yells foul. He tells Bertie Tebbets to throw that ball away, flips him a new ball, and the American Leaguers peg it around. The next man to come up after Slaughter will be Ernie Lombardi. Bill McGowan is getting a new supply of baseballs now in his blue serge suit. Al Benton is the second American League pitcher tonight. Chandler started. Getting all set again. Here comes the next one to Slaughter. Slaughter swings. There's a long fly ball to dead center, but DiMaggio is out there backing up. He caught it, and there's 2 gone. Country Slaughter hit one a mile that time towards center field, but Joe DiMaggio raced back about 35 or 40 feet and pulled it down, and there's 2 gone. And now, fans, here comes Ernie Lombardi, the last hope of the National League. Here's Ernie Lombardi. Here's the first pitch. There's a strike. It's over the outside corner. 2 out and nobody on in the last half of the ninth inning. American League 3-1. Here comes the next pitch to Lom. Lom swings and misses a change of pace pitch in around his knees, and the pitcher made him look bad on it. It's 2 strikes on Lombardi. There's 2 out. 1 more out and the ball game is over, and the American League will play the service team in Cleveland tomorrow night. Now Al Benton is all set again. Here comes the next pitch. He hits a high fly ball to right field. Looks like it's all over. Tommy Henrik is in under the ball, and he caught it. The game is over, and the American League defeats the National League in New York in the 10th annual All-Star Game. Here are the totals. The American League, 3 runs, 7 hits, and no errors. The National League, 1 run, 6 hits, and 1 error. The winning pitcher in the ball game is Chandler, and the losing pitcher is Morton Cooper. I want to give my colleagues who worked on the broadcast with me tonight just a chance to say goodbye. We're going to have to get off in a hurry, and here's Mel Allen.
It was swell working this game with Bob Elson and Jimmy Britt. It was a beautiful ball game to watch. A lot of swell pitching. Only 1 half inning, which was any great deal of offensive fireworks. In the first inning, when Lou Budrow homered and Rudy York homered with the Tommy Henrik on base, who had doubled prior to York's homer. It was really a swell ball game to watch. Wish you were all here. All right, here's Jimmy Britt.
The fact that this game had a blackout deadline to make added to the suspense and drama of the final innings. It was an all-star game worth remembering, and the American League is going to give Uncle Sam's Service 9 in Cleveland tomorrow night a real battle.
Well, thank you very much, Jim and Mel. It's been a real pleasure to work with you tonight. I'm looking forward tomorrow night with working with Wade Hoyt and Jack Rainey over at Cleveland, when Mutual will bring you an exclusive coverage again of the great all-star game at Cleveland at the big municipal stadium. The players are getting off the field. The American League players are shaking hands with each other, and so are the National League players as they go off the field. And the final score again is the American League 3, the National League 1. The winning pitcher is Chandler, and the losing pitcher is Cooper. And now this is Bob Elson saying good night from the Polo Grounds in New York City. We return you to our New York studios.
We wish to thank the makers of Philly cigars, sponsors of Cal Tinney and Sizing Up the News, usually heard over many of these stations at 8 p.m. Eastern Wartime, for their courtesy in relinquishing their time this evening so that we might bring you the broadcast of the All-Star Baseball game. Mr. Tinney will be heard at his regular time Wednesday evening. Gabriel Heater, usually heard at 9 p.m. Eastern Wartime, will be presented over his regular network immediately following station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
In a few moments, I'll tell you about my greatest sports thrill.
What you are about to hear is a transcribed story of one of football's outstanding players. And in event, our special guest, Alan Amachi, considers his greatest sports thrill. And Alan himself is here to tell us all about it. But first, here is Bill Reddick with a message of interest from your United States Air Force.
A wise coach can tell pretty quickly where each of his players can be of most value to the team. And you know, the career counselors in the U.S. Air Force have this same ability to size a man up and advise him on the job for which he's best qualified. That's why the airman in today's Air Force is so well off. He's learning a skill that's valuable to him as well as to the Air Force. There are more than 400 specialties available in such interesting fields as air traffic control, construction, intelligence, metalworking, utilities, and many others. And, of course, an airman receives full pay all the while he's learning. If you're a young man between 17 and 34 and want to get the straight facts on the benefits our Air Force offers you, contact your local recruiter now. He'll give you the free booklet, Pocket Guide to Air Force Opportunities. It shows how you can go places faster as an airman in the U.S. Air Force. Now back to Harry Wismer.
The first time Frank Leahy, the great football coach, saw Alan Amachi, he made a solemn vow to get him for Notre Dame. But as everyone knows, Amachi turned up at Wisconsin. The first time Coach Ivy Williamson of the University of Wisconsin watched him in action, Amachi was moved up from the junior squad to the regular varsity. In his first year with the Badgers, Amachi set a school rushing record as a freshman, 824 yards. The first time Red Sanders, the UCLA coach, saw him, after Allen personally racked up 139 yards in the 1953 Rose Bowl game against the Bruins, Sanders called him the strongest runner in football history, not excepting Bronco Nagurski. The first time he ever got his hands on the ball in a professional football game, Amachi raced 79 yards for a touchdown. And the first season Alan Amachi completed in the National Football League, he not only was voted the Rookie of the Year, but also captured ball-carrying honors by rushing for 961 yards. In 1948, at the age of 16, Amachi walked resolutely into the City Hall of Kenosha, Wisconsin, and legally changed his first name from Lino to Allen. Lino, to his way of thinking, was not rugged or mature enough. 7 years later, Alan Amachi had proved many times over that ruggedness and maturity are not a matter of names alone. During that time, he was an all-state choice on the high school football team, a track star who could toss the shot over 50 feet and run the 100 yards in 10-2, a light heavyweight Golden Gloves champion, an All-American in college football, a Heisman Trophy winner, an All-Pro fullback in the toughest competitive sport of all, the National Football League. Off the football field, Alan Amachi is a quiet, modest, and earnest young man who is married to his high school sweetheart and the father of 2 husky sons. He is addicted to classical music, and while in college maintained a B average. Alan Amachi was the Baltimore Colts' first selection in the National League Player Draft of January 1955, after Amachi had written football history at Wisconsin and in the Big Ten Conference. The horse, to which Wisconsin's football wagon was hitched for 4 years, lugged the leather for a total of 3,345 yards for the Badgers. Amachi served only on defense in his first 2 seasons, but with the end of the 2-platoon era, he promptly took over full-time duty and put in 502 out of a possible 540 minutes as a junior and close to 500 in his senior year. The same muscular shoulders that clear the way for him as a ball carrier serve him in good stead as a linebacker. Allen tackles his defensive assignments with the enthusiasm of a freshman out to make the varsity and has never required a personal timeout in his college and pro career. Alan Amachi is burdened with an apparently incurable modesty that causes him to regard his gridiron feats not in the light of the excitement and publicity they attract, but with a cool eye on the assets it offers for the future. He speaks rarely, if at all, about himself or his accomplishments. It is characteristic that Amachi's parents, who were born and raised in Italy, have to hear from others what Alan has been doing. As an all-Wisconsin State fullback and the most valuable player on the Kenosha High School championship team, Alan Amachi was one of the most coveted prep players in the land. He could have gone anywhere, but the choice settled down between Notre Dame and Wisconsin. He finally decided on Wisconsin.
Even with such fanfare, Badger coach Avi Williamson didn't indicate in the late summer and early fall of 1951 that he thought Alan Amachi would develop fast enough to take advantage of the relaxation of the ban of freshmen in varsity competition. Williamson just didn't expect much from his big freshmen. The Big Ten is no place for children. Amachi started on the junior varsity, but his first showing against the Iowa JVs was so impressive that he was boosted to second-string fullback. Captain Jim Hammond was the number 1 fullback, but not for long. Alan Amachi's debut was hardly a spectacular one. He gained 1 yard in 1 try against Marquette. Then on a gray, threatening October afternoon in Champaign, Illinois, with the 2 leading contenders for the Big Ten title fighting it out, Amachi suddenly burst into prominence by gaining 40 yards against Illinois in 10 tries. After the game, Ray Elliott, whose Illinois team was happy to escape with a 14-10 triumph, labeled Alan Amachi the best freshman fullback that he had seen. After that game, Williamson installed Amachi as his regular fullback, switched Hammond to defensive halfback, and the horse was off and running. He wrapped up his first season with one of the year's top performances. Minnesota was the victim, and he ran all over the Gophers for 203 yards and scored 2 touchdowns. When Alan Amachi was graduated from Wisconsin in 1954, he had churned his way for more than 2 miles on gridiron turf and had scored 25 touchdowns. It was about that time that Weeb Eubank, ex-aide to Paul Brown at Cleveland, was brought to Baltimore to rebuild the Colts. A grim-faced perfectionist with a monk-like dedication to football, he took over the reins of the cellar-dwelling Colts and announced he was embarking on a 4-year rebuilding program, and that only time and patience, plus some good football players, of course, could solve the problem of Baltimore's entry in the National Football League. In his first year as boss of the Colts, Eubank had more than his share of disappointments as the club again finished in last place. At the end of that season, Eubank and Don Kellett, the president and general manager of the Baltimore franchise, set up the most extensive talent search in the history of the league. Placed in charge of the project was Keith Molesworth, an executive vice president and former coach of the club. He was instructed to spare no expense in turning up the best talent available. Came the National Football League draft, and on the first round, Baltimore selected Alan the Horse Amachi ahead of more than 300 top college seniors. It was the wisest and most fortunate move the Colts ever made. At the end of the 1955 football season, Baltimore's Alan Amachi found himself the league's number 1 ground gainer with 961 yards and 213 attempts for an average gain of 4.5 yards per try. He also scored 9 touchdowns, the most in the circuit. His little under 1,000 yards made Amachi the first freshman ground-gaining champion since Bill Pascal of the New York Giants copped the title in his first year. Only 5 other freshmen had won the title since 1934. In 1955, Alan Amachi was honored as no other rookie had ever been honored before. The experts voted him, number 1, the Rookie of the Year. Number 2, the offensive fullback on the All-Pro team. Number 3, the outstanding back in the National Football League. That, in a nutshell, is Alan Amachi, an All-American in every respect. Now, before you meet our special guest, Alan Amachi in person, in an interview from Municipal Stadium in Baltimore, and hear about his greatest sports thrill, here is a message of interest to all young men who want to go places faster.
If you're a young man faced with fulfilling a military service obligation, you'll be interested in knowing about the advantages that would be yours in today's U.S. Air Force. For instance, if you're wondering whether your service training will pay off in later life, the answer is yes. The Air Force offers top-notch training and opportunities in more than 40 important career fields. Here's another big advantage. You can continue your education while serving. Airmen earn college credits in on-base classes and can apply for a final semester at college with full pay and allowances. As for your length of service, well, men who join the Air Force at an early age find that when their active duty and reserve obligations are completed, they have a flying start on life. Those are just 3 of the important advantages that are yours as an airman. See your Air Force recruiter today for the full story. Find out how you can go places faster in the U.S. Air Force. Now back to Harry Wismer.
Alan Amici, what was your greatest sports thrill?
Well, it was a very unusual one, Harry. I opened my rookie season against the Chicago Bears, and on the very first carry, I was lucky enough, behind very excellent blocking by the offensive line, to get through on a 79-yard run, and that just happened to be a coincidence, the first time I had my hands on the ball. And, Harry, that was my greatest sports thrill.
Alan, what was the big difference in making the jump from college to the professional football ranks?
Well, the players are quite a bit bigger. And in college ball, I was considered a pretty good-sized fullback at around 215 pounds. But you find that in professional football, you're running against men that go anywhere from 240 up to 270 or 80. And I just can't bully my way around like I did in college ball. Also, they have quite a bit more experience in professional ball, which certainly stands to reason. There are fellas with 4 years of college behind them, and many of them with professional experience. Therefore, it's just a tougher game all the way around, quite a bit rougher. There isn't any dirty ball that I've seen, but it's just a very rough game, and I'm sure people realize that.
Alan, does weather make any difference in the progress of the game as far as you are concerned?
Well, I'm sort of a mudder anyway, Harry. I don't mind playing in rainy weather or muddy fields. I think it kind of helps the bigger, slower fellas like fullbacks and guards and tackles and so forth.
What is the most unusual play in which you participated, either in college or the professionals?
It certainly is an unusual play. It's one I'll never forget, and it happened during an exhibition game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. We had a jumble up in the count that the play was to begin on, and our quarterback backed away, and our center became a little confused and didn't know what to do with the ball. So he spun around and lateraled the ball to me. I was the only back standing in the backfield at the time. Everybody else had kind of wandered away. And so the ball landed in my arms, and I didn't know exactly what to do with it. And I remembered in the split seconds time that I had there that it was a pass play. So I threw the ball, and it just happened to go into the wrong arms, and it went down as an interception. But I still am credited with having a 1,000 pitching mark. I threw one and completed one, but it happened to be to the wrong team.
Alan, do you feel that the present-day football players could go both ways if they had to by the rules? By that I mean play both offense and defense in the pros.
Well, I feel that the players that I've seen on the Baltimore Colts could go both ways, but it's an awful lot nicer to just be able to go one way, and I think it makes for better football. You have a more specialized game, and the individuals just have a less amount of things that they have to learn and that they can perfect, therefore making it a better game as far as the spectators are concerned and also better as far as the players are concerned. I feel that professional football could be played in a one-platoon type game, but I also believe that it's a better game the way it's played now with two platoons.
Alan, who gave you the nickname of the horse?
Well, oddly enough, that happened way back in my freshman year in college. It was given to me by my freshman coach, who, after watching a practice, claimed that he thought I was hustling quite a bit and thought I worked like a horse, contrary to the opinion that I either look like a horse or eat like a horse or something like that.
Thank you very much, Alan Amici of the Baltimore Colts.
Greatest Sports Thrills with top personalities in the world of sports is narrated by Harry Wismer, directed by Gene Kirby, written by Arthur Suskin Jr., and presented by the United States Air Force in cooperation with this station. This is Bill Reddick speaking. The preceding was transcribed.
elite meat to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, Duffy, guess who's coming down tonight? Well, I'll give you a hint. Think of a beautiful face with hair hanging down over one eye. No, not John L. Lewis. His hair hangs down over both eyes. It's Veronica Lake, Duffy. Huh? Well, no, actually, she don't wear it that way no more. Now, you ought to see her. Her face is as bald as a billiard ball. Huh? Oh, yes, a very beautiful dish, you know. Her figure, it's sort of petitely Juno-esque. Petite in some spots and Juno-esque in others. Huh? Like Mrs. Duffy? Duffy, I said Juno-esque, not Jumbo-esque. Yes, sir, Duffy. Veronica's one of the most beautiful dames in this whole world. Yeah, her face beams like a full moon in April. Her shoulders have the whiteness of the blossoms in May. Her eyes twinkle like little snowflakes in December. What happened to June, July, August, September, October, November? The census cut them out. What? I promised to get a big name singer for the joint? Well, Duffy, I got that arranged for you. See, Panya Slavnik, the music teacher, is bringing a singer down that's one of the biggest names in show business. A chanteuse? No, it's a male singer. Yeah, a manteuse. What? Look, Duffy, if I say I'm going to get you a big name, I'm going to get you a big name. If I don't, I'm a dirty what? I'm going to get you an even bigger name than that. Huh? Okay, I'll call you back. Say, Eddie, you know, we have a distinguished guest coming here tonight.
Yes, sir?
Did you wash the windows on the side wall?
Oh, Mr. Arch, I've been watching that wall for years. I ain't found a window yet.
Well, find one and clean it.
We're sure getting particular here. First thing you know, we'll be using napkins.
Eddie, you read me mind. You must be psychopathic. Oh, here. Look.
Napkins.
Two of them. Sure. High-class customers, you know, the carnage trade. And, Eddie, I don't know whether you know anything about napkins, but look at these. Feel the quality of that paper.
Yeah, that's a funny thing. I was in a place the other day that uses cloth napkins.
Well, that's possible. These days they're using cheap substitutes for everything. Well, speaking of the devil...
Archie, I hear Veronica Lake is coming down here tonight.
That's right, Miss Duffy.
For what reason?
For what reason? Oh, far be it from me to say, but, well, what do you think?
There must be another reason.
Oh, yeah? Ask Eddie why she's coming.
Well, it could be the food here.
The food, Eddie, that'd be silly.
No sillier than the other reason.
As I have told you many times, Miss Duffy, it happens that I have a certain amount of personal magnetism.
You mean you attract maggots?
Veronica Lake happens to be a movie star.
Don't change the subject. You and Veronica Lake.
Yes, sir, I can see it already. The two of us sitting in the moonlight, holding hands. It's why hearts beating in diesel time. Her sitting on me lap, me kissing her. Her kissing me. Me kissing her. Her kissing me. Me kissing her. Her kissing me.
Stay up there another 8 hours and you can get a pilot's license.
Oh, what's the use of talking to you? Hey, Eddie, dust off that mirror behind the bar.
Dust off the bar mirror?
Yeah.
Ha! This is revolutionary.
Duffy says he wants it so clean that he can see his face in it.
Well, 8 to 5, when he takes a look, he'll want to put the dust back.
Oh, I don't know. There's uglier people in Duffy on 3rd Avenue.
Oh.
Hello, Watch. Eddie, I guess you was right. Hello, Finian. Hey, you're all dressed up tonight.
Thanks. You like this sweater?
Oh, very de rigueur. Goes well with them sneakers. Tell me, where'd you get the sweater?
My mother made it for me. She's just learning how to knit.
Mother's knitted it, huh? Wait a minute. Hey, what's them 2 buttons doing in the back?
Started out to be long underwear.
Oh, it's a lucky thing you dressed formal tonight. You know, we're expecting a very attractive lady of the opposite sex.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, who's the dame?
The name is Veronica Lake.
Oh, boy. Veronica Lake?
You go for her, huh?
Oh, boy, do I. I seen one of them candid camera pictures of her in a movie magazine with Alan Ladd.
Yeah, huh? What kind of a candid camera picture was it?
Oh, you should have seen it, Arch. Yeah. All she was wearing was a skimpy little bathing suit.
That's all, huh?
Yeah. You never seen such a bathing suit, Arch. There was practically nothing to it.
Yeah. Really, huh?
Yeah. I just couldn't take my eyes off the picture. Boy, what muscles that Alan Laird has.
Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy. Huh? The big name singer I promised you? Well, Tanya Slavnik ain't brought him down yet. If it's Perry Como, Mrs. Duffy would like a lock of his curly hair. But, Duffy, suppose it turns out to be Crosby. Oh. Just send a piece of his scalp, huh? Duffy, that's already been asked for by Mrs. Sinatra. I'll tell you as soon as the guy gets here, though, Duffy. I'll call you back.
Hey, Arch.
Yeah?
This new singer, do you think he'll make me swoon?
Well, with you, it'll be hard to tell. Hey, Miss Duffy.
Yeah?
Miss Duffy, that music teacher of yours, that Yashipanya Slavnik, is he a reliable judge of talent?
If he wasn't, do you think he'd hold such an important position?
What position?
He only happens to be the technical advisor to Western Union for all singing telegrams.
Oh, boy, I didn't know. I only hope that he ain't trying to palm you off as the big-name singer.
I wouldn't sing for you with a 10-foot pole. Besides, it so happens that Yasha is saving me for television.
Lucky radio. He's gonna put you in television, huh?
Yes, he's very complimentary. He keeps saying, Miss Duffy, your face will be just right for television as soon as some improvements are made.
Well, you can't help your face, Miss Duffy. After all, it's a matter of heredity. Look at that picture there. Look at that horrible picture of your old man up there.
I don't think it's so horrible. I think it's a very good likeness.
Miss Duffy, you're looking at the Buck Beer sign. That's your father's picture hanging next to it.
Oh. Well, I admit he's no Clark Gable.
He ain't even a Boris Karloff. Eddie, please, turn that picture of Duffy around so that when Veronica Lake gets here, it won't turn her stomach. Brother, it's a lucky thing Devil Aaron never seen that picture of Duffy. He'd sue him for lousing up the map of Ireland. Eddie, I wonder what famous singer Tanya Slavnik's bringing down tonight.
Well, I don't know. Maybe Caruso.
Don't be silly. Caruso's in Italy.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot.
Oh, wait a minute. Here's Tanya Slavnik now. Hey, Yasha.
Your humble servant.
Did you bring that singer that you promised?
By me, a promise is a promise.
Quick, who is he? Where is he?
At the moment, he is outside gargling.
Oh, well, quick, bring him in. Hello? Hello, Duffy, the singer? He's outside lubricating his gargle. Well, I'll know in a second, but I got a hunch that it's either Bing Crosby or Dennis Day.
Archie, here he is.
Hold on, Duffy. I'll find out who it is. Yasha.
Yes?
Come on now. Bing Crosby or Dennis Day? Who is he?
Lope Balaguer.
I'll call you back, Duffy. Anya Slavnik, how would you like a punch in the nose? What is a Lope Balaguer?
He's the singer.
But you said he was a Bing Crosby.
So we'll get him some loud shirts.
Yasha, you promised me a big name and you give me a guy named Lope Balaguer.
Please, my boy. Lope Balaguer is only being his stage name.
Oh, well, that's different.
Of course. His real name is Jose Balaguer.
In that case, I'll punch both of them in the nose.
Please, my boy, don't be so impatient. Lope, what song you would like to sing?
I will sing Contigo a la Distancia.
Hello? Hello, Duffy. He's about to sing. Huh? No, it ain't Morton Downey. No, not Chauncey Olcott. No, not John McCormick. Is he Irish? Duffy, he's as Irish as Patty's enchilada. Well, now you just listen and see if you can guess who he is. Okay, kind of Slavnik, turn him loose. You listening, Duffy? Okay.
No existe un momento del día en que pueda apartarme de ti. Ya todo parece distinto porque no estás junto a mí. No hay bella melodía en que no surjas tú. Y yo quiero cantarla si no la escuchas tú. Es que te has convertido en parte de mi alma. Ya nada me consuela si no estás tú también. Más allá de tus labios, del sol y las estrellas, contigo a la distancia, amada mía,
Oh, Duffy, you liked him, huh? Well, did you recognize whose voice it was? Huh? No. Not Chang Chai Chek. Well, keep guessing, Duffy. I'll call you later.
So, Archie, what's the difference? He's got a big name. This boy is making the women swoon.
Swoon? Hey, wait a minute. Maybe that's me way out of this. If I can get Veronica Lake to swoon over this guy, he'd get enough publicity to make him a big name. I can see the headlines already. Veronica Lake faints at Duffys. Hello? Hello, Duffy. Huh? No. Not Bobby Breen. Hey, just a minute. Veronica Lake just come in. Oh, yeah, it's dynamite, Duffy. You know, the kind of a dame when you see her on the beach in a bathing suit, you turn to your kid and you say, "Look, Junior, why don't you go bury your mother in the sea?" Well, look, Duffy, I've got to go and greet her. I'll call you right back. Huh? What? No, not Carmen Lombardo. But you're getting close. I'll call you back. Well, Veronica, welcome to Duffys.
Hello, Archie.
Well, Miss Lake, may I say that I have long been a humble worshiper of your feet? Welcome to our hollow precincts.
Are they as hollow as they sound?
Oh, the same old gay, witty Veronica. You know, you ain't got a meal here for 7 years. What's kept you away so long?
What's kept me away for so long?
Yeah.
The will to live.
Well, that's nice to hear.
But there's one thing that I can't understand.
What?
What holds this building up?
I am equally at a loss. That dress of yours.
What about it?
What holds that up?
Well, it's a hard struggle, Archie. You know, the law of gravity versus the laws of the state of New York.
Well, so much for pleasantries, Veronica. Leave us start the pitch.
What pitch?
Don't pretend with me, kid. Give in to thine own instincts. As Omar Khayyam himself once said, a jug of wine, a loaf of bread, and thou. And if food be the music of love, very fine. So, what do you say we start out with a little necking, huh?
Well, Archie, I don't know much about you.
You think of a better way to find out?
I mean about your background.
My background is just as obvious as yours. Don't try to stave me off, Veronica. You and me could be very happy. We could settle down in Beverly Hills, maybe build a little house, and before you know it, there'll be 2 or 3 little ones.
Not before I know it.
Well, naturally, I'd give you a warning. So, what do you say?
A him.
Oh. Oh, Miss Lake, this is Miss Duffy, the fruit of Duffy's wedlock, otherwise known as the fruitcake.
How do you do, fruitcake?
Likewise, I'm sure. Oh, Miss Lake, this is sure a thrill. Just think, to meet in person a girl who was in the same picture with Claudette Colbert.
Thank you.
Oh, you know, we love your pictures in my family. Papa, that's my father. He cried at one of your pictures. He said it was just like the story of his life.
The story of his life? What picture was that?
I married a witch.
Your mother could say the same thing about I walked with a zombie.
Quiet, Archie. Miss Lake, I'd like to ask you a personal question.
Yes, what is it?
When all those fellas in the movies kiss you, do you get a thrill?
Of course I do. I'm only human.
There, you see, Archie? It ain't the same as washing dishes.
Duffy, please, get out of here, will you? Now, let's see, Veronica, what was I talking about?
Yourself, let's face it.
That's funny, huh? You know, with a sense of humor like yours, you'd be a wrap-up for me, kid. But wait a minute, before you start getting too serious, Veronica, I'd like you to do me a platonic favor.
That I'd be happy to do.
Well, thank you. You see, we got a singer here, and he needs only one thing to make him famous.
A voice?
Besides that, the thing the guy needs is publicity. He's a crooner, you know, and if his singing could make somebody like you swoon, overnight, the guy would be notorious.
In other words, you want me to throw a feint?
That's right, throw a feint. How about it?
Look, brother, I ain't taking no dive for nobody, see?
Oh, Eddie.
Yep.
If this dame won't throw a feint, I'm a dead duck. How am I gonna do it?
Don't ask me. If the hand here didn't do it, nothing will.
Come on, Veronica, give me a break, will you? When his crooner starts singing, how about one small swoon?
Archie, I can't do it.
Do it, huh? Well, some people is actresses and some people ain't. Maybe it's just a lack of no ability.
Just what do you mean?
Well, if I asked Betty Davis to cry, I bet you she'd flood the joint in a minute. Here, I asked you to pull a simple swoon, and what happens?
Well, perhaps if I heard this crooner sing, it might help.
It certainly would. Wait, I'll get him over. Hey, Lope, come here.
Yes, Archie.
Shake hands with Veronica Lake.
Buenas noches, señorita.
How do you do?
Señorita, I think you are the most beautiful, wonderful, gorgeous, marvelous.
That's enough, Lope. The help do not mingle with the guests. You just stick to vocalize now and make it real swoony. Huh?
La, 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 la.
That's it. Well, how about it, Veronica? Do you feel a little dizzy or sick?
No, I don't.
No, huh? That's funny, I do. Hello? Hello, Duffy. What? No, not singing Sam. Duffy. The guy's name is Lope Balaguer. Now calm down, Duffy. Relax. Don't try to entrance him. This guy is just as famous as Crosby. Only nobody ever heard of him. Now, just a minute, Duffy. If we can make Veronica Lake swoon, will you be satisfied then? Okay. But if she don't, I'm fired? Look, be careful, Duffy. A remark like that might easily put a guy out of a job. Okay. I gotta make this dame swoon. Let's see now. Who looks like Sinatra around here?
I do, Arch.
Huh? You do?
Yep, I did. Miss Lake, get a load of this. Good. Oh, nothing at all.
Well, nothing at all.
This dame just don't like music. Arch, I got an idea.
What?
Why don't we tap her gently on the skull with the bung starter?
I think if we can't commit arson. I got a better idea. I'll make her swoon. Oh, Veronica.
Yes, Archie.
Veronica, come here. Leave me thrill thy luscious lips with a kiss. Well, how did you like it?
I'll take Finnegan's singing.
Eddie, I think Finnegan's right. There's only one thing left to do. Give me that bung starter.
Oh, where is it?
Right there, back of Duffy's picture. Wait a minute, Eddie, don't turn that picture around.
Who's that?
Duffy.
Oh.
Well, that did it. Lope, you're hired. She swooned.
What did it, Arch?
Duffy's picture, of course. Why didn't we think of that in the first place? It just shows you, Eddie.
What?
The best laid plans of men and mice off gang agley in the face of a rat.
makers of Johnson's Auto Wax present a shining half hour with Rico Martelli's orchestra, Kathleen Wells, Ronnie and Van, and starring those nutty nomads, those two traveling, truth-tripping troubadours, Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Martelli opens the show with a musical weather report in March winds and April showers, with our Russian rhythm boys, Dustoff and Brightsky, singing the chorus.
Make way for happy hours and May time, June time, love time and you.
Merrily meandering down the macadam in that jittering jalopy, but Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
We'd better be stopping for gas, McGee. According to the gauge, we've been running on a dry tank for 21 miles.
That ain't nothing.
Nothing?
Nope. I mind the time I run a motorcycle from Cape Town, Africa to Mongabula, a distance of some 612 miles on a pint of coconut milk. You see, what I done was...
Never you mind now. You needn't be practicing your dime novels on me, Fibber McGee. Pull in that station there.
I was just gonna... Better get them brakes.
Hi, folks. Gas?
Ask him if he lets you milk a coconut, McGee.
Oh, shucks. Sure we want some gas, young feller.
All right, how much? Fill her up?
Well, no. How far is the target still?
83 miles.
And how far from there to Middletown?
Oh, I'd say about 110. That makes, let's see, 83 and 110. Oh, about 200 altogether.
That's just about what I figured. Give me 2 gallons. Wait a minute. How much is it?
Well, the red gas is 18 and a half cents. The blue gas is 17, and the white gas is 15.
Is that the whitest gas you got?
Mix up a gallon of blue and a gallon of red, mister. Purple's me favorite color.
All right. All right. Say, I hear there's a circus over in Milltown.
You don't mean to be
Yes, that's why we're going there. I used to own the big elephant they got in the circus there. Name's Myrtle. Myrtle, the gentle giant of the jungle. Real sweet elephant, Myrtle was.
Sure. She must have read the poem.
What poem?
Why should the spirit of Myrtle be proud? Remember?
Quit interrupting, Molly. This young feller asked me to tell him about Myrtle, didn't he?
No.
Well, sir, I brought Myrtle over to this country in 1916. He was just a kid then. Only 116 years old.
Is that so?
Yep. That's why I want to go see her again. See if that busted leg is healed up okay.
Busted leg? Well, I never heard of an elephant breaking its leg.
First case I ever heard of myself. You see, it was like this here.
We was into Wheeling, West Virginia one chilly day with a carnival.
Kind of silly carnival, you might say.
Well, sir, the first day we had a street parade.
A parade?
Sure. McGee parade, Myrtle wouldn't step on him.
Say, whose elephant was this? Yes, sir. We had bands, calliope, animal cages, and 47 clowns.
Including yourself.
No. I was the elephant tender, known into the profession as a bull boss.
No argument.
Now, listen, Molly, if you're
Well,
gonna...
what happened then, sir?
Well, sir, as I was saying, I always rid onto Myrtle's head on account of because she was kind of nervous and scared. Particular was she scared of mosquitoes and moose.
Hi.
Mouses. All elephants is scared of mouses. Well, sir, there we was, a-hooping it down the main street there, and right into the main part of town, Myrtle stopped dead into her tracks. She'd have threw me if I hadn't been such a good elephant jockey. Threw the whole parade into a ruckus. Lions was roaring and folks was shouting, and Myrtle, reading the signs, knew they was going to be rioting.
I never knew elephants could understand it.
Understand what?
Reading and rioting.
Well, sir, most everybody ran into a movie theater till I could get Myrtle under control.
Well, was there any damage done?
Only to the truth, mister.
Oh, not much. A candy store was wrecked when Myrtle went through the window. Funny thing, too. On her way through, she had 4 pounds of chocolate caramels, and we had to drill her trunk out next day with a 3-inch reamer. But there wasn't much damage done. Fruit stand dumped over, and 3 automobiles standing there, and 2 of them got scratched up, but the t'other one had Johnson's auto wax onto it. I kind of slipped that one in there, didn't I? But Myrtle's leg was the main thing.
Well, how was her leg injured?
You mean how she come to bust it?
Yeah.
Well, you see, on her way out of the rear of the candy store, she had to go through a pool room.
And that's how she got behind the 8-ball, I suppose.
As I was saying, as she was going through this here pool room, she seen them billiard balls on the table there and give 'em a kind of a curiosity sniff, just in passing. And, brother, will you believe me? In them innocent little ivory billiard balls laying there, she recognizes her cousin Elmer, which had been kidnapped in 1678.
No.
You don't say.
I do say. Well, sir, in revenge for Elmer, she give the table a boot with her leg and snap. Busted the leg, right at the cow.
You mean the calf, McGee?
No, the cow. It was too big for a calf. So that's why we're going over to see Myrtle, boy. How much owe you?
36 cents. Thank you. But listen, sir. You didn't explain what confused Myrtle in the first place.
Confused? Shucks. She wasn't confused, boy. Myrtle was just bubbling over with happiness, that's all.
For why, McGee?
Well, sir, as the parade was going down the street, all folks leaning out of their windows and waves their hands. And with all them palms fluttering overhead, Myrtle thought she was home into her own little jungle again. Be seeing you, son.
That, friends, is Martelli and his men playing Blue Room. And if we may digress a moment from blue rooms, pink pachyderms, and white lies, let us tell you that it will be a red-letter day in the life of your car when you give it a shiny coat of Johnson's... Well, Fibber, back again, I see. I thought you were driving over to see an elephant.
I was, young feller, but I detoured off on the trunk line.
I get it.
I come over to give you a hand with the commercial announcement. Go ex Carlos.
Harlow Wilcox, and I can handle the commercial announcement all right myself.
That's what you think. Folks, Johnson's Auto Wax will give you a nice, shiny sheen onto your chassis that'll shine like the sun when the shine shows. I mean, when the sun shines on the teeny shine of the sunny... Folks, Johnson's Auto Wax will
McGee, stick to your fibbing. You'll have to excuse McGee, Mr. Wilcox. He's been eating alphabet soup in a Greek restaurant. McGee, why do you always have to butt in on us?
Well, it may have been alphabet soup to Fibber, but it will be duck soup for you to have a gleaming, protective finish on your car this summer. No matter how dull and dirty your old car looks now, Johnson's Auto Wax will make it shine like new again. No fooling. Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner work magic on any car finish. The cleaner is absolutely safe to use, quickly takes off all the old film and dirt without the slightest injury to the car finish, changes a dull, faded paint job to a bright, sparkling luster right before your eyes. And here's something very important. Johnson's Auto Wax saves the car from the damaging effects of the hot sun. The wax polish forms a tough shield of protection, so the ultraviolet sun rays cannot get at the finish to destroy its beauty. And now is the time to wax polish your car. You can do the job yourself, or have it done for you at a nearby service station. Johnson's Auto Wax is for sale at hardware stores, auto accessory stores, and service stations. When you purchase the wax and cleaner, your dealer will give you free a can of black auto enamel for covering up rust spots and blemishes on the fenders or chassis of your car. But you'll hear more about this free offer at the end of the program. And now, we'll take advantage of the fact that Fibber McGee is not in sight to present that smiling little songstress, Miss Kathleen Wells. Kathleen is going to sing Every Day.
Love, sweet song, dear, sounds a little wrong, dear, when you sing it in a kidding way. Though I'm mighty frivolous and flighty, honest, I'm not fooling when I say every day I'll fall in love all over again with you. I'll never let our love grow old. I'll always keep it new. Every day I'll let you know that my Valentine is you. We'll live the sweetest story told, like honeymooners do. Anything I do, I'll do to prove to you that romance never will die. It may be a word or a sigh, a kiss that I'll bring, and as the years go by, every day I'll fall in love all over again with you. I'll never let our love grow old. I'll always keep it new. And everything I do, I'll always do to prove to you that romance never will die. It may be only a word or a sigh, a gift that I'll bring,
well. How a little music makes the time fly. We really don't know how we do it, but here are Fibber and Molly McGee tomorrow morning, all ready to leave the tourist camp for the day's driving.
Fibber McGee, where have you been?
Who, me?
Well, who do you think, Henry VIII?
VIII what?
Don't be trying to change the subject. I want to know where you've been all morning. Do you think we'll get any place lying around the tourist camp all day?
Lying around. Shucks, I was just telling some folks over there how me and Mike McGillicuddy built that there dirigible submarine and
Just
took it off.
what I says, lying around the tourist camp. I got you there, McGee. Now, where have you really been?
Just over to the hot dog stand there to get me a hot dog.
Oh, a hot dog, is it?
Yeah.
You got a pretty big appetite for hot dogs all of a sudden, seems to me.
Well, they're real good hot dogs, Molly. Big and shiny, like they've been all polished up with Johnson.
And never you mind the advertising.
Okay. But say, Molly, there's a real pretty gal behind the counter over there. Sweetest big violet eyes.
Oh, a girl, is it? And with big violet eyes.
Yep. It's too bad she squints. Well, I'm ready to start any time you are.
Well, that's lovely. You're ready any time I am. Yep. And I've been ready all morning. Did you check the tires, McGee?
Betcha. I kicked every one of them.
How about that one on the off-hind side there? Looks a little lumpy to me. If you put that new inner tube in wrong like you done...
Now, Molly. Don't you tell me how to put in inner tubes. Wasn't I the fastest and best tire changer at the racetrack at Indianapolis on the 4th of July?
They don't race on the 4th. It's on Memorial Day.
Of course. That's why they call it Memorial Day. In memory of me breaking the record changing tires for Speed Mix Bud. Why, I mind the time...
Never you mind now. I want to know about our tires. What makes it so lumpy? Look at it.
Well, you know, Molly, we come over one of the highest mountains in these parts yesterday.
And so what?
Why, Molly, you know mountain air is bumpy, don't you? Remember, I pumped up that there tire right onto the top peak there.
And who told you that mountain air was bumpy? Air is air, and hot air is McGee.
It's a well-known fact, Molly. As I was flying an airplane once over the Sangahoopus Mountains, the radio operator says to me, he says, pilot, he says...
Pilot?
Assistant pilot, he says...
Assistant pilot?
Go away, he says. Have you noticed how bumpy this here mountain air is, he says? And I says to him,
Fibber McGee, I don't ride a mile from this spot till I know for sure that tire is all right. So don't be wasting air that might be needed.
Okay, I'll look at it. You wouldn't care for a hot dog, would you, first?
No, I wouldn't. And suppose you keep your face out of the hot dogs long enough to face some cold facts.
Shucks, I'd kind of go for a hot dog myself right now.
Go on with you. If you had 3 more of them things today, you wouldn't be able to set the car for wagging your tail. Now get busy, McGee.
Oh, okay, I just thought I'd... What was it you wanted me to do? Get some oil?
No, forgetful. Check up on that bad tire.
You don't mean that bad tire. You mean the worst of the bad tires.
Don't be stalling for time.
Okay. This here one is... Hey, you mean this one? Boy, shucks. It's as solid as the rock of Gibraltar.
Gibraltar, ignorant. The G is soft, like that tire's going to be when we're 10 miles out on the road.
Don't you worry about that tire, Molly. Baby, when I changes tires, they stay changed. Why, I mind the time when I...
There you are, McGee. Can't you just smell the fresh mountain air coming out of that tire?
Well, shucks, Molly. How'd I know? I'll change it again. Hey, Molly, where you going? Where you going?
You stay there and get busy. I'm going to get myself a hot...
Oh, hey, Molly, wait a minute. Come here.
What is it now?
Shucks, Molly, I'm sorry. I didn't think that tire...
Listen to me, McGee. The idea of a man your age...
What you mean, a man my age? Why, shucks. I can jump up and crack my heels together, can't I?
Sure, but there's no use having both ends cracked at once, McGee.
Well, anyway, nobody's no older than what he feels. What's the good of counting all of your birthdays when the future has so much appeal? It's the same on your first as it is on your 91st birthday.
You're right, McGee. You're just as old as you look, and just as young as you feel.
Betcha. Oh, my heart is full of romance. when the grass is growing green. I may be over 60, but I feel like sweet 16.
Whoop whoopie doo, and you think that you're Clark Gable, that fella on the screen.
I may be over 60, but I feel like sweet 16. 16. I want to dance. I want to sing. I know it's winter, but it feels like spring. I'm not too old to have my fling. The world don't owe me a gosh darn thing.
Why, McGee, you're the life of every party.
You betcha.
You're a jolly jelly bean.
I may be over 60, but I feel like sweet with a hey nutty nutty and a razzmatazz when I'm on a kitty party. I'm the youngest on the scene. I may be over 60, but I feel like sweet 16.
Ha-cha-cha-cha, though my friends are fat and 40, still I keep my shape so lean. I may be over 60,
but I feel like sweet 6, weedy, 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 weedy. I have no aches. I have no pain. I'm not rheumatic when it feels like rain. I've got romance in every vein. I spend all my evenings in Lover's Lane.
You don't need overhauling, McGee. You're a darn good old machine.
I may be, but I feel like sweet 16. Skiditten, skidatten, skidatten, datten, blue.
And that was that, with a Hey Nonny Molly and a Fibber McGee, from which we go into a number by Martelli and the trio, in which the losers are all winners. Lost my rhythm, lost my music, lost my man. Take it, Rico.
No ignition. No, sir. There's no show, it's only intermission when you've lost your man.
Why don't you try dancing?
Well, my dancing don't mean a thing.
But you were a hot singer.
But what singer can sing her song without a song to sing? My rhythm.
Indeed you do.
My music.
Sure do.
If my man comes home, he'll bring them with him. I need my music and I need my rhythm. Just an also ran without that man.
Announcement. Give me a fanfare, will you please, Rico? There's mutiny in that there band, Marchese. Listen, folks, me and Molly has got room into the back seat of our car for 3 of you folks that's listening in. All you got to do to apply for the ride is... Hey there, clean-o wax car, who you pushing around?
Harlow Wilcox to you, and I'll take this announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, you probably wouldn't even apply for that ride, remembering the state of Fibber's tires. But you can have all the fun and none of the trouble by riding along with us every Tuesday night at this same hour. But Fibber wasn't fibbing in one particular. We are making you a free offer, and a lot more sensible one than his. We're offering you free a 40-cent can of black auto enamel with every purchase of Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner. It's a very high-grade black enamel, which will successfully cover up all the disfiguring rusty spots on the chassis or fenders of your car. A brush comes right with the can of enamel, so you'll find it very easy to apply. Ask for Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner at your hardware store, service station, or auto accessory store. The combination costs only 98 cents, and you get the 40-cent can of touch-up enamel free. Remember, Johnson's Auto Wax will keep your car young and beautiful, protect it from the ultraviolet rays of the sun, and greatly increase its trade-in value. You have a rollicking rendezvous with Johnson's Auto Wax and Fibber McGee next Tuesday night at this same hour. Your announcer is Harlow Wilcox. I hope. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Post Toasties, the wake-up food, presents Joey Brown.
Joey Brown, that's what Joey Brown. Post Toasties on the air tonight. And Joey, laugh, 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 laugh.
Yes, another dramatic thunderbolt featuring those nimble nitwits Gill and Dembling, with Paula Winslow as Jill, Gail Gordon as Bullhammer, yours truly, Don Wilson, Harry Sosnick and his orchestra, and the star of our Post Toasties show, Joe E. Brown.
Hello, Sal.
Here we are, Joe. What's the show all about? What's on the fire tonight?
On the fire? I wish it was Gill and Demley. They almost drive me crazy, and thereby hangs the tale.
Well, I suppose you have to be crazy to be able to stand those two zanies.
Well, you don't have to be crazy, but it sure helps.
Oh, yes, Joe, and I understand that you're introducing a new character in the show tonight. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. Wilson. We sure is.
Now, wait a minute, Joe. Wait a minute. What's the idea of this other voice?
Oh, why, Don, that's Onyx. Onyx, he's the janitor at Bullhammer's.
Oh, yes. Pardon me, Joe. I know Onyx. As a matter of fact, just yesterday I heard that the Onyx girl left him for another man.
Wait a minute. My girl left me for another man, Mr. Wilson?
That's right.
No, sir. No, sir. She just went out of town. That's all.
I'm very sorry, Onyx, but I heard definitely that she went to another man.
No, sir. That ain't what she told me.
Then what did she tell you?
Well, she says to me, she said, Onyx, I'm leaving you. I'm going to Rochester.
This is Don Wilson, friends, and I'm going to give you a real tip on a real breakfast cereal for everybody in the family. I mean, Post Toasties. These crisp oven-toasted cornflakes are so delicious, your whole family will go for them. So delicious, people everywhere say Post Toasties are tops in taste. Even more important, Post Toasties begin to digest within 30 seconds. This means quick food energy. And that's what you need to help you get going faster after breakfast. But here's more good news about Post Toasties. They save you money. They're now priced below any other nationally advertised cornflakes. Today, you can buy Post Toasties at the lowest price in all their history. So if you want a faster start after breakfast, eat Post Toasties for breakfast. Post Toasties, the wake-up food. And now for our drama. Fresh from an assignment, we find Joe in the inner sanctums of Bullhammer Enterprises, Incorporated. Curtain?
Howdy, Mr. Bullhammer. Have a cigar?
Well, thank you, Brown. Some days like these that I appreciate those little courtesies.
I'm a sick man today, Brown.
Oh, that's too bad. Why don't you go to the doctor?
Well, I was thinking.
I know a good doctor. Dr. Gubin. He set my Uncle Fred's leg when it was broken.
Dr. Gubin? He's a tree surgeon.
Yeah, I know. Uncle Fred had a wooden leg. But he had to have something done to it. It pained him so badly.
A wooden leg pained him?
Yeah. Aunt Phoebe hit him over the head with it.
That's quite a quip, Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hate to say it, but you actually cheer me up at times.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. The medical profession has always fascinated me. I guess doctors see many strange things.
Oh, you said it. I've got a friend that's an intern. He performed his first operation last week and found an 1812 penny in a man's lung.
Well, a very valuable find. He kept it, I suppose.
Oh, no, he didn't. He left it in there.
He did? Why?
Well, don't you remember Mr. Bullhammer? Interns can't take money.
Very good. That's very good, Raz.
That's pretty good.
Oh. Well, perhaps I will go to see a doctor. You think you can handle the office when I'm gone?
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Bullhammer. I'll go out and give the staff a pep talk right now. Quiet, everybody. Quiet. I call this meeting of employees to tell you that I am temporarily in charge of Bullhammer Enterprises. Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir?
Why were you late to work this morning?
Well, you see, my wife had triplets last night.
Well, don't let it happen again. And Miss Queep, your letter to the loan company was worded all wrong. You don't return a loan, you retire a loan.
I don't either retire alone. I sleep with my mother.
Well, folks, Mr. Bullhammer is sick, and I want you to feel, and I want to feel that you're all behind me. Let's have no loafing, no shirking, and above all, don't watch the clock.
Oh, no, we won't.
You can count on us, Joe. Good. And now, Yahoo! Lunch hour! Wait a minute! Hey, fellas! Oh, fish feathers.
Harry Sosnick and his orchestra play Swonderful. Now we return to the offices of Bullhammer Enterprises Incorporated. Bullhammer has gone to see a doctor, and Joe has taken over Bullhammer's private office. Curtain?
Beulah.
Yes, Mr. Brown.
I'm very busy. I don't want to be interrupted.
Yes, Mr. Brown.
Fat food flute, floor. Fat food flute. Hey. Who are you?
Me? Well, it's Onyx, the new superintendent of the cleanest office department. Chairman pro tem of the mops and the pails. In brief, I is the janitor.
Wait a minute. What did you say your name was? Onyx?
Yes, sir. That's right, Onyx. That's short for unexpected.
Unexpected?
Yes, sir. You see, I was the third act in a pair of triplets.
Well, Onyx, look at you. You're asleep on your feet.
Yeah, the way you see, Mr. Brown, my constitution is such that I need more sleep than most people.
You need more sleep? Well, why?
Well, so you see, I sleep very slow. Yes, and besides, I got misery in my feet. My dog is just 11 inches of hot foot.
Well, why didn't you say so? You should come. You should come here. You should come. You should come to me with your troubles. After all your troubles are after all your troubles are my troubles. Yeah, my troubles are your troubles. Yes. Sir. Well, then, you better get a good lawyer, Mr. Brown. A good lawyer? Why? Well, you see, there's a gal in Memphis that's suing us for breach of promise. Okay, Onyx, I'm afraid you'll always be just a lazy good-for-nothing, and I'm going to teach you a lesson. You're fired. Now, what do you say to that? Well, so, Mr. Brown, you'll find my answer in the second line of Hail, hail, the gang's all here. So long. Guys, I'll never get any work done the way things are going around here.
I'm Sam, the serious rover. Do you know I married an angel?
Why, yes.
Well, how do you get a hat on over a halo?
Hey, what's going on here?
Yes? Pardon me, I'm Tom, the fun-loving rover. Have you heard My Heart Belongs to Daddy?
Yes?
Then no wonder I'm anemic.
Hey, keep those fellas out of here. Goodness sakes.
I knew if we played hard to get, you'd send for us. Have a card, Brown. Give it back. I'm Limerick R. Gill.
And I'm J. Epitaph Demling. Yes. We represent the Blotto Motto Company. There's nothing the motto with our mottos.
That's right. We also rent Demling's forehead out to termites for a ski jump, just during the winter months, of course.
Yes. Listen, I don't want any mottos. You get out of here. You...
Oh, Gill, our man is frustrated. You're right. Slip him our motto 27.
Ah, yes, a verbal Mickey Fizz. That's a lovely one. Listen to this, Brown. It's called Frustration, and I quote, "The baby elephant is sad. His life is dull and gray. You see, he cannot suck his thumb. His nose is in the way."
Hey, listen, I don't want
it. You'd prefer a motto with the family touch. In large lavender letters on a background of puce. Says, I love my wife, but oh, you kid. Or is that dated?
I'll say it's dated. Wait, now here's a little number that I made up myself.
You made up that?
Yeah. I knew a little girl, and boy, was she a dummy. She fell in the water up to her knees.
Hey, wait a minute. Back up there. That doesn't rhyme.
I know. The water wasn't deep enough.
See. And now, my broken-down bard, how about something to hang in this office, say on the bookkeeper's chin? Read it, Demling. My thought for today. Here it is. Yes.
Genevieve, Oxford 7748.
Pardon me. No, that's wrong. That's my thought for tonight.
You fellas are just wasting your time. I don't want any mottos, and the boss is sick.
Sick? Well, we have just the thing then. A little couplet inscribed on a hot water bottle. You like that?
No. I've got just the thing for a sick man. Really? Maybe you could use it. Listen. Mm-hmm. I sneezed a sneeze into the air. It fell to earth I knew not where. But hard and cold were the looks of those in whose vicinity I snows.
Brown?
Whiz bang.
Brown, you have great talent. Yeah. It gives me a great idea, too. Living slogans.
Living slogans?
Yeah, you act out a slogan. Go ahead, act.
Oh, I acted?
Sure. Absolutely, and we've got a honey for you.
Living slogan.
Very, very simple. Now, just stand on one leg. Come on.
Stand on one leg?
One leg. And waggle your ears, see? And you do this. Like that. Go ahead.
There. What am I now?
Idiot's Delight.
Oh, beeswax. Yes?
Say that society day. Miss Buzzard is here to see you.
Miss Buzzard? Oh, Miss Buzzard. Oh, yeah. I used to know her. Send her in.
Yes, sir.
Well, if it isn't Lucretia Buzzard. I haven't seen you since you left to the farm to come to the city. How are you, Miss Buzzard?
I beg your pardon. The name is Bazaar.
Bazaar? Well, maybe so, Miss Buzzard. But the last time I saw your mother, she was taking in washing, and your father was working for the city Badump. Now, what's on your mind?
Oh, dear. You're the first man I met who's had the courage to bring me down to earth.
Never mind that. What did you come here for?
I came to offer my beauty and talent to the cinema. But now I think I found my soulmate. You.
Me?
Yes. You're dominating. You're getting handsomer. You're getting more desirable.
I'm getting out of here.
Please don't leave without kissing me.
No, but wait a minute.
Kiss me!
Yeah, but wait, hey, the hell! Baloney.
Oh, you are wonderful. Where did you ever learn to kiss like that?
I used to play the bazooka.
I went over to catch the final shots for RKO's new picture, Sorority House. I chatted with Anne Shirley, the lovely star whose work stands out as usual. Speaking of the active part she plays, she said, "It's a good thing I eat Post Toasties for breakfast and get quick food energy because in this picture, I start full tilt the minute I reach the set after breakfast. You've told me why Post Toasties are called the wake-up food, and you certainly know what you're talking about." Well, I was mighty glad to hear that, friends, and now I'll tell you, as I told Anne Shirley, just why Post Toasties are known as the wake-up food. You see, these crisp oven-toasted cornflakes begin to digest within 30 seconds. This one simple fact explains why Post Toasties give you quick food energy, why they help you get going faster mornings by helping wake up your lazy energy. So remember, folks, eat Post Toasties for breakfast and get a faster start after breakfast. And don't forget either that there's no tastier breakfast cereal to be had than Post Toasties, the wake-up food. But now here's the Sportsman Quartet singing Ferdinand the Bull.
Oh, there once lived a bull, a magnificent bull, in a pasture near old Barcelona. He would romp and he'd play in the flowers all day, till he smelled just like eau de cologne. He was gentle and kind, and his mood was refined, which the rest of the bulls all resented. And there once lived a bee, a magnificent bee, who was feeling so chock full of vigor that he got out of hand and he stung Ferdinand with a sharp little thingamajigger. Ferdinand was so hurt he was pawing the dirt when a bull picked a torch and to fight him. This bull is magnifico, he is terrifico. Bring him to Madrid and I'll fight him. Ferdinand, Ferdinand, the Toreador tried to spear him. Ferdinand, Ferdinand, they chased him but couldn't get near him. Ferdinand, Ferdinand, he viewed the occasion so lightly when the picador missed him. Why, Ferdinand kissed him, for he never learned to fight. With a rose to his nose, the study of nature would call him. He would sniffle completely and smell, oh, so sweetly. So in the tale of the bull, Ferdinand.
Our saga staggers on. We find Bullhammer stand-in, Joey Brown, still trying to carry on before he's carried out. Curtain?
Hello, Bullhammer Enterprises. Joey Brown speaking.
This is Bullhammer Brown. I have terrible news.
What is it, Mr. Bullhammer?
My doctor has given me just 3 months to live.
3 months? Oh, gosh. April, May, June. Oh, gosh, that's terrible.
I knew you'd feel badly, Brown.
Yeah, you're going to miss our 4th of July picnic. Mr. Bullhammer! Mr. Bullhammer! Hey, gosh, I guess he fainted. Those telephone booths get so awfully stuffy. Come in.
Goldfoot Alf afternoon. Are you Mr. Bullfull Halfhammer?
You what? Hey, you sound like a passport photo looks.
Mr. Bullfull Halfhammer phoned in for an Alf aspirin towel tablet.
You mean an aspirin tablet?
Yeah. Did he want that on whole full wheel feed or rile fi?
An aspirin tablet on whole wheat or rye? Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you the pharmacist?
No, I'm not the fall pharmacist. I'm the soul-voted jerk.
Well, then you go back and get that aspirin, and while you're there, fix me up a banana split.
I'm sorry. I've got pile fine Alf apples, all oranges, and grail fates. But I'm all out of balalas.
Hey, what kind of talk is that? Don't you mean bananas?
Well, I said balalas, didn't I?
Hey, what's the matter with you anyway?
Well, you see, Ulfie, I burned out the bearings in my larynx.
Sounds like you've got tinsel on your tonsil. Where are you from, anyway?
Oh, I'm from Palmolive, Fall, Florida. Oh, Florida. That's what a self did. Where you foo fall from?
I'm from Los Angeles, please. Yes, sir. Los Angeles, please. California.
Say, is it because I lived in Fall, Florida that you can't understand me?
Oh, no. Brother, in California, we can't understand anybody living in Florida. Now, get me that alfalfa. Come in.
Greetings, chum. The Blotto Motto Company rides again. Or is that Buck Benny? Well, no matter, doesn't it?
Now, listen, you fellas. Bullhammer does the buying around here, and he's not back yet.
We'll wait.
Well, then I acted out a motto for you fellas. Will you act out a motto for me?
Why, a pleasure, certainly. Make with the motto. What is it?
All right, Gil?
Yeah.
You stand over there by the water cooler.
The water cooler over here, huh?
Yeah. Now, Demling, you hold a paper cup under his nose.
Yeah. Like this?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Now,
what motto is this supposed to be?
you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Hey, we're not horses.
Well, that's all right. That goes for jackasses, too.
Well, anyway, now we've got an office to work out of. Demling, look around for a stenographer that can swim. I got water on my knee.
Hey, are you guys running this jerk? Hey!
A woman. In a way, yes. See if she's got a friend with you. And if it's her best friend, why hasn't he told her?
Hey, Egghead.
Egghead? Madam, please. Please, do not refer to my partner's naked noggin as hen fruit.
Well, maybe it ain't. But the last time I saw a head like that, the Easter Bunny was shoving it under a bed.
That's so. Well, the last time I saw a face like yours, Tarzan was feeding it peanuts.
Well, I hate to interrupt this round of pleasantry, madam, but is that your face or a road bat?
Oh, trying to make out my face is wrinkled.
Why, Leibson, your face has more wrinkles than the sleeve of a $3 coat.
Now, don't you get smart, Eagle Beak.
Eagle Beak?
You've got a nose like a bicycle seat.
Well, permit me to inquire, madam, is your own nose in a traffic jam?
Traffic jam?
Yes, it looks like it's signaling for a left turn.
Oh, I'm sneezing!
Well, go ahead, but keep away from the hot dog stand.
Why?
Well, somebody's liable to get a look at your nose and slap a bun on it.
Here, what's this?
Ah, Mr. Bullhammer, I believe. Hey, you're just in time, you lucky fellow. We represent the Blotto Motto Company.
Go away. I don't want any mottos. I'm a sick man. My head is splitting.
Well, I'm glad to see you have an open mind. Now, just listen to this neat little whimsy we whipped up during a lull in a Turkish bath. It's really very pretty. Take it, Emily. Will you
Right. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard to get starving Fido a bone. When she got there, the cupboard was bare, so Mother Hubbard ate poor starving Fido.
Good lad. Did she eat all of Fido?
Yep, all but the bone.
Oh, gee. How poor old Fido would have enjoyed those bones.
Yeah.
I feel faint.
Oh, you'll be all right, Mr. B. Just take a deep breath.
Yeah? Anybody who take a breath while that last joke is in the air is nuts.
Sorry, that's my error.
Social?
No, security. My apologies.
Accepted.
Thank you.
Not at all. May I break your arm for my income tax? I want to make out a joint return.
Pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Will you please go away? I'm a sick man. You're taxing my strength.
Taxing you? Not so loud. Congress might hear you.
You know, what he needs is that income tax motto we dreamed up for ourselves, Gil.
I think it's a good idea. Are you ready, Bullhammer? Rackety racks, rackety racks. We haven't paid our income tax. You may think that we are lax, but...
Well, where's the last line?
We'll phone it in from Alcatraz.
So long, John.
Oh, those infernal idiots. I'm going mad.
Mr. Bullhammer, say, I've got just the singer we're looking for.
Oh, Brown, please. I can't stand anymore. Those motto salesmen have just about driven me to distraction. Oh, I'm going mad.
But, gee, Miss Buzzard, she's a great Scotch singer. Great
Oh.
sport singer.
Don't be stupid at a time like this. It's not scorch singer, it's torch singer. Scorch means something burning and smells.
Well... Mr. Bullhammer, you've got to hand it to me for getting this girl. Efficiency is my motto.
Motto?
Yep.
Motto? Mm-hmm. Motto?
Yes, sir.
Efficiency is my motto. What's the motto with father? He's all right. Who's all right? Bullhammer. 4 times 4 is 24. 3 times 3 is 5, 4, 6, 7.
Mr. Bullhammer's going out of his head.
Ah! I see it all now.
What?
I'll stage a Roman spectacle in the Yankee Stadium.
But
I shall play the part of Nero. And Alice Faye will be my favorite dancing girl.
I see. You're going to fiddle around Alice Faye while Tony Martin burns.
Oh, what a spectacle. Rome is burning. An entire city in flames.
And no fire insurance?
Great Scott. I never thought of that. What have I done? Oh, what have I done?
No, Mr. Bullhammer. You'll be all right. Don't cry, Mr. Bullhammer.
Brown, how can you stand there and see people being driven from their homes and not cry? Babies separated from their mothers. Bullhammer, that's terrible. Brown, what's the idea of crying all over the place?
Well, I was just trying to put the fire out.
Oh, good. The fire's out. Now we come to the grand entrance of the Queen of Sheba. She sits on her throne. See?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Bullhammer, that's a chair you're looking at.
No, it's the Queen of Sheba.
Yeah? Well, that's the first time I knew the Queen of Sheba had mahogany legs.
Quiet. Quiet. The Prime Minister picks up a train. A train? Train? Ah, Brown, you're a train.
I'm a what? Oh, now, wait a minute. Mr. Bullhammer, take it easy. Well, take it easy.
You're a train, Brown. You're a train.
All right, I'm a train. Toot-toot, ding-dong, toot-toot.
No. Put some fire in it. Oh, come on. I'll get going.
Toot-toot.
Goody. I want to play, too. I'm the caboose. All right, the caboose is on. Now get going.
I think there's a screw loose in the caboose.
What's going on here? Everybody in the building's complaining.
Well, officer, I was just playing train.
Did you hear him tell me he was a train?
Yes, that's the impression he tried to give me, too.
Huh?
Well, Mr. Bullhammer, you're...
Come along, you. You're going to spend the night in jail unless you can bail yourself out.
Well, hey, wait a minute. Okay. I'll just borrow Mr. Bullhammer's wallet, then.
Here, now. That wallet has $500 in it, you crazy fool. What's the idea?
Well, gosh, Mr. Bullhammer. If I'm crazy, do I know what I'm doing?
Before Joe and Jill return, here's swell news for all kiddies.
On the back of all Post Toasties boxes, you'll find brand new cutout pictures of Ferdinand the Bull and Mickey Mouse, too. If you saw Ferdinand in the movies, you heard your friend Don Wilson, for I recited the story. Ask Mother to buy Post Toasties so you can have fun with those Ferdinand the Bull and Mickey Mouse cutouts. Now, news for Mother. Your grocer is selling Post Toasties for less than any other nationally advertised cornflakes, the lowest price in Post Toasties history. So you save money. These delicious cornflakes are tops in taste, too. And they begin to digest within 30 seconds. Give quick food energy. Put Post Toasties on your shopping list right now. Then tonight or Monday, ask your grocer for the famous yellow and red box of Post Toasties, the wake-up food. Now back to the boy Joe and the girl Jill. Poor Mr. Bullhammer has been taken to the hospital. So there, waiting to see him, we find Joe and Jill. Curtin?
Do you know yet how Daddy is, Joey?
Well, they're holding him under observation until he has a nervous breakdown.
Until he has a nervous breakdown? Well, I thought he was being treated right now for his nerves.
He is. The breakdown will come when he sees the bill.
Joey, I'll bet if you were a doctor, you could help Daddy.
Ah, you're just saying that. I'm no doctor.
Well, you're my doctor of love. And you know what, Owie? I love you. You're the fever in the thermometer of my heart.
Gosh. Jill, look, here's the nursery. Let's look through the window.
Just look, Joey. 9 little babies. Oh, aren't they cute?
Oh, gosh, yeah. You know, Jill, I wish that every one of those babies was ours.
Oh, Joey, 9 babies? You want to beat the Canadians at their own game?
No, I want to beat the Yankees at their own game.
This is Don Wilson saying goodnight for the makers of Post Toasties, the wake-up food.
Heard on tonight's program, we're in a moment of weakness from Naughty But Nice and the title song from Honolulu. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sheffield Farms, hello? I don't know. The man just says, guess who? Yes, it's the game, Guess Who? And your host is Sheffield Farms, who also bring you Sheffield, vitamin D, homogenized milk, and other fine dairy products. And now let's have a warm welcome for your Sheffield Quizmaster, the genial gent who pays you to guess who, Happy Felton.
Oh, well, isn't that nice? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Guess Who. Well, I saw my first football game of the season this afternoon. What a game. Everybody was waving their school colors. If you went to Yale, you waved the blue pennant. If you went to Harvard, you waved the crimson pennant. There I was, waving a toothbrush. I went to Colgate. When I got off the train, I noticed a couple with a blanket, and they looked a little bewildered. I said, I see you've got a blanket. Are you looking for the football field? The guy said, no, we just got married. We're looking for an apartment. Well, there was a pretty girl sitting right next to me, so I smiled at her. Her husband noticed, and he glared back at me. Now, that is what is known as an intercepted pass. I'm giving lessons in football tonight, and believe me, I should. The game started on the very first play. The quarterback snapped the ball to the fullback, who started to dash down the field. I got so excited, I stood up and shouted, hooray, look at our boy go. Look at him go. He's got a round end. He's got a round end. The lady in back of me tapped me on the shoulder and said, look, fatty, I don't care about his figure. How far did he get? Well, here I am, back from the game, and we're going to play Guess Who. That's the game where our 7 contestants, chosen from the theater audience, hear recordings of various voices and try to guess who they are. A winning guess pays off 10 silver Sheffield dollars. A miss only 2, and either way is signaled by the sound of the Sheffield dollars dropping into the big milk bottle. Also on the show is an alarm clock, set to ring when some lucky contestant is at the mic. When that happens, said contestant will receive, with the compliments of Sheffield Farms, a lovely 17-jewel Gruen Precision Curvex wristwatch. And to round things off tonight, all contestants get a chance to kick over the big milk pail at the end of the show. And it's filled so far with 25 silver dollars. Here's Joe Ripley with contestant number 1.
That's right, Hap. Aaron Kraft of the Bronx, New York.
How are you, Aaron?
Fine, Captain.
Aaron, what do you do for a living?
I'm a toll collector.
A toll collector where?
On the Henry Hudson Bridge in Manhattan.
Henry Hudson Bridge?
That's right. It's at the north tip of Manhattan. It connects Manhattan with the Bronx.
And you collect the dimes?
That's right.
I've seen you before. I'm
I bet you have.
How old are you, Aaron?
26.
You married?
Still happy. I'm single, of course.
A bachelor, huh?
Yes, sir.
A man who's been lucky in love. Guy who wouldn't take yes for an answer.
I would.
Oh, you would?
If she had enough money.
Oh, you thought about getting married then?
Absolutely.
Haven't you met a girl with enough money?
Not yet. Still looking.
Did you ever meet a girl that didn't have enough money and you wanted to get married?
Quite a few times. Too many of them.
Well, what'd you do about it?
Turned her down.
You turned her down? She does she approached you on
It happened once.
It happened once?
Yes, sir.
Well, I want to give you a little advice, Aaron. So far, you've done all right. You've stayed out of the snares, but I want to tell you, marriage is a two-way proposition. Her way and her mother's way.
You can say that again.
Now, what was the closest you ever came to proposing? Not the girl, you.
I never got that close, Happy.
You never got close enough?
No.
Aaron, I'll never forget the time I proposed to my wife. We were sitting on the couch, and I was about to ask her to marry me when a chill ran right down my spine. People upstairs' shower was leaking. Have you ever gone to a wedding, Aaron, or do you consider that unlucky?
No, I've gone to a few of them. I just went to one about 2 weeks ago.
You did?
Yes. It's a wonderful affair.
Who got married?
My sister-in-law's sister.
Your sister-in-law's sister?
Yeah.
Who did she marry? Your brother-in-law's brother?
No. She married a fellow by the name of Herbert Yaski. They're on their honeymoon now. I expect they'll be back next week.
Where did they go?
They went up to Canada.
Up to Canada?
Yeah.
By way of Niagara Falls?
Yeah.
You don't suppose they were responsible for that hunk falling out of the falls?
Maybe they had something to do with it. I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you, marriage is wonderful, Aaron. You'll find that out. Those little words, I do, are very important to a man. Last chance he gets to open his mouth. Aaron, good luck to you in staying single, and I'll tell you what we're going to do. You never carried a torch for any of these gals, did you?
No.
Never worried about them. Didn't have enough dough.
I've idolized a few celebrities, such as Gertrude Lawrence and Jane Froman. But
You what?
idolized them.
Idolize. Oh, I thought you said vitalize them. I was worried for a minute. All right, Aaron. You've idolized them, but none of them have come up to your ideal yet. Is that right?
No. I'm still looking for the one with the most money.
You're still looking for the one with the most money. Well, Aaron, you've got $10 that she doesn't need to have if you guess this record. Here's a gal who's carried the torch and sang about it all the time. Great singer. And for 10 Sheffield silver dollars, you listen, guess who? If you get too puzzled now, don't jump at it too quick. I'll give you a few more hints. Here we go, Aaron. Guess who?
Oh, shine on, harvest moon, up in the sky, flying, and no longer day for January.
Now, you look a little puzzled, Aaron. By that tune, you know she isn't too recent, but I'll tell you. She first rose to fame singing with Paul Whiteman's band. And one of her greatest records was 10 cents a dance.
Well, Martha Tilton used to sing.
No, let's go back ahead of Martha Tilton. She's a grand singer. We're talking about someone that was a hit before Martha Tilton by quite a few years. She was in a play called Whoopee with Eddie Cantor. $10 you will be getting if you recognize, and it rhymes with that. You puzzled, Aaron?
Certainly am.
I'm terribly sorry, Aaron. That was Ruth Eddy.
I've heard of it.
Yes. I'm sorry you didn't get that, but I'll tell you what. Aaron, you have $2 here now, and we'll add the other 8 to the milk payola, and you'll have a good chance of getting it all back with interest a little later.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Aaron Kraft. It's welcome, He wants the girl to have money. Well, hello there. What is your name, please?
Mrs. Howard.
Mrs. Howard, where do you live?
Roosevelt, Long Island.
Roosevelt, Long Island.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a graphic type operator.
Graphic type operator? What is that?
It's embossing metal plates to run off on the addressograph machine.
I still don't know what that is. Could you explain it just to somebody that doesn't know anything about it?
Well, they have keyboard and wheel type machines. It runs like a typewriter.
And you type?
And it type, and the little types in the machine types the embosses of plates.
Yes.
Some have 2 parts, some have 3 parts.
And then the plate is used for printing?
It's put into a frame.
Into a frame.
And then it's put in, the whole tray is put into the addressograph machine.
Yes.
And you run off envelopes or cards or gas
that's what
bills.
you do on the bills, yes.
Yes, gas bills.
Yes, gas bills, milk bills, yes. By the way, I forgot something here when Aaron was up here. Aaron, come on back up here. We have an ad little present for everybody here tonight. I'll give you yours now. There's a swell picture playing around town here. It's the picture called The Kid from Brooklyn. It's playing at all the RKO houses. Now, here's a pass for 2 for you, Aaron, and here's one for you, Mrs. Howard.
Thank you.
Go over here, and we'll fill out the theater you can go to, and you go and see it with our compliments. It's a swell picture. The Kid from Brooklyn with Danny Kaye. You sure you'll get to see it?
Yes, I sure will.
All right, now let's ask you. I've heard all about this graphotype operator. I still don't know too much about it, but let's talk about you.
Well,
have you ever wanted to go into politics?
Well, I was in for a while.
You were in? What did you do?
County chair lady.
County chair lady.
Yeah.
Well, that's wonderful. Well, now, as a county chair lady, you ought to know quite a bit about politics. What would you like to do if you were in the White House? Have you ever had any ideas of being in the White House?
No, I haven't.
Can you play piano?
Yes.
Well, that settles it. You can be president then. It's all right. Have you ever been to Washington?
I've been there 2 or 3 times.
Oh, really? It's a lovely city, isn't it? Did you ever get a chance to see the Lincoln Memorial?
Yes, I saw that about 4 years ago, just before the war.
Did you see the statue of Lincoln sitting in the chair?
Yes.
A beautiful statue. Lincoln was a great man. People praised him, put their money behind him, they dreamt about it. Placed all their faith in him. He was the Leo DeRocher of his time. Now tell me, do you think there ought to be more women in Congress, Mrs. Howard?
No, I don't approve of it.
You don't?
No.
Oh, well. That's interesting. I was sort of hoping Carmen Miranda might get elected, you know. Boy, that'd be the greatest motion ever put before the House, wouldn't it? All right, Mrs. Howard, let's play a record for you now. I want you to guess who. And this is a record of a man who's been influential in Washington affairs for many, many years, and still is. For 10 silver Sheffield dollars, listen and see if you can guess who.
Only by maintaining its position as the best informed agency will the authority be able to determine the line between intrinsically dangerous and non.
He was a great assistance, Mrs. Howard, to our country in the First World War as well as the last World War. Highly respected advisor to several presidents.
That isn't used, is it?
No, no. His office is usually pictured in the papers as being on a park bench.
Oh.
And his friends might call him Bernie or Barney. I don't know.
Mr. Burns?
No,
Yeah.
it's not Burns. Oh, come on, I'm sure
Brian?
he's got a lot of money. He's not Baroque.
Baruch.
That'll do, close enough. Bernard Baruch. You're exactly right. We had to whip that one in, didn't we? Oh, she's such a nice lady. I wanted her to get it. We did everything but write it down for her. All right, Mrs. Howard. $10 and stand by for our milk payola. Well, here comes Uncle Joe. And who put in that Uncle Joe business there? If I'm not mistaken, he's going to muscle right in and try to tell
Muscle is the right word, Hap, because that's what I want to talk about.
You mean those beautiful rippling muscles the girls go for? All I've got to say is I'm your type. Look me over.
Well, Happy, I was waiting for a chance to tell you why milk is such a swell muscle builder. You see, you have to have proteins to build strong muscles, to replace and repair worn-out tissues, and to help keep your body in good health and tone. But to be of real value, they must be complete proteins containing those precious amino acids that are vital to your health. And that's where milk takes top honors, because milk proteins contain all the known essential amino acids. They are pure, complete proteins, the fundamental building material of every cell in your body. So for strong muscles and all-round good health, get on the milk wagon, men, and drink foaming glassfuls of Sheffield Vitamin D homogenized milk every day. The delicious drink that's rich in muscle-building proteins, brimming with creamy country fresh goodness. From now on, keep in the pink with a He-Man's drink. Sheffield Vitamin D homogenized milk.
Thank you, Joe, but step aside for a real man, Martin Sherlock of the United States Navy and Brooklyn, New York. How are you, Martin? Now, speaking about Brooklyn, Martin, we didn't even give you a chance to open your mouth, and before you get worried about it, here's the pass to see Danny Kaye and the Kid from Brooklyn. We'll pick out a theater that you can go to at an RKO, and I'm sure you'll like it. You think you'll like the picture?
Yes, I will.
Thanks. About Brooklyn you will, huh?
All right.
How long have you been in the Navy, Chief?
11 years.
11 years.
March 23rd to 12 years.
I see. What do you intend to do when you get out?
I'm going to try to stay in.
You're going to stay in. You like your Navy uniform? Yes. Well, you know, some of the boys that aren't of your rating, Chief, complain about theirs a little bit, but I want to tell them something. Navy clothing's better than some of the civilian clothes you get. I bought a suit this summer that had so little wool in it, 4 moths dropped dead from malnutrition. Now, tell me, Martin, you've been in the Navy 12 years. Your job is what?
Chief water tender.
Chief water tender. Explain what that means to a
That's
landlubber.
in charge of the boiler on board the port ship.
I see.
Sometimes, if we call the oil king, we take charge of the fuel oil. We get brought up to a certain temperature.
We had one fellow up here, a sailor up here, who after 2 years of sea duty, he was made supply officer in charge of girdles for the waves. He went from pumping out the bilges to pushing in the bulges. Tell me, Martin. Laugh in the mic, Martin. We can use it. All right. Martin, are you married?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been there? Oh, if your wife's listening, you're in trouble.
Well, I was married in 1917.
1917? Well, it's almost 20 years then, isn't it?
That's right.
Make it 30. Okay, I was giving you a chance out there. Have you any children, Martin?
Yes, sir. I have a boy and a girl and a grandson.
That's good. Tell me, Martin, do the fellows, the young fellows that you have coming up today, do they still get tattooed much in the Navy?
Yeah, that's all if they like it. I don't like it.
You never been tattooed?
I don't care.
When I was a kid, I had a rowboat tattooed on my stomach.
I'd like to see it.
I put on so much weight, now it's an aircraft carrier. Now, Martin, I want to ask a few questions. These are Navy terms, and I want you to answer me. How do you say upstairs?
Topside.
Topside. How do you say floor?
Deck.
Of course, there are other various decks. Pinochle, poker. You don't bother with those?
No, I don't.
You don't bother with those. All right, Martin, I want to tell you how proud we are to have you here on the show, and I want you to guess at this person we're going to play for you now. I want to give you all the hints I can. You get to see some movies on board ship, don't you?
Once in a while.
Once in a while. This is a brand new movie. Well, you know what happened to you? Huh? Now, Martin.
That's something.
I want you to tell the people, you know, that was our alarm clock going off, the Sheffield alarm clock, and I want to tell them what we have here for you because you won it.
It's a 17-jewel Curvic precision wristwatch.
You missed one word there.
Ruin.
That's the important word.
Ruin.
Yes, sir. A beautiful watch, and I think you'll like it. A sweet second hand. That's for you, Martin.
Thanks a lot.
You like it?
I sure do.
That's good. All right, now we're going to play a record for you. I want to tell you, this is one of our great movie stars. She recently made a brand new picture, which is going to be a tremendous hit. But she's made many other ones. You don't have to worry about the new one especially. Just one of Hollywood's outstanding actresses, 10 silver Sheffield dollars. See if you can guess who.
I've survived worse blows than this, when I had fewer friends. This is a problem of man's own mind. When we speak with the voice of authority, we finally come to believe that we are...
Now, Martin, that was one of the scenes from a picture which opened today at the Globe Theater over here called Sister Kenny. She also made another movie about her sister Eileen. Don't tell him. He's going to get it. He knows it.
Rosalind Russell?
Rosalind Russell, right on. No relation to Andy Russell. All right, Rosalind. Rosalind, look at here. Martin got me all twisted up. He looks so excited here, and if you'd see the size of this man here. Martin, you have to watch the $10 and a chance at our Sheffield jackpot. Thanks for playing Guess Who with us.
Thanks a lot.
You're quite welcome. All right, let's have the lady come up here. How to do?
How do you do?
What is your name?
Mrs. Randall.
Mrs. Randall, where do you live?
In Woodhaven, Long Island.
Woodhaven, Long Island. Have you met Joe Ripley here?
I have, thank you.
You seen Joe's new haircut?
Very becoming.
Because of the barber's strike, he got it by putting his head in a pencil shot. How long have you been married, Mrs. Randall?
Well, we're married 50 years this month.
50 years this month. Did you have a nice wedding?
Yes.
They're giving you a little extra congratulations there. Where was your wedding held?
I was married in Massachusetts.
In Massachusetts. And what does your husband do?
He's a proofreader.
A proofreader on a magazine?
Yes.
What magazine?
McCall's magazine.
McCall's magazine. Now, would you say that you were a good cook? Do you cook, Mrs. Randall?
I think I am.
What's your husband's favorite dish besides yourself?
Well, coming from Boston, naturally, he likes his Boston baked beans.
Boston baked beans. That's nice. I wish my wife could cook it. All the time, she fixes me spaghetti. Every time I eat her spaghetti, I get a ticklish feeling in my stomach, Mrs. Randall. Just my tapeworm making love to the spaghetti. He thinks it's another tapeworm, you see. Now, Mrs. Randall, we want you to get in here for a little guess whoing, I might say. So we're going to play a record for you. Is your husband with you, by the way?
He is. He's right down there.
What? Oh, he is? I wonder what he'd say if we asked him what his favorite dish was. Are you good at baking? Do you bake anything?
Well, I did bake. I had an aunt at Port Washington was a very wonderful baker. She could bake pies and cakes. And she had this house full of company, and she had asked me, would I mind helping with the biscuits? So I was only a bride then, and I did.
You fixed her bride's biscuits.
So all the men folks took my biscuits in her yard, and they had the grandest game of ball. I've never baked that. Never baked that.
All right, Mrs. Randall, that was a delightful story. Everybody kids about it. It's true. Have you improved in your baking of biscuits?
I don't bake after
You don't
that.
bake
That
anymore.
was the beginning and the end.
All right. Mrs. Randall, I want you to listen real closely now. This is the voice of a great European musical comedy star.
I don't know him.
Who was oh, yes, you might. Now listen. He was a great hit in this country. And then he returned to his native land. He's coming here again soon for 10 silver Sheffield dollars. See if you can guess who.
Une blonde exquise dont la vue me ravit. Elle sortit, je sortis et je la suivis. Sachant un petit peu parler anglais, je lui
I think it's that man with the straw hat.
The man with the straw hat. That's a good guess.
I don't know his
Made a
name.
hit picture called The Smiling Lieutenant. Great French entertainer. You're right. Now look, it isn't a Ford and it isn't a
Chevalier
Plymouth.
or something.
Chevalier. That's very good. What was his first name? Maurice Chevalier. Very good. Pay her off. $10.
Thank you.
Very good, Mrs. Randall. Stand by for our milk payola. A very charming lady coming up here. Will you hurry, my dear? Thank you. Time's running out. Your name, please.
Mrs. Richard Ruskin
Mrs. Richard Ruskin. And where do you live?
in San Francisco, California.
By the way, Joe, I forgot to give that lady the pass to the theater. Give it to her. Here's one for you, too,
Thank
to
you
the
very
RKO Theaters to see Danny Kaye in The Kid from Brooklyn. Now, Mrs. Ruskin, you're from San Francisco. What does your husband do?
He's a doctor.
A doctor, and what do you do?
I'm a nurse.
You're
Registered
a
nurse.
registered nurse, wasn't that interesting? Registered nurse, huh? Do I register with you? Oh, your husband's here. I've got to be very careful now. Now, tell me, are you just visiting New York?
Yes, we are on vacation.
And how long do you expect to be here?
For about a month.
About a month? Do you have any difficulty traveling on the trains, or did you come by train?
Well, we did come by train, and we managed to get reservations all right.
Are Pullman fares higher these days?
Well, I think they're about the same.
I was just wondering. I heard there was an increase in the national birth rate. Not that terrible. Forgive me. Now tell me, which way did you come? Through Chicago?
We came, yes.
Anything interesting happened? Did you stop off in
Yes,
Chicago?
we stopped over at the Grand Canyon in Arizona,
Oh, that's lovely there.
and then we stopped over in Chicago.
Uh-huh. And do you like New York?
I think it's fine.
You like traveling on trains?
Yes, I liked it.
I do, too. I remember once on a train, I went through a dark tunnel, so I grabbed a girl and started to kiss her. I realized how badly I'd acted, and so I said, I'm sorry. A voice said, you should be. I'm the conductor. Now, Mrs. Ruskin, we want to welcome you to New York, you and your husband. Hope you have a nice time here. By all means, go to see that picture that I just gave you the pass for. And we want you to earn a little money now. Your turn to guess who, and this is one of the most famous of the old-time vaudeville comedy teams. 10 Sheffield silver dollars if you can guess who. Listen carefully.
Every morning in the bedroom I redo, you redo, I bend forward, up and down. Every day I lose a pound. The only to the clothes I own is getting loose. Exercising in the bathroom, what a scene.
Now, we kind of fiddled that up because if we'd have played the first two lines, you'd have known them right away. You see, there was a famous song written about them and with them, and that was it that they were singing. Da 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 dee da 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 dee da. One of them is still alive. One of them wore a straw hat, and one wore a red fez. And the one would say, "Oh, Mr.
Oh, Mr. Pagan.
Not Mr. Paganini, no. Oh, it's Gallagher and Sheen. Oh, Mr. Gallagher. Oh, Mrs. Ruskin, I'm sorry. $2 though, and we'll add the 8 to the jackpot, and you'll have a chance at that a little later. Stand by for our milk payola. Thank you very much, Mrs. Ruskin. All right, soldier, come on up here. Joe, just a minute. Move in, will you? I want you to take over something, then I'll talk to the soldier.
All right, Happy. I have something that's pretty serious to say, if you'll give me just a moment. The milk dealers in and around New York are faced with the worst bottle shortage in their history. And if something isn't done about it, it's going to be very difficult to keep milk supplies flowing to consumers and stores. Now, here's the situation, folks. In the first place, there's a shortage of a vital glass ingredient. That cuts down the number of available glass bottles. Secondly, the need for these glass bottles is greater than ever because the lack of trucking facilities has cut off the usual supply of paper containers. Now, what can be done about it? Well, it's up to you. Sheffield is appealing to you to return every empty milk bottle you can find. Search your basement, your back porch, the garage, and kitchen. Make a thorough search and return the empties promptly to your milkman or to the store. The milk dealers must have more glass bottles, or they may be forced to cut down their milk deliveries to families and to stores. As I said before, this is a serious emergency, so let's all pitch in and help. Thanks a lot.
Corporal, step right up here. Your name, please.
Ralph Scott.
Where do you live, Ralph?
Well, I live in Rio, Wisconsin.
Rio, Wisconsin. How do you spell that?
Well, it's R-I-O.
Rio, I would call it.
Yeah, that's the major grievance we have with everybody out of Rio.
The major grievance you have with everybody that doesn't live in Rio. All right, sir. He's a corporal in the United States Army. Welcome to Guess Who. How are you? Now, Ralph, relax. Tell me how long you've been in the service.
Oh, about 14 months.
What branch are you in?
The infantry.
Do you have any special job as long as you're a corporal?
Well, I'm pushing a pencil now.
You're pushing a pencil. Met a soldier last night who complained that his CO was... complained to his CO. He said he was leading a dog's life, and the captain fixed everything up for him. He transferred him to the Canine Corps. Tell me, what kind of a pencil do you push, and what is your job?
Well, it's more or less just keeping the transfers going to and from 1st Army Headquarters, which is now situated in Governor's Island.
I see, and that's where you are.
Yes, sir.
When's the last time you were home?
Well, I've been pretty fortunate. I was home just last month.
I see. And how much longer do you expect to be in the Army?
Well, I signed up for a year thinking I'd have to be in 18 months, but now they're cutting it down, and I'm plenty sorry.
You're plenty sorry, huh? Have you got a special girl? Ralph?
Well, yes,
Where's she? Back in Rio?
No. She's in Rio, yes.
Yeah, tell me about Rio. Now, I want to know about that. By the way, before you start telling me, I want to tell you, here's your ticket here to see the kid from Brooklyn wherever you want to. And I was talking a minute ago about Sister Kenny. It's at the Globe Theater instead of it's at the Palace instead of the Globe, rather, I should tell you. So that's a good picture, too. Now, outside of movies, tell me about Rio.
Well, Rio's a little Norwegian settlement 30 miles north of Madison, and our basketball and football team...
He works for the Chamber of Commerce. All right, no more. Thanks for telling us about Rio. Here's your record now. Get the $10. A famous band coming up. One of the outstanding bands, one of the nation's great jukebox favorites. Great artist. $10 silver. Guess who this is?
She gets her pleasure kicking the gong around.
Know who that is? Oh, sure you know who that is, Ralph. Sure. Well, now, if you wanted to go out here and the buses weren't running and you couldn't walk and the subway wasn't running, what would you do?
I'd get a taxi or a cab.
A cab. That's right. Cab Calloway. $10. Okay. Give it to him. We just have time now to run into the milk payola. Sit down. He looks so flustered. Here we are. Time for our Sheffield milk payola. All our contestants get in on this, and if more than one wins, we'll divide up all the money in the bucket. And I haven't any idea how much it is so far, but we'll see that in a minute. If no one gets the right answers, we'll carry the money over until next week. It happens to be $41. Now we're going to play 3 records for you. 3 songs that have some time of the day in their titles. You write down the time of the day that is mentioned in each of the titles of these 3 songs. You have to get them all right to win. Here we go. Here's the first one. Time of day. That's the first one. Another time of day. Here's number 2 record. Play it. All right, number 3. You've got to get all 3 right to win. Another time of day. Number 3 record.
While Happy's checking on the payola winners, I'd like to remind you that milk is your best buy in foods. And why? Because no other food gives you so much nourishment for so little money. See that your family gets plenty of delicious Sheffield milk every day. They'll like its smooth, creamy flavor, its rich, country fresh goodness. Put wholesome Sheffield milk first and foremost on your family's diet. Happy?
2 winners so far with the cards handed in to me, so we'll divide it. Mrs. Johnny Ruskin of San Francisco, Mrs. Helen Howard of Roosevelt, the tunes, all through the night at dawning. Oh, what a beautiful morning. This is your Sheffield milkman, Happy Felton, saying good night, everybody.
The Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Palmolive Beauty Box Theater, starring lovely Jessica Dragonette with Charles Coleman, Palmolive's new tenor, the Beauty Box Orchestra directed by Al Goodman and the Palmolive Chorus. Presented tonight and every Wednesday night by the makers of Palmolive, the beauty soap made with olive oil. Tonight, the sparkling musical romance of a hero-struck young girl who fell in love with a spy. Jessica Dragonette in The Chocolate Soldier.
Come, come, I love you only, my heart is true. Good evening, my friends, and welcome to the Palmolive Beauty Box Theater. Ever since this new series of musical romances began, your letters have been asking for the Chocolate Soldier. And so it is with a great deal of pleasure that we bring you this delightful musical romance this evening. Charles Coleman and I will sing the lovely melodies, and here is Jean Paul King to tell you the story.
The setting of The Chocolate Soldier is the little town of Panovo in Bulgaria. Bulgaria and Serbia are at war. It's midnight. Soldiers march through the silent streets, telling the town they are seeking a Serbian spy.
Barbarians, yes, barbarians, when we fight are all Bulgarians. Through the many, many battles, till our courage nothing rattles. It's forever, ever, ever, we will win with all endeavors. And we never, never, never seek to think that we are clever. For we never, never, never seek to think that we are clever. For we never, never, never seek to think that we are clever.
While the soldiers parade through the streets in search of the Serbian, a young girl watches from her balcony. Moonlight outlines her slender white-robed figure. She is Nadina Popov, the romantic hero-worshipping daughter of Bulgaria's Colonel Casimir Popov. Clasped against Nadina's breast is a photograph of her soldier fiancé, Major Alexius, famed for his brilliant cavalry charge against the Serbians at Slavinsky. She looks upon this portrait now, lost in admiration.
True and noble lover, he is my sweetheart, mine alone. He's like on earth who shall discover his heart is mine and mine alone. This not rosy to the other, and for our happiness I pray. Our lives belong to one and all.
Nadina leaves her balcony, goes into her room, and climbs into bed. Suddenly, there's a noise outside the doors that open on the balcony, and then someone steals into her bedroom. Nadina snaps on the light. Standing before her is a man in the hated costume of a Serbian soldier. He bows. "My name is Bummerly," he says. "Do you mind if I hide here?" "The Serbian spy," cries Nadina, and threatens to scream if he does not leave instantly. Bummerly says, "Yes, I'm a Serbian soldier, but not a spy. And if you scream, I'll be killed. And really, you wouldn't want such a handsome fellow to be killed, now would you?" He reaches into his cartridge belt and produces a chocolate. "My last," he explains mournfully. Contemptuously, Nadina tosses a bag of chocolates at him. He gobbles them. Nadina sniffs. "You're a fine soldier. A chocolate soldier."
Oh, you little chocolate soldier man, you're far too sweet and pretty. Oh, you funny chocolate soldier man, for you I feel great pity. Oh, you silly chocolate soldier man, just made to please your mistress. Oh, sweet, would melt if you felt a full-grown maiden's kisses.
I am a warrior by trade, and not a soldier heaven made. I studied shooting, practice riding, I studied fencing, fate deciding. I am a warrior by chance, and not a hero of romance.
Oh, you little chocolate soldier man, you're strong, sweet and pretty. Oh, you funny chocolate soldier man, for you I feel great pity.
Oh, you silly chocolate soldier man, just made to please on mistress. So sweet I'd melt if I'd felt a full-grown maiden's kisses.
Then Nadina asks her chocolate soldier to go. She can't help him and wouldn't if she could. She detests all Serbians. After all, she's the fiancée of Major Alexius Sparadopo, the great Bulgarian hero who led the charge at the Battle of Slavinsky. "Led the charge," exclaims Bummerly. "Why, his horse ran away with him." Nadina is furious. "I hate you. Go instantly." Bummerly turns and says, "Very well, then, I will go and get shot. It doesn't matter, since you hate me."
It is a burden hard to carry, the burden of a maiden's hate. The only girl I care to marry, she turns me out at night late. She bids me go where stars are flying. Farewell to her I fondly love. Farewell for her I'll soon be dying. When next we meet will be above. It is a burden sweet to carry, the burden of a maiden's heart.
Remember, I'm engaged to marry. I plead you now, but we must part. My life is sweet, I'm all it is. All death is gruesome, dark and real. I love beyond all measure, my life therefore I treasure. I love to live and live to love, so do not care to go above. For we must part, and you leave me. For you I feel some sympathy.
soldier is gruesome, dark, and real. I love beyond all measure. My life, therefore, I treasure. I love to live and live to love, so do not care to go. So we must part, and you will be. For you I feel some
Bummerly is about to go when suddenly there's a pounding on the door downstairs and a deep bass voice booms out demanding entrance. The Bulgarians, exclaims Bummerly. I'll go down and give myself up. But Adina hides him behind the heavy portiere at the balcony door. And just in time, as the Bulgarian soldiers march into her room, still searching for the spy.
Yes, barbarians, yes, barbarians, when they fight are all Bulgarians. Through the many, many battles, Seneca is nothing rattles. Yes, forever, ever, ever, we will win with all endeavor. Never, never, never cease to think that we are clever. So we never, never, never cease to think that we are clever. So we never, never, never cease to think that we are clever. Very grateful distant refugees must not cross us his duty. If we find him, we like our master, tell us fight, fight. Barbarians, yes, barbarians, when they fight are all Bulgarians. Through the many, many battles, Seneca is nothing rattles. Through the many, many battles, Seneca is nothing rattles.
The soldiers find nothing and tramp out. Nadina has saved her chocolate soldier. Now he can escape. Will she ever see him again? In just a moment we shall see. You know, when a prominent radio actress busy with her own program steps out of her role to volunteer enthusiastic comment on another product, that's news. Well, the other day in the studio, I met Miss Rosalind Green. She said,
Gene, I've heard you say that Palmolive soap is the most popular toilet soap in the world. And I know 3 reasons why.
Well, save it, please, I urged her. Don't tell me. Instead, come to the Palmolive Beauty Box Theater next Wednesday night and tell the world. And here she is. Now, Miss Green, won't you tell all of us why you think Palmolive leads in toilet soap preference?
My first reason is that when you hold a cake of Palmolive soap in your hand, it just looks like the fine soap it is, in form and size and in that lovely natural olive color.
We'll all agree with that, Rosalind. Now, your second reason.
It's because Palmolive soap makes such a rich, creamy lather, and so quickly in any water. I know.
Right again, Miss Green. And that's why the men, too, swear by Palmolive soap for bathing. Men say, give me lather thick and rich and quick. And Palmolive soap's the answer.
Now, the third reason, and the best. So many women have dry skin. Nearly all women, I've been told. And when they see little lines and the slight lifelessness of complexion, it worries them, naturally.
The first warning signs of middle-aged skin.
Right. My own skin is inclined to be dry, and I know that Palmolive soap certainly makes it softer and smoother. And I'm sure that's why millions use Palmolive.
Those are 3 swell reasons, thank you. And back of each reason is olive oil. It's olive oil that gives Palmolive soap its beautiful natural green color. It's because of the olive oil that Palmolive has a creamier, gentler, more thoroughly cleansing lather. And because it is made with olive oil, nature's finest beauty aid, Palmolive helps to make your complexion younger, fresher, more beautiful. Now back to the Palmolive Beauty Box Theater and the Chocolate Soldier with our lovely star Jessica Dragonet and Charles Coleman. The war is over between Serbia and Bulgaria. Alexius, Nadina's fiancé, has returned to take her hand in marriage. But since meeting her chocolate soldier, Nadina isn't so sure she wants Alexius. As the wedding bells ring out and guests arrive at Nadina's home, we find her alone in the library. She's dreaming of her chocolate soldier. The door opens. It is Bummerly, her chocolate soldier himself. Why have you come, demands Nadina. I couldn't keep away, he replies. But, says Nadina, I'm to marry Alexius today. Oh, what a pity, says Palmolive. If only you had met me before you became engaged to him, wouldn't that be lovely?
I never loved before, dear. That's why I am so sad.
If you could make that clear, dear, then would my heart be glad.
But you must wed another, and I must sigh alone.
Yes, I must wed another, leave you to grieve and mourn.
But if you were my wife, you would most happy be, yes, very happy be.
If I am married to you, if I were wed to you,
that there is no doubt, I know what I'm about. Each morning you should have a kiss, at midday too maybe, and then at night, if you were polite, perhaps I'd give you 3. Each morning you should have a kiss, at midday too maybe, and if at night you were polite, perhaps I'd give you 3.
That would most lovely be.
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 The maiden said, I'm sorry, a hero I must wed.
A lover said, don't worry, be glad you are not dead.
The time is drawing nearer, the bells will soon will sing. To me you're growing dearer, the bells will sorrow bring.
Then let him go, take me, you'll happy be with me. Will he do that?
Maybe, and so would you.
Pray you run away.
There's plenty every day. So listen now, I pray. Each morning I can win a man as midday to maybe. Then at night, well, if I feel alright, for every finger 3. Each morning I can win a man for any time I choose. And so farewell,
Adieu, so goodbye.
Adieu, so goodbye. Adieu, so
Adieu, goodbye. Adieu, so
Then Palmolive, the chocolate soldier, turns serious, terribly serious. Medina, I'm in love with you, deeply in love with you. You know that. And Medina answers,
oh, when you smile and feel like dying, or when you laugh while you are sighing, and you can give no reason why, but still you long to sing and cry.
Oh, when the words to you are calling, it is a sign that you are falling in love. Deep in love. Falling, falling, deep in love.
Tears in her eyes, Nadina tells Palmolive they must say goodbye forever. As he bends over to kiss her hand, in walks Alexius. Well, he says, here's the Serbian we met in Valovich after the war. Yes, sir, you're the funny fellow who was telling us that story about the pretty Bulgarian girl who sheltered you in her bedroom the night our soldiers were after you. Forgetting Alexius, Nadina whirls on Palmolive. So you told. You have no honor at all. And then Alexius understands. So you're the girl he told about. You betrayed me. Our wedding is off. And as he stumps out, Palmolive turns to Nadina and tries to explain.
Forgive, forgive, forgive. Why was I there? I wish to live. For me was soldiers running, gunning, the kind of tensions I was shunning. I climbed the bed to save my skin. That's why a refuge sought within. Oh, what a sorry, sorry plight. You ought to save my life at night. She also wished to see me live. Forgive, forgive, forgive.
But Nadina will not forgive. With a toss of her pretty head, she rushes out and into her study. She'll show this conceited bummerly a thing or two. She'll write him a scorching letter that will tell her chocolate soldier just what she thinks of him.
My dear Sir Mr. Bummerly, most hateful you are now to me. The reasons why I'll plainly state. The first one is you came too late. And secondly, you're not too smart to win a simple maiden heart. And thirdly, you're an awful blend. Your manner is too stiff and fast. Now let me see, what else can I say? Oh yes, I know. No girl would care to meet you twice, and this to you is my advice. If you would please to make folks smile, adopt a less conceited style, and try to act as if you can, less like a fool or like a man. Don't let me see you anymore. No, not anymore. With scorn, Nadina Popov. There, that should hold him. Nadina Popov. Oh, wait until he sees this. There.
Good day, good day, good day. I just dropped in to say good day.
Oh, so it's you, Mr. Bummerly. Well, I have just written you a letter.
Written me a letter? Why, how charming.
Well, you won't think it so charming after you read it.
Here, let's see it. What does it say? My dear Sir Mr. Bummerly, most hateful you are now to me. The reasons why I plainly state. The first one is you came too late.
And secondly, you're much too smart to win a simple maiden heart.
And thirdly, you're an awful flirt. Your manner is too flip and
Read further, and you'll plainly see that you are nothing to me.
No girl would care to meet you twice, and this to you is my advice.
And try to act as if you can, less like a fool or like a man.
Let me see you anymore.
No, not anymore.
With love, Nadina Popov.
Oh, it doesn't say that at all. With scorn, Nadina Popov. Tis right there.
Dear lady, thank you for the delicate way this letter confesses your love for me.
Love for you? Why, I hate you.
Oh, nonsense. Every minute you're proving your love more and more.
Oh, I wish I could sit on you.
My dear Nadina, I wish you would. Now come here. Just one kiss.
No. No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. No. Oh, yes. I do love you, my chocolate soldier. And you really are my hero. Come, I love you only. My heart is true. Come, my life is lonely. I long for you.
Come, not ever face you. My arms are aching now to embrace you.
I dreamt that he was my hero long, long ago. But now he's at zero. Yes, that is so.
Come, he who betrays you. I love you only, let me embrace you. I love
And so the chocolate soldier won the love of Nadina Popov, the most beautiful girl in Bulgaria. In just a moment, our lovely star, Jessica Dragonette, will announce next week's musical romance. Ladies, a little while ago, you heard Miss Rosalind Green give 3 interesting reasons why Palmolive soap is the soap preferred by more women all over the world than any other. Now, here are just 2 facts that support our promise that Palmolive will help you to have a younger, smoother, lovelier complexion. Here's the first fact. Palmolive soap is a true beauty soap because it's made with true beauty oils, olive and palm oils, vegetable oils that are pure, bland, and gentle, oils that have been prized for centuries by women famous for their beauty. And the second fact, Dr. Dapol, physician to the little Dion quintuplets, decided that only Palmolive soap made with gentle olive oil was pure, mild, and safe enough for their tender skin. Now surely, knowing that Palmolive soap is made with pure olive and palm oils, and also knowing that Palmolive was chosen exclusively for the carefully guarded Dions, you will want to get 3 cakes of Palmolive tomorrow. And let pure, gentle, safe Palmolive help you to have a softer, younger, more alluring complexion. But here's Jessica Dragonette to tell you of next week's presentation in the Palmolive Beauty Box Theater. Miss Dragonette.
Thank you, Jean Paul King. Next week, we're bringing you one of the most stirring and dramatic musical love stories ever written. The story of a glamorous lady of France who loved a rogue, François Villon, the vagabond king. You remember its music, of course. Only a rose I give you. Only a song dying of me. This is Jessica Dragonette bidding you all good night.
The Chocolate Soldier was presented tonight by special arrangement with Tams Whitmore Music Library. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. This is the man in black.
Here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Our star tonight is Bela Lugosi, playing the part of Professor Antonio Basile, psychologist. The story is by J. Donald Wilson, who calls it The Doctor Prescribed Death. If you have been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. This series of tales is calculated to intrigue you, stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so it is with the Doctor Prescribed Death and Bela Lugosi's performance. We again hope to keep you in suspense. Professor Antonio Basile has a theory, but let him tell you about it.
As a psychologist, I have worked out a theory I know to be sound. I contend that a person who has decided to kill himself can very easily be turned from this desire to the desire of taking the life of another. I can prove my theory, and if necessary, that is exactly what I will do.
Yes, Professor Antonio Basile has a theory, but only a theory. And he's worried about what his publisher will say, so he visits the editor, whose name is Hellman. Hellman finishes the manuscript and tosses it on the desk. Professor Basile leans forward eagerly and...
Well, Hellman, what do you think?
Professor Basile, it's purely conjecture, simply a theory, and I wouldn't advise publishing it.
I worked on that theory for a long time. I'm positive of it. I know it'll work.
Suppose it will. What good is it? What good have you accomplished if you can prove it'll work?
Are you laughing at me, Hellman?
It's so silly. An ordinary human being has suffered reverses. Is sick of it all. He wants to leave it all behind. And you say he can be changed to want to kill someone else.
I do. Self-destruction and the destruction of other life are closely related in the mind. The dividing line is very thin.
It's ridiculous.
And you won't publish it?
Ranger would fire me.
Why?
He told me that, in his opinion, you should be in the asylum.
Mr. Granger said that. Does he think I'm insane?
How do I know?
Hellman, Mr. Granger didn't say that. It's you who thinks I'm crazy. You've never liked me. For some reason, you are trying to tear me down. Well, we'll see, Mr. Hellman. We'll see.
Now, wait a minute.
I'll show you whether my works are illogical. I'll show you whether I'm insane.
Oh, calm down.
I'm going to make you eat those words. I know you don't like me, but I'm going to prove that my theory is sound. Good night.
Wait a minute. Basile, wait.
You wait, Hellman. You wait.
Yes, wait, Hellman. Wait. Professor Basile, seething with resentment, rushes from the office and strides angrily down the street.
Insane, huh? I'll prove my theory. I'll find a subject. I'll find someone who wants to take his own life.
And so Basile goes home, late for dinner. He finds a note from his wife, Myra, saying she's decided to attend the opera and will be home around 11:30. Then Professor Basile gets an inspiration. He goes to the bridge over the deep canyon, the bridge called Suicide. And strangely enough, he hasn't long to wait. As he stands against the railing in the fog, a figure appears a few feet beyond, stops, prepares to leap.
Don't do it. Wait a minute. Listen.
Huh?
That's very silly.
Let go of me.
Oh, no. I couldn't do that. I need you.
I don't need you.
Don't you know this is against the law?
You're not an officer. You can't stop me.
It's 500 feet to those tracks below. Hard steel rails. And don't believe what they all tell you about not being conscious of what happened. You'd know. People don't die instantly.
Let loose.
They lie in agony for minutes and sometimes for an hour. It's a horrible death, I know.
How do you know?
I'm a doctor.
Doctor,
Yes, I can tell you much simpler ways, much less painful ways, and quicker. You're a nice young girl, an intelligent girl. You wouldn't want it to happen this way. Maybe after I talk to you a while, you wouldn't want to do this at all.
No?
No. But come on. Let's talk it over. Maybe a few minutes' talk will change the entire picture for you.
What could you do to help me?
If you'll come, I'll tell you. There's a motive back of your wanting to do this, and I'd like to know what it is.
Nothing doing.
Haven't you any relatives? Any loved ones you'd like to do something for?
Yes?
Then if you'll talk with me for a while, maybe I can find my way clear to help those people.
You sound crazy to me.
Oh, no.
All right, Where?
My apartment.
Let's go.
Well, here we are. Come in, please.
Well, what do you want to know?
Sit down first. Are you hungry?
No, I'm not that broke. It isn't poverty.
I knew that. I could tell by your clothes. Now, first, why did you come here?
Why? Why, because you talked me into it.
I see. You're not afraid of me?
Afraid? In my frame of mind. What can I lose?
Suppose I told you that I really brought you here to kill you.
Kill me?
You know, you're a very pretty girl, don't you?
Yeah. That doesn't always mean so much.
The right man, it might.
That's what I thought. But I found out it didn't mean a thing.
Ah, then it was because of a man. I knew it.
Really? How did you guess?
I'm a student of psychology. I'm Professor Antonio Basil.
I see. And you want to know what makes me tick. You want to know the reason behind my action tonight.
That's right. I would like to know what happened to make you want to kill yourself. Suicide is a mental aberration.
Yeah?
I'd like to know what preceded the decision to destroy yourself. And what you thought about until the moment I stopped you on the bridge.
What good will that do me?
You said you weren't broke, but you also said you had some loved ones you'd like to do something for.
I meant I wasn't broke to the point of being hungry. I have a few dollars. But you suggested help for someone in larger terms.
Yes, I did. Who is the loved one?
My mother.
You are her only means of support?
Yes.
And you intend to kill yourself?
Yes.
That's being selfish, isn't it?
Selfish?
Yes. You are concentrating solely on self.
You think so?
What else? The first law of human nature is self-preservation, right?
I suppose so.
The second law is the preservation of family.
Yeah?
So you decide to deny the first law and destroy yourself. And as a consequence, deny the second and leave your mother alone and in need. You indicate a form of insanity.
What would be normal?
To destroy the other person. The one who has done you wrong. Have you hurt him?
No.
Then the one who has done wrong should be the one to suffer. You have no legal recourse?
Legal recourse? No, I haven't, I'm sorry to say.
And you would kill yourself to let your poor mother suffer because of the wrong of another. Why shouldn't he be the one to suffer?
I suppose you're right. Why shouldn't he?
What happened after all? Why not tell me about it? Were you married?
No. Never seemed to find time to get around to marriage.
What's your name?
Gladys. Gladys Tanner.
How long had you known him?
Almost 4 years.
And you always thought he meant to marry you?
Yes. Until 3 weeks ago.
Yes?
On July 1st, he had to leave town for a week on business. Said he was going to Kansas City. When he came back, he seemed to be too busy to see me. Then a week ago, I found a snapshot along with several others in his desk in his home.
May I see it?
Certainly. It's a picture of him and another woman. But the picture was not taken in Kansas City.
It wasn't?
No, it was taken on the beach at Atlantic City. And it's dated by the finisher, July 3rd. Since he returned, he's refused to see me. Yesterday, he finally said he didn't care to see me anymore. That I'd better forget him.
But it isn't so easy as that, is it?
No. I figured I'd done something. And blame myself.
Do you know this blonde woman in this snapshot?
No.
Then it must be a woman he has met recently. You've known him for 4 years. I don't think you are to blame. He's the one in the wrong. And he should be made to suffer.
How?
You were going to kill yourself. Why should you? Kill him instead. He double-crossed you. He deserves it. Now, let me go a little deeper into the situation. Whenever a person has reached the conclusion to take his life, you are sure you have made up your mind, Miss Tanner?
Positive.
Now, if you're careful, you won't be caught.
No.
But whether you are or not, I'm giving you this check for $1,000 made out to cash to be sent to your mother only after the man is dead. Write his name on this pad.
There you are.
I will know what has happened by the newspapers. And I will withhold payment until I learn that you have gone through with it.
It'll happen tonight.
Very well. You are sure? You are determined?
Absolutely. Nothing could stop me.
Very good.
But just what would happen if I did get caught?
You won't get caught if you follow my instructions. I know. Now, here is a small revolver. It'll fit easily in your purse. That's all you need. Be sure to wipe your fingerprints off and leave the gun near the body.
Well, goodbye, Dr. Basile.
Goodbye, Gladys, and good luck.
Professor Basile watches Gladys as she crosses the street to the dimly lighted bus stop. Then he rushes to his car and drives away. A few minutes later, he comes to a stop at Hellman's house. Hellman, the editor who ridiculed his theory.
Just a minute. Oh. Hello, Basile.
Good evening, Hellman. Thought I'd drop out to have a little chat with you.
Well, why this time of night? It's kind of late, isn't it?
11. Didn't think that was late for you.
No? Come in.
Thanks.
Sit down. What's on your mind?
I want to talk to you about my theory you ridicule so definitely. My theory about suicide.
Oh. Well, I just don't believe it, that's all.
And I said I'd prove it, didn't I?
Yes, but what are you getting at?
It's going to be proved. My theory is going to be proved tonight.
Well, that's fine. Go right ahead and prove it.
I don't like you, Hellman. I never liked you. And I know you don't like me.
I can't help that, Basile. What are you staring at?
Is there someone here with you?
Certainly not. Why?
That's a woman's purse on the davenport.
Oh, my secretary dropped by earlier this evening with the manuscript. She must have forgotten it.
She's not here now?
Of course not.
Then I'll continue. I found a subject. A girl who was ready to commit suicide because a man jilted her. In a few hours, I was successful in changing her thoughts from suicide to homicide, and she is going to kill the man tonight. What do you think of that?
There may be a dozen murders tonight.
Ah, but you'll know which one I mean. You'll know about this murder.
What do you mean?
Because I'm going to tell you who the victim is going to be.
You know who the intended victim is? Why don't you stop it?
But then I wouldn't have proved my theory.
If you put this girl up to it, you're as guilty as she is. You're insane, Basile. Hopelessly insane.
You think so, Herman?
The whole idea is mad. Too utterly ridiculous for words. No No sane man would ever think of such a useless, senseless idea. And for heaven's sake, stop laughing.
I'm thinking about the victim when he learned.
Who is the victim?
Martin Hellman.
Me?
Yes, you.
I don't believe you.
You will this time.
Who is this girl? I know no girl who'd want to kill me.
This one does. Now.
Oh, nonsense. However, I wouldn't put it past you to hire someone to do something like this.
No, this girl is no fake. This girl is serious, deadly serious.
You probably hypnotized some poor woman, figuring she'd never remember what happened.
Oh, Hellman, you underestimate me.
Maybe I do underestimate your evil mind. But believe
Put
me...
up your hands, Hellman. Get away from that desk. I'll just take care of that gun, Hellman. That's better.
Well, since when did you start carrying a gun, Basile?
A gun? Don't be silly. This isn't a gun in my pocket. It's just my pipe. See? Well, what do you hear, Herman?
Nothing.
Oh, yes, you do. I heard it, too. The sound on the porch. I leave now. The back way. I put your gun in the kitchen. And I'll be very careful to remove all my fingerprints.
You insane fool.
Oh, fancy you. You, Hellman, you are going to help prove my theory. Good night, Hellman.
Crazy devil. I'll have him locked up before he gets across town.
Good evening, Mr. Hellman.
Huh? How did you get in here?
Through the patio door.
What do you want?
I wanted to talk to you.
Very strangely.
You're just imagining things.
And what are you doing here?
I wanted to tell you something.
Yeah? What?
When you first indicated to me that you were through with me, I was terribly hurt. I thought all along that we were to be married. I couldn't understand. I tried and tried to think of something I'd done to cause our breakup. Then I happened to find this snapshot in your desk.
Snapshot?
Take a look at it. Kansas City. No, Atlantic City, New Jersey. You and a blonde. And the date is stamped on the back. A business trip. Ha!
Well, what about it?
I just wanted you to know that you weren't so slick. I wanted you to know that I knew about the blonde. That I knew you'd lied.
Now that you've told me, what good does it do you?
A lot of good.
First, I thought you came here for money.
How could you think such a thing?
Well, I think you'd better go now.
I'm going. Goodbye, Morton. And good luck in your new venture.
What venture?
This one.
Gladys! Gladys!
And wish me luck in mine.
Gladys stands staring a moment at the body of Hellman, then wipes off the gun, drops it to the floor, takes the professor's check from her purse, steps to Hellman's desk and writes a note. Then she puts the note in an envelope with the check, addresses it, stamps it, turns out the lights, and steps out into the dark street. At the corner, she drops the envelope in the mailbox and disappears. Professor Basile heard the shots. His theory worked. Hellman will torment him no more. The perfect crime. So he can go home to his wife now and go to sleep.
Myra.
Huh? What? Oh, Antonio.
What are you doing asleep on the Davenport? Do you know what time it is?
It must be after midnight. I've been waiting for you.
How was opera?
Oh, fair. Nothing to brag about.
Who sang the lead?
Belchiati. He wasn't very good.
Belchiati?
Mm-hmm. He's a poor Othello.
Othello? I thought they were doing Aida tonight.
No, they switched because someone was ill. Oh, I just as soon have stayed home.
Have a nightcap, Myra?
No, thanks. I'm tired. I think I'll go to bed.
I'll be along presently. Good night.
Then the night passes and the morning comes. The professor rises cheerfully and prepares for breakfast. Then...
I get it, Myra. Yes?
Are you Professor Basile?
Yes.
May we come in? We'd like to talk with you.
Of course. What is it you want?
Is your wife in?
Yes.
We'd like to see her, too.
What?
Oh, I'm Lieutenant Davis.
Right.
Detective headquarters.
Well, what do you want?
Will you call your wife?
Why, certainly. Myra! But what's this all about?
What is it, Antonio?
These men are from detective headquarters. They want to talk to us.
Really? What about?
May I ask where you were last night, Mrs. Basile?
Certainly. I went to the opera.
What time did you get home?
Oh, I imagine it was around 11 or shortly after.
Mm-hmm. Were you at home last evening, Professor?
Well, I was at the club and got home about 12:30.
By the way, do you know a Morton Hellman?
Certainly.
What about him?
He's been murdered.
Murdered?
Good Lord. When?
Around midnight last night. I found him this morning.
How terrible. Why, I've known him for years. He was editor-in-chief of the company publishing my writings. I'm a psychologist, you know.
Yes, we know.
But what do you want to know from us? We weren't connected socially with Hellman. Just in business.
Did you know him, Mrs. Basile?
Yes, I knew him very slightly.
Either of you know of anyone who'd have reason to kill him?
Certainly not. Everyone thought highly of him.
Did you ever hear of a girl named Gladys Tanner?
Gladys Tanner? No.
Did you know of a Gladys Tanner, Mrs. Basile?
No.
Is this your purse, Mrs. Basile?
Why, of course it is. That's the one I gave you last Christmas, Myra.
Well, yes. I must have lost it downtown.
Where did you find it, Lieutenant?
At Hellman's home.
Hellman's home? Well, how in the world?
Good heavens, but
We found it on the sofa.
Well, I can't imagine how it could get there.
And this is the revolver that killed Hellman, found on the floor beside him.
What?
No fingerprints on it, however.
What?
May I see it? Why, Myra, this is your gun. I bought this for you 2 years ago when I went on the lecture tour.
Yes, I think it's mine, but it just doesn't make sense.
Did you have the gun in your purse when you lost it last night?
Well, perhaps I did. I'm so confused now I can't remember.
That thing, Myra. The thing, it is terrible.
Oh, I know. Oh, dear, I feel ill.
Did you ever fire this gun?
Yes, once last year up in the mountains. I wanted to see how it worked.
Ever reload it?
No, I've never reloaded it. I just didn't think about it. Maybe I did put it in my purse. Why, I don't know. And whoever found the purse may have used the gun to... Oh, I just can't seem to think.
This gun misfired on the first 2 shots. The other 3 killed Hellman.
This is the most amazing piece of coincidence I ever heard of. Why would my wife want to do such a thing? Why should she get to Hellman? She hardly knew him.
Are you sure about that, Professor?
Of course.
Well, sorry to say that I don't believe her.
What? This is ridiculous.
This is going to be a shock to you, Professor, but here's a snapshot we found on Hellman's desk. Taken in Atlantic City last July.
Good heavens. Why? This is you, Myra. You and Hellman. You were at your mother's in Florida in July. Myra, look at me. What does this mean?
I can't.
And I can't believe such a thing.
May I have the purse, the gun, and the photo? Thank you. I'm sorry, but I'll have to take her down to headquarters.
But I didn't kill him. I didn't. I wouldn't. I loved him.
Myra. You better pull yourself together. You'll have to go back.
You'll want photos and fingerprints.
Yes. Better get it ready, Myra. Certainly looks bad for her.
Afraid it does. Looks like an open and shut case. Oh, will you come along too, Professor?
Certainly.
And so it all worked out beautifully. Not quite as the professor had planned. But then he changed his plan from the moment when Gladys Tanner showed him the snapshot taken in Atlantic City. And he realized that the girl's fiancé was Hellman, and the blonde was Myra, his wife. He had no intention of allowing Gladys Tanner to kill Hellman until he saw that snapshot. And when he recognized Myra's purse in Hellman's home, he decided to let Gladys kill him and the blame be placed on Myra. The perfect crime. But several hours later, after fingerprints and many questions, the professor is just about to be dismissed when Sergeant Rankin steps into the room and speaks quietly to Lieutenant Davis.
What is it, Rankin?
I stayed at Basile's place, as you said.
Well?
A few minutes ago, a special delivery letter came for the professor. This'll knock your eye out. Read it.
Well, fits perfectly with the writing we were trying to make out on Holmes' desk blotter. Professor, here's a letter sent special delivery to you a few minutes ago, postmarked last night. Read it.
Dear Professor Basile, your theory worked a certain degree. You convinced me I should kill him. But when that gun you gave me misfired twice, I almost quit.
Go ahead, Professor. Read on.
Then as I looked at him on the floor, the feeling of self-destruction came back. I'm going ahead with my plan. Here's your check. I won't need it. Besides, I lied to you. I lost my mother long ago. Better luck next time. That is Tanner.
And a half hour ago, they found her body beneath Suicide Bridge.
Well, Professor, your perfect crime has failed.
Failed? Yes, failed.
Wonderful setup on paper, but your theory backfired and you're up for murder.
But I didn't kill him.
But you planned it, and you're as guilty as Gladys. She paid her penalty, now it's your turn.
No. I won't be hanged. Never!
Rankin, grab him!
And now the doctor lies on the sidewalk 17 stories below. His entire theory worked in reverse.
It began on a summer evening in 1906. I'd been for a long walk in the park, I remember, when I returned to Baker Street and entered our rooms. Holmes looked up at me with a twinkle and spoke.
You look positively glowing with health, Watson.
Well, I had a splendid walk, my dear fellow. You should have come with me. The park was looking particularly beautiful.
Well, chap, during your absence, I've decided to write another monograph.
Oh, well, what's the subject this time?
Occupational liability to murder. For instance, the mortality rate is naturally high among policemen and detectives. Physicians are murdered with fair regularity, but the murder of a dentist is rare. And who ever heard of a murdered veterinary surgeon?
It's quite true, but what's the occasion for this little homily?
I've been browsing over my newspaper clippings.
Yeah?
You recall ever hearing of a murdered tobacconist, Watson?
No, I can't say that I do.
Oh, why? And yet my clippings inform me that no less than 3 tobacconists have been murdered in the past 6 months, and all the murders have occurred in the same small shop at the East End of London. Now, why do you suppose 3 tobacconists would be murdered in the same shop? Come now, old fellow. Give me a logical solution to the problem, will you?
Well, let me see. You say that the shop's in the East End?
Yes.
Is it near the river?
As it happens, it's on the water's edge.
And supposing the tobacconist shop was the headquarters of a smuggling ring. Perhaps boxes of cigars were unloaded from the dock and brought to the shop. Cigars containing pearls or opium or something.
Watson, my dear fellow, you're doing splendidly. You must walk in the park more frequently. You're positively scintillating.
Oh, no, you're making fun of me.
I assure you I'm not.
You're expecting anyone home?
No, probably a visitor from Mrs. Hudson. Go on with your fascinating theory. Now, why are 3 tobacconists murdered?
Well, because they know too much. Perhaps they demand a share in the profits, so the head of the ring decides to kill them.
Plausible enough, Watson. I really must congratulate you. I can see that I'm very lucky in having a biographer with such a lively imagination.
Thanks very much.
Come in.
That's very nice of you. Imagination. Oh, hello, Lestrade.
Lestrade, I'm glad to see you.
I hope I'm not intruding.
Not at all, my dear fellow. Come along, sit down.
Thank you, Miss Holmes.
Anything remarkable on hand?
No, Miss Holmes. Nothing very particular.
Then tell me all about it, Lestrade.
Can't hide anything from you, can I, sir? Yes, there is something on my mind, and no mistake.
And it concerns the 3 murdered tobacconists, I see. Splendid.
Now, how the blazes did you know that? Yes, Holmes, that's pure magic.
Not at all, my dear Watson. It's simple deduction. Observe the 5 cigars peering out of Lestrade's breast pocket. They are of a far superior quality to his usual brand, obviously the scene of his latest investigation has proffered certain, well, shall we say, professional perquisites. Am I right, Lestrade?
Of course you are. Careful one, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, I'll stick to my pipe.
Well, how about you, Doctor?
Oh, thank you, Lestrade. By Jove. Coronas.
And now, Inspector, tell me about the murdered tobacconists.
Well, how much do you know about the case, sir?
Just what I've read in the papers.
Well, curiously enough, we were discussing the affair as you walked in, Lestrade.
It's a strange business, gentlemen. I only got hold of the old story today when I had a long talk to young Jack Longworth. He's the owner of the shop.
When in relation to Gerald Longworth, the taller member of Parliament who battled so successfully against the slum clearance bill?
His son, Mr. Holmes. Nice young fellow, too. When his father died, he inherited this shop along with a lot of other property in the East End.
Well, how big a shop is it, Lestrade?
Oh, just a hole in the wall, Doctor. Like all the other shops in that part of London. Young Mr. Longworth tells me he first rents it to a man by the name of George Grillet. He lives there with his daughter Lily and made quite a nice go out of the shop. 6 months ago, when Jack Longworth was abroad, George Grillet has a stroke and nearly kicks the bucket.
Kicks the what?
He nearly dies, Doctor.
Oh, kicks the bucket. Very good. I remember that.
And then what happened, Lestrade?
Well, while he's in the hospital, his daughter gives up the lease on the shop. A few days later, an Italian takes it over, and a couple of weeks later, he's found with his float cut.
Did you investigate that first murder yourself?
No, Mr. Holmes. It seemed like any of a dozen killings we get in that part of London. A shopkeeper cut up, his till emptied, no clues.
Well, who was the next tenant?
A Scotchman. Bloke by the name of Mackintosh. A few weeks after he moved in, the same thing happened to him. That time, I did go down there, but I couldn't find out nothing.
Was robbery again the apparent motive?
Yes, sir. But the killing wasn't the same. He was strangled with a silk scarf.
Silk scarf, eh? And who was the third tenant? The man who was murdered yesterday?
A Hindu fella. A man by the name of mcgee. He takes it over a week last Friday, and yesterday we finds him knife through the back and his money gone. Of course, I was down there before you could say Crystal Palace. But once again, I didn't find out nothing. No knife, no fingerprints on the till, no footprints. Just a very dead Hindu.
Was young Mr. Longworth a landlord in England when these murders occurred?
Yeah, that's the funny thing about it, Mr. Holmes. He docked at Tilbury yesterday morning. He didn't know nothing about what had been going on.
Well, I imagine he'll have difficulty in renting the shop after 3 murders.
Well, that's just it, Doctor. That's why he comes to me at the yard. George Grillet, his first tenant of the shop, moved back there today with his daughter Lily. And young Mr. Longworth's worried about them. Well, if you ask me, he's more worried about the daughter than he is about old man Grillet.
So the original tenants of the shop are back in residence again, eh? And, what do you want me to do?
Well, I thought perhaps you'd be interested enough to come along with me and look at the shop, Mr. Holmes.
I should be very glad to, my dear fellow. Get your coat and hat, Watson.
Oh, that's your... Oh, dear, that wretched instrument.
I'll answer it. Hello? Mycroft, how are you? What? Yes. Yes, he's here now. Why, of course. I'll do everything I can, certainly. Let's have dinner together soon, shall we? Splendid idea. All right, goodbye.
Was that your brother, Holmes?
Yes. Lestrade, I do think you might have told me the whole truth.
Well, how do you mean, sir?
I thought your visit was prompted by a need for friendly assistance. I didn't realize that you came here virtually on a government order.
Well, it wasn't just quite like that, Mr.
What's
Holmes.
the government got to do with the case, and how does your brother Mycroft fit into the picture?
Not sure yet. But of one thing we may be certain. There's obviously a great deal more in this case than Lestrade would have us believe.
Why do you say that, Holmes?
You must bear in mind, old fellow, that occasionally Mycroft is the British government.
Nice part of London to take a walk in on a foggy night, ain't it, gentlemen? All our policemen work down here in pairs, you know.
Yes, I don't blame them. It's a vile neighborhood.
There's the shop just ahead of us, with a sign hanging out. Hello, there he is again.
Oh.
See that bearded Hindu skulking off around the corner there?
Oh, yes.
He's been haunting the place ever since I came down here.
So a bearded Hindu haunts the place, eh?
Yes, and yesterday, Holmes, the Hindu proprietor of the shop was murdered.
Exactly.
Well, here we are. I'll go in first.
Depressing-looking place, huh?
That's Lily, George Grillett's daughter. Helps him with the shop.
Sorry to keep you wet. Oh, it's you, Inspector Lestrade.
Yes, Miss Lee. I brought some gentlemen to see your father. This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Pleased to meet you, I'm sure.
How do you do, Miss Grillet?
How do you do, young lady?
Is your dad home?
No, Inspector, he won't be in till after dinner. Went down at the docks, he did, to see about some cigar shipments. Mr. Longworth's here. If you want to see him, we were just having some tea in the back room.
Yes, I'd like these gentlemen to meet him.
Jack, come out in the shop, Jack.
What is it, Lily? Oh, Inspector Lestrade. And this must be Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, I'm sure.
How do you do, sir?
How are you, Mr. Longworth?
I'm very glad the inspector was able to persuade you to come down here, Mr. Holmes. I'm dreadfully worried about this business, particularly since Lily's father insisted on coming back here. I'm afraid they're in great danger, but I can't make Mr. Grillet see it.
Young lady, I wonder if I might ask you a few questions.
Well, of course, Mr. Holmes.
Before your father had his stroke, did he receive any threats concerning his occupancy of the shop?
Well, if he did, he never told me about him. But it wouldn't surprise me. I often told him his biggest enemy is himself. If you know what I mean.
Yes, I think I do, Miss Grillet. When your father had his illness, who decided to give up the lease on the shop?
I did. No money was coming in, and, well, it looked like Dad might be an invalid for life. Of course, I couldn't run the shop by myself. Anyhow, I never did like this part of London. It wasn't the right business for Father.
What was his reaction when you told him to give up the lease?
Oh, he was awful angry with me. Said I'd no right to do it without asking him.
By the way, we saw that bearded Hindu again as we walked up just now.
He's been hanging around ever since we came back here, Inspector.
Well, has he actually come into the shop, Miss Grillet?
No, but he keeps walking by and looking in the window. I'm sure if we both went into the back room or left the shop for a little while, well, he'd come right in.
Then I suggest we give him the opportunity he's seeking. Miss Grillet, I wonder if you and Mr. Longworth would mind leaving the shop for a while.
Of course not, Mr. Holmes.
Make your departure rather ostentatious, shall we say, so that he can't help noticing it. Give us half an hour or so and then come back. Perhaps you wouldn't mind going with them, Lestrade.
But, Mr. Holmes, this is my case.
I know, but in a situation like this, Watson and I work much better alone. We may have to go a little outside the law, and your presence might embarrass us.
You'd never think I was a detective, too, would you?
Very well,
We'll be back in half an hour.
Poor old Lestrade. He gets very touchy as the years roll by.
I blame him. I'm leaving him completely in the dark. Come on, Watson. Behind the counter. No, my dear fellow. Not under it, old chap. We lift the flap. So. Now it's just to be crouched down behind here. Come on. That's it. Have you got your revolver, Watson?
Yes, it's in my pocket.
Good. Meantime, make yourself as comfortable as these cramped quarters will permit. We may have quite a wait ahead of us.
Look, Holmes. There's the Hindu now, peering through the window.
Handy.
Yes, sir. Here he comes.
All right, Watson.
Put your hands up. I've got you covered with this revolver. Now, my man, what are you doing here?
Who are you?
Never mind who I am. Just answer my question.
I do not speak very good English.
तुम हिंदुस्तानी बात बोल नहीं सकता?
सकता है।
क्यों तुम इधर आया?
देखने को आस्ती तुम्हारा भाई हमको हुक्म दिया।
तुम्हारा भाई? तुम जा नहीं सकता?
बहुत अच्छा।
Salam. No, you don't, my man. Just you stay where you are.
It's all right, Watson. Let him go. He's on our side.
I wish you'd tell me what in thunder's going on. Who that man was and why you let him go.
He's an investigator from the Foreign Office, old chap. Given his instructions by my brother, Mycroft.
Mycroft?
Yes, old fellow. When my brother fails to tell me all the facts concerning this case, I begin to think these triple murders have far greater ramifications than we ever dreamed of.
Dr. Watson's story will continue in just a second. Just about time enough for me to mention that any meal becomes a better meal when you serve it with Petri wine. And say, you'll find that Petri California Burgundy and Petri California Sauterne are just made to go with food. That Petri Burgundy is a rich red wine that's bosom pals with any meat or meat dish. Boy, what a flavor. And that Petri Sauterne is the delicate white wine that's just perfect with chicken or with fish. Yes, sir, with food, you just can't beat a good Petri wine. And now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. A puzzling case is occupying the attentions of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. 3 murders have taken place in a small tobacconist shop in the East End of London. As we rejoin our story, it's late at night, and Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, accompanied by Inspector Lestrade, are once again walking toward the ill-fated shop.
Well, I don't see that you've accomplished much, Mr. Holmes, except that you've just bought me a nice dinner.
Oh, I'm making progress, Lestrade. If only by the elimination of obvious suspects. But there's a pattern to this case, and that should give us a clue.
Well, how do you mean, Holmes?
My dear fellow, consider the obvious motive of these murders, and particularly observe the results they've obtained.
Well, the motive was the same in all 3 killings, robbery.
Oh, no, Lestrade. Don't let the theft of a few pounds from the till blind you to the real motive.
Look. Here's Miss Gridlett now. She's coming out of the shop.
Good evening, Miss Gridlett.
Hello, Mr. Holmes.
Is your father home yet?
Yes, he is, Mr. Holmes. And I can't tell you how anxious I am for you to talk to him. I'm going to meet Mr. Longworth. He's taken me to the music hall. I should be home just after 10. I hope you'll be able to stay with Dad until then.
Well, don't you worry, Miss Gridlett. We'll keep an eye on him.
Oh, thanks ever so much. Oh, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Miss Gridlett?
Please don't go into our rooms in the back, will you? I've left things in a frightful mess.
I quite understand, Miss Gridlett.
Well, ta-ta all. See you later.
Let's go into the shop.
Oh, is it? Oh, it's you, Inspector.
Here, these gentlemen, Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
Good evening, sir. Good evening.
Did you meet young Lily just now?
Yes, she told us she was going out to the music hall with Mr. Longworth.
Yes. I'm afraid we had quite a set to about that. A very strong-willed girl, Lily, very strong-willed.
Am I to assume that you disapprove of your daughter's association with Mr. Longworth?
Yes, of course I do. He's a top. He's got lots of money. Lily's so blind she can't see that he's up to no good. I'm pretty sure he's afraid I might find out what's really at the back of these here murders.
And what is your theory, sir?
Well, I'll tell you this in confidence. Got nothing to back it up now, you understand. There's been talk of widening the docks around here. That'd make property values go up, you see, of course. Well, young Longworth's been trying to buy up all the other shops along the waterfront here, but they wouldn't sell. If you ask me, he's had these murders done just to frighten people away so that he could buy cheap. Now, I'm not saying that he did the murders himself, you understand, but he planned them. Why, in these parts, it's easy enough any night to get a throat cut for a couple of quid.
Yeah.
That's why I'm glad you're here, gents. You see, I just got another warning.
Warning? What do you mean, sir, warning?
Found this note slipped under that door there not 3/4 of an hour ago.
Let me see it, please.
What does it say, Holmes?
I shall call on you at 8:30 tonight. You know what's good for you. You'll be waiting for me alone. Try any funny tricks, you'll go where I sent the rest of them.
Well, that's obviously from the killer.
Possibly. What's the time now?
Look, it's 8:20.
I was hoping you gentlemen would wait in our rooms back of the shop. You can hear what's going on in here, and if he tries any rough stuff, you can pop in and nab him.
Just what I was about to suggest myself, Mr. Gridlett. Either way, will you?
Oh, yes. Just step behind the counter, gents. Now, through here. Here we are. Ain't exactly Buckingham Palace back here, but you can make yourselves comfortable, can't you, gents?
Oh, don't you worry about us, Gridlett.
Oh, I better turn out the gas. If this bloke spots a light under the door in here, he might smell a rat. Now, there we are. Now, as soon as I see him coming in the shop, I'll knock twice on the door, like this. And that'll give you the signal that he's here. Is that right?
Right, you are, Gridlett.
All right, now keep your ears open, gents. I may need your help.
Where are you, Holmes? I can't see a thing.
Over here, Watson.
You know, I've got another theory why Jack Longworth might be at the back of all this. You listening, Holmes?
Yes, I'm listening, old fellow. What is your theory?
Longworth knows that Gillette doesn't approve of his having anything to do with Lily. So when he goes abroad, he leaves instructions to murder the tobacconist. The assassins don't know about Gillette having a stroke, of course, so they keep murdering the wrong fellow.
Well, that makes very good sense, Doctor. What do you say, Mr. Holmes?
Holmes. Holmes. Where are you? Oh, bless my soul, he's disappeared.
No, I haven't. I was just exploring. Shh. The signal.
There goes the front door. Somebody's come in. We'd better go in. We've got to get in there at once.
Open the door. Well, it's locked. Never mind that. Get your shoulders into it. Come on, help me. On here. Come on, one more.
Poor devil. He's been slashed with a knife. Billet!
What, the killer got away? I'm going to... No, Lestrade, conserve your energy. Your murderer lies there.
But that's Grillet.
Of course it is. Search his pockets, Watson. I think you'll find a blood-stained knife.
Let's have a look. Good Lord. Here's a razor in his pocket. It's covered with blood. You mean to say that he slashed himself?
Let's slip the handcuffs on him, Lestrade. While he's still play-acting, he may be more difficult to handle when he realizes the game's up.
Take your hands off of me.
Come on, quick. Come on, yes.
Hey.
Come on. Very neat, Lestrade.
Yeah. Well, now that I've knocked a wounded man out cold, perhaps you'll tell me what's going on, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, I'm completely in the dark, too.
Oh, it's very simple, really. Grillet has just staged a fake attack on himself. Fool us into believing that someone else is the murderer.
Yeah, but the threatening note he received...
Composed by himself for the occasion.
Yes, but we heard voices. We heard the shop door open.
We heard Grillet talking to himself. And as for the shop door, that's how he gave himself away.
Well, how do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
Whenever the shop door opens, there's a bell that jangles. You will notice, so.
Yeah, that's right, there is.
There was no bell jangle when we were in the back room. Grillet got us in there, locked the door on us unobtrusively, and staged his little drama.
Yes, but we heard the door creak open and close, Mr. Holmes.
The creak of this flap in the counter would sound exactly the same, my dear fellow. Now listen.
Yes, but why, Holmes? How did you spot that Grillet was a man?
It was obvious from the beginning that since nothing had changed about the shop except the ownership, that the attackers were directed against any tobacconist who was not Grillet himself. Of course, his daughter, Lily, obviously knew what was going on.
Well, I don't see how you figure that one out, Mr. Holmes.
Every remark that she made showed that although she loved her father, she knew his failings. In any case, she gave me the final clue.
Well, what clue was that?
In very pointedly asking me not to go into the back room of the shop. Of course, she meant the reverse of what she said. I followed her advice when you were explaining your theory to Lestrade.
Well, what did you find, Mr. Holmes?
Miss Grillet had obligingly left a secret door open, a door leading to a passageway that seemed to go down to the waterfront. We'll examine it more thoroughly in a minute.
Yes, but I still don't understand Grillet's motive, Holmes.
Neither do I, old chap. No, I suspect that from the interest of the Foreign Office in the case, this shop has been the headquarters of an espionage ring. I'm afraid the final answer to that question will have to be given by someone else.
Oh, who, Holmes?
By my elder brother, Mycroft. Humiliating, isn't it, Watson?
And what was the final answer to the question, Dr. Watson?
Well, Holmes was right as usual, Mr. Foreman. The shop had been the headquarters of a spy ring operated by Grillet. Many international criminals had been smuggled in England or foreign ships moored up the river.
And did Mr. Grillet hang for his crime?
No, he didn't, my boy. Before he came to trial, he had another stroke and he died.
Probably just as well for his daughter's sake.
Oh, his daughter. Lovely girl.
Did she marry Longworth?
Indeed she did. As a matter of fact, I danced at her wedding. It was a very wonderful wedding reception. See, you would have been there yourself, Mr. Foreman. In fact, you'd have liked it very much. They served a pretty good wine.
Was it a Petri wine by any chance?
Oh, well, it was so good it easily might have been.
You mean because Petri wine is the kind of a wine you can't forget?
That's exactly what I do.
Well, that's because the Petri family really knows all there is to know about the fine art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine.
From Hollywood, it's time now for... Johnny Dollar.
Why, man? How's your stomach, Johnny?
What?
Rich food give you any trouble?
Who is this?
Why, your old buddy, Angie Orsatti.
Oh, hi, Angie. Glad you got my message.
Yeah. How about dinner tonight at Antoine's, Johnny? Shrimp gumbo, oysters Rockefeller.
Yeah, sounds fine. Only I've got to do some work first.
Man, I thought you was here in New Orleans on vacation.
Nope, little matter of fire insurance and the company's check for $16,000.
Somebody trying to cheat him out of it, huh?
You won't believe this, Angie. Somebody turned it down.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of a man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Providential Fire and Marine, 787 Greenleaf Avenue, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Royal Street matter. Expense account item 1, $103.82, transportation to New Orleans. Item 2, $4.20, cab from the airport to the Roosevelt Hotel. After unpacking, I put in the call to my old friend Angie Orsatti. Nobody knows the French Quarter or the people living there like Angie does. For 3 months of the winter, he stays in the swamp, trapping muskrats. The rest of the year, he lives with his mother near the Cabildo. Angie wasn't in, but his mother said she knew where to reach him, and 5 minutes later, he returned my call. We arranged to meet for dinner, then I phoned the agent who had sold the policy in question. His name's Binford, and naturally, he was anxious to see me. C.D. Binford's office is on the 3rd floor of the Hibernia Bank building. He's a stocky, red-faced man, probably in his late 50s.
Come in, Mr. Dollar. Come in.
Thanks.
Help yourself to the chair. Say, you fellas sure don't waste any time, do you?
We try not to, Mr. Binford.
C.D., boy.
What?
You call me C.D. like all the other folks do.
Oh, okay, C.D.
Yeah. Now, like I was saying, you boys sure don't waste any time at all. Why, I didn't even call the home office till day before yesterday.
I know. When was the fire?
Last week, on Thursday night. What'd they tell you about it?
Well, not very much. Figured I'd get all the information from you.
Well, it's a doozy. First time I've ever run across a policyholder who wasn't yelling for us to pay him yesterday for his loss today. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Who is the insured, Mr. C.D.?
Man named Dupas, Henry Dupas. Took out a policy for $48,000. That's full coverage on his antique shop down on Royal Street.
How long ago?
August, just 3 months back. I'd been after him for, maybe 5-6 months to buy some protection, but he kept saying didn't have the money.
Didn't have the money?
And one day I dropped in to see him about his car insurance, and right off he told me to write a policy giving him full fire coverage on the shop.
Well, how do you arrange to pay it?
Cash, in full, the day I delivered the policy.
He tell you why he changed his mind?
Yeah, not exactly. Bet he mentioned something about times being better. I reckon they must have been.
Why'd he say that?
Well, a few days later, he had the back part of his shop all painted and fixed up. And that's the part that burned. And he hired himself a girl to work in the office. A real good looker, too.
Well, what caused the fire? You know?
I sure do. Antique kerosene lamp got knocked over accidental. According to what Dupas told the fireman, he was in the back of the shop with a customer showing him the lamp.
Uh-huh.
When it fell, the fire started. The two of them tried to put it out. I reckon that's why they didn't call the fire department right off.
Uh-huh. And did Dupas tell you the same thing?
Dupas? He didn't tell me nothing.
Well, he reported the fire to you, didn't he?
He did not. And that's what's got me so riled up. I wouldn't know about it now if I hadn't dropped in there the other day.
Was Dupas there when you stopped in?
Yes, sirree. And when I saw how the place looked, the whole back of the store gutted out and the slew of his antiques destroyed, I let him have both barrels, I tell you.
Oh, what'd he say to that?
Yeah, nothing too much. Just acted like he wasn't interested in whether we paid for it or not. Didn't even ask for a claim for him.
That's funny.
Sure is. I thought maybe he was so upset over losing some of his valuable antiques, he didn't know what he was doing. So, after I checked with the fire department, got a copy of their report, I typed up a claim for him.
You figured the damage at $16,000, right?
Mm-hmm. I knew how much he spent fixing up the back. When I'd issued the policy, I'd gotten an estimate on most of the antiques.
So what happened when you gave him the claim? He signed it?
He did not. Said to forget about the fire. And when I kept after him, he called me a busybody and told me to get out of his shop and stay out.
What do you think, C.D.? You have any idea why he didn't report it or sign that claim?
If I had, boy, I wouldn't have sent for you.
I left Binford's office and walked over to Canal Street. The sun had gone down and a cool breeze was coming in off the river, bringing with it the smell of coffee beans and fruit from the banana boats. I crossed Canal and turned onto Royal, heading into the French Quarter. When I reached Henry Dupas' antique shop, I stopped. There are a lot of antique shops on Royal. All of them look pretty much the same. The buildings as old as the fine rosewood mahogany pieces they shelter. There was nothing different about this one, at least from the outside. The fire had started and finished in the rear of the building. I tried the front door, but it was locked. I didn't think anyone would be there that late, but I knocked anyway.
Yes, who is it?
Mr. Dupas?
Who is it?
My name's Dollar, Mr. Dupas. I represent the Providential Fire Marine.
Why do you people persist in annoying me?
Well, we wouldn't if you'd tell us about the fire.
There's nothing special about that fire, Mr. Dollar. It was an accident.
Well, then why didn't you file a claim? You're entitled to enough money to cover your loss.
Mr. Binford explained that to me quite carefully. If you haven't talked to him, Mr. Dollar, you should.
Oh, I've talked to him.
Well, then go away.
Well, not until you answer a few questions.
No, leave me alone, please.
I'd noticed an alley next to the shop that ended where the rear door had been. I started back along it, not quite sure what I was looking for or what I expected to find. But I was sure of one thing. Dupas was a frightened man. It was too dark to see anything at the end of the alley, so I returned to the street. Item 3, $30.50, phone call, taxi, and dinner for 2 at Antoine's.
Oh, man. Kind of nice, ain't it, Johnny? Oh, the way it never changes. Same waiter, same chef, same clientele.
Yeah. Like another Cafe Royale, has she?
No, thanks. Well, Johnny?
Yeah?
Well, when you going to ask me?
Ask you what?
Oh, don't kid me, John. You had that old bloodhound look in your eye ever since we sat down. What's the question?
Okay, Angie. What do you know about a man named Henry Dupas?
Dupas' antique shop?
That's right.
Oh, not much. Seen him around some's all.
Yeah, where?
Oh, you know what kind of places I like, Johnny.
Yeah, but I can't picture Dupas liking them.
Well, maybe he don't, but maybe that little old blonde he's been carrying with him does.
Blonde?
Yeah, you know. Female, girl, bleached hair.
I know.
Yeah.
How old?
Oh, 24, 5. Yeah, real nice for old coot like him.
Real winter and spring, huh?
Yeah.
You seen them together often?
Oh, a few times. Saw him about 2 weeks ago at Butcher's place. Hey, you know something? I walked in there that night with a 5 and I walked out with 200. How about that?
Great. You know who the blonde is?
No, but I might be able to find out. You want?
Yeah, I want. I left Angie and started back toward Royal Street. On the way, I ran up item 4, $1.85 for 1 flashlight and batteries. The shades on Dupas' shop were drawn, but I could tell there were lights on inside. In the alley, a small pickup truck was parked near the side entrance to the shop. In the back of the truck, looking like they'd just been taken off the boat, were several stalks of bananas. There wasn't much else to see except the charred wood and refuse left in the alley after the fire. I started back toward the street when a man, a much larger man than Dupas, came out the side door and got into the truck. He turned over the engine and switched on the lights before I could get clear.
Hey, what are you doing there? Hold it, mister, right there. Here, buddy, you just hold it.
What were you doing back there, huh?
Well, right now, mister, I'm wondering what this load of bananas is doing at an antique shop.
What is it, Carl?
Well, I just caught this guy snooping around in the back.
What? It's Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, that's right.
You know him, Dupas?
He's one of those insurance men I told you about.
Oh, well, what are you here for, Dollar? Didn't Dupas tell you he doesn't want any money from you people?
Now, why not? Because he's afraid we might have to take a good look around before paying off?
No, son.
Now, look, Dollar. Mr. Dupas has been okay with you people, so you got no reason to come snooping around. Especially after he's told you he don't want you around.
So now maybe Mr. Dupar will have to do something to keep you away. Ain't that right, Mr. Dupar? You know what I mean.
Yes. Yes, all right, I'll do it, Carl. And he'll never bother us again.
Go on, Dollar. Get out of here.
At the time, I had no idea what they meant to do, so it wasn't easy to turn my back on them. But I did. Nothing happened. I went back to my hotel and hit the sack, and I must confess I slept later than usual the next morning. I was still in bed when the phone rang. Johnny Dollar.
Why, hey now, where's my dynamic northern friend?
Oh, he's off today. I'm taking his place.
Well, in the news I got, well, I reckon it'll keep till tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, so long.
No, wait, Angie. Yeah. Did you find out anything about that blonde DuPont's been seeing?
Sure, everybody around the French Market coffee shop used to know her. Used to, meaning up till she went to work for Mr. Dupont.
She worked for DuPont?
Yeah, in the office at his store. Started in there about 3 months ago.
Well, come on.
Well, since then, nobody sees her anymore. At least none of her old gang.
You know where she lives?
Yep. The Pont Alba Apartments. That is, unless she has moved.
What's her name?
Rose Ellen.
What?
Yeah, she used to be a dancer. That enough for you to go on?
Yeah, Angie, thanks. That's plenty. Expense account item 5, $1.40 cab fare from my hotel to the Pontalba Apartments. The list of names on the register near the manager's office told me Rose Ellen's apartment was number 215. But when I got up there, the girl who opened the door wasn't a blonde.
Yes?
Oh, I'm looking for Miss Rose Ellen.
She isn't in.
Oh, she at work?
Who are you? I mean, are you a friend of hers?
My name's Dollar, Johnny Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator.
But she hasn't done anything, has she?
Well, not that I know of. Look, Miss,
Garbo.
Garbo?
May Garbo.
You're a dancer, aren't you?
How'd you guess?
Oh, I'm good at recognizing talent.
Oh? Would you like to come in? I've got some coffee on.
Well, that'll be just fine. Say, you've certainly got a nice view of the square from here.
I suppose.
Don't you think so?
Oh, sure, if you like that sort of thing. Me, I just think the square's kind of square.
Oh, that's good. That's very
I brought
good.
it up the day we moved here.
You and Rose move in here together?
Uh-huh. Oh, sit down, Johnny. Make yourself at home.
Well, thanks.
Gee, you're so polite. You wait to be asked.
Yeah. Look, tell me, what time do you think Rose will be home?
Oh, I couldn't say.
May, this is important. What time does she usually get home?
Well, I don't know. I mean, after all, she's got her own life to live, you know, and I'm not her keeper.
Okay.
Sometimes she doesn't get home for days. Oh, I better get the coffee.
She ever say anything to you about the fire?
Yeah? What fire?
The fire down at the antique shop.
No, you want cream and sugar?
No, thanks, just black.
Good. When was that?
The fire? Last Thursday night.
That's funny.
What's funny?
That was the last time I saw her.
What?
Yeah. Rose went to work last Thursday, but she never came home.
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in just a moment. You don't have to be a special investigator to know that Americans don't take their civic responsibilities lightly. The Election Day turnout proved that, beyond any shadow of doubt. So now it's time for you to face up to another responsibility to the nation in just as straightforward a way. Our Ground Observer Corps needs volunteers. We at CBS Radio urge you to write or telephone your nearest Civil Defense Center to learn how you can help in this vast program that patrols our skies. Now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Royal Street Matter.
This was the screwiest deal I'd ever seen. A guy refusing insurance money he was entitled to. Rose Ellen was my one lead, so I continued questioning May, her roommate. May told me this was the first time Rose had been away so long without at least sending for a change of clothes. I asked about Rose's boyfriends. She told me Rose had been going with one other man beside Dupin, but she didn't know who he was. After May promised to call me if she heard from Rose Ellen, I left. Expense account item 6, $1.90, taxi from the Pontalba Apartments to the Hibernia Bank Building. My insurance contact, Binford, wasn't in. So while I waited for him, I wondered again why Dupin had refused to sign the claim for the fire damage to his shop. Could he afford a loss of $16,000? I wondered if something had happened in that shop, something Dupin tried to cover up with a fire. I was wondering what it could have been when Binford walked in.
Well, I'm glad you're here, Johnny. We got trouble.
Oh?
I hear you paid Dupin a call last night.
That where you've been?
Yeah. He phoned me about 10, wanted me there fast. Oh, boy. I wish I had sense enough to stay away.
Well, what happened, C.D.?
And before I tell you that, you tell me what he said to you last night.
Nothing important. Just something about fixing it so I couldn't bother him again.
Oh? Well, he did.
How?
He canceled his fire insurance policy and every other policy he ever bought from me.
Cancel?
Yeah. So you might as well go on back to your hotel and pack, Johnny. It's none of your affair now, no matter what he's up to. Yeah, it's too bad it had to turn out this way. You want a drink before you go?
Yeah, I guess I need one.
Yeah. What'll it be, scotch or rye?
Scotch, neat, please.
Good, saves making a mess. When you reckon you leave?
Oh, I don't know. I'll check with the airline when I get back to the hotel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here you go.
Thanks.
Better luck next time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's that.
C.D.
Hmm?
What about the policy?
Policy?
Did he return the policy to you?
No, he said do it tomorrow.
But he's covered until he does return it. Does he know that?
Why, no. I don't reckon he does.
Good. He might get careless. And as long as that policy is in force, I can bother him as much as I want.
Oh, I don't see what's the use, Johnny. He'll have it here by tomorrow evening.
That still gives me 24 hours to get lucky. C.D., you said something about a customer being with him when that kerosene lamp was knocked over.
Mm-hmm. According to what he told the fire department, there was.
You had that person's name?
Well, I should have. I took it from the fire department report. I've got that right here. Here it is. Now, let's see. The name's Andrew W. DeLong. Address 1515 West Claiborne.
There wasn't any Andrew DeLong at that address. We checked the telephone book and the city directory, and the only Andrew W. DeLong we found was out in Metry, in a mausoleum. So we drove back towards C.D.'s office.
Well, now what, Johnny?
Dupin.
What?
Find out everything we can about Dupin and everybody who works for him.
But ain't nobody but his secretary and his assistant. A fella named Carl.
Yeah, how long has Carl been working for him?
Oh, about as long as she has.
Does this Carl own a fruit stand?
Well, not I know about. Why?
Oh, I just wondered. Hey, what time is it, C.D.?
2:15. Say, if we're going to check on Dupin's credit, we better get to the bank before the close.
You're driving. Let's move. Expense account item 7, $22.80. Telephone calls and a couple of gratuities to obtain a lot of information about Dupin. I learned, among other things, that he banked almost $11,000 in the past 3 months. Before that, almost nothing. But there's no law against making money, so I still had nothing concrete to go on. At 5:30, I left Binford, went back to my hotel, and there found a message from May, Rose Ellen's roommate, asking me to go to her apartment immediately. So I did.
Oh, Johnny.
Yeah, hi, May.
Oh, well, come in. Johnny, you know what you made me promise.
Yeah?
Well, it happened.
You mean you've heard from Rose?
Well, no, not exactly. But a man called this afternoon and talked about her.
Oh, well, I hope he had only nice things to say.
Oh, yes, he said she's just fine.
What?
Didn't you hear me?
Yeah, he said she's fine.
Fine.
Well, what else did he say?
Well, he said he was going to come by at 4 o'clock and pick up her clothes. I should have them ready.
No, but of course he didn't.
Well, he did so.
He did? Oh, what man? You know him? You get his name?
Mr. Dollar, you don't think I'd let Rose's things go out of here with a complete stranger, do you? Of course he told me his name.
Well?
You aren't nearly as polite as you were this morning.
All right, I'm sorry. What's the man's name, darling?
Oh, well, that's much better. It's Grant.
Grant?
That's right.
That doesn't register.
From the way he talked, he must be the one Rose was going with while she was dating that old antique.
You ever see this guy Grant before?
No, but I'm sure he's the one she talked about. Really, it used to get so tiresome. Carl this and Carl does that. Oh.
What?
I said, oh.
May, tell me, where did he say he was taking her clothes?
Well, he didn't say. He just put them in that old truck.
Thanks, sweetheart. See you later. I needed a fast car and a driver who could handle it, so I called Angelo Arsati. 20 minutes later, we parked in front of Dupas' antique shop. There was a dim light on inside. Now, look, brother, there's really no reason for you to get mixed up in this thing.
Oh, you kidding, son? Looks like Dupas ain't gonna answer.
All right, let's see what this hunk of stone will do to the glass. Here.
Hey, that got it. I can reach through the lock.
Looks like nobody here. Well.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, I see him. Carl, what happened to you?
Dollar.
Angie, call an ambulance. Tell him a man's been stabbed here.
Yeah, right, Johnny.
Dollar. Get to her before he can.
Dupas?
Gonna kill Rose. You got to help her.
Dupas wants to kill her? Why?
She found out. Smuggling.
Is that what Dupas been up to?
Smuggling in banana shipments. Rose found out.
Where is she?
He thought I'd killed her, but I love her.
Yeah, well, look, tell me.
You gotta get to her before he does.
Where is she?
Old Spanish fortress.
Yeah?
Out on Bayou Slidell.
Old Spanish fortress on the Bayou Slidell.
Yeah.
You know where that is, Angie?
Oh, sure. An old ruin out in the swamps north of town near the highway bridge that goes over to the Gulf Coast.
Carl, how long ago did Dupas leave?
10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, well, we could beat him, Johnny, by cutting across the swamps. That is, if you could take it.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it's rugged.
Like what?
Johnny, did you ever ride a swamp buggy?
Brother, how much farther, Angie?
Well, should be right up ahead.
How can you tell? All I can see is swamp and marsh grass.
Yeah, well, I done a lot of trapping out here. I know the channel.
Think we'll make the old ruins before Dupas?
Well, we got to, don't we? Hey, there it is.
That old wreck is called a fortress?
Man, that's it.
Well, get us up as close to it as you can. I don't see anybody parked. There's nobody approaching the bridge.
There we are.
Come on, let's go.
Hey, look, John. There she is at the side entrance.
Yeah, I see. Rose! Rose Ellen!
She's scared. She ducked back inside.
Rose! We're friends of Carl's. He sent us to help you.
Well, come on, Johnny. We can get inside to her through this here doorway.
Okay. This place looks like it's about ready to fall apart. Rose!
Yeah, man. Dark in here, too.
Yeah.
Don't step on them falling bricks.
Okay. Rose! Rose Ellen!
Yes? Where's Carl?
Dupas tried to kill him.
Oh, no.
Rose! Come on out here where we can see you. Rose!
You found out that Carl didn't kill me, is that it?
Yeah. But Carl's all right now. Look, Rose, I want you to tell me all you know about the fire at Dupas' shop. Were you there?
Yes.
Well, what happened?
Pa had me tied up. Told Carl I'd found out what they were doing. Smuggling, I mean. He told Carl to kill me. He didn't know Carl and I was going to be married.
Go on.
Carl argued with him. That's when the lamp got knocked over. They didn't stop arguing until DuPont said he'd kill us both. So finally, Carl told DuPont he'd take care of me. Well, he had to, or DuPont would have killed us.
But instead, Carl brought you here.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Johnny. Let's get out of this dark hole.
Wait a minute, Angie. Rose, do you know why DuPont was afraid to report his fire to the insurance company?
Some of the things he smuggled in was lost in the fire. If anybody come poking around, they might have found out what he's doing.
What was he smuggling, do you know?
Little tiny boxes filled with white powder, hidden in the bananas.
Johnny, narcotics.
Yeah, sure. No wonder he banked so much money so fast.
I'll bank much more after I get rid of you, Dollar.
Look at that. There he is in the door.
Yeah, watch it.
See, I ain't fooling, Dollar.
He can't see us.
No, but what a target he makes in that doorway against the light.
No gun, Johnny?
No. We can try one of these bricks.
Yeah, man, but if you miss...
Dollar.
Wish me luck.
Dollar.
Right here to pop. Come on.
Oh, man, dear. You could qualify for the New York Yankees, Johnny.
All right, DuPont. On your feet. Let's get out of here. Expense account total, including rental on the swamp buggy, incidentals and transportation back to Hartford, $517.20. Remarks? Well, where he's going, DuPont wouldn't have any use for the insurance money anyway. Carl Grant turned state's evidence and clinched the smuggling charges against him. Because of that, Carl may get off easy. I hope so. He and Rose could make a very happy couple. And to remarks and a report. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
From Hollywood, our land be bright. Long may our land be bright, with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King. Our Land Be Bright is presented by the veterans of foreign wars of the United States and is produced and transcribed in Hollywood.
This is another in the great series of programs being presented coast to coast by the veterans of foreign wars of the United States. The objective of these programs is patriotic. Their scope is worldwide. We believe that you will find each of them of vital interest to you. Appearing on this series are the greatest names in the entertainment world. Such famous personalities as Bob Hope, Joan Fontaine, Herbert Marshall, Adolphe Menjou, Robert Montgomery, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, Brian Ahern, Jack Carson, and this year's lovely VFW Buddy Poppy girl, Jean Crane. We wish to thank the Hollywood Coordinating Committee for helping to make their appearance possible. On today's program, we are honored to have with us one of the world's most beautiful women, the lovely Madeleine Carroll. Her work in the hospitals overseas was particularly inspiring. In recognition of her work with the Red Cross, the U.S. Merchant Marine, and the U.S. Information Bureau in Paris, Miss Carroll was awarded the Civilian Medal of Freedom. For her efforts in bettering Franco-American relations, she was also made a Chevalier of the far-famed French Legion of Honor. She started her unselfish work at Walter Reed Hospital in Washington, D.C., and actually still is making appearances for the benefit of servicemen whenever she has an opportunity. Back now in Hollywood, she has endeared herself forever in the hearts of the men she made smile again by her angelic presence. Intensely interested in better world amity, she considers active participation in any work that will aid in this great problem a sharply defined duty of all of us. Miss Madeleine Carroll.
You are about to hear a program dedicated to religion
as the answer to the many perplexing problems facing us today. That's a lot of territory to cover in 15 minutes, but the world's greatest philosophers and men of God have been simple souls. All knew that the truth shall make ye free, and so from time immemorial man has been searching for that truth. Historians tell us that a war has been fought somewhere on this globe every 20 years. Already there's talk of another one. Can we avoid it? Certainly, if all men embrace the basic concepts of Christianity, we can. Let us see then how simple faith can provide the answer to our struggle for universal peace.
Thank you, Madeleine Carroll. And now the next voice you will hear is that of the VFW narrator for the program which follows immediately.
This is your VFW narrator in our nation's capital. We all remember, rather vividly, I'm sure, two striking phrases which came out of World War II. The earliest, I think, became a song, with the refrain, "Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition," while the other moved into circulation out of the far Pacific under more somber circumstances. When the going got really tough among the islands of the South Seas, it was,
"There are no atheists in foxholes."
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom.
In camps, before the battle,
Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in sure and certain hope of the resurrection.
yes, there were no atheists in foxholes. Instead, there was faith, the faith born of a man's love for his God, for his country, and the hearts that were beating for him at home. Then, word came that the war was over. We won World War II, we and our allies in the United Nations. Then we came back to our own country, to our homes, and to our jobs. But what about the men who couldn't exactly qualify, even for their old job, because only a part of them came back?
Watch the pulse indicator, nurse. What does it say now?
It's growing weaker, Doctor.
Look at the oxygen mask. Scissors. Forceps.
The operation was a success. The patient lived, but without an arm, a leg, or some such part or parts which were necessary to the pre-war job. So problems of readjustment had to be solved.
So you see, boss, I'm not fit for the same work I used to do. I'm not complaining, you understand, but, well, maybe I can do something else to earn me keep. What do you say, huh?
Why, sure you can, Joe. This company feels that it owes its security to the fact that you veterans won the war. There are plenty of bench jobs around the plant, and one of those seats has your name on it. We're glad to have you back, fella, and I know that's the way all the old gang feels around here.
Ah, gee, thanks, boss. I'm getting used to these sticks. Look, see, huh?
Yes, a fighting man can get used to a lot of things, even crutches or a wheelchair. It wasn't long, however, before we all came to realize, both at home and abroad, that peace, too, was something which had to be won. Words, instead of weapons, were still in use against us. This was the Cold War, which threatened the very foundations of our democracy. But that wasn't all. There were domestic problems as well, and local ones.
What about housing? Where can we live?
Yeah, and how can we live? How's about that what do you call it? Rehabilitation? Yeah, what about that?
What about catching up on a little education?
How are we going to earn a living? A decent living, that is.
And what about the sick and poor in spirit?
Yes, what about these? What about millions of men who are trying to get readjusted after 4 years of war?
Take a telegram, Miss Bowen.
Yes, sir.
To the chairman of the Committee on Veterans Affairs, House of Representatives, Washington, D.C. The veterans of foreign wars, the oldest, largest, and strongest organization of overseas veterans, with nearly 10,000 posts, in about 6,000 cities and towns of the nation, urges that special consideration be given to legislation now pending before your committee, which, as you know, is due for discussion next Wednesday morning, period. We feel that...
Son, or I should have called you Captain.
Oh, gee, Dad, just call me Butch, same as ever. That's good enough for me. Remember, some used to call me that little punk. Remember that, huh?
Yes, I do remember. Always stood up for you, though, didn't I?
You sure did, Dad. And, Dad, seriously, you know, I used to think about that out in those steaming jungles, remembering how you were always ready to fight for me, to fight my battles. And now I was fighting yours.
Ours, my boy. When a kid grows up and gets into uniform and marches off with his outfit, he's a man, young man, and the old man knows it.
I suppose. Time marches on, as they say in the movies.
Yeah, that's right. But tell me, fella, don't you ever get a sort of a hankering to go back, to get out there on one of those islands again?
Are you kidding, Dad?
No, I mean it.
Well, all right, then. Let me ask you that question. You were in World War I.
Was I? Say, listen. I remember one rainy night in Chateau Thierry.
Yeah, I know. And you stormed the ridge and brought back 5 heinies, eh?
Yeah, that was a time.
Yeah. Well, how did you feel, Dad, when it was all over? And how do you feel now?
Well, son, you sort of put your old man on the spot. I'll admit I was pretty sick of the whole thing, and I think most of my outfit felt pretty much the same way. In those days, you know, we were fighting to make the world safe for democracy. Woodrow Wilson said that in one of his speeches. So the country made a slogan out of it.
So? Did you?
Well, we got back.
You won the war.
Yes, we won.
Well, how about the peace, Dad?
Well, as for democracy, we made this country safe for it. You can bet your bottom dollar on that.
Yeah, but how about the rest of the world? Like you said. You see, Dad, we're fighting peace now. We've got to think about others, other countries. That's what peace means.
Yes, I suppose it does. I can't remember that this love thy neighbor stuff was so apparent then. Air power has made the world so much smaller during the past quarter of a century. We're all neighbors now, and we've got to face it.
That's it. It's not that the world's worse off than it was. It just needs help. Help from the strong. And our kind of help.
That's going to cost money, too.
Yeah, I suppose it will. But it won't cost blood. If everybody's careful.
Son, you're even more of a man than I thought you were. You just said something that the whole world ought to hear. Let's be careful. Considerate of others, strong in defense, willing to serve, until the world is rehabilitated. Then we'll have a just peace.
A generation apart, but shoulder to shoulder, father and son, united for the protection of our homes, to preserve the American way of life, and to help, at least, to make democracy safe, wherever it's struggling through the ordeals by fire which this country endured before our Constitution was born and 13 colonies became a nation, whose only dictatorship is the will of the people, and whose only crown is the Bill of Rights.
This is Madeleine Carroll, again in Hollywood. Be listening again next week for another program in this great Veterans of Foreign Wars radio series.
Our Land Be Bright is presented in the public interest by this station and hundreds of others from coast to coast and overseas, in cooperation with the Veterans of Foreign Wars. Until next week, and always, long may our land be bright, with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King.
This Veterans of Foreign Wars program was transcribed in Hollywood and Washington and was produced by Robert J. Enders.
The Jergens Journal, featuring Walter Winchell. Mr. Winchell, whose famous column appears in the New York Daily Mirror and other newspapers with more than 25 million readers, is brought to you by Jergens, the lotion for soft, smooth, romantic hands.
I can think of grand Christmas gifts for men, only they all cost so much.
No, they don't. For just $1 plus tax, you can give a man a grand big bottle of Jergens lotion.
Jergens lotion for a man?
Yes, indeed. While in service, lots of men learn to use Jergens lotion, and they still do. Before and after shaving for a quick, comfortable shave. And for his hands, too. A well-groomed man doesn't want rough and chapped hands. Plenty often a man raids his wife's bottle of Jergens lotion. So give him his own. A small bottle, maybe, in the toe of his stocking, or be generous. Give him the big bottle in its bright Christmas wrapping. He'll be pleased and flattered that you gave him Jergens lotion for Christmas. Now to the editorial room of the Jergens Journal and Walter Winchell.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. North and South American. All the ships at sea, let's go to press. Flash. Washington. 3 AFL unions have just agreed to call off their scheduled nationwide strike against Western Union. Portland, Oregon. Sam Jackson, the grandson of the founder of the Oregon Journal, was killed tonight in a helicopter owned by that newspaper. Washington. The United States has quietly arranged a loan of $300 million to Canada in an attempt to save the Canadian dollar from doing a ruble. New York. Herschel Johnson, our delegate to the United Nations, is not yet off the critical list at Lenox Hill Hospital, New York, but he is reported doing very well. New York City. Caesar Petrillo, the czar man of the Musicians Union, is now expected to pull every live musician out of radio by February. New York City. Patricia Miles, who lost her paternity case against Johnny Myers, has changed lawyers. Next stop, the appellate division. Wall Street. A merger, I hear, is in the making between the two biggest independent motor car companies, Packard and Nash. Recent secret attempts by Ford to buy out Packard failed. Hollywood. The funeral services for Mark Hellinger will be held on Wednesday next at 11 a.m. at Pierce Brothers, 5959 Hollywood Boulevard, Hollywood, California. Mark and his wife were seeing a new picture in their home last midnight when he was stricken. Gladys rushed him to the hospital. The end came at 2:15 this morning, California time. The Washington Ticker. Federal authorities are amazed at the great number of criminal records that have popped up in the loyalty check of American government workers because someone never demanded fingerprints. Their names will eventually be made public. Following the pattern set by Adolf Hitler, Moscow money will be very conspicuous during the 1948 presidential campaign in an effort to defeat the Marshall Plan and Mr. Truman. The Justice Department. A new subversive list is being readied for publication by U.S. Attorney General Tom Clark. some nationally known political organizations are on this list. The White House, as of tonight, right now, the President's planned message on the State of the Union to the January Congress will be arranged on the principles of FDR's New Deal, a sizzler. New York. The communist newspaper in New York is puckering up its lips for a great big kiss from labor leader John L. Lewis, a very gruesome picture. Intimate friends of John Lewis report that Mr. Lewis is far more ill than people realize. Washington. Some folks just returned from London report that Lord Louis Mountbatten or Sir Oliver Franks may succeed Lord Inverchapel as British ambassador at Washington, and that the Anthony Edens divorce suit may involve the London correspondent of an American news magazine. Washington. Democratic headquarters are deeply concerned about Pennsylvania and New York. Attention, Mr. and Mrs. United States. Next Thursday, Christmas, is the birthday of a man who has answered many thousands of questions over many hundreds of years with a few simple answers. It is a great miracle to multiply 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish into food for 5,000. But it is a greater miracle to turn hate into love. A simple code of ethics doesn't operate by the slide rule. A square deal is measured by the spirit and not by mathematics. Blast furnaces can melt steel, but it still takes a heart to melt a heart. It is a miracle that Christ lived so long ago. It is an even greater miracle that he lives so much today. Cities may fall, machines may rust, and mountains crumble, but his great principles stand through the ages. And of all the great principles for which this man stood, the greatest are these. It is brave to be decent. It is courageous to be considerate. And it is strong to be kind. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Hellinger, with whom I covered the Texas Guinan beat in the early 1920s, is gone. At 44. He was my closest friend until the Hollywood and Broadway coasts separated us. By distance, you see. We had a pact in 1924, away back in the good old Morris Plan days, when Mark would sign as my co-maker and I would sign as his. We promised each other then that whoever survived would write the best obit notice a guy could have written for him. Mark doesn't need any obit notice by me. His life story and the way he lived for the other fella would make it easy journalistically if it weren't so very difficult personally. The lines I just spoke about another man certainly fit Mark Hellinger. It is brave to be decent. It is courageous to be considerate. And it is strong to be kind. Mark was the concrete example of the phrase, great guy. He made an art of friendship. People who hardly knew him liked him, and those who knew him loved him. No man could have a better friend than Mark, and no man had more of them. Mark Hellinger went out in the style in which he lived and in the style in which he wrote. The O. Henry magic. It was a typical Hellinger script, too. A tug at the heart, a lump in the throat, and a sudden surprise ending. New York. In a very few moments, I will announce the name of the person who submitted the best and original definition of a communist. The prize, as you know, is a mink coat, valued at $10,000. The Damon Runyon Cancer Committee thanks all of you in the 48 states for again enriching the Damon Runyon Fund by over $150,000 in $1 donations during this brief contest of skill. Thanks to the donor of the $10,000 mink coat, the Associated Fur Coat and Trimming Manufacturers, who incidentally were never consulted by me about the theme of the contest. Thanks also to the Reuben H. Donnelly Corporation, who handled everything for our committee. This very great Donnelly firm worked 20 hours a day. Thanks also to the anonymous mink coat maker who picked the straw from a hat which elected him as the maker of the coat. He will, as agreed long ago, receive no publicity. The mink coat will be made to order to the winner's measurements. It should be ready in about 3 weeks, they tell me. Stand by, please. I'll be back in a flash with the name of the winner of the $10,000 mink coat.
A young friend tells us.
This is our first married Christmas, and we're a long way from our families. But there's no gloom where my bill is. We're having 10 for Christmas dinner, and a gift for each. Gifts for 10. Could have stumped me, but Bill said, let's give 'em all Jergens lotion. Wasn't he smart? The girls will know Jergens lotion is the hand care the Hollywood stars use.
Oh, yes, girls know the stars use Jergens lotion 7-to-1 over any other hand care in the world.
And judging by my bill, men use plenty of Jergens lotion, too.
They do. It's a smart gift all around. For stocking stuffers or the main gift, 10 cents to $1 plus tax. The dollar bottle comes in a bright special holiday wrapper. They'll think you're a mind reader if you give this favorite Jergens lotion for Christmas. And now back to the editorial room of the Jergens Journal and Walter Winchell.
And now for some tips of the papers. INS. Harry Revel is suing Mutual Broadcasting Company for $250,000 tomorrow. Revel and Mac Gordon composed Did You Ever See a Dream Walking, Love Thy Neighbor, and many other great song hits. Revel alleges that he sent Mutual Broadcasting an idea for a new radio program, and that Mutual turned it down and then used it under another name. A dirty trick if true. St. Louis Post-Dispatch. I am saying in the New York Mirror tonight now on the stands that True Davis Jr. and Virginia Mata, both of St. Joe, Missouri, will be married January 24th. New York Journal American. General Eisenhower's memoirs are 2/3 finished. The price is over $500,000 for newspaper, magazine, film, and radio rights. As a general, Eisenhower prefers an outright sale, as that would give him a capital gains. He'd pay only a 25% tax. Associated Press. Babies are now considered a luxury by the United States Tax Department. Most items for infants in drugstores, baby oil, cream, fluorinated talcum, and bags for diapers, now come under the 20% tax list. Huh. To the Miami Herald. A year ago last week, from the Roney Plaza Cabana Club, the Runyon Cancer Fund was launched. On the 29th of December, we will turn over another $100,000 for cancer research in Florida. $1 million, not a penny of which was ever deducted for expenses by our committee. Allocated in the United States in 1 year. United Press. Robert Ruark's new satirical book, Grenadine Etching, has just been bought in Canada, and Canadians could use a good laugh, too. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Vandenberg tells friends he positively will not run. Even Mr. President's closest friends are sickened at the manner General Eisenhower is being attacked for things he never said. Things, by the way, that some Republicans and Republican commentators keep putting into Eisenhower's mouth. Incidentally, foreign correspondent Cleet Roberts, just returned from Japan, reported to his papers over here that General MacArthur's closest friends doubt that MacArthur's physical condition is good enough to take on a presidential campaign. In sum, here is the situation. Wallace keeps his head in the clouds, Taft keeps his head in the sand, and Eisenhower just keeps his head. Washington. Senator Kenneth McKellar of Tennessee is again reported very ill. He is 78. Any more? Washington. One of the biggest scandals since Teapot Dome will be a proposed sale of synthetic rubber plants, one of our great strategic resources. The proposed sale, insiders tell me, would cripple national defense. Washington. Rocky Graziano, the champion, and some of his influential friends have been trying to get his complete dossier out of the U.S. Army files for what they say public view. The United States Army is doing Graziano a great big favor by refusing. New York. Donald Lamont, Margaret Rice are betrothed. She is the granddaughter of the late president of General Electric. Attention, San Francisco Examiner. Please assign a reporter at once to Mrs. Deed Block of El Monte, California. Her husband, a war veteran, sent in the best definition of a communist in the opinion of the Damon Runyon Cancer Committee. Mr. Block gets the Runyon Fund's $10,000 mink coat and in sunny California, of all places. Congratulations, Mr. Block, and a Merry Christmas to you, Mrs. B. And that, ladies and gentlemen, winds up another edition of the Jergens Journal until next Sunday night at the very same time. Until then, and with lotions of love, I remain your New York correspondent, Walter Winchell, who leaves you with Mr. Block's best definition of a communist. One who would like to divide everything, particularly these United States. Good night.
Have you gone way beyond your Christmas budget? Do you still have several last-minute gifts to buy? Here's Jergens' gift suggestion to you, and it's priced surprisingly low. The Jergens gift set, called Loveliness for You, costs only $1, and here's what it contains. Nestled in a lovely star-sprinkled package are 4 popular Jergens items. A box of Jergens powder, a jar of all-purpose face cream, a bottle of romantically scented cologne, and, of course, Jergens lotion for the hands. Yes, these 4 beauty items all done up in a feminine package for Christmas gift giving at a thrifty price, only $1. You'll find the Jergens gift set, called Loveliness for You, at all cosmetic counters. Next week, another edition of the Jergens Journal with Walter Winchell. And now be sure to remain tuned for Luella Parsons' 15-minute program featuring as guest Bing Crosby, which follows immediately. This is Ben Grauer speaking.
Good evening. This is Frank Gallup bidding you welcome to An Evening with Romberg. Melodies you love, played as you like them, all styled and personally directed by one of America's great composer-conductors, Sigmund Romberg. Sigmund Romberg and the concert orchestra salute them all with the Navy March. Sigmund Romberg conducts the 52 men of his concert orchestra in Tales of the Vienna Woods. As endless as the flowing river itself is our love for the Blue Danube Waltz. Fresh with eternal youth, Strauss's beautiful waltz lives anew tonight under the personal direction of Sigmund Romberg. Way down in Georgia, as a road gang swelters in the afternoon sun, the call goes out for that evasive water boy. Our young baritone Frank Ferris takes up the call as he brings us a traditional song of the South, Water Boy.
Water boy, where are you hiding? If you don't come, go and tell your mammy. There ain't no hammer that's on this mountain that ring like mine, boy, that ring like mine. Done bust this rock bush from here to Macon, all the way to the jail, boys, yes, back to the jail. You jack of diamonds, you jack of diamonds. I know you're bold, boys, yes, know you're bold. You robbed my pocket, yes, robbed my pocket. Done rob my pocket of silver and gold. Water boy, where are you hiding? If you don't come, go and tell your mammy.
A gay bit of nonsense is a pleasing thing now and then, and that's exactly what our young composer friend Don Gillis had in mind when he wrote the music we're about to hear. Mr. Romberg tells me that if gay melodies and bright Latin American rhythms are packaged, so to speak, in a cleverly arranged orchestral score, the result will be just what you'll enjoy hearing in a short overture to an unwritten opera by Don Gillis. Whether you happen to be in South Africa, Europe, or even Shanghai, chances are you'd hear someone whistle a melody from Sigmund Romberg's Broadway musical New Moon. For, like the Desert Song, New Moon has had international success in addition to its two very successful New York years. From the 1928 Broadway production of New Moon, lovely Irene Hill sings a Sigmund Romberg classic, One Kiss. And Frank Ferris brings us a hit of today, Big Backyard, from the current show up in Central Park. Then Irene Hill and Frank Ferris blend voices in the hauntingly beautiful One Alone from the never-to-be-forgotten Romberg score of Desert Song.
Our conventions have been thrown on a few, and I know I'm out of date when I seek one mate, when fate falls over through. To be really in the fashion today, you must have a dozen balls in your sway. But somehow I don't believe in the modern plan. I want to wait for just one man. One man to say the truth. One more time alone. One word, one vow, and nothing more. To carry him I'm his own. One magic night within his own.
About Central Park. Oh, what a wonderful Central Park. Long as the sun and you that is surely yours. Yours to touch the darkest slum, to last the dream, to lost from the garden for your home. It's the big backyard of the city. It's a great full lawn with a tree and a dark green lake you can run for a small and modest fee. You can view New York from a hilltop, every side street and boulevard. It's great to live in the town between the rivers in that big backyard. Plenty of air, plenty of time. Get on your mark, here we go, Central Park. You can view New York from a hilltop, every side street and boulevard. It's great to live in the town between the rivers in that big backyard. It's always great to live in the town between the rivers in that big backyard. Yet I keep on longing just to rest a while.
Where sweetheart tender eyes take the place to stand and shine.
So the world forgotten in one woman's smile.
One alone to be my own. I alone whose dark caresses.
Want to be eternity. The one my worshipping soul possesses. As on a chord give my all.
All my life and all my world.
This would be a magic world for me. If she were mine,
Now, this is Frank Gallup bidding you good evening for our soloists, Irene Hill and Frank Barrett, and our host, composer-conductor, Sigmund Romberg. Forces Radio Service.